Vitality. They've got ZywOo on their side. James, we've spoken about this before. We were so excited to see him entering the server. Do you think he's going to be bringing big things?
Well, he is one of the smartest people in the game. I guess the question is how quickly he can adapt. Now, I do think that the fact we don't have instant respawn will play to the advantage of somebody like ZywOo. Mm-hmm. So I'm curious to see how he figures things out. Because again, I would say that, you know, if you die like 2 or 3 times in a row with the cooldown, you're going to be in a lot of trouble on that map. So people are going to have to figure things out pretty quickly, and you would think that ZywOo would be one of those people. I'm curious, depending on the map, if you'll go for the AWP. For example, on Garden, it's above the control point. So I think the AWP is awkwardly placed on a lot of maps. Maybe on a speedway, it might be more reasonable to find one, but then with the surfing element, would you go for it on speedway? You know, there's a lot excuse me, a lot of questions around the AWP from map to map. So I don't know, there's a lot of discovery to be had, but I'm certainly looking forward to just watching his brain at work, figure out how to exploit people on all the maps.
Yeah, 100%. Speaking of the AWPs as well, we actually only saw it being picked up, I think, once or twice. And I think both times it was on Speedway. Nobody really even managed to get it from the sort of plateau above Garden as well. I think somebody tried to jump and get it, but they didn't actually manage to. So are you thinking that maybe some of these pro players will be going for the AWP a little bit more? Because as you said, you know, it is quite awkwardly placed and it's quite difficult to get and use effectively.
Smooya for sure is going to do it. I guarantee it. I haven't asked him, but I would be so surprised if he doesn't go for it. I think he's just gonna try and post up somewhere. But it varies so much depending on the map. I feel like with Garden, again, but when it was instant respawn, I just think there's no reason why you would go above the control point versus going to the control point. Whereas now you have more space to do that because of the cooldown. So it really changes the game in ways that we are going to see as we go along today. But yeah, I would be very surprised if Smee is not going for the AWP a lot. I think I'm so curious to see what happens.
Yeah.
But yeah, again, from map to map, it's not on every map, worth noting. I don't think there's an AWP on Castle. We've got scouts by the mini towers, but I don't think there's an AWP if I remember correctly.
No, I'm pretty sure there's not.
Yeah, so on the ones where, I mean, does he know that? Does he think there's an AWP on every map? Say for Himalaya, is he going to be running around while the control point's being capped looking for an AWP? These are questions we'll have to find out.
Well, the mind games are at work already. And of course, we've been speaking a lot about our teams and, of course, our qualified teams coming through the EU Closed Qualifiers and, of course, the Bardolph Open. So let's take a little trip down memory lane and recap how these teams got here.
The Red Bull Flick Invitational lands on August 9th. And alongside some of Counter-Strike's most legendary duos, 4 amateur teams are also rising to the challenge and hoping they have what it takes to hang with the world's best. If you missed any of the action in the qualifiers, here's a quick recap of what went down. In the EU qualifiers, 8 teams were to face off in the playoffs. Team Germany would start off their run against the Greek duo of Bad Guy and Desire, which they'd seal with a swift 2-0 victory on Himalaya and Speedway. The Brits couldn't live up to the almighty Team France in the quarterfinals, but in the semis, the Frenchmen would face a tougher opponent in Team Portugal, a duo who had proven a deadly force in the quarters as they silenced the Finnish squad. However, Team France would prove too dominant for Nope and the King PR to handle, as Exercise and Jocko pulled off a flawless performance to move on to the grand finals and cement their spot here at the Invitational. In Sin and Sky's semi-final match, they'd be taking on Team Switzerland. And once again, it was a stellar showing from the German side. Another 2-0 run saw them knock the Swiss duo out of the competition and lock in their place here at the Invitational. Although both teams had already made it to the Invitational, there was still one more challenge: to face each other. Both teams had already shown star-studded form throughout the playoffs, and although Team France would begin with a strong run on Castle, the German duo would ultimately sweep up the remaining maps in a dominant showing. Alongside Team Germany and Team France, 2 more duos from Russia and Ukraine will also be taking to the stage at the Invitational, after placing top at the Bardolph Open. The question is, do they have what it takes to silence the pro duos and plant their country's flag as the champions of Red Bull Flick?
Always great to take a trip down memory lane and see how these teams got to this stage. And of course, we haven't actually touched on some of the teams from the Bardolph Open as well. Obviously, Team Ukraine and Team Russia coming through that. James, you bared witness to all of the games in that qualifier. What did you kind of make of those two teams? Were there any particular strengths you think they had?
Yeah, that was really. Do you know what? I still regret. Okay, I'm sorry. I know you asked me to talk about other people, right? But I want to talk about myself. Like when I entered that tournament and we ended up on Speedway, I was just so sad because I can't surf, man. And my surfing sucks. I'm always on the novice servers and I never finish the maps. So I just got absolutely bodied. And I feel like if it was any other map, I could have had a reasonable chance. Anyway, that's out of the way now. I'm still emotional about that. Again, I think we could see that work had been put in. I kind of alluded to this earlier in terms of utility and so on. Haven't seen any Molotovs though on Castle yet, even though I put it on YouTube. It's the information's out there. But I think we saw the importance of Molotovs on like Garden, for example, because there's that giant plinth on either side of the control point where you can hide behind. I have to say on a side point, I love the designs by the designers of the maps in terms of you don't need to be in the middle of the point to cap it because then there'd be a stalemate. Nobody would go in the middle, right? So you can cap it from the outside in certain corners. And again, that plinth gives certain cover and kind of forces the action. So the Molotovs really compromise that. And we saw the attention to detail with that. And I'm sure going up against pros, these teams will be doing more work in that regard as well. So, when you put a smoke up, for example, it can cause some variance with the instant respawn. Maybe those change now, but again, they were studied, they were learned peoples, and that definitely paid off for them. And I would imagine they're gonna have more to show us today.
I can't believe you opened with your performance in the Bardolph Open. I was saving that question and you just had to put it out there straight away. And of course, you will have some chance to redeem yourself, maybe, in the show match later on today. Very excited to see you take to the stage.
Or make it worse.
Exactly. Well, it's going to be good either way. Anders will be happy if James makes it worse.
To be honest, I've made so many terrible plays again in front of large audiences. I don't know that I can do worse than I've already done. I think rotating on Vertigo from B to A to pick up an AWP instead of defusing the bomb and not making it back in time was probably my lowest point. I didn't think Sliggy ever played with me again after that one. Yeah.
In fact, hasn't he moved to Valorant since?
Yeah, he just left the game.
He's escaped.
You're the reason he's gone, James. Well, Anders, you've got to knife him now in this tournament just to make sure it can be worse for you, James. Sorry, you kind of set yourself up for that one, James. But speaking about the maps as well, we'll have a little bit of a talk about each of them because we were speaking a little bit about Castle earlier. It's actually been one of the least played maps that we've seen. But when we have seen it, James, we actually saw somebody do a clean sweep on it, and it was helped by a smoke that they deployed on the site.
Yeah, I think Castle creates some interesting scenarios in that. I was actually watching. It was interesting going through that map with Smooya and Thomas because I don't think they realized how difficult it was to go up the ramps which go towards the site immediately when someone else is capping on the site because those angles are not favorable. But they're very confident players, so I hope we get to see them on Castle to see if they're going to have anything to offer in that regard. But you've got the giant concrete panels on the site as well, so it's hard to get back to the site if the other team get into strong positions. If you've got one on the point and one is wide, then that cross is so difficult. And again, now with the fact it's not instant respawn, that should only become more difficult. But I think it will entirely change the way a map like Castle is approached by a team. You might see people if one person's in spawn, it's probably going to make sense for him to wait for him or her to wait for his or her teammate to respawn so they can go together. So I think we're going to see. It's interesting. Everything we've seen already, I think we have to take it with a pinch of salt because we don't have that instant respawn. So there's many questions to be answered in all these maps today.
Yeah, I think it's going to spice it up indeed. And of course, we've picked out a couple of duos that we are going to be keeping our eye on throughout the competition today. Of course, we'll be checking in back with these to see if they have progressed onto the playoffs. I believe we've got ENT, G2, Team Germany, and Vitality here. Of course, Vitality with Zywoo, ENT being Ariel and Sergey. Team Germany is Sin and Sky, who we actually got to speak to after their win. They were very excited about that, managed to speak to them before the games as well. They're feeling very confident. And then, of course, at G2, Team 1, which is Kenny S and Jax. Actually, we were talking about Orcs earlier. I'm wondering whether Kenny is going to be going for these because he is such a confidence player. I'm interested to see if he's going to be going for it. Do you think he might dare to, Anders?
I don't see why he wouldn't. He's got a reputation to try and protect, so it feels natural. And he's got Jax there with him to back him up. I would put all of it. I'd say Jax just bodyguard Kenny to try and get to one of the orbs and just sacrifice it all to get Kenny that weapon. That's how they normally play, so why not?
Yeah, I'm super excited to see what they're going to be bringing. And of course, ENT is going to be in our first game versus Team Smooya. James, what are you making of these two as a duo? Do you think they're going to have, the bold enough plays to be taken on Smooya?
Here's my answer, Freya. If you look at Sergey, right, give him 10 extra years and put him in a 90s Bond villain as a weapons dealer. It's a perfect role, don't you think? Just absolutely perfect role. Just give him a suitcase and some nice brogues, gun in his back pocket. He's good to go, man. There's a side career in there for him.
How does your mind go to these things, James?
I don't know. I just always see the Bond villains like Rain as well. He's definitely a Bond villain. It's got a bit of Le Chiffre going on.
Adren from CS region.
Yes,
Definitely
absolutely. Yeah. I'm all about the Bond villains. I see a Bond villain in myself as well. I'm not a smiler, so get me a heel roll, and I'm good to go. But I think I'm a big fan of those particular two players from ENT especially, and I'm a huge fan of Sergey in particular as well. Not because he looks like a Bond villain, but I'm looking forward to see what he has to offer. I think it's really hard to pick favorites before they get on the server. I'll tell you who I think is going to win the match after the match, Freya.
Okay, that's the best way to do predictions, isn't it? After you've seen the result. Obviously, we have touched on Smooya on the side of Team Smooya, but we're also missing his duos. Of course, Thomas from Endpoint. We actually saw him competing yesterday. I'm confident coming into this that Thomas is really going to bring out some firepower because he's so confident as a player. His entry ability is really on point. So I think it's almost the perfect kind of format for Thomas coming into this.
Yeah, I also watched him play in a different match. We were both doing different shows yesterday, and Endpoint were in both of them. So we're playing on Overpass as well, funnily enough. And I think that Thomas is a really strong player. I think that personality-wise, they're a good fit together, the UK lads. So they're going to be well up for this, I think, to use the UK phrase. But yeah, Smooya's obviously the superstar of the pair, but fat dog. Anyway, I think that there's going to be a lot of bans, and I think it's for UK banter types. I feel like this kind of format is really up their street. Mm-hmm. And again, Thomas, I think from what we both saw yesterday, Freya is a really strong player to bring into this format, and I expect good things from them.
Yeah, 100%. Interestingly, though, out of all the teams competing here, these two haven't really been on a team together very recently in terms of normal linear CS. Do you think that actually might help the Manders in terms of they can come into this, they're just having some fun, they're here to just play together, see how far they can get? I'm wondering whether that kind of more relaxed approach might take the pressure off them a little bit.
Yeah, it tends to do that, doesn't it? I would definitely question anyone who says they've spent, a lot of time. I think you can easily over-prepare for something like this, because just looking at the maps, they're so crazy that if you have a plan that's really rigid and you want to try and follow that plan from A to C, chances are it's not going to work out that way. So yeah, I would say they're going to be pretty much up for it, especially I think playing that loose style. I don't know if the banter. Are they allowed? Can they talk? Can they talk to each other? Can they join each other's team speaks? Is that possible? That would definitely help them out a lot. I think.
That would be amazing.
Smooya could get under anyone's skin,
Yeah, that wouldn't be PG though.
Yeah,
For sure.
I'd love to get in their comms, but I'm not sure. I'm not sure we could broadcast those out. But obviously, on the other side, we have got ENTs as well. We've spoken about them a little bit, and I think you're totally right, Anders, in terms of you can't prepare too much coming into a format like this because it can just get so chaotic. Your plan can literally go out the window as soon as the match starts. But these two players did say, they've been having a look at some of the maps. They've been looking at which ones they think are going to be their favourites. James, are you expecting it to be a bit more of a methodical approach coming from ENTs? Considering the team they're part of.
I would see them being somewhat methodical. That would make sense to me. And again, with the cooldown when you die, that will certainly help in that respect. So I can see Sergey doing some crazy stuff. Well, he's the man I look to for things like this, the multi-frag situations. He's got the clutch. He will be ready for the multi-frag scenarios. I'm curious to see, like, for this team, for example, who's the guy who goes to cap on the point and who's the guy who defends from range? That would be, I'd be curious to see what they decide in that respect, because often we'll see, not in every team, but in many teams, we've seen that one person, okay, he's going to be the point guy, the other guy's going to be the guy to give him some covering fire, basically.
Yeah, that's actually something we haven't really touched on, is how a lot of these teams have played, in terms of there's not just two of them running to the site, trying to get as much time down as possible, and then them dying. Actually, yeah, in maps like, Speedway, that bridge position is really, really important for somebody to keep hold of the site whilst their teammate is capping it. And again, to touch on your point about utility, we've seen smokes be used for that so much as well. I think it was actually a Rebel Flick India where we saw one of the players just hiding in a smoke on Speedway, and none of the other team knew exactly where they were. It was really interesting to see. So I'm excited to see what kind of what kind of play styles the different types of teams will bring. Because in conventional Counter-Strike, we see a lot of different approaches, but that will depend heavily on what maps we are going to be playing out on. Of course, this is going to be a best of 3, so I think it's time we take a look and see exactly which maps we're going to be playing on. Do you have any sort of feelings about this, James? Oh,
Nope.
We've got them up now. We've got Matrix. Matrix is the first map we barely ever see that. Himalaya is the second. That is kind of understandable. Then Speedway is the third. I feel like that's just been in every single series that we have done for Red Bull Flick. But Matrix to start off, I'm interested for this. This is obviously Entz's pick, and then Samir and Thomas picked Himalaya. Speedway is a decider. James, are you making anything of this?
I like the Matrix coming out. Always good to see that one. You've got the pads on the floor. You can see the arrow to the left of that thumbnail there, which teleports you up towards the balconies. Again, there are Molotovs. And from where you pick up the Molotov, you can do a nice jump throw to completely set that balcony on fire. Now, I did mention this to Samir and Thomas. I don't know if they bothered to learn it though. The thing is, it's so important to have that high ground. If you see the corner, that purple corner on the control point, that is the corner from outside the site where you can cap from. And if your opponent is able to get on the high ground, then they can try and take you out while you're hiding in that position. So you can understand the importance of the high ground. So Molotov can certainly go a long way. I can't wait to dive into all these maps. I think Samir and Thomas are looking forward to Himalaya from what I remember of our conversations. But that doesn't mean it will necessarily go their way.
Yeah, Anders, I'm actually interested to hear from you as well. Are there any particular maps that you said that you're really excited to see play out? Maybe in terms of design as well, because I know you're really big into CSGO maps.
I am. I used to do map designing way back before CS:GO was even a thing. So I'm always excited to see map designers get creative, and they certainly have been. Checking out Himalaya, and I actually think that's actually really well done. Just looks like a cool map. Matrix one, I guess, will be up first, and that one seems like it's just going to be all-out warfare. I don't see many ways to stay hidden or covered for a long time on that map. So I imagine that's going to be the... Now that we have the cooldown on the spawns, maybe it'll be a bit different, right? But I imagine with no cooldown, that would have been, relentless, so to speak. But yeah, I actually think the maps are incredibly well done. I think they've done a fantastic job on designing them. So yeah, credit to the people who've been in on that. It takes more work than people realize, perhaps, doing this. So.
Yeah, 100%. I totally agree about Matrix as well. The sort of finding cover is quite difficult. But then again, because of the kind of map style and the design, it being so dark, it can be, quite jarring to get into that map at first. And then you don't realize the teleportation pads are there. And suddenly you're up on a high ground completely exposed. And we've seen that high ground being used quite a lot, haven't we, James? But kind of in different ways because there are 2 points for each separate team to be going up to. Do you think we're still going to be seeing that high ground used a lot?
It's essential to stop people capping from outside the site. It is essential to get up there. The question is, if I remember correctly, there are orgs up there, and the org. I know Samuya and Thomas believe the org is stronger than the M4 at the moment. The problem is, if you haven't been practicing with that weapon and you're trying to spray and so on, then it might not go your way. We've seen a lot of people run into trouble with that, but again, that's in instant respawn territory. Without that, I think that there's more opportunity for spawn camping as well. I want to see some real BM actually. This is just a side point, but I just realized. Hold on a second. There's actually Jasmine who works for us at Face It in North America. She's mad toxic with the fighting games. She's always with the FPSs, and she's always spawn camping people. She was at Flashpoint as well. She's always spawn camping people and just being a piece of crap in games. But I would like to see some of that. Trying to channel your inner Jasmine on these servers and spawn camping, especially with the high ground, because I believe on Matrix they just spawn in the middle. Behind the wall, but I think from the high ground you might be able to see them, so we could really see some terrible things happening here on Matrix.
I think we've got the perfect team to be doing that. If anybody's going to do it, of course, it's going to be Team Smear. And I think with that, we're ready to jump into map number 1 of this series. So guys, let's take it away with Matrix.
All right. Freya, James, now you've really piqued my attention here. Spawn camping, that normally can't happen in a game of Counter-Strike. Can we get some here? I'd be very excited for it for sure.
I think that Himalaya and Matrix would be the most likely maps for this to happen, because once we get to Himalaya, you'll see that you could just run to the other person's spawn basically. So here we go, instantly towards the high ground positions. Oh, I have to say, I was on Himalaya for like 1 minute with Samuya and Thomas, and Samuya already made smoke grenades to make one-ways from spawn to take players out who were approaching the site. It was quite ridiculous. So I'm looking forward to those. You can see Samuya, he's gone wide now. Looks like he was considering moving towards the site, but he's going to be... I thought maybe he'd be running towards spawn, but he's just reset the angle. So again, we're seeing some proper Counter-Strike being played. The lack of respawn has instantly changed the fashion of this. See Sergey now trying to find Thomas, and indeed the site will be contested. Smear making his way over now.
I was about to say, it looked for a minute like the UK side weren't that active in trying to bring the time even lower. Once they had the lead, they had about an 8-second lead. They just sort of stuck around and fought outside. That leads much less now, but look at this high ground from Sergey. That apart from the smoke, that should have been a great position. You can see the whole map from there. Yeah,
but Samuya and Thomas have been nerding out, so they've got the smoke up to cover that angle. They are so ready for this. And the thing is, if you're contesting the point, like you can see, Thomas he had his flag up. If your flag is up and the other team comes to the point, then the flag will stay in its position. So if you kill the people coming to contest, then the clock will continue immediately. However, if you lose the site, then the other team's flag will start from the bottom and go to the top, which is an important note, because when we get to Himalaya, for example, you will probably see if like 2 of one team are on the site, one person will swing out off the site to take people by surprise, but the other person needs to stay on the site to keep their flag up. Otherwise, that's like a whole precious second where the flag starts from the bottom going up to the top again before that counter starts. And it has made a hell of a difference in the instant respawn versions of these maps.
Yeah, I can't even imagine what this would have been like with instant respawn. I almost want to go back and look at some of the VODs just to experience that. I'm shocked as well that they're not. I feel like they should be under more pressure to try and stop this clock from running down. But so far they are, then they don't seem really pressured. They're happy to take the fights at a pretty slow pace here. Although, 18 seconds left for the UK side here is looking good.
Yeah, Sergey of the Sentry. Samuya likes the side positions. He's going to get a Molotov to try and drive Sergey from his position. He throws the Molotov with low health and is able to win the duel as well. That is pretty special. There's only 1 second between these two teams at present, but that's about to change. Sergey on the high ground. Instant trade from Samuya. No one on site just yet. And we do need to pay attention to that middle clock just above where it says Red Bull Flick. If that gets to 0, then whichever team has the lowest score will win the map. So bear that in mind, because when no one's on the site, that one continues. You can see the Molotov being looked for there. We'll see if they've got the molly for the high ground, if there's even time to throw it, because right now Smooya and Thomas are in 8 seconds indeed, and Sergey's trying to get to the site, but he's got to contest. He has to. Molotov deployed by Smooya to stop the push from one side, but it will swing around the other one with 2.3 seconds on the clock.
Oh, that's a big play. If they would have fallen there, it would have been the end of it. But they're actually back into it now, just 10 seconds. I love the fact that there's milliseconds once it gets under 10. I think they might have had it here, though. Jumping down. They're going to try and recap, but Smooya with 2 big kills, and that will be going to Team UK. That's actually, so that's my first experience watching Matrix, James, but that's actually really cool.
They have come prepared for this.
Yeah.
Thomas, you can tell. They've got Molotovs for the choke points onto the site to stop people contesting. And again, the smokes to cover the high ground. So they really have studied this properly, which I absolutely love. Of course, Smear's got a bit more time on his hands than Thomas has, so he's probably done all the nerding. As I think Thomas's team have played roughly 123 maps of Counter-Strike in the last 3 months, which is absolutely insane. So Smear's been the one with the books out and the glasses on.
Well, that's good to see. Certainly, his aim is on point. There's great kills with the M4A1. So they're going to have a chance to be the first one to pull up the flag here at the second round. This is, I don't know, I can't believe they have smokes and Molotovs on this map. That's outrageous.
Yeah, there's a slight cooldown of, I want to say like 15 to 20 seconds, so you can't spam them from the position where they spawn. But you can spam your weapons in spawn, which people will do in the cooldown at the beginning of a round. A nice multi-frag from Sergey this time, as he makes his way onto the site. Smoke to create some space. Can use that smoke as a fake as well. With low health, you may not want to stand in it where you might get sprayed. Both players trying to defend from the side, but they'll line up for Smooya, who again, you can see his job is to be on the side, and Thomas is the man to stand on the point, although he's standing in his teammate's Molotov, which isn't ideal.
No, we'll be real careful about that. This is, I mean, I even think that's part of the strategy. You're absolutely right. Smooya is just playing the sort of the point guard here, making sure that he could get the early kills. He actually, I think, saw someone there, but wanted to try and wait, and instead they're gonna both go down. So a chance now, but they're still 20 seconds behind almost here. So want to be real careful about that. We'll see. 10-second difference is really not that much, and last time around, the first round, they didn't seem to be really worried until it was down to, a couple of seconds. Did he just fall to his death?
Yep. That's the first crater. And I'm more looking to Garden to see people cratering. Once we get there, you'll understand why. It's got these kind of jump pads, kind of like Ricochet, if you remember the game Ricochet.
I remember Ricochet.
Yeah, the pads are similar, but if you land in the wrong place, there are these like tiny ponds where you can land and take no damage, but they're surrounded by concrete, so things can go wrong, especially if you're tagged in the air very quickly. Speedway as well, if you hit the water, it's instant death. Yeah, so might be like the water in Flint, Michigan.
Well, shout out to Moses. Not quite from Flint, but he's from Michigan at least. Still haven't solved that problem, I do believe.
Yeah.
Thomas helping out. So some really important kills here. Look at that on the T side. They're going to be running it down. So that's what, 2 rounds now going the way of Team UK, I believe.
Yeah,
that's impressive.
Yeah, I believe that is the map taken by Smooya and Thomas, and
they came so well prepared. I can't believe. I don't know quite. Should they be proud of that, James, or is that? Is that something you don't want to advertise to your friends that we were well prepared for the 2-on-2 match? Is that?
I think
keep that secret.
I have to say, at the beginning of Red Bull Flick, I was actually amazed by how detailed and different all the maps were, because I think it's very easy to do like a mediocre job. Like, okay, let's do a 2v2, and you'll just play an aim map or something. But
yes.
they've really kind of created, because I compared this when the first days we were doing this, I was comparing it to like Wingman in matchmaking.
Right.
And imagine playing this instead of playing Wingman, for example. If you had like this format in the game, I think it would be amazing. It'd be really good fun when you don't have time to play a full 5v5 game. Playing something like this would be really crazy.
Yeah, I agree. There are a lot of game modes that could easily be, and this one is definitely one of them. I mean, the other one that people always ask for is the VIP mode, obviously from way back when. But I agree. I'd love to play this. I think what's great about it, I mean, now that we're actually playing for money, maybe not so much. But if you're just playing with your friends, right, you wouldn't care so much if you lost a couple of rounds here or there. Like you just enjoy it. So
Yeah.
I'd be into it.
Yeah. What do you think of the VIP mode? Is that like, I mean, in terms of now, is that like a nostalgia itch? Do you think it would be a worthwhile mode in the game?
I do wonder if it might not need just a little bit of tweaking. And I mean, part of the reason why I think that might be the case is that, just back then, I don't think people were as good at aiming as they are now. So I imagine, even with the extra armor and all the rest of it for the VIP, I still imagine you're going to get shut down pretty quickly.
Yeah.
So I don't know, might need 2,000 armor and 800 health or something like might be way more.
Just a tank, be like Nemesis or something.
But it's worth experimenting with, to be honest. So I hope it gets there someday. Although I do feel bad about whenever we end up in this mode where we're sort of like asking the CS:GO devs to put stuff in the game, because then no one plays with it. Like we were complaining about the MP5 forever, and I haven't touched it since. So. Doesn't seem fair.
I had a conversation with one of the devs about the VIP modes at a major once, and it's interesting having discussions like that because of the way they approach it. Oh, we can see Smio with 28 for 12 here. Again, I love to be honest, like I think that Ents are going to get 2-0'd from what we've seen so far, and I know that these guys, Smio and Thomas, are really looking forward to Himalaya. I think they've just really they just really nerded out. I think UK guys like to nerd out on this kind of stuff.
We should have said this earlier, probably, but I mean, Smooya does have I think the longest running active careers playing in show matches. Like that is actually what he does. So maybe we shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of jobless at the moment, so not up to much else but FPL and show matches. So, but I mean, he's just got such a big personality, so that's really cool. It was nice to meet his parents. I met his parents at an event in London once, which is pretty cool.
You're going to have to elaborate on that. People are going to be in chat wondering.
They're really nice. They're really nice. I don't know what went wrong, to be honest. I don't know where it all went wrong.
But parents aren't to blame. Well, that's good.
No, they're lovely. They're really nice people. Smee is great as well. He's full of energy, and he's really he's all too rare, I think, in esports in general, because he has a personality.
Yeah.
We don't have enough of that.
I fully agree. I think it's amazing. I'm a big fan. Well, let's see what they could do here. It's Speak of the Devil. It's Smooya starting off here with a little bit. Yeah, they're right into it. We'll see if ends are going to be 2, like you predicted, James, or if it's going to be a different taste here. If they came prepared on the second map, Himalaya, then maybe the UK boys will drive it home.
I don't know what that HE was that we just saw from Smia, but again, we can see Thomas is the guy who's capping the point, and then Smia is the one who can swing off the point to do what he can. I think he's trying to jumping flank someone there, so he's really got some ideas. But again, I would love to see the nerdy smokes he was trying. Again, in all of 2 minutes, he created some one-way smokes and so on. Now, the Nova can be quite useful, but I think for the most part, it's about the 5.7s and the Tech 9s. And yeah, Smia's he's come to this one from the microwave. He is piping hot, and this one looks dangerous for Ents. They're about 9 seconds ahead at the moment. Things can change quickly. We'll see if Ents can turn things around. But I just feel like Smia and Thomas have just got into the well. They're under the waterfall. They've been meditating, and they just come with all the strats.
Yeah, they're so ready for it. There's that shotgun again. I feel like on this map, surely the advantage is if you can even tell which way they're coming from. Whereas on Matrix, you had you could really see where people were running. Like you spotted them early, you'd have the whole lineup. But this one, it seems like if you could just guess that right, at least you could have a bit of a chance here. Shotgun's up close as well, and Smooya, it's a nice shot. Tech 9 out next in line, and I think with that kill, that might almost be this first round on the second map here, because it's only about 9 seconds left now. They need to just run on here and fight. If they go down one more time, they're not gonna have a chance to get back here.
Yeah, and that 5.7's putting in so much work. Switching to the Nova, and again, Sergey just standing at the point, thinking about what could have been. You can see the plant in the left corner as well, which is kind of like a Smuya hiding behind it. It's kind of like an office-esque plant. When you go long on office, you can just hide in the plant port as a T and shoot people who are coming. So they've got all the gimmicks. I bet they're having a great time.
Again, you wish partly that you could tune in, but again, we might catch some unpleasant things, so maybe not. But they do look really well prepared. That's the first round of the second map going in their favor. Oh, Sergey though answering back, 2 big kills already with the P250. I think Aerial's picked up 5-7 and spots out somebody here. So see if they can have a chance here. We need ENCE to pick up a round.
Yeah, Aerial's doing a really good job at present on the site, and I think Aerial and Sergey have learned from what Smuya and Thomas have been doing, as Sergey seems to be off the point, trying to stop them making it back to the point in the first place. But look at all this utility coming out from Smuya and Thomas, completely blind. He gets taken out. It's beautiful, honestly. These guys have come for the cash, and Sergey's doing what he can. Both teams spawn with P250s, it's worth noting, so it's equal in that respect. This, I think, is the only map which isn't a true mirror. You can see there's a bridge with the Nova on, but the teams do switch sides at different points once a game has been won, a round has been won rather. So that's worth noting. It's all about the 5-7. I don't think I've seen a Tech 9 so far in this.
No, it's maybe been used the one time by Smuya, I think. But Thomas is doing an amazing job in 5-7. I mean, it does have a lot of firepower, and now they got the shotgun as well behind it. They were actually really, really far ahead on the Finnish side, and now it's just been equalized, and now they're starting to run it down. So this could be a really, really quick 2-0. In fact, if they can't make it back, good jump from Sergey. That's always a good idea. I think if you're the first guy in, just jump around that corner.
20 seconds to 19. ENCE could still have a comeback, but they've got to deal with these flashbangs.
So
these
ridiculous.
Pop flash plays, yeah. I haven't seen a pop flash play in ever on any map of Red Bull Flick until now, so that is really awesome to see. These little boxes are so problematic as well. The base setup from Smuya and Thomas, the Tech 9 now finally putting in work, trying to buy as much time as possible, but he will eventually be eliminated. Now, ENCE looking, as I know, it's Smuya and Thomas actually, the T scorers on the right-hand side there, who are 5 seconds away, but ENCE is still trying to keep their flag raised, but Smuya will put a stop to that for the time being. The Nova, this is going to be meaty, isn't it? Straight in the face.
He couldn't even do it. Like, he had to run. There was no edging your way in and trying to shoulder peek that. He just had to run right into the shotgun, and then that got him killed. I am impressed by the fact that they had flashbangs set up and everything else. What a nerdy team. It's amazing.
That was absolutely devastating. Freya, what did you think of that carnage?
These guys weren't joking when they said they'd been preparing. They came with so many strategies. I'm so surprised, especially with Matrix as well, because I thought, ENCE picking that, I thought they might have a little bit more understanding of that. But what did you kind of make from Smuya's performance in particular on that map? Because it looked so good.
I mean, they were an organized team from start to finish. They had their defined roles, as we said. Smuya just basically being the protection racket, just going wide and stopping the other team from getting to the site, protecting Thomas, but also knowing when to move towards the site, to contest, to keep the flag up, etc. These guys, they've been playing it for years. It's just ridiculous.
It's absolutely nuts. And then utility as well. This is something I feel like has been frustrating you, James, as well in some of the previous competitions. The lack of people using utility to their advantage. I feel like this game number 1 has just kind of blown that all out of the water. So I'm excited to see if other people bring that in. But did you think that was kind of game-changing for them, actually being able to use that utility on these maps?
The pop flashes were so satisfying to watch. In all the games that I've commentated so far, Red Bull Flick, I have not seen one flashbang used properly. It's just been smoke grenades, which created variants because of the instant respawn, and Molotovs. But the flashes over the wall and so on, they were just eating them like it was cake.
Absolutely nuts. I love Smuya's performance on that as well. He had, 28 kills on that first map of Matrix. That was pretty nuts. I don't know whether I was expecting them to come out this hungry to start off the match with. But of course, it was actually Thomas who top fragged for the side of Team Smuya over on Himalaya. Interestingly, what I've been seeing of him in tournaments recently is his prowess with pistols. He's looked actually really, really good on the side of Endpoint. And here as well, I think that totally played into his advantage, the fact that there are so many pick available. Were you kind of impressed with that playstyle of his, Anders?
Yeah, I mean, that might even, you wonder if that's gone into the map pick ever so slightly, because, you know, if he was going to be that good with the 5-7 Thomas, then that was obviously, especially the second map, that was it for it. So, yeah, that was well done. The range on that map is sort of almost perfectly suited for the 5-7, and he got a lot of multi kills with it. So, I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick that map again. Like, that seems to be more their home map. Not that they were doing fine on Matrix as well, but. Yeah, bring that 5-7 used. It's underused anyway, even in normal Counter-Strike.
Yeah, I'm wondering whether some of the other teams might be watching, especially from their group, just to see, what the other teams, what their map pools are like, because it depends a lot on the maps. Obviously, we haven't seen the other three play out, but I'm interested to hear from your perspective, Anders. The first time dipping your toe into Red Bull Flick, what did you kind of make of the maps and how they played out?
I think I would probably myself rather play Himalaya than Matrix. I can imagine the nightmare of not knowing sort of where I'm going. I feel like I know where the fight's going to be happening on Matrix if I'm running up somewhere. I could see that on Himalaya, but I could imagine on Himalaya as well. You could get into this awkward pattern where, if you die out of sync to your teammate and you keep running in and you don't like spend time, just coordinating and stopping and, deciding, because we saw the power of having the first guy jump into the site and then the second guy running in behind him. But if you just die and you just get back there and, as you're getting close to the site, your teammate dies and now, you keep running in. I feel like that was happening to the Finnish side a little bit. So I think Himalaya probably over Matrix for me at the moment. Yeah, I think so.
Do you think from that end side then it's just about kind of coordinating that chaos a little bit more, maybe having a bit more of a counter to that going forward? Obviously, they're not eliminated from the competition. This is just the group stage, so we'll be seeing them competing a little later on. But do you feel like maybe communications as well? Because it is quite chaotic, I imagine.
Yeah, I honestly think I reckon it's probably a stronger play to, like, I would rather give the enemy team 5 more seconds off the clock, but then go for like a real coordinated retake and then get it back and try and see if you could. But I mean, there are just so many little details that are worth thinking about, right? Like what happens again? Like anytime you can snipe someone, as they're approaching the bomb site or the flag site, I guess, to try and sort of take it back. If you could take one away, then. How many, like, do they stop again to try and do that? Or does the last guy keep fighting? There are just so many unanswered questions in my mind that I want to see. But I think if I didn't know anything else, I would say, try and stay grouped up. Don't run in alone. Wait for your teammate to show up there. Rather spend an extra 5 seconds for them to get back there.
Well, hopefully we'll get some answers to those questions going forward. We'll be back with our second match of the Red Bull Flick Invitational after this.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. Joining me are the wonderful Thomas and Smia ahead of their matches at the Red Bull Flick Invitational, and we're also going to get to know how well they know each other outside of the server. So Thomas, I'm going to start off with you. No laughing, guys, this is a serious matter, right? I'm going to start with you. You've got to guess what Smooya would answer to the following 5 questions. So question number 1, what's his favourite place that he's travelled to?
I'm thinking, where have you been in America?
I've been all over, mate.
California. I'd say California or Arizona.
Oh, okay, what is it?
Chicago.
Oh, interesting. I've never been there.
Chicago? Yeah, I've been there twice.
Very nice. Okay, well, not a great start, Thomas, but you can redeem yourself. Question number 2. On to something that's a bit more related to Counter-Strike. What tilts him most as a player?
Him getting shot on the side. Definitely, like, you know.
100%. Oh my god. But there's like a counter thing where it would be like, when getting shot on the side because my teammate doesn't come, you know? That's like...
Yeah.
It's definitely getting banged in the side is like the most frustrating thing ever, but especially when you think you can't get shot on the side. Like
100%.
you're planting triple on Mirage, everything's good. No, boom, guy Palace. Really, Thomas? Thomas is like, I've got your Palace, don't worry, dude. He turns around and holds jungle.
I don't know why you're blaming me. Like, betrayed's always there.
The Thomas
Always
man.
there.
We can't be having any of that this weekend. You got to be calling for each other if you want to go far. Other than Counter-Strike, what game does Smooya like to play the most?
Oh, he must know that.
Wow.
Yeah, World of Warcraft.
Yeah.
Solid
Perfect.
game. And then on to your Red Bull Flick map choice. What is Smooya's favourite map?
Himalayas.
Round of applause.
Might have had a bit of help on that one, but you know, we'll skip over it. 3 out of 4,
Definitely
you're
not,
doing very
definitely
well. No, nothing. Let's see if you can get the 4 out of 5, because that would be pretty solid compared to some of the other teams. You guys are doing pretty well so far. But this is potentially a tricky one. What is Smooya's favourite band or musician?
Ed Sheeran. He's doing great right now.
Ed Sheeran. Oh my.
It's not Ed Sheeran.
You know, he did a song with like Stormzy and stuff.
My favorite rapper is in that song though. H. I don't know.
Oh man.
Well,
Okay.
3 out of 5. That ain't bad, Thomas. Because
Yeah,
this
we take those
time
potatoes.
we're gonna.
Rhyme and
That's-
Ed Sheeran, man.
Don't think they really go together very well. Well, Smooya, you've got to put your money where your mouth is now, really, because now you've got to answer about Thomas. So we'll
easy.
start off with a simple one, hopefully. What's Thomas's favourite food?
I'm leaning towards the steak because Thomas is a steak guy. He likes the steak houses, but he also loves Korean barbecue. I know he had that once, and he's a big fan of that, which all includes steak a bit. Doesn't really like it. He likes Italian, but it's not his go-to. I have to say, steakhouse, something along them lines, something like that. Favorite food?
Okay, is that correct, Thomas?
No.
Oh.
Italian all the way. Pizza man. Yeah, pizza man.
I know. Okay.
With
I wanted to-
lasagna.
Okay, question number 2. What would Thomas say is his best quality as a player? You got the tilt one. Thomas
He's
gets
the best.
the.
He's the best entry fragger in the UK. That's what Thomas would say. I would say that Thomas is a very good aggressive player, entry player. My first thing I would say. If
Okay.
Thomas was to say his best quality about himself, he has no fear. He's very good at just getting the job done and being the big cojones of the team.
Yeah. I think you're right.
Nice.
Just like the no fear aspect of it, because he'll just run through a brick wall. Like if Max says do this, he'll just do it without answering him.
I respect that. That's a very good quality to have in a teammate. So, still on the topic of Counter-Strike, how did Thomas first start playing CS?
One of his Call of Duty friends must have bought it, and he just started playing with his friends, something like that, or someone at his school or something like that.
Yeah. That's right.
Like one of his close mates started playing it because we had like similar paths, but I came from World of Warcraft.
Ah, okay. Well, question number 4, another kind of tricky one. What's Thomas's favourite movie?
Oh, nah, this is the hardest question for this guy.
I don't even know. I don't even know.
He watches 8 movies a night. I'm like, yo, Thomas,
Oh,
let's go face.
God.
He's like, nah, dude, I'm watching a movie to go to bed. I'm like, okay, cool. Every night for the last 1,000 days, he's watched a movie. Oh my god, I remember you being in TeamSpeak talking about this as well, man. And someone said Shawshank and you laughed at them. Can you give me an actor? No, not a Fast and Furious.
I'll give you an animation.
Animation.
Yeah. It's definitely down there.
5 movies.
Yeah, it's down at the 5th, mate. But I think it's pretty easy.
I want to say.
I'll give you some rope. I'll give you some rope.
No. I think that's okay. Toy Story.
No.
That's my
That's a
best guess.
solid movie.
Mate, it's Wall-E.
Oh, Wall-E. Okay,
Wall-E's
fantastic
sick.
film. Fantastic. So if you haven't seen Wall-E, You gotta go watch it.
The only reason I know Wally, I had a birthday cake once too that I dropped with Wally's face on it, and I started laughing because I was like 6 years old, and I was glad the robot fell on the floor.
Well,
guys.
we're going to end off with the 5th and final question, and it's going to be one of the same as
Himalaya.
Thomas's. Yeah, there we go. We're putting it out there. Himalaya?
Yeah, he's got it right, yeah.
Ah, solid.
Round of
3 out of
applause.
5.
Good
You
job.
know what?
Good job.
Thomas, you came up on top, but we're actually going to combine your scores because we're going to compare them to some of the other teams. So 7 out of 10.
Remember that before? We
That
would've
ain't
lied.
bad. Well,
Oh,
that's what I
man.
was thinking. You know, you'd be messaging each other on Discord. Well done to you both. 70%, that definitely ain't bad. And I'm looking forward to seeing you guys competing in the Invitational next weekend. So yeah, thanks for joining me.
So
Sat here.
what's important to know is that if you're capping a site, your flag goes from the bottom all the way up, right? So if you both leave the site, then the flag just disappears completely. So if you're on the site and I come to contest, then if your flag was already up, it will stay there unless you die. So basically, if you want to like fight people who are pushing the site, then one of you can swing beyond the extremity to like fight them, but one of you needs to stay on the site because that's like a whole second resetting the flag otherwise. So this is mostly a pistols map, Himalaya, but there is a Nova on the bridge as well.
Where's this Nova? I need a... Oh,
I
there's a
just
HE
went-
nade
I
here.
went on the bridge. So it was...
Oh, there's an incendiary as well.
Alright, it's here, Thomas.
Oh, it's here. Alright,
Yeah.
alright.
So some
Oh, you can
people
do stuff,
some people put utility on the map, like mollies and stuff. But really, like swinging with the Tech 9 and 5.7 is
Oh,
what.
Thomas, mate. Watch this pop flash. Go in that corner, Thomas, close left. I just found this right now. Ready?
What, here?
Yeah, flashing. Oh! Entry the site. Dead. One more site.
Oh, that's
Capture the
spoiled.
flag.
I'm on your team.
Sorry, sir.
Oh, there's a deagle here. There's a deagle.
Yeah, but Thomas, none of us should be using a deagle. If we
Yeah,
want to win, realistically, we let them take
We
it.
use the Tech 9s, mate. The Tech 9s
P50
are
and
away.
Tech 9. Wait, where's the Tech Daddy?
Tech
Yeah,
9 is so you spawn with a P250.
Oh, they're here.
P50
Here.
is the best pistol though.
So,
oh, it's here?
Yeah, by spawn there's a Tech 9 and a 5.7. So you put your choice.
5.7! That's
And
imber, bro!
And there's a smoke and a flash. Oh, Jesus, there's a deagle here as well.
Okay, so...
I'm telling you.
Can we both take a smoke? For example...
Yeah, I think there's a
Oh, is it
cooldown
only
on the
one there?
spawn. There's a cooldown on the spawn, so you're not gonna have time to like stand around. So if
For
you have an
example, you're telling
opportunity,
me...
then
Yeah,
you go
watch
for
this
it.
right now, James. I'm gonna smoke off that choke one right there. There we go. Where did that land? Have I just found the smoke? I mean, that's not bad.
Covered something.
Yeah,
Gives you
and
an
we'll boost it on
isolation.
it.
Gives you 1v1.
We need to find a smoke that just lands here from spawn.
What about this smoke? This bad boy.
Now, I'm gonna try hard. Oh,
Oh, hello.
whoa!
What about that boy? Oh man, this is what I need to put in. That's what I need. I need to carry on doing that smoke.
Thomas, we have a one-way here. Look at this. Oh my god, you can pick up the smoke. You need to go on the.
Oh yeah,
Wait,
Jesus.
what? You can get on this top part? Okay, sick.
Yeah,
one,
yeah, you can get all the way up here. Yeah.
That's so sick.
I can
Okay.
throw a smoke from there, set you up.
Team Smooya dominated ENTS before the break, and of course it's now time to move over into match number 2 of the day. And joining me, as always, the wonderful James Bardolph and Anders. It was a bit of a blowout to start off the day. James, were you expecting such dominant form from Smooya coming into this?
As you saw in that video when I was going around the maps with them, they were nerding out and made some grenade-like smokes in a matter of seconds on the server. So I thought they would be nerding out to some degree, but I didn't realize they would be fully just making this is my job now. Pop flashes into the site and so on. It was absolutely amazing. I'm not too surprised, but it was a good surprise. I just feel bad for ENTS because they kind of imagined that kind of preparation, but there we go.
Yeah, it's pretty nuts as well, because there's only 2 maps that we've sent them on as well. So if they were that prepared coming into Matrix and Himalaya, I'm wondering what they have left for the other 3 maps as well. Anders, for you, what was it like your first experience of Flick and, the overall concept and how teams kind of adapted to it?
I just think it's sort of a revelation for me, because there's so much you have to think about differently. And I mean, I've only done it for 2 maps, but you do have to sort of recalibrate how you approach the game. I think it's a lot of fun. So and I appreciate the fact that the show match king is still winning here. I like that. I think maybe he should just, instead of making it a side thing to his Counter-Strike career, just make it he'll be the first one to do it. No one's ever tried to go full show match as a career, but I think he could do it.
That is an incredible stat to have, the most show match appearances. You know what? If it's going to be anybody, it's going to be Smooya. But moving on to the teams we're going to be seeing play now, it's going to be Team Russia versus the first Honoris team. Russia is kind of an interesting team to be starting off on it, isn't it, James? Because we saw them coming through the Bardolph Open. It's obviously Dima and Finnegan, but we also saw them, I believe, in the EU qualifiers as well. They didn't quite make it, but they've shown some pretty stellar stuff so far.
Yeah, I think when they didn't make it in that qualifier, they were quite deserving in general. I think they were the first team for me that showed the defined roles and so on, and they worked really hard. Dima was tweeting me earlier actually when I tweeted out a link to the stream, so I wouldn't be surprised if he was tuned in. These guys, I think, have often been a favorite just in terms of work they put in, but again, I think the big question from match to match is, are they going to be ready for the new format where you don't spawn instantly? Because that completely changed the level of play on Matrix, for example. I think on something like Speedway, I wouldn't be surprised if we didn't quite see it on the previous match, but I think on a Speedway you might have to wait for your teammate, because if you're just flying onto the bridge and there are 2 people waiting for you, then you're just constantly going to be in 1 versus 2s. So I think that these are one of the teams who will be better equipped to adapt. But the question is, will it be successful?
Yeah, I actually think that's a really good point to bring up. And we haven't really spoken about it in terms of the other maps as well. Obviously, we saw them having a lot of success on Garden back in the EU Open qualifiers. And it was a very interesting map to see on, like you were saying, James, obviously with those setups as well. Dima playing a little bit further back than his teammate Finnegan. He was normally the one rushing into sites. Do you feel like this kind of format update might have some changes to Garden and the way they're able to play it?
Garden's a weird one. I think what we saw early on in Garden was people would take the high ground and hide behind a tree with a silenced M4 to try and eliminate players. I think that's more viable now that there's a cooldown than it was before, because eventually you've got to change your positions and so on. But I think it's more abusable now. But if you come out on the lower area alongside the hedges, it can be difficult to spot. So I think that we could see risks being taken with 1 player running out. At least you spawn behind cover on Garden, so you can't be abused as you could potentially be on Matrix. So there's that. But I just think in general it raises new questions which didn't really exist when you had instant respawn. It kind of reminds me of I used to play Team Fortress 2 on instant respawn payload servers. Was my favorite thing, and that would be absolute carnage. But when you take that instant respawn away, it becomes a very different game. And I think in a similar fashion in some ways, again, the difference on Matrix from what we saw before was so dramatic. It was literally a different game, but it was a good update as well, I think.
Yeah, definitely. I'm excited to see what it will do to the other 3 maps as well. Hopefully, we'll see them playing out in this match. But before we find out what maps we're going to be playing on, got to look at the team on the other side of the server. This is, of course, going to be Honoris. And I am super duper excited to see exactly what Neo is going to be bringing to this. Obviously, a Counter-Strike OG. I think he's going to have, so much experience under his belt of playing so many different styles of CS over the years. I'm really excited to see what he brings to the server. Is he a player that you've got your eye on as well, Anders?
Yeah, always. I think Neo is probably one of my favorite 1.6 players of all time. And I think weirdly, like it shouldn't really be the case, but some of these guys, Neo and Forest, probably the two foremost. You still sometimes when you see them play Go, they have like a way of moving that even really, really good Go players that might be better than both those two in some sense don't have. Like there's something about Counter-Strike 1.6 that rewarded people for a special kind of movement that Go does less, I think, which may be fine, but I think it's just like, so I love watching Neo for that reason. I don't know how much he's going to be able to do it in these maps, but I just love watching Neo play in general, and he's a great guy. So yeah, I might be tempted to root for him just for that reason.
Yeah, he's going to be really interesting to watch. I also like that obviously we've got 2 Honoris teams here, and they've obviously split Taz and Neo up with the 2 younger players, Prism and Reiko. Obviously, Prism is going to be on the side of Neo. Have you kind of seen anything of him, James? Do you feel like there might be a certain advantage in having that younger player alongside Neo, especially for a format like this?
I think considering there are 2 different roles to be had and how the maps will vary, that could certainly come in handy if you've got those young twitchy aimers to take a certain role. Then that could come in handy. I think it's always nice to have some contrast where you have the young sprightly lads and the more experienced pair of hands, so you can find some kind of middle ground and try and get the best out of each other. Again, with the lack of instant respawn, there's the opportunity to outmaneuver. For example, on Speedway, if you have position, say, on the bridge, then you can abuse people once they respawn, because where you can jump on, essentially, you can almost jump onto the ramp where they launch themselves onto the bridge. You can sit on the door where they come out onto the low ground. So there's a bit of rock, paper, scissors in that respect, which maybe is stronger now that you have the lack of instant respawn. So there's definitely like a more of a cerebral game to play in this new and improved format, I think. So that's where the experience comes into play. And if you're trying to, I don't know, track people who are flying around off of a surf ramp and trying to spray at the same time, I don't know if that is an advantage to the younger nerds or the older ones, but we'll see.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. And of course, to do that, we have to check in on the maps to see what we're going to be playing on. Just as a side note, the graphic was slightly wrong, so it is actually going to be Taz and Reiko taking to the stage in this first game. We'll be seeing Neo and Prism a bit later on, but let's find out what maps we are going to be playing on. I'm interested to see if anybody's going to bring out that Speedway pick kind of early on. We saw that happening a lot in the other games. Obviously, we haven't seen anybody bring out Garden and Castle. Are you hoping that we're seeing some different maps here, James?
I'm interested to see some Speedway action, because I'm really curious to see how the play changes. Because before it was just absolutely crazy. It was like watching a game on fast forward. But now I want to see what the game is like with this lack of respawn. So that's one thing I'm looking forward to seeing. Obviously, all the maps in general. I think Castle's going to be an absolute nightmare if you lose position. But Speedway, I'm curious to see what new Speedway is like, if you will.
Yeah, 100%. I think touching on Castle as well, that's been one of the maps we've seen played least throughout all of the Red Bull Flick events that we've done. It's kind of weird because you feel like it would strike you as maybe a little bit more like conventional CS in terms of how the map is laid out and sort of the objects that are sort of in your way and you can use as cover. But it's actually getting to the site, isn't it? Because the site is right at the top and there are a couple of layers underneath. So it's actually quite difficult to get to the site if you're using a ramp. But you can use the boxes to jump up on it as well, can't you?
Yeah, there are a few different ways. Talking to Samir and Thomas, they were confident about jumping towards the site, but with the boxes. But that really failed in every example we saw of Castle. But again, that was all instant respawn. Honestly, I have to put an asterisk in everything I say based on experience, because it makes such a difference. If one player is dead for like 10 seconds, that gives you so many more options that haven't existed before. But if you're the person who's lost position and the other team's capping the site, it's going to be so hard to get back there. In theory, at least. You've got to figure out where people are. That might cost you a player. If you trade frag, then you 1v1 with the guy on the site. I don't know. I mean, I think that people may have a very unenjoyable experience on Castle if they come out on the worst end of things.
Well, fingers crossed that we'll be seeing some slightly different maps in this second game of the day. I think we can bring the veto up. Matrix to start us off again, Team Russia favouring that. Honoris going with the Garda pick, and then of course Speedway. I feel like this is going to be a common trend as the decider for map number 3. Anders, are you excited to be delving into a little bit of Garden this time?
Yeah, I really want to see that. Again, I think it's like a good-looking map. I just ran around, you know, checking it out. So I think it's gonna be. I think it's gonna be exciting. You know, Matrix again. I think it's good to see like a little bit of a repeat of that. I think in my mind, what I want to look for now is, are we gonna see like a contrast between the really well-prepared Smooya and Thomas and everyone else that we're gonna be seeing today? Is there gonna be that stark difference? That's something to at least think about.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really interesting to jump into this one indeed. And speaking of which, I think we are ready to get into game number 1. So let's start off with Matrix for match number 2.
I think we're going to see a very different Matrix from the area, the kind of inside flanking area where Smooya was holding position. Isn't an area we've seen touched too much in previous Matrixes. Again, that was an instant respawn, so maybe it's more viable now. Again, I think a lot of things are more. Maybe everything's more viable in general. We didn't see the AWP collected in the previous Matrix. Maybe it'll be reached for. It's somewhere on the side. I couldn't even describe exactly where it is.
That's a great start. It's there, but we can't really tell you. We did see the AUG. I mean, it's right there, and we're talking about how the Brits might have preferred the AUG, but no one picking it up just yet. I'm confused as to why. Like, think about the range on this. Surely the AUG would have been better than the M4, but we'll find out here. It's going to be Finnegan getting a quick kill at the very least, but look at Raiko coming back in. That's going to be the first flag raised in their favor.
I think Reiko's the name of a Mortal Kombat character.
It sounds like it.
I'm pretty sure it is.
You would know, James, more than me.
Yeah. So I think behind the clocks on the ledge is where the AWPs are, if I remember correctly. And Reiko almost passed it. So indeed, we are seeing some of this. I'm sure Dima and Finnegan were watching the stream. I'd be very surprised if they weren't. They're really keen beans for this format. Always good to see Taz as well. Glad that these guys are still playing. But yeah, I miss. He was one of. I mean, I say was because he hasn't been in a top flight scene for a while. But I mean, he is one of the rare personalities that we have in the format. I remember when we did the Face It finals in our studio in London.
Yeah,
and he was being interviewed and just. I don't know why he had a torch, but he just like put a torch in his face and just blinded himself for a second, which I think is one of the emotes on our channel. So always great to be around. Basically, I mean, VP didn't always want to do the interviews and so on, but when they did, it was good.
He almost got that Molotov, I think, to force him out. I mean, it kind of worked anyway, but those are hard to throw, I guess, at that much of a height. But down under 40 seconds for at least one of the teams. Haven't yet seen that all picked up. Some good spam coming through, but I feel like once you've got a teammate up in the towers, like right now, that's what we're seeing, isn't it? Like it's having one guy up in the tower to cover the guy below. That seems to be the trend.
Hiding in plain sight, Dima. Smart position there. Rather than hiding on the obvious outside point where he's exposed to the ledge, he's basically hiding on the opposition side of the map. Demon now looking to create some space for his teammate. I think the use of that smoke was really smart by Smooya, and I haven't really seen another team do that before, so I'd imagine that this has been picked up from that match, and that's why you see Finnegan and Dima doing the same now. We can see there is a slight lead for Team Russia at the moment. But that's going down.
Yeah,
because Honor is about to take the lead. Yeah. This position is wall bangable, by the way. That wall Taz is next to is the one wall where you can spray through it.
All right, so we'll find out if anyone knows that. Because if it again, it almost looks like he would have seen that. He's gonna get shot at the back, surely. Yeah. Otherwise, good defense. And again, they didn't really get to turn it. So 10 seconds left for Honorous at the moment. I think they just need to win like one more fight, and they probably got it. almost had it right then and there. That was close to the flag going up, but now instead, game is right back in contention. So yeah, that smoke is going to buy them so much time. I think it's 2 smokes on the bomb side right now, or on the flag.
Yeah, and you can see Finnegan trying to buy that extra time, and that kill is certainly going to help, but the score is almost tied. The smoke used as a bait, multiple smokes on the side, and Dima will take advantage of that, keeping that flag high. Reiko with a really laboured frag onto Finnegan, and now they can use these numbers to try and stop Dima, but they're not going to be able to do so.
That's huge.
Getting the 2K, yeah, that is massive, and Team Russia will take the first round.
That was I am so surprised but you know, all the maps we've seen so far have been down to you know, sub like 20 seconds for both sides. Whereas if you would have just asked me to guess, I would have said, well, you know, it's likely that one of the teams will just win, you know, almost never touching the flag if you get off to like a good roll or something. I think that's like that says something about the way the map has been designed, that it can keep getting this close. That's nice to see.
Yeah, the design is really amazing of these maps. I do wonder how many iterations they've gone to. All definitely have their own individual themes and play styles. And Reiko almost making it to the AWP, forced to take very exposed angles to try and take out these site players. The pre-fire won't land for Finnegan. Taz will be instantly traded though. And again, nobody on the site. If you look at that middle clock, where it's a minute 15, yeah, that is the overall clock. So if that goes to 0, then whoever has less time on the clock will win. Oh, Taz with some indecision there. Not sure where to throw the Molotov. Again, from where you pick up the molly, you can use a jump throw bind to deliver a Molotov to the balcony. Haven't seen it just yet.
All right, but it's possible. Yeah, that's certainly interesting. There's a grenade at least being attempted. We saw someone finally pick up the AUG, and I think he forgot to fire one. He got like one bullet off, and that was the end of it. So maybe it's not as great as you know you would have guessed. It's right there, so Reiko could have had it right then. He just electing not to. That does surprise me.
I'm surprised Dima could have just used a Molotov in that position, but then maybe that would concede his own potential position. You can see the position for the reach there, so there is a bit of spawn camping to be done, but we haven't seen any BM just yet. Reiko on the high ground now, moving to the AUG, and that'll cause some problems. Look at that HE grenade bounced off the back wall. I love to see it.
Oh man, down to about 25 seconds there for the CT side. It's looking really good, and if he could have got that one as well, I mean, they would have been dying more or less on top of each other, so I guess respawning at the same time too, but this is starting to look pretty good all of a sudden. They've got a fairly good lead, 17 to 36 seconds.
Finnegan on the site once again, Tad making his way forward, but he just got some nerdy angles, and Reiko just hasn't done the job. That is a really brutal duel to lose, because that's surely going to buy so much time. Got the molly towards the choke point, but Taz with a very nice headshot heads towards Finnegan, who's been hiding around the smoke forever. But the score is still close, 17 seconds for Honoris and 20 for Team Russia. Now Honoris look to try and tie the score. Reiko putting in some nice work. He's got great cover from this position as well. Can pop out when he wants to, which makes things really hard for Finnegan. Again, he can't really wait for his teammate too long, because that clock is really running down, and that frag is going to make it 1 apiece.
Man. Good hold towards the end there. Otherwise, I mean, they were, winning just a whole series of fights there at the end. I'm not seeing anyone who seems as prepared. We saw some of those smokes on the site itself, which I mean seems to have made a bit of a difference. But otherwise, some of the Molotovs have not really been connecting. Some of the HE grenades. I wonder if it's even worth throwing HE grenades on this, or if it's you're just going to get yourself killed most of the time, aren't you?
Possibly. But I like the one we saw bouncing into spawn to try and get some BM on it. I think it may have been a little early, but the idea was very nice. Again, seeing a lot of things in every match that we just have not seen before in this format. But again, now you have more time to take more decisions with the cooldown. Reiko. Oh, there we go. Finally, he's gonna die for his country.
Yeah,
Taz taken out on the site.
That is actually kind of cool. Yeah, he just decided, you know what? Like if I jump off this building, then that's not really gonna be that's gonna work out either. So let me just try and see if I can take someone with me. He did. So I mean, maybe it was worth it. But what a play!
Yeah, that was I mean, you've got to make a really quick decision there. And looks like he made the right one. Well, there is an approach now. Dima could be in trouble. Taz going wide. Again, these smokes really causing more problems again in this new format. Whereas before, with the instant respawn, they could start in your favor, but end up with the instant respawn, you'll end up on the wrong side of that smoke later on. But very different story now.
He almost made it into that smoke. He almost managed to get it done. Oh, another failed Molotov up on the high ground there. And now look at Reiko. He's just picking them apart. That's a big turnaround for the CT side. As long as he's up in that tower, I think that, again, they've got a decent shot at it.
Yeah, no points of reference on the panels because they're so clean. So a little bit higher, and that would be a very strong Molotov. The score is tied once again. Honoris making it to 29 seconds. A crater for Reiko.
Oh,
and
no.
Dima will try and make his way towards the site.
Yeah, you can't really look into the night sky, can you, on this map and decide where to throw the grenades. That's gonna be real tricky.
Yeah, it's just about drilled, really. Do it 20 times in a row.
Oh, they're pretty good at fighting up in the tower there. They started to really make that work, but sub 30 seconds on both sides here. This again is getting really close.
Yeah, Dima just running into the middle there and slowly looking up towards the balcony. Not quite working out for him, but now they can move together towards the site. Reiko taking out the balcony player of Finnegan, who's normally the player to cap on the point. Dima will at least contest. So 2 players on the site. Nothing will happen for now, but Taz has been eliminated by Finnegan. So the roles have been switched, it seems, and to great effect.
Wow.
Really coming into the clutch seconds now as Dima's still on the site. 12 seconds for both teams. Trying to hide in plain sight. They'll be sprayed by Taz. And that second kill is really going to mean something.
And again, they got Reiko up in the tower. He's going to get shut down, but that just seems to be his permanent role at the moment. So he's done, I think, a reasonable job. They're still going to end up losing Taz down in the middle of it. And now let's see if they can get back in here. They're almost out of time. 4 seconds left. Oh, it's close, but Reiko manages to hold it just then. Everyone's alive for the minute. 2 seconds left. The CT side are on it, and they're going to end up picking it up. That's one of the closest rounds we've had yet, I think, James.
Yeah, that was really back and forth. I think it was quite obviously wide open for anybody to take that one. And we've got 1 or maybe even 2 more rounds to go of that. So I'm interested to see how it continues. So Taz gets off on the right foot. And again, we've seen so much of Dima and Finnegan in this format already that it's great to see them up against strong opposition. Taz and Ko will be new to this. So that's pretty interesting. So that's 1 round up for them. That was the first round, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe so.
Okay.
Wow.
Well,
our first map, wasn't it? No,
I think it was.
Did we
I think it was 1 round, but
right.
yeah, I think maybe there's a reload to be done. But yeah, that was really awesome. That was really cool. I haven't seen Taz or Neo, like from a commentator POV, from a job POV, I haven't seen them in a match in quite a while. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, I do wonder. I'm gonna have a quick look and see what they've been spending their time doing.
Yeah. What was was the garden? That was our second map, I believe. When we get there, that's something I haven't seen much of that yet. But oh yeah, are we getting replays? Is that it?
Yeah. These are replays from the first map. So I think there's just a little delay before we continue. So Honor is currently ranked 72, and they've been playing some online cups, basically getting that experience in Malta Vibes Cup, CSGO Fast, and various other tournaments. So they've been playing against the likes of Hellraiser's Crazy, Endpoint, Gamer Legion, of late Aves. So right. Yeah, mixed results, back and forth.
That's
interesting. See how it continues for them. Yeah.
I mean, that's
oh, it was 2-1.
Oh, that was the last one. All right. Fair enough.
Have I been transported to another planet? I don't know what's going on. Well, Honoris taken the first map.
Look at Reiko, though. He's got He's got substantial amount more kills. Look at the other team. They've split it between them. Maybe that's what we saw on the UK side, right? They had one guy holding, one guy fighting, and that seemed to work out pretty well. Seemed like they were onto something similar with Raiko there, just being the guy in front. I like that. Yeah,
it's great to see, especially from a player that I am unfamiliar with in terms of professional CS. 20 years old, Raiko. I gotta Google this quickly. Raiko MK. Yes, it is. It's like a fake Shao Kahn in Mortal Kombat. I don't know if that's where he gets his name from though.
But it could be.
I was a big fan of the real Shao Kahn. So when he back in the days when I did playing Mortal Kombat, I would finish the game with all the characters to see the endings. And I didn't like Raiko. But anyway, here we go to Garden. So very interesting map. From spawn, you can basically fall into a hole that will land you on a platform and bounce you towards a little pool. We've got these big plinths to hide behind. When you're hiding behind a plinth trying to cap, your main point of concern beyond the Molotov is a player flying into the little pool behind you.
All right. Wow. Yeah, I see.
So that floating platform has an AWP up top, but again, considering you can fly to the site itself, there's normally more urgency. See if I can just deploying the Molotov to try and force Taz from his position, but it seems he still has some space.
Well, this is definitely, I mean, if you're not well prepared on this map, you're going to be truly lost, aren't you? Like, I think that's what we're seeing here. That's going to certainly make you get you quite far behind. This is the sort of map I feel like if you were, for the British team that we saw earlier, if you're going to be, nerding out and spending time, surely this is the map where you can get the most out of it.
Yeah, absolutely. Taz with the silence M4. Oh, got to be really careful about landing on that concrete, but he's got enough HP. And again, you can see those trees on the corner platforms. So sometimes you'll see a player with a silenced M4 try and use that tree for cover and catch people off guard. There are a few different places that players can come out from. So behind those hedges is one position. Again, they can go through the floor. We haven't seen it on camera just yet, which will launch you towards the site on a low ground into a pool.
Just so far ahead on the T side, and Taz is just hiding in there, and Dima knows it. I mean, he knows the fact that the flag is not going up means there's going to be someone there to contest it, but that took him long enough, and I wonder if it was worth it. I don't see many people spamming the smokes. I mean, when you know someone's sitting inside it, surely that's what you want to do.
There we go. It's Raiko trying to use that tree, but being punished by Finnegan with the AK-47. Demo with 10 HP, trying to claw back as much time as possible. You can see the crouch peaks. It's a lovely burst from him. That's some extra time for sure. Got to try and avoid Taz, and Finnegan will offer the cover. So I wonder if they've maybe switched roles here. Nice taps from Finnegan. Now both players are low. I wonder if that will change the strategy. But again, can't really launch yourself towards the site to try and help your teammate because you might crater. Now Finnegan will get taken out. So they'll spawn at a similar time, but this allows Honoris to take some position.
Yeah, nice jump up. They do control it pretty well. At the time, that's like 10 seconds for both teams, so they need to make this work here on the CT side. They're never going to get a chance. I mean, they're so far away, and when they get staggered on their respawns like this, there's 2 seconds. They're not even going to make it, are they? I think they were trying to get the jump up, and they just run out of time. They needed to fly, James, onto the site. That was too slow.
Yeah, Honoris looking great. They are smashing at present. So that's a solid start for them. Another 1-0. So Russia on the back foot immediately. And again, I think from, we've seen, as I said, I've seen plenty of them in this format already. So I always consider them a favorite when I see them on the server. But Taz and Raiko are bringing some serious firepower into this format as well.
Yeah, they are. Good double kill for Dima, though, to begin the whole thing with. I feel like part of the challenge on this particular map has to be just, do you have call-outs to even know where you're supposed to? Because if you see someone, right, that's how you win any given respawn cycle, is just, trying to figure out how to get your teammate to register where they are so that you could both be shooting at them. That feels like it's going to be tricky.
Oh my god, the damage Finnegan just took. I think I saw some players like surfing in the air and trying to glide off statues to avoid taking damage, but Finnegan definitely didn't do that. He lost like 40 HP landing. And these are the craters I was talking about previously, where I'm sure we're going to see that eventually. Team Russia being very aggressive now. Dima's angry. He wants a round back. Maybe feeling like he got robbed almost at half the score of their opponent, which is great for Team Russia. Signed up as anime squad. But, yeah,
Why not?
Yeah, why not? Someone has to, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm I was gonna say they were getting a pretty substantial lead at one point here on the T side. It was like 50 to 20 seconds, but started to turn it around now a bit more. So so Taz and crew are getting back into it here, or at least trying. They got about 10 seconds to try and retake this. Look at Raiko, he's just jumping right onto the side. If he goes down, I'm not sure they're gonna have a chance. That's an excellent headshot to take down Dima. That had to work out, or they were probably gonna lose this this round.
Raiko's movement to the side has been better than I think maybe anyone I've seen so far. I mean, he took a chunk of damage on that occasion, but normally he's just been, you know, he's been drilling this map, you can see, and Team Russia are getting drilled at the moment, and Honoris are catching up pretty damn quickly. They're on 22 seconds now. As the point is, actually, Raiko moves off the site. I was going to say it was being contested, but he moves off the site and gave up the flag raise to hold position. And again, there's more of an argument for that with the lack of instant respawn as they make their way to 10 seconds now. This has been quite the run from Honoris, and Team Russia are in so much trouble. I don't know if they can make it back in time. It's going to be a mad dash toward the side just to stop the cap, which leaves them more exposed to Taz, and they just won't make it there. And that will be...
he was so close.
That will be that. It's a solid 2-0.
He almost had it, James. You saw him running up the ramp to just at least try and contest it. That's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, they were so far ahead. Like they were again like 40 to 10 or something like that. They had to stay on that forever. Can't believe it.
Yeah, that was crazy. And again, now people who were strong before, I mean, maybe it's hard to say like if the change in the format caused some problems for Dima and Finnegan, or if Taz and Raiko are absolute beasts. But I do think it's a lot the latter, because the way Raiko was flying towards the site and so on, I mean, he clearly looks prepared for that, because it's very difficult, as we saw, to like fly towards the site and not take 40 damage, but he was just gliding all over the place.
It was nuts from Honoris. We were talking about it earlier on. We sort of thought the qualified teams would be favoured in this. I think you bring up a really good point, James, about the format change, because we saw, I feel like at least, a different approach from Dima and Finnegan, especially on Garden. We were sort of talking about how one of them would stay back a little bit, one of them would be more aggressive, but actually we kind of saw Raiko doing that. James, you picked up on his movement as well. I was very impressed with him in this game. Yeah,
he was beasting. He had a monstrous scoreline as well on that first map. I think he got something like 43 frags. So he was all over the shop, and it's great to see that the likes of Taz and Neo have got somebody with heavy output like that on their team in Pro CS, because we all want to see them succeed. So this is just a minor side point, but the guy looks like a monster.
Yeah. I think it's the perfect combination, isn't it? Having that sort of experience and knowledge of somebody like Neo and Taz, and then having a sort of younger, newer star who can adapt and use that knowledge from both those players. I think it's a really, really cool thing to have. I'm excited to see, obviously, Neo and Prism taking on the stage later. But this is what we were talking about, weren't we? We've got some highlights of that final map, which was Garden. Obviously, Dima trying with those smokes again, trying to get onto the site, which is something that we actually saw of them in the closed qualifiers. But it just didn't seem to work quite as much, and weirdly it was actually Dima who was typically taking that high ground, but as we saw on one of the highlights there, it was Finnegan trying to do it there. So maybe a little bit of a different approach, a bit of confusion there.
Sorry, say that again.
Just in terms of Dima and Finnegan, and we just saw Finnegan having a little bit more of a high ground approach
it
to
was
the
like
match.
a role reversal, wasn't it, from what I can remember. But I mean, if it works, it works, although they did kind of get smashed by Honoris, but I give all credit to Honoris for that. I mean, Raiko's just lighting up the scoreboard there. And just, you know, you can see he was in the action. Most kills, most deaths. That guy was not afraid of anything. And I guess the first thumbnail is incorrect there, but no big deal. I can't wait to see more of Honoris against different teams. I wonder if we got like a styles make fights thing going on as this tournament progresses, but as newcomers to the Red Bull Flick format, that was a fantastic performance from Honoris.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, Reiko getting 46 kills on that Matrix for that first map. I'm interested to see what you think, Anders, just in terms of the approach versus Smuya in that first map. Obviously, this one was a lot closer. Did you see any kind of main differences between those two teams?
I mean, I'm especially interested in on the second map there, as James was pointing out, how quickly Reiko was at getting onto the site itself. I mean, you wonder now if there wasn't the respawn cooldown, if it was instant respawn, how much more would you have been able to sort of try and use that? But I honestly think having good map movement could easily make a difference, because you see how often it's the one of the difference makers anyway is whether or not you could be on the site to either help your teammate or stop the block, or if there's a little bit of a couple of seconds left. I feel like that in itself could make it just interesting going forward. So I don't know, I wasn't expecting that much out of them, but they look really well prepared. I don't think you're going to be able to get that kind of movement in unless you have been preparing. So it's almost like a giveaway, right? You see someone flying to the air and not taking so much damage and getting there quickly, they've been preparing a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really interested to hear from your perspective as well, as the first time we've kind of dipped our toe into Garden here at the Flick Invitational. Was it played out exactly like you thought it would be? Were you surprised that nobody ended up going for that AWP, which was raised above the site?
Yeah, but I think James has made a good point already, that it might not be worth it, and we can already see like how exposed you would be even getting up there. So I think that's a fair point. That's something that's going to prevent people from probably doing it too much. Although again, I think more than anything, I'm impressed by the fact that they were able to spot out, enemy players that quickly. Like that again reveals to me that they have some call outs. Like they know what to call, like the wood log or a certain statue or something. Like they have an idea about how that plays out. Because otherwise, I just don't think they'd be able to do it as quickly as they did. So
yeah,
good preparation, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's actually something that we haven't really touched on. We've had a few interviews with a couple of the duos in previous iterations, but we haven't really talked about, communications at all in the game. James, I'm going to come to you for this one, because obviously you graced the stage on Speedway. Were the comms incredibly hectic when you were playing?
My comms were, oh my god, I've died again. Oh my god, I suck at surfing. One's on the point. Oh my god, we should have picked a different map. Those were my comms on Speedway, basically. I think it's like, I don't know. I don't think it would be that hectic. I think maybe before an instant respawn there would be more, but I think it's about coordination, and you're not going to have names for positions beyond, like, on Speedway there's a boat, right, and things like that, bridge, door. But I don't think that it would be as hectic as you would think, especially now you've got the cooldown. That adds so much strategy. That you have a cooldown when you die, but before, with the instant respawn on Speedway, I guess it would be like, oh, one's on the bridge, or I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. And going forwards for Dima and Finnegan, it was something that we actually really praised them for back in the Bardolph Open, of course, and of course in the EU Open qualifiers. It's going to be interesting to see how they adapt coming into their next matches. Obviously, they're not eliminated. This is just the group stage. So is that adaptability that they've shown previously, James, something that you think might help them going forward in this tournament?
Yeah, they've adapted pretty well in the past, but I suppose, as essentially veterans of this format, they may have come into this with old strategies, where they need to maybe get rid of some things or kind of reinvent the wheel a little bit for this new cooldown format. So they've got some time to think about that as the day progresses. A little time anyway, but I'm sure they'll be paying attention to the stream as well. I think maybe it changes their veto, because I feel like if you look at the way Smear and Thomas kind of, like, even though it was today is their first day of Red Bull Flick, it was obvious that they understood the format from when I was walking around the maps with them, and they knew which kind of maps they wanted to go for and how they would play them immediately. So that's something that Dima and Finnegan may have to figure out for this new format.
And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe that is the first pro team so far to actually beat one of the country qualifier teams. So some big stuff coming out there from Manoris. And of course, we've got more action coming up after this. It's Germany versus Big.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick.
I think the team with the biggest chance of winning is definitely Hunter and Nexa. Wait, yeah, those two. I think those two definitely got a lot of firepower. But if they face us, they're definitely going to lose.
I'm being completely serious here. I would have to say Smooth and Thomas is number one because we definitely got the most preparation.
I think it would be G2, probably, because if like Hunter or Nexa is playing, or even if they're playing in a team together, they're gonna be like the aim beasts of this tournament.
I would say G2 as well, if they put in the time. Otherwise, I would say ourselves. We can win the tournament, definitely.
It's a new mod for just community, so I think everyone could beat anyone. I think that we're underdogs and we can shock the world.
I have no favorites because in this mod everyone has a chance, so you don't have to underrate anymore.
Okay, so it's gonna be Taz and Reiko from our team.
Yeah, definitely. Then it's of course us. We've been on a player break and haven't played at all. But we will still win.
It was all going the way of Anuris before the break as they managed to take down Team Russia 2-0. Now it is time to jump into another match which features another of our qualified country teams and, of course, a pro squad. Joining me to break all the action down, it's going to be Anders and James. And James, I'm interested to hear from your perspective. We were really praising these country teams coming into this invitational because they have so much experience, so much practice, preparation. Were you kind of surprised by Team Russia's performance?
Yeah, they got smashed quite simply in that scenario. I think like what's cool is that the qualified teams, if you will, I think by default, outside of the UK lads, are hungrier. They're the hungriest to win, whereas the professional players have got so many distractions on an average week that I think that it's difficult for them to put in as much work as a qualified team might. But again, I think maybe having too much experience in the format could have gone against them with the cooldown, potentially.
Yeah, that is a really good point. Obviously, the format has changed slightly since they qualified for the Invitational, but I feel like it's brought a lot of different, feelings to these matches indeed. And of course, we're going to take a quick recap of the bracket to see what's been happening with some of the teams that we haven't been featuring on broadcast. Looking across the board, the qualified teams from the different countries, they are doing exceptionally well. It's only been Anuris who have managed to take a win over one of these country teams. Are there any surprising results for you here, James?
No. I have to say, the Honoris win, I suppose, would be a surprise, but I give full credit to Honoris there because Reiko absolutely destroyed people. He was just he was hard to kill, man. He was hard to kill. So I think if a team that we have seen and are more established in this format loses to a team we haven't seen before, it's always going to be considered an upset, regardless of the names on that team.
Yeah.
So that I suppose was an upset that we witnessed, but the fashion in which they won left no doubt as to who was the stronger team.
Yeah, for me, I think a little bit of an upset maybe would be Vitality over bottom of Group D at the moment, Anders. Obviously, you've got Zaiwu on that team. Is that a little bit of a surprise to you?
Well, I'd love to see exactly how that went on, but yeah, I mean, I think most people are expecting Zaiwu to make it far in this. Although, as we were pointing out earlier, we haven't really seen people even try and go for the AWPs yet. So it's not that Zaiwu is one of those offers that can only do that. He's pretty good with everything else, but yeah, that could be potentially interesting to see. Once we'll get a chance later, I'm sure, to catch up with them. But yeah, that does surprise me a little bit. I would have picked Zaiwu to make it far in this format even.
Yeah, exactly. And obviously Group B, we're seeing ends down at the bottom there, 0-2, not pulling in the results that maybe we would have expected. I'm speaking to them beforehand, they were coming with quite a relaxed approach to this, but they had been checking out some of the maps. Again, maybe too prepared, as you were saying, Anders, maybe not being able to adapt so much, but we are going to move on to our next game, which is going to be Germany versus Big. And this is going to be a really, really interesting match, considering it's going to be an almost entirely German derby. I think the players from Team Germany, these are going to be some of the idols they're playing up against from Big Clan. And we've spoken to them about it before. These are the players they look up to. Do you feel like nerves might play a factor in this, James?
Quite possibly. I think being just normal people off the street and going up against some bigger names, especially from your country, you might be nervous if you idolize people. You need to come in with no respect, man. You need to come in and treat them like crap. Talk nonsense to them, upset them, needle them, be toxic like UK people. I think that will help. It's like even when people play with me, they're like, "Oh, I'm really nervous and stuff." I'm like, "Dude, I don't care about what you're doing. Just focus on your own thing. I'm not. I'm busy. I'm just trying to win a game. I don't really care as long as you try, then it doesn't really matter. But it's easier said than done. And if you're nervous, you're nervous. I've been nervous in matches before. So I know how that feels. If you get like a rush of adrenaline, you're basically useless. I had that in Street Fighter tournaments before when I was one match away from facing Daigo, and I just got absolutely obliterated because I just couldn't do anything anymore. I was completely helpless. So I sincerely hope that doesn't happen to these guys, because it ain't nice, man. I have to say, you know what's funny? When I do show matches at majors, I like after the first one or two go really bad, then I get like almost scared of playing terribly again, and then I play terribly, because I'm quite capable of playing a lot better than that, but I have like a mental block. I think I need to see a psychologist when it comes to show matches at this point, because it's just a disaster every single time. So
yeah, it's that pressure when you're going into it and you're like, guys, I've really got to prove my form right now. But we'll be seeing you later on in a show match. So, you know, not too much pressure onto that, but it's a chance to redeem yourself,
about
James.
the good plays. No one cares about the good plays. I'll do nutty things, right? And I'll put them on Twitter. No one puts those on Reddit. But as soon as I do something that's like not very good, that's top of Reddit immediately.
As soon as
but that's
you get
okay.
knifed.
I can take it. It's fine.
That's it.
As soon as I get knifed. That's a very rare occurrence for us.
Well, Anders, I'm looking at you. Hopefully you'll be able to get a knife on James later. But the match at hand now, obviously Germany versus Big. Interestingly enough, obviously they've been playing some of their games in this group stage already. Germany actually managed to take down Team Giants 2-0, whereas Big didn't. Big got 1-2 against Team Giants. So I feel like that gives us a decent indication of the form coming into it already. Are you, Anders, on your side, obviously we haven't seen Team Germany play here yet. Are you expecting some big things from them? Because I feel like we've been hyping them a bit.
Yeah, those. I mean, just looking at the bracket, how they should have got here, it seemed like Team Germany was one of the teams to beat leading into all this. So yeah, I've got some pretty big expectations. Hope the nerves won't get to them. I think you're right. That could definitely be a factor. But you know, Germans and online Counter-Strike, the whole history there. I think they're going to be pretty good.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what they're going to be bringing. And of course, if they get this win, this will definitely cement them in the playoffs later. And I think this was definitely one of the favourites that we had coming into this, James. Just looking at how they adapted on some of those maps previously. Obviously, we saw them play Team France in the grand finals of the EU Open qualifiers. It was an interesting dynamic because, as we said before, France, you know, there were high expectations coming into that match for them. But Germany really showed them how to play some of the maps, how to adapt on them. And again, your favourite point, how to use some utility. Not huge amounts of it, but we did see it come out to play for the German side.
Yeah, they were a unicorn in that respect. Almost the only people who had nerded out. But again, I feel like if you're an up and comer, then you're going to be focusing on that a lot more. You're going to have more drive to nerd out. Which is why I love it so much that like Samir and Thomas are just taking absolute liberties with what they're doing at the moment. They've probably got just a separate paper book just for strats for this format. But again, it's the unknown who are probably in some ways the most dangerous in an unusual format. So I'm looking to see how they've developed their game since then. But again, I think it was reasonably recent, the change for the cooldown. And I mean, I keep mentioning it, but it makes such a difference versus what we were used to seeing. And we still haven't got to Speedway just yet. I'm really hoping we see it in one of these maps soon, because I really want to see how that will play out. But we have to see, like, you know, Dima and Finnegan maybe weren't able to adapt. I think they came up against a very strong opponent as well. So perhaps this match will help us measure the difference in the old format to the new.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point, bringing up about the new format again, because it might not be such a drastic change to the pro teams who haven't actually played in some of these tournaments beforehand. So for actually the qualified teams, it's going to be a lot harder for them to adapt and start to learn new starts for it. So I think it's actually a really good point to keep bringing up, James. And of course, we were speaking about the map. So let's take a look and see exactly what we're going to be playing out on. I'm crossing my fingers that we will see Speedway at least get to 3 maps in this series, because some of the maps we've seen, or the games we've seen beforehand, have been quite whitewashes. But yes, James, your wish is their command. Speedway is our #1 map, then it's going to be going into Matrix, and then Himalaya. This is a nice assortment of maps, especially thinking about, you know, the different play styles that they all bring.
Yeah, I'm so curious to see how Speedway plays out if one player waits for his teammate to spawn. It's so much fun to watch. It's probably fun to play if you can surf better than I can. But I'm never playing that game again, that map again. That's guaranteed being vetoed in the show match. Instantly.
Oh yeah, Anders, you're getting inside intel here. You know what James's picks and bans are going to be for this show match.
Unless he's lying on broadcast. Wouldn't put it past him. Maybe he's been, you know,
you've seen me play Anders. There's no secrets here. I can't surf. That map is out there. It's so awkward because you can't really see so much of it, but you'll see it in the game. But like, if you fail your surf around the outside, you've got to just hop on the boats to try to make your way. And it's just so convoluted, and it's just like very, very horrible.
Yeah,
So
it would
I'm
definitely
not
not be my pick. 100%, I'm with you there, James. I absolutely suck at surfing. But we haven't actually started to talk about the big side at all. Obviously, it's going to be Xantares and tabseN coming in for this team. I feel like, the two big players that we've been talking about a lot, Xantares, the ability to just go off, super, super aggressive. tabseN, again, very calculated mind, but also can have that impact in games. I feel like these are the two players that you really got to be scared of coming from that big side. I don't know about you, Anders.
Yeah, I mean, you don't underestimate Xantares in any way. There used to be like a lot of memes around sort of online Counter-Strike, but I think he's one of those players that has been, when the pressure doesn't get to him and this format, I think again he will probably just be having a great amount of fun. I can't see him not doing well in this. So yeah, I think that's a powerful pick. Because we ended up talking about Smooya earlier. And we ended up talking about obviously Saibu as someone, but I don't know, that kind of flew under the radar for me a little bit. Xantares is in here too. I wish I would have thought of that earlier. That could have been a good shadow pick or a good dark horse pick, I think.
Well, we'll get to see him in action very shortly. We're going to jump into map number 1, and it's going to be Speedway.
Okay then. I'm so curious to see how this plays out without instant respawn. Honestly, it was absolute madness. It was like you'd been in a candy store and just had all the most sugary things, and it was just bananas, just information overload. But now it's going to be, there might even be moments of quiet. It was insane.
But we're
before.
just baffled. All right, there's a football. There are helicopters as well, James. You can't fly them, can you?
You can't fly them, unfortunately. But the football is lined up versus some boxes, which are like 10-pin bowling. But you can't kick the football, but you can shoot it.
Okay.
So now it begins. The smoke up on the site. It's really awkward to fight around this boat, and it's interesting that the tower is being used. It was a rare occurrence to find somebody on the tower. In the previous format, the bridge was much more popular. Maybe it will be in different matches, but for now, you can see Xantares scanning as a sentry he is. I have to say, in this format, when you're trying to jump up onto a ledge, it feels like the hang time feels like forever. When I was ever trying to take position on Speedway, it just felt like I was exposed for so long, and I always died. So.
All right, they didn't change the gravity or anything, did they? I don't know.
No.
All right. So that could have really thrown you off. But yeah, definitely, you just mentioned it, he got picked off trying to make that jump. So Sky with 2 big kills, and again they're staying somewhat close on the time here. Yeah, I could see why this map would be a problem if you're not good at serving, which I am not either. So
yeah, we really haven't seen it too much just yet. See Xantares. Oh, he's got to be careful about that water. That is instant death. And again, it looks like they're willing to at least take some duels as they come out one by one. tabseN being careful, they'll just wait a few seconds, but that means a few seconds lost. Look at the time on the clock here. Team Germany heading towards 10 seconds. Big getting absolutely destroyed by their fan base, essentially.
by their own fan base. Well, if they make a good impression here, he almost surfed into the water. I'm so worried about that water now because you mentioned it, but they're starting to bring it back here. Big, doing a good job. That was Xantares looking for the box. That's a nice angle to be looking through that box. I like that.
Yeah, it's really nice. And now that Big have position, they can use their skill, their professional player skill. But there we go. There's the surfing being teased, and this might be it. Sin's got Sky to help him create some space with the smoke grenade. And as you can see, Xantares up top once again. He's found an angle for Sky, but there's still Sin on the site. 0.9 seconds versus 28. Sin will...
He stepped off. Oh
what
no, James.
There? That's a disaster. Well,
he was on it, but he strafed off while Sin was still on there, I think.
Oh no.
Oh, that's
brutal.
Wild.
Yeah, well, that's a big 1-0. And you can see as the game starts, they'll just dump loads of rifles so they can easily just press E on one of them as they go along. And that's a big fight for the bridge, but Sky will get there first. A quick 2K, and he'll make his way towards the site.
They surfed and bumped into each other in the middle, and Sky came out on top, and he's not slowing down. Oh god, this is... I wish I could surf better now, because I actually could see the fun of doing this, but, you know, obviously you're going to be way behind if you can't, so... They are really doing a good job here on the Team Germany side.
Yeah, and again, if you haven't done your study, then you're going to have a lot of problems, and it seems very difficult for Big to adjust at present. considering they're one of the nerdiest teams in the game in terms of utility and just general stratego, this is a bit of shock and awe for them.
Well, let's see if they can bring back in here. They've already got a decent lead of about 20 seconds, so seem to be really good individually, just holding this bomb site. They've got that angle down by the boat. This is a nice speed boat, James. Is it an acceptable boat?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'd love me some boats, some power boats. I will take this one into the sea. I'm good for a boat up to 12 meters. Looks like the engine has been stolen though, unless it's an inboard.
Yeah, that could be a real problem, can't it? Don't want to be paddling your speedboat along.
No, I don't want to get towed. All right then, maybe there's time for Team Germany. Sorry, for Big to adjust, although that clock is ticking down in favor of Team Germany, and that's what happens. That water's very toxic, sends you flying.
What if they put in it? You said it was like Flint, Michigan, but that's more than lead, James. That's not gonna be...
Yeah, it's looking a lot worse.
It's got plutonium in the water all of a sudden.
Yeah. The reserves of hydrochloroquine.
Yeah. Oh, they got shut down.
Absolutely. They got absolutely deleted. Imagine winning a duel versus Antares.
They did.
This is what I was saying to Freya before the game, in that like you obviously have the professional names and so on, but if you don't know how to play the format, you can still be exploited. Tabson 9 for 14, less than ideal, I think it must be said. So again, I just think like Team Germany have got more experience in the maps overall, and if it was instant respawn, I think it'd be really fun to see Big just constantly flying in, because it's just literally like waves. It's like Left 4 Dead, but for both teams. Just waves of people just flying in again and again. But now you have a cooldown. It's such a different game.
You got to wonder about that too, though. I mean, you could get into a really ugly pattern if you just got one guy holding the same angle, and you just got more and more people surfing in and getting, getting potentially mowed down. That could be dangerous too. Like, I don't know. You said this earlier. You said, you playing instant spawn Team Fortress 2, but I always thought that style of playing always used to make people dumber because they just cared less about staying alive.
Yeah.
So maybe that could be a problem.
In a way, actually, it reminds me. I used to play Day of Defeat in a team on enemy down ladders back in the day. And it kind of reminds me of that, because that's the only game I've really played where the cooldown was actually used. I mean, it's only the cooldown that reminds me of Day of Defeat. Nothing else is the same. But anyway, that's a shocker for Big Clan, and they're gonna have to. Well, they all know they're in deep trouble now, but I don't know if there's time to recover from this really as we move towards the second map of Matrix.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I mean, I was really impressed. They seem really, really well prepared, Team Germany. So I don't know, Tabson and Santeris. Those are the star power names that we recognize. Although, I mean, Matrix is a map where it feels like you could get into some way more open aim duels, and surely that's going to favor those two.
Yeah, however, I think the usage of utility may come into play. We didn't really see much beyond the smoke grenades on this map, but I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a few Molotovs from Team Germany moving into the next map, because they were the team who really put grenades on the map in this format before anybody else did, and used them to great advantage on the likes of Garden as well. So we'll see how they've evolved their game. I'm sure they've done some nerdy research, knowing they're up against bigger names. I would imagine they have done some homework. That was, I mean, that's a great confidence booster, a great way to start on Speedway. But here we are on Matrix.
Yeah, let's see. We saw, I think, 1 or 2 Molotovs being placed well up in those high towers here on Matrix, but maybe Team Germany will be the ones to show us different. There's at least some great opening duels for Big that are down a whole map right now. So need to bring it back here. We'll see what Team Germany could do. There's one of them, and good high ground advantage here for Sin. He's going to be right down there to reclaim the flag. Only 8 seconds gone on the clock, so he's quick about that one.
Probably I think Santar's accidentally teleported back down, or maybe it wasn't accidental. Well, the point will be contested. Tabson with a pre-fire as he makes his way onto the site, only to get headshot immediately by the likes of Sky. We'll see which team can establish position. We can see Sin fighting with Xantares at long range, but winning the duel as well. I just expect people to lose when they face Xantares, but again, Team Germany have come into this prepared. Zantares heading towards the Molotov, but he was just using the elevation to try and find some heads to pop. But Sin is destroying him, it must be said.
Yeah, I mean, even in the raw aim fights that we're seeing right here, it seems like Team Germany's coming out way ahead. And again, it could just be that they are more well prepared. They know the angles a little bit better. They've been just testing it out a lot more. It certainly feels like they are way more in their element at the moment. Down to 22 seconds there on the Team Germany side, and there's Sky again picking up a double kill and now hiding inside of the smoke. They're really getting far ahead once again.
Yeah, and I think win or lose, a situation like this where you're up against legendary professional players is just a great highlight for yourself.
Yeah.
Which is really, really awesome. But again, we can see now that Team Germany have taken position. They are smashing once again, and Big, it looks like, are going to have great difficulty doing anything about this. 49 seconds on the clock. I think they're going to be out as fast as they came in.
Yeah, lightning speed. I wasn't expecting that at all. I can't believe that they... I mean... both the first two times that we saw Matrix, right, it was down, at least both teams were down to like sub 15 seconds. It was like a close run thing, but this is Team Germany taking over the lead and not really letting it go. I think that is a measure, isn't it, of how superior they look at the moment.
Well, it's last chance saloon for Big. They need a run of rounds now because they're up against match point.
Outrageous,
moving towards the site, moving towards the site together. Again, I'm not sure if they're aware that Sin's position, well, they don't know where he is for one, but that is wallbangable, that one panel there. Zantares flying up, again, requiring a slightly different set of skills, or modified set of skills, maybe it's fairer to say. So you can see he was looking to move onto the site, but leaving and taking the outside position instead will take longer for his flag to get raised. And there's the Molotovs, there's the utility I was talking about. Zantares falling to the flames as well.
Oh man, both respawning more or less at the same time here, but clock is already running down low. They've only taken 6 seconds off themselves here, Big. So now they got the kills. That's the first step in the right direction, and they can start to run the clock a little bit further down low. So can they win some early fights here? I feel like no, they're not going to be able to. At least they can just get wiped out. Because that's the thing that I think Team Germany are doing really well at the moment, is once they're on the side and the clock is running in their favor, they they tend to sort of stagger the deaths a little bit. They win just individual fights, and then it's down to someone from Big to pick up a 2-for-1, and that's been difficult. There's that AWP in play.
Yeah, first time we've really seen it. Sin styling. He's looking for the YouTube highlights. That's what he wants. Didn't last too long. We'll see if that AWP is collected later. Zantares has taken position now, and I think the non-sniper rifles will allow players to be more nimble, but you can see Sin's got his lineups. There's an exchange, actually. Molotov just to stop him from punishing people, and Zantares has died to flames again. He's being barbecued like it's KFC.
It's not delicious at all for him, though, is it? Sin's gone down, or getting a kill there, and actually getting a second one, too. That's from the high ground, and he's sort of capping it from outside of the site in that little corner, which, again, we've seen that before. It's a great trick. It actually forces someone to go like outside of the bomb site to look for you, which is not so easy. 8 seconds, and a good retake, though. That's important. Their last chance probably here, James.
Yeah, and I feel like it's the first time we'll see them on a sub 40-second situation.
Yeah.
Tabson looking for the balcony, but Team Germany are playing against the obvious. This time Sky will get his head popped off, but for the most part, it has been working very well in their favor. Now, this multi-fragging we're seeing from Big is going to be really helpful. Suddenly, they're heading towards 20 seconds. Finally, Tabson's been taken out. Now, could these be some of the most important frags of this? These might be match-winning frags for Team Germany as they both look to cap the site. Tabson makes his way over, gets his bell rung. He gets one, but not the other. And that's got to be the final kill. Indeed, it is. It's a landslide. A clean sweep for Team Germany versus Big.
That's wild. I actually thought maybe... It feels to me like, again, Team Germany was way better at... once they had the site and the clock was running in their favor, they managed to lock Big from even getting close to the site. They were winning so many duels, I think. Because it looked to me like Big knew what they were doing in terms of retaking the site. But once they were in there, they just got wiped out and didn't win many fights from there on out. So, closest game we had, but Big just never stood a chance. They were beaten by the fans this time.
Yeah, they were absolutely beaten in public. That was devastating. But I think familiarity, a high level of familiarity, definitely played a huge part in that. I don't think they knew what to do in comparison to Team Germany, who have been the most mentally stimulating team that we've seen previously in terms of the work they've put in.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. I think, as we were saying, Team Germany were definitely the favourites coming into this match, but I didn't feel like it was going to be as much of a whitewash as it really was, especially when you're playing, as we were talking about, Anders, against the likes of Antares and Tabson as well. But alas, as you mentioned, James, I think it's the adaptability to these sort of maps that Team Germany will just always have over Big, even though the format has changed a little bit. I think it's knowing the right places on the side, which I think we definitely saw in Matrix as well, using that cutout corner, which we haven't seen too much of recently, but also coupling that with a smoke as well. It looked like that was something that really confused Big, and maybe they weren't even aware that that was there.
I think a lot of things confused them in that game, trying to figure out the positions of players, and oh my god, Xantares dying to the Molotovs. That had to be so frustrating. You could see that Team Germany really had perfected their lineups for those things. So they had area control, area denial. They had everything, really.
Yeah, and just going back to Speedway very briefly, I wanted to ask you, James, we were sort of talking about the format change and what you think that will bring to this map specifically. What did you see from that? Did you feel like it was a little bit calmer?
Yeah, I think across the board, across all maps, it's calmer because you have more decisions. If you spawn on your teammate's dead, in some places, I mean, Matrix is a tough one because you have very limited cover when you spawn. But if you like something like Garden or Speedway, you spawn with protection. And the question is, do you wait for your teammate to spawn so you can move in together to try and take control? Because if you're just going out one by one, then that causes you some problems. You could see on Speedway, the likes of Tabson, for example, would come out and try and take a careful duel with one player on the side to try and stop the cap. But with less time on the clock for your opponent, becomes more urgency where you need to take more risks and so on. So there's a lot of questions to be asked with this. But so it creates so much more depth to have a cooldown. So I'm really enjoying the new format in that respect.
Yeah, there's been some exciting games so far, and we are not going anywhere. More games are to come after this short break.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. I'm joined here by Sky and Sin from Team Germany, competing here this weekend at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time to speak to me today. Sky, I firstly wanted to know, how excited are you to be here competing at the Red Bull Flick Invitational?
So I'm really excited because I'm playing against the pros for the first time in my life. I don't even have a HLTV profile, so I'm really excited. Yeah.
Well, you'll definitely have one after this matchup, I'm sure. Sin, for those of you who, for the viewers who don't know, obviously you qualified through the EU Closed Qualifiers. Can you kind of talk us a little bit through your journey and how you ended up winning that tournament?
Yeah, we started in Group A, and we had 5 opponents, and we won against all 5 of them pretty easily, I would say. We were really happy with our performance in the group stage, and then it went on into the playoffs. I think we got through the quarterfinal and the semi-final pretty easily too. We won there without losing a map even. And then we met up against France in the final, was a close match. In the end, we lost one map against them, but we won 2-0, 2-1, I think it was. And yeah, we had really good performance in the close qualifier. But I think we lost only maximum one map.
Yeah, you guys were so dominant there. It was really, really impressive. Sky, do you think there were any particular skills you kind of brought to the tournament as a team?
Yeah, I think it's our like work ethic that makes us so strong, because we did like a really big preparing. We played on offline servers, as I said in the interview before, in the live interview. Yeah, we prepared pretty much, and I think we were pretty good at figuring out how to play a map and how to work with grenades and stuff. And I think our aiming is pretty good. So yeah, I think that's why we're here and have a chance to prove us. Yep.
Yeah, we were saying on the analyst test that you guys just were able to read the other team so well, it seemed. They kind of tried to outplay you in some senses, but you guys just read them so well. And Sin, you kind of mentioned about Team France, obviously, in the grand finals of the EU Closed Qualifiers. They'll also be competing this weekend here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. What did you kind of make of them in the EU Closed Qualifiers, and what do you think they'll do coming into this tournament?
Man, also, I noticed that they really have really good aiming, and on map 1 we lost really close, if I recall correctly, but we had like 5 seconds left and they had 0, so it was very close. But we managed to win against them because we are more prepared, I think, on the other maps. But I'm really interested to meet them in the main tournament, because let's see what they did in their free time, and they can definitely beat us, I think. But in the end, I think we'll go as the winner though.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because obviously we've had a decent amount of time. You were talking about yourselves coming into this very practiced and prepared. Kind of, other than that element of your playstyle, how would you sort of describe yourselves as a duo?
I would say we're not like the team that just goes in and tries to kill everyone and tries to flick shot everyone from the server. So I think we're pretty tactical on a map. Like, we know what to do if something happens. We know what to do if someone dies. Like if Sin dies, where do I move? What do I do? Do I wait maybe? Push with them together? And yeah, I think that's what's our play style. I think it's not like we're just rushing in and out aiming everyone. It's not our aim that makes us one of the better teams at the qualifier, but I think it's our tactical approach.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how you guys fare coming into this weekend. And I also wanted to ask you, just around the soft Sin, you've obviously mentioned about Team France. Are there any other teams that you particularly want to be playing in the Invitational?
I'm really interested to meet Neo and Taz, because obviously they're both legends of the game, and I really want to see if we can beat them on the Red Bull Flick maps.
Well, I'm so excited to see what you guys will be bringing to the tournament. Thank you once again for taking the time out to speak to me, and best of luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Team Germany were the ones to show us how it's done before the break. And now it's time for more Red Bull Flick action to ensue. Joining me, as always, the James, Bardolph, and Anders Bloom. Now, Anders, this is the first time that we've seen Speedway play out here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. What did you make of it as a map as a whole?
I think it might be my favorite map so far. It's mental. I wouldn't be able to play it, but I think that was just watching people, just fly in from the side of the map and just practically land on the flag zone, shooting their AK-47s. I thought that was amazing. So might be my favorite one so far.
Yeah, it has been. It's definitely been good for the competition previously as well. And James, we sort of mentioned about how chaotic it is now, but it used to be even more chaotic without all the respawn timer changes.
It was honestly crazy before. It was like an overload. So I'm so happy with how much of a difference the update has made, because it really has entirely turned all the games on their head in a positive way. So that's really good. So we saw the madness before, and now we get to see the calm. It's like when a new map is introduced into CSGO, and then like 20 updates later, it's a completely different beast and has some depth to it. So it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, that is definitely a good analogy. And I think that's something that so surprised me so much about the previous tournaments that we've had for Red Bull Flick. It's actually how often Speedway was picked as well. Even though it was so chaotic and just no opportunity for strats, it's really interesting that it was almost in every best of 3 series. And we saw it be played out in almost every series as well. So it was exciting to see the changes that have been made to it now. But before we jump into our next game, we're going to quickly recap what the scores are on the doors. That will have left Team Germany in very good standings, that win over Big. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how these kind of develop as well. And as we said earlier, Honduras were the only team so far to take a win off one of these country qualified teams. Do you still think, even after seeing that performance, James, that the country qualifier teams have a little bit of an advantage because they have been used to the maps, not thinking about the format changes, but just the maps in general? I
would say so. I think it depends on the style of the team. As we saw, especially in the interview from Team Germany, they are a strategical team, and there is definitely strategy even in the old format, but more to be exploited in the new format with the Molotovs they're using and so on, and how they approach the control points. Everything has thought behind it, whereas before, sometimes, especially on Speedway, you didn't really have time for thought some of the time, with just respawning, flying, taking duels, spraying while you're in midair and so on. Now it's a little bit more reasonable. So I think if you have the right style, then there is definitely advantages to be had from that. So where some of the pros are coming in with a lot less experience, they can be exploited, as we just saw. But I think it depends on the style of the more storied team.
Yeah, and we can see where that has left some of the pro teams. Actually, Honduras team won 3-0. They're through. That's it. That's secured for them. That's a pretty incredible showing. Thomas and Smuya, I am very happy to see that they're 2-0 up. I want to see more of that action. They were crazy earlier. And obviously, we said Team Germany 2-0, and then Honduras team 2 actually over in Group D. Honduras have got something going with this format. I am very surprised that we've seen both duos from the same team actually pulling these results out the bag.
It might be that they've been practicing against each other a lot and figured things out to get like a 1-2 finish like the old Formula 1 days. True.
That's a really good point. And still, Vitality are down there 0-1. Obviously, they've got a few more games to be played. N02 still My Insanity, a team that we haven't actually talked about, 0-3. Unfortunately, that means I don't think they'll be going through. Actually, a team that we really haven't spoken about at all, just above them, Team Fox as well. You actually showed Fox around a couple of the maps, didn't you, James? What were his overall feelings on it?
Yeah, Fox and PR had a look, but they didn't have much experience. And I know, like, I commentated Giants playing yesterday, so I don't know how much time they've necessarily had to put into this. Obviously, you know, Smear's got more free time on his hands, so that will certainly come into play because, I mean, you don't necessarily need all the time in the world to figure out like a basic strategy idea of how you want to play and where you want to deploy grenades and so on. But I mean, maybe they're just getting beaten by better teams. But again, they weren't too familiar when I went around the maps with them, so we'll see how they do.
Yeah, and speaking of a team that I believe hasn't actually taken to the stage yet, and we're going to see in match number 4 of the day, it's going to be Team G2. Of course, 2 teams representing G2 here in the Flick Invitational. And I think that's going to be really, really exciting. We sort of spoke about Kenny S and Jax earlier, but obviously on the other side, there's going to be Nexta and Hunter. And I'm excited to see what they're going to bring to the server, just in terms of their overall play style. Are they somebody that you're going to be focusing your attention on, Anders?
Yeah, they're the hot duo still, aren't they? That experiment coming out of Crazy and just doing a lot. So yeah, I don't know. That's hard to beat. I was gonna say otherwise Kenny and Jax probably, but Nexta and Hunter on the other side. I might go for that G2 team as opposed to the other one. Sorry, Kenny, but it's just that's too tempting.
Well, that's the thing, is that the AWPing on these maps. Actually, we saw, was it Sin who picked up an AWP in the last game?
Yes.
That's pretty cool. I like that he was bold enough to do that. Obviously, he was still, they were winning quite heavily by that point, but he actually did make it work, didn't he?
Yeah, he got a few kills with that. I think if Kenny relies on the AWP in this format, then the team are going to be in trouble. Because again, it's very map dependent. I can't imagine that he will be too bothered though. But I mean, maybe I'm wrong. But again, it's not on every map. It is on maps like Speedway. But it's hard to get to. I feel like some of the positions maybe it doesn't make sense. Like on Garden, for example, it's just why would you ever spend time going up top and being exposed to everywhere when you could spend that time, getting points off the clock? It's not worth it. And I feel like with Garden, I don't know that you'd want to be AWPing from the site itself when you've got that giant plinth to hide behind. If you don't have a molly coming your way, then you need your teammate to really have the AWP if anybody. But again, it's just not really going to end up in the right position, I feel like, on that map. So if he's like, oh well, let me go and find AWP, it could be quite amusing. It could be really interesting, but it's not going to be easy to be effective with.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right in that. It's been very interesting to see how people have kind of worked around that when you see their typical AWPers coming into it. But yeah, it just hasn't been a weapon that's really been picked up as much as maybe we anticipated. And as you said, James, most probably due to the positions that are placed on the map. But we're going to be getting underway with our 4th match of the day, of course, and Nexta and Hunter taking on for that G2 side. And this is going to be really exciting just because of the aggression that some of these players present. And I think that's been something that's kind of favoured some of the teams coming into Flick. We're looking at Smooya and Thomas, known to be those sort of aggressive style players. I'm interested to see where this leaves Nexta and Hunter coming into this. What are your thoughts, James?
I think that we have so much to discover. Like every team we haven't seen before, you just have no idea where it's going to go. I think it really depends. Like if they are as interested in this format as like Smooya and Thomas are, the likes of Nexta and Hunter, then you could have if you just put a little effort in, you could have a great time. If you put a lot of effort in, you might win the whole thing. So I'm hoping that these boys have spent some time. But I think where you have 2 duos from one team, there's definitely bragging rights to have.
Yes.
So I think that the fact you've got 2 duos from one team is going to spur both squads on to be better than the other. So in that respect, we need to see a lot from Nexta and Hunter here. Otherwise, they're going to be embarrassed by their teammates if they do better.
Well, that is literally so true in terms of Nexta and Hunter. I had a chat with them before some of their matches, and they were saying, as long as we beat Jax and Kenny S, I don't care where we place, as long as we've got it above them. So yes, you're definitely right. There's definitely going to be some rivalry there. But obviously, they're not going to be facing the other G2 team quite yet. Hopefully, we might see that later. But it's going to be Team Ukraine, the guys who came through the Bardolph Open. James, what did you kind of make of Miko and Helkas there? Because they seem to be on pretty strong form.
Yeah. Let me think about this Miku guy. I think is he based? I think. Let me see. I'm wondering if he was the guy who was based in America, who I've played against before. A bit of a controversial figure if I am thinking of the right person. But anyway, yeah. From what I can remember, I mean, we saw a lot of games. I mean, if they got this far, then they must have done really well. I think that Team Germany was such a standout that they were like a much bigger focus than other teams necessarily were. But I think these guys are proper Counter-Strike players as well. So we'll see if they're able to continue their good run today. Because again, we have seen. Okay, this is not the guy I was thinking of, so ignore what I was saying before. Yeah, I think like we've seen dramatic differences if you look at like Dima and Finnegan versus Team Germany. So I don't know if they are going to have, like, I don't know what kind of performance we're going to see from them. If it's going to be the strategical one where they're abusing with grenades and better knowledge, or if they may get upset. It's so hard to say.
Yeah, I think it's definitely difficult as well going up the likes against the likes of Nexa and Hunter. Obviously, this is going to be their first game as well of the Flick Invitational, which I think is a really interesting point in itself in terms of actually just getting used to the maps. We've been talking about it a lot, saying that these pro teams, you know, unless you've actually gone into the server and done a little bit of work, maybe not, you know, prepared strats or practice certain set executes, it's going to be a little bit of a shock going into it because it's just so fast. I'm wondering from your end, Anders, were you kind of surprised at how fast in nature this game can be sometimes?
Yeah, that's. I mean, again, I didn't see it with the instant respawn on, so I don't even know what James has been going through, but I can only really imagine. I'll say this. I mean, just to divert a little bit from the question. I'm just kind of I was interested in the fact that there was something called the Bardolph Open, and I realized as you were talking, if someone invited me to Bardolph Open, I wouldn't exactly know what I was getting into. Like, that could be anything. It could be like a wrestling match or a poker game, or like it could just be any number of things, which I think is probably good news. Like, there's some mysterious quality to it. So,
a scuba diving tournament somehow, a watch contest. I don't know, something like that.
It's really a lot of options right there.
Anyway, speaking of which, we're going to jump into the map vetoes and see what we are going to be playing out on. I'm wondering what G2 will have picked for their first map of this tournament. I'm kind of curious to see what that middle ground in terms of, like, you know, not the super crazy maps, which we've seen Speedway being. I feel like maybe a garden pick or something.
Ooh, this is
juicy.
These guys are crazy. These guys are crazy.
Okay, this is good. This is good. Himalaya, great map for the close quarters. Castle, completely the other way. And then Garden as well for the decider. This is going to be really spicy.
What's really interesting, I don't know who picks what. I would assume...
I believe Team Ukraine pick Himalaya.
Okay, because I was going to say, I feel like if you're a more inexperienced team of professional players, Castle might be a better pick because you've got more reasonable area to play like normal 2v2 Counter-Strike, if you will, because again there's no like special movement mechanic on Castle. You have structures you can hop on to make it to the site, but aside from that, it's maybe the most normal kind of CS that the pro players will be able to relate to. So I was thinking, would that be like a gimmick pick for, you know, Team Ukraine? I don't think that would go their way necessarily, so I think that's a pretty cool pick from G2.
Yeah, I'm very excited to be delving into this series. Indeed, I'm really hoping this goes to the full 3 map because I'm really interested to see how this plays out with both teams. But we're going to be starting off this series with map number 1. It's going to be Himalaya.
I took my glasses off because the reflection is so outrageous. But I don't need glasses to see short distances anyway. But I know it's weird for people. If you're used to seeing somebody with glasses, seeing them without glasses is very strange. But I often stream without glasses anyway. So if you're familiar with my streams, then this won't be too weird for you. I've actually ordered new glasses which look basically the same as these, but they're on back order. But these ones, I think the anti-reflective stuff has gone. So it's.
Oh, does that wear down? That's interesting.
I think so.
I used to wear glasses, James. Got contact lenses now instead. But I saw pictures of myself from back when I had them. This is when I was at university, and I think I told myself I probably looked smarter with glasses, so I just kept wearing them. And when I look back now at this picture, I think, why did no one tell me that that was not the case? You know?
Well, I used to, my old pair of glasses looked like a 60-year-old football manager's glasses. Didn't really suit me at all. But these ones are much better. Anyway, we have G2 on the site, hiding behind the plants. Looks like they've been doing their research.
Did he just die to a Molotov? He died to himself. What's going on?
Oh no, I didn't even see that.
That's so confusing. It's it's just a good start anyway for the G2 side here. Got the flag raised again and the clock running down in their favor. Yeah, I really like this map. I think there's something cool. Like, this is like a little sandbox map. I really enjoy it.
It looks like G2 came to play. They seem to know their angles, although that was a nice Molotov from Team Ukraine. And now we've got G2 heading back to the site. P250 in hand. Again, you do spawn with the P250, regardless of what side you're on. You wouldn't want a Glock versus USP. That wouldn't be ideal. Everybody with helmets as well. You can hear the dings and the dongs. And it's time for Team Ukraine to raise their flag, try to hold on to the site. So far, so good. I haven't seen any Novas just yet. They are on those wood panels to the right-hand side. Oh boy, some lovely shots there from Hunter. And the new Tech 9, it is absurdly strong. Like versus the CZ for the T side, there is no argument. The Tech 9 is so much more powerful. The running accuracy is gloriously stupid. I'm very much enjoying it.
Yeah, I've been trying to sell people on it for a while, but you know, it seems like it hasn't caught on to, like, you know, especially like in mainstream for like pro Counter-Strike. I feel like it's been actually underused a little bit. So
yeah, if you look at the stats on paper versus the CZ, then people really understand, like, okay, this is just miles stronger in practically every facet beyond the kind of the autopilot spam of the CZ. The mouse one spam.
Yeah, that might be the one thing, right? Oh, look at the time that's left for the CT side. It's 2.5 seconds. So they can't let go here, G2, and with the shotgun, maybe they won't. Those are some excellent kills.
I don't think anyone's actually on the site though for G2, so they're kind of missing half of the point here. Only now raising the flag, and again, this is the importance of Himalaya. You've got to keep one player on the site while the other guy swings out, try and take out the oncoming traffic, because if you both leave the site, that again, the pressure seconds you lose, raising the flag again make a hell of a difference. And I mean, G2 could have been on about 6 seconds. Instead, they're on 9. Not that it matters, because Team Ukraine just took the first round.
Yeah. Oh man, that was yeah. You might have been onto something there. That could have at least given them a little bit more of a chance. I almost wondered for a second there, because they were in like a 2v1. And they both had very low health. I wonder if it's almost worth it to have a guy, you know, die and then come back with full health, as opposed to having two people really low on health like that at the end.
Yes. Yeah, there's so many more dynamics that are added to this format with the respawn. It's great. I think it gives it a lot more replayability as well.
Yeah. That's definitely worth thinking about. I mean, it's a risk, obviously, sending someone to their death, but it could be a risk having two people with like 5 health on the site.
Yeah.
When the other, especially like that, when the other team only has 2 seconds left, and they can win it right then and there. Good little start here though for Hunter, doing well. Oh, flashbangs now as well.
G2 trying to run that clock down. Got about a 10-second advantage, but that won't last very long with Miku swinging with the P215. Lovely strafe cancel from him. Hunter, I thought he was gone for there, but Miku, he gave up the flag to go for the flank, but Nexa will be able to abuse that lack of position and raise the flag for the CT. Somewhat briefly, though, as Helcus comes back with the 5-7. We've got fighting all over the place now in the water as Helcus makes his way to the site. Nexa looking to contest once again. And you can see how long it takes that flag to go up. So it's up for all of maybe 1 second, and then Nexa retakes position.
It takes a while, and I'm guessing that sound of the flag going up is also in the game for the players. So, you know, that is a bit of information to work off of, right?
Well, this is it's fast and furious on Himalaya, even with the cooldown. Hunter doesn't know where to look, and there's some real patience. But it didn't pay off, though. I think there was a free kill to be had there when he was facing the other way. And I think Ukraine may have made a mistake there. G2 in the lead now, almost 13 seconds ahead. Nexa with some harassment. There's a lot of fighting around the bomb site itself, and that is allowing G2 to keep the point capped. Flag raised once more as Helcus tries to make his way. Hunter's just in no man's land, catching these players in very unorthodox positions. We haven't seen this before in Himalaya, which is really good from G2, using their pro experience with the off angles.
Yeah, they're doing a fine job at the moment. Only 5 seconds left here, and they're keeping it away. I think Hunter's he's just been playing, again, just guarding the bomb site with that Tech 9 forever. That's going to win them the round. That's going to tie it up. But that was, I think, a lot of the time there. That was Hunter just slowing them down. They even knew, like, they were out looking for him, and they found him half the time and just kept losing the fights. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it looks like they've adapted pretty quickly, G2. And they're looking for more carnage now. Nexa betrayed by the Tech 9 early in the final round of Himalaya. You'll see the respawn now, not too far away from each other. So may slow down a second just to allow his teammate. One player's got to swing in and take the damage while the other player tries to trade. It will be Hunter to trade at the very least. A pre-fire coming in from Helcus, and he will continue. So many bullets in that Tech 9. He's got 4 kills and counting on this current life, going behind the box. Bit of jack in the box, and he will pop up at the right time. Distraction from his teammates' footsteps.
Oh.
And those 2 kills will buy him so much time on the clock.
Yeah, they really will. You see Miko going down, but they don't really do. See, Nexus low on health, so it doesn't really do anything. So now, you know, all that happened to Miko really was he got his health back, and now he's going to be back in the mix. Hellkiss is now again low. So again, I wonder, you know, is there anyone thinking in that way? You know, is it worth it to try and go and find an early death, you know, and fight and let your high health teammate stay around? But look at this, only 8 seconds, 9 seconds left here for the Ukraine side. They're actually
Really?
so far ahead.
Yeah, 57 seconds on the clock for the CTs.
They've hardly got anything done. They finally get in there. They got another shotgun, but again, Nexa is so low that, you know, he misses a single shot here, and he's going to be out of it. Good little 1-2 punch. You see Hunter's moving in for the kill, but that's... Oh, man. If he goes down, they lose the round or even the map here. But Nexa's staying alive. That might have been it. He ducked right under it. That's amazing. Amazing timing. Hellkiss turning around. This is so well played. And they're going to win it just like that. 2-1 for Team Ukraine.
Yeah.
I'm very impressed.
Yeah, I think a lot of these pro teams are going to be adapting on the fly. So there's definitely an advantage with the experience for the up-and-comers there. So G2 on the back foot. And now they're really, again, they want to do better than their teammates for sure. So they are really going to have to try and do the best they can on the maps to come. And again, Castle is their pick. I would hope they've done some practice on it. Again, there are big concrete panels as well as wooden tables on the site to hide behind. And sometimes you've got to hide in plain sight in front of those wooden tables. But I think that will be a much better battleground for professional players who may have played less of this format. I just pulled my headphones out, so now I have no sound. Just put that back in again.
Definitely don't want to be doing that. Yeah, I honestly, I'm looking forward to it. That's the one you guys said was picked less than anything else, right?
Yeah, and always Castle is feared by most people, I feel like. So I'm very interested to see what these teams will have in mind. I don't know how much this will have been played even by the more experienced players, because again, it is so rare to see it. Once you lose position, even with instant respawn, it's just so hard to fight back. So now with this cooldown area, we might see some enormous runs. We would see 20-second caps with the instant respawn. So this is going to be very dangerous territory for one of these teams at least.
Man, what a way to get started. Again, as you said, there's another G2 team here, and losing this first map, I'm sure they're not going to be happy about it. Nexter and Hunter want to try and see if they could beat Kenny and Jax over on the other side. But yeah, Hellkiss with a lot of really, really good kills. And I mean, Hunter actually ended up top fragging even if they lost the map. So it's kind of, that's what it looked like as well in terms of Hunter with that Tech-9, but it just wasn't enough. And I mean, that last round, James, they got almost no seconds at all down on the clock. They really got beat up.
Yeah, they were very much on the back foot on that one. Well then, Castle is on the way. I can't wait to see it. So there are, I think at the extremities of the maps in the corners behind these big barrels, I want to say there are Orgs. It's Orgs or Kriegs. I forget which one. There are Scouts as well, but no one's picking up Scouts in this format. I mean, why shoot people? It just doesn't make sense versus having an AK or some kind of M4. So yeah, I think every map that we haven't seen played in this format just yet is definitely of interest to see how it plays out. I mean, Castle, again, it was hard enough if you don't have position with instant respawn. So in this format, I think it could be absolutely devastating. But again, maybe it creates some really different fights, because we saw entire areas on Matrix used that weren't used in the previous formats. So maybe the same thing will happen here on Castle. You can see you do spawn behind cover. 60 seconds on the clock. I love the look
of this map.
Yeah, it's really cool.
Hard to say how it plays, I mean, but the way that it looks is definitely something that appeals to me. So far, so good for Team Ukraine, who won the first map, and they've just picked up a couple of kills here. You could see Hunter is Getting close to trying to challenge the middle of it. He snuck up, and yeah, that's it. They're gonna flip it right away. That was a nice little movement to actually get in under the site and just walk right up the slope to pick that one up.
Yeah, and as again, you immediately saw a 20-second run from Team Ukraine. Not so for G2 as they are eliminated. Again, being wide is so important for your players. So you can shoot through the glass, but you can't break the glass. Worth noting, as it is an important structure for one of the pathways to the site itself. And again, we're seeing a big run. Just able to sit on the site with no one contesting it was Helkis until he was finally finished off. Miku looking to punish the T's, making their way onto the site with a very unorthodox angle. Hunter super wide, and now we'll see the difficulty of moving up these ramps. Miku, though, I think he fell off there. I don't think he meant to, because obviously that makes it really hard to duel. So Hunter makes his way onto the site, but not for long at all.
No, they got shut down. That's what a great couple of kills, because they actually, that was a challenge right there, G2 to at least pick up another 5 or 10 seconds, but they weren't able to. And now they're getting shut down even. It seems like you have a big peeker advantage coming up that slope, though. But again, they actually win the battle for the site, but they can't actually flip the flag, so it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, they just can't take position. Again, if they can get behind that concrete wall, then it really forces the hand of the other side. You can see Miku, oh, that's really cheeky, just going down the stairs to catch Hunter off guard. He's getting so close, but not quite all the way. Nexa trying to find an angle to defend with, but he just can't find the players. Trying to take out the cover, can't do that either. So again, this is when it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. I like how Miku's not shy to go down and take the fight to Hunter as he tries to go to the point, because often, again, trying to keep the flag up is also of importance, but that's another way to do it longer term, just by going down to catch them off guard. We've got 3.5 seconds versus 47, so far so good.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job, and look at how they're just parkouring to get up there. I think that might be it. I don't think there's anyone even close enough by to potentially stop it. So, wow, first round of the second map here going quite, again, heavily. Look at that, 47 seconds left on G2. They did not get a lot of time off the clock at all.
Yeah, and you can see that the kills, I mean, there's no cavity really, there's no gap, there's no canyon between either side, but it's just the position and the importance of those kills and the position after those kills, which is making one hell of a difference. So G2 have had a round to try and figure out what's what, and now they've got their second opportunity. Initial kills would be fantastic, but Nexa gets a bit baited there. Miku finishing off the job. Hunter going wide now, trying to find some elevation, and he's going to get double peaked. And Ukraine are on the site with 2 players rather than 1. And you can see Nexa, the trouble he's got halfway there, but behind the concrete lies another player who will catch him off guard as he tries to identify his position. Miku can sit here with 10 HP for as long as he can. And they're almost halfway there already, Team Ukraine, heading towards the 30-second mark, left on 31 as Miku's finally dealt with. But even when G2 have got these kills, they haven't been able to hold position on the site. And we're seeing it again, Hunter's legs taken away from him as Helkis makes his way back up.
They got 1 second off the clock, James. It's better than nothing, technically, but...
just about.
Yeah, it's going to be a long day for them if it's, in 1 second increments. And or maybe a really short one, I should say. The way that Team Ukraine are winning.
An early bath, as they would say in football.
Yeah, man, they are. I mean, even now, when they're sort of, I guess there's not time coming off the clock, but still, they're not getting any themselves either. Finally, trying to see if they can flip it here, and yeah, they're going to be able to. So this had better be one hell of a run, or they might be out. They already lost the first map.
Oh, next that came off the site. One was very short-lived. Hunter will raise the flag once again. But they've got all of 7 seconds on the clock, and my God, that massive counter just is brutal to look at for G2. All the pro teams getting fooled. They're noobs in this format, and Ukraine, is this the run, I ask, at least for, well, not just the ones that are up already, so this would be the run, heading towards sub 9 seconds now. Some tagging as Miku threatens to peak to slow them down as they're desperate. Oh, he's missed a jump. Oh, no, he's not going to make it up in time. And that's going to be that. Oh, no, it's not. 0.5 seconds versus 44.
There's no way, surely. I mean, it actually says 0 on the big board, James. It doesn't count the half second at all. So, yeah, one little mistake here, and they're going to be done. The next are out fighting to shut it down, and they're going to be able to flip the flag. So, 44 seconds, you believe, James? You think you can do it?
I think it's a very small percentage of the way things have been going, but you can't count out G2 players in the clutch. But this is maybe one of the more difficult ones they've been in recent memory. Miku going wide now. With only one player on the side, it's such a dangerous situation. The cover next side has only got 12 HP. And there we go. There goes the capping down to 22 seconds, and surely that's a wrap. I can't see them getting back in time. They're going to have to witness it from the def cam as that flag is raised for the final time. And that is a wrap in the first game. Team Ukraine storming G2.
Yeah, that's pretty decisive. I think that was a cool map. I don't know if it played very different from having the no respawn time, but I thought that was a fun map.
Yeah, I think the main difference was it was harder to jump to the site from all the little structures with the instant respawn because there'd be a lot of fighting on the way. And it was harder. I mean, going wide is strong, but it was more difficult to get there because you would be constantly fighting the instant respawners. So in that sense, you had more space to move around, but it was a similar game.
Yeah, it's an interesting point you bring up there. Obviously, it's the first time that we've seen Castle with this new format and in the Invitational. And I'm interested to hear what you have to say, Anders, about the map in general, as somebody who's come in, with no expectations to it. Did it play out how you kind of thought it was? And what do you make of the design of it?
I just thought it was very interesting. I like those slopes going up, that you could sort of run up and take the fight from underneath. But it seemed like the real key was being very, very good at jumping from middle onto the actual site. Like that cuts so much time off getting from spawn to the flag site. So I don't know. That seemed to be a better choice, even though you might have probably felt a little bit safer going inside of the structure in the middle. It still felt like that. Jumping there is actually just a better way to go. But yeah, it wasn't what I was expecting, but I quite liked the map. I don't know why people are avoiding it. I think it played out pretty well.
Yeah,
that is what we say every time, don't we, James? This is one of your favourite maps as well. We don't know why more teams don't play this, and I'm really appreciating how Hellkiss is going for those close angles, as we saw on some of those highlights, going from underneath through that ramp as well. I thought that was a pretty solid showing from him, and of course he is top fragging on both the maps for the side of Team Ukraine. But I do want to talk about Hunter on that first map of Himalaya. Although they didn't win, it was a closer game than we've seen in some of the previous series, and Hunter was really coming out here with some of those shotgun kills. I was quite impressed by his showing on that.
Yeah, it was good while it lasted.
That's the thing.
But it didn't
That's
last
the
very
thing.
long.
You've got to keep it up, definitely in this format as well. I feel like it's something that we've been speaking about a lot, is that adaptability. And I think it's cool that we kind of saw two totally different play styles. Obviously, Himalaya, I feel like, is one of the most different just because of the weaponry that you're allowed to use. But interestingly, we really didn't see barely any utility being used on either of these maps, did we? Do you feel like that was something these teams were missing?
I think on Castle, it wasn't really needed for position. I can't remember where the Molotov is. I think it'd be pretty hard to find on Castle versus stumbling upon it moving around Matrix, for example. But funnily enough, the Molotov is actually, when you think about it, so important on Castle because it takes so long if someone's hiding behind a concrete slab thing. It takes so long to find an angle where maybe you can shoot them while potentially exposing yourself to their teammate versus a Molotov to force them from behind that. So I'd say a Molotov would be pretty important for Castle to stop those long runs on the point, but we have never seen that in use that I can remember anyway.
Well, hopefully some of the teams might be watching in on the stream, and maybe, fingers crossed, we'll finally see some utility used on that map. I feel like we saw a few smoke grenades going off in the EU Closed Qualifiers, but other than that, it hasn't really been much, as you said. But going forward, obviously this was G2's first game here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. Were there any elements that kind of impressed you with G2, or do you feel like there's just a lot for them to be working on going forward?
Got smashed, man. I think they need to watch the matches and figure out what to expect. Because if you're going in without much information, then versus it depends. If it's like pros versus pros, it's one thing. But when you're going up against a team who have been playing this format again, like Hungary, and are going to be putting effort in, that I think this is going to happen unless you've done your own homework.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true as well. And we have seen majority of the matches that we've witnessed today have been those country teams going up against the pros. But when we are back after the break, it's going to be G2 versus Team Giants in our next matchup. And I'm so excited to get into that one. Make sure you join us then.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. Nexa and Hunter are joining me to see how well they know each other outside of Counter-Strike. So we've got 5 questions teed up about each player. And Nexa, I'm going to start off with you. You've got to guess what Hunter would answer to these questions. So we'll start off with one that's kind of themed a little bit more around Counter-Strike. What tilts him the most as a player?
When people breathe in the microphone.
Is that true?
Not, I mean, it's tilting me, but not most tilted for me.
Okay, what would that be for you?
To play against Nick.
Should we give him half a point for that?
Yeah.
Because it's one of. Okay.
Yes.
We'll start off with half a point. We'll be really kind. Question number 2. What is his favourite Red Bull Flick map?
Garden.
Yes.
Solid choice. I feel like the jump pads will be your kind of thing, so I'm looking forward to seeing you.
He was watching my monitor.
You're too far away.
Question number 3. I feel like everybody has their kind of go-to gaming snack when they're just chilling out, playing some games. You always have one thing that you kind of want to snack on whilst you're doing that. What would that be for Hunter?
A banana.
Very healthy. I need to aspire to be more like you. Mine's like definitely chocolate or crisp or something like that. Definitely an improvement on that. But we got what, 2.5 out of 3? That's very decent. You're 50%
pretty good.
So far. Okay, speaking of chilling and relaxing, what is his favorite TV series?
Oh, that's a tough one. I have no idea what he watches, but let's go with maybe Breaking Bad.
Oh my god, this guy. Really? Why? Yeah, you saw my stories on Instagram.
No.
Oh. Was he actually right?
No idea.
Yeah,
that's amazing. You're on like the same wavelength. This is good.
I'm
this is very good.
I'm watching this TV show at the moment, and it's really good. So like.
I had no idea.
Well, 3.5 out of 4. I'm very impressed so far. Yeah. Question number 5, the final question for you, Nexa. If Hunter wasn't playing Counter-Strike professionally, what other career would he have?
He'd be a professional football player.
That's easy, yeah.
Nice.
Exactly, because I was playing semi-professional football before. Yeah, before I started to play CS. I mean, I played with Nexa at the beginning of my career. I still played football, and because of CS.
And then I showed them the correct path.
Yeah. So yeah, 4.5. Oh my god.
Excellent. 4.5. Okay, yeah, Hunter, you've got a lot to live up to here, but we will be combining your scores and comparing them with other duos. So he set you up pretty good. Kenny and Jax did very well. Just putting it out there. So you've got a lot to live up to if you're going to beat them. So question number 1 about for you, Hunter, about Nexa. Other than Counter-Strike, obviously his favorite game. What is his second favorite game?
League of Legends.
Nice.
Yeah, that's correct.
Who do you main? Who's your favorite champ?
Varus and Ezreal.
Good choice. Solid choice. Okay, I mean, this looks so easy for you guys. Question number 2. what's his proudest moment or like best achievement? It can be outside of Counter-Strike as well.
It's not outside of Counter-Strike, but I think when we qualified for Major, it's like the best moment for him, and he was so happy, like the happiest person I saw in my life.
Is that correct?
Yeah, it's true. It's true. It's true.
Oh, fantastic. 2 out of 2, Matt. I can see the pressure on your face. Question number 3. What is his favorite Red Bull Flick map?
Garden as well.
Yeah, that's why I answered Garden, because I was thinking to myself, he will pick the exact same map like me for sure, and then the one I picked, I said it
Excellent.
for his
Well,
pick. Yeah.
you are literally on the same wavelength. Very excited to see what you're going to be bringing to Garden as well in the competition. But 3 out of 3, you're doing incredibly well. We talked about, obviously, your sort of most tilt-worthy thing. What would he say is his best quality as a player?
He's a chill person, like, I don't know, in game, and he's not tilting, he's not toxic, anything. He's just playing the game and not screaming ever. I think chill person in game.
Would you say that's right?
Like about right. Like I would say between being like super calm and chill and being very good at clutching. So
yeah,
like it would be between one of those.
It's connected, I think. If you are chill and when you stay in clutch 1v3, 1v2, I think that's connected as well. So.
Yeah, I think you're totally right. Well, 4 out of 4 as well. I'm rooting for the big 5 out of 5, and I feel like I might have set you up with quite a hard one here, because I feel like Nexa, you're known for having a really cool inventory. You have lots of really, really cool skins. So,
what is your favorite TV show, Nexa?
So, if you were to pick, what is Nexa's favorite skin in his inventory?
I gave like 90% of things I had to my girlfriend.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So maybe we should do like, what's your favorite thing you've had in the past then? Maybe we'll go for that.
The favorite thing I have is still in my inventory.
Okay, that's good.
That's a hint.
I think I know, like M4, A4, the Emperor, yeah?
Yeah.
5 out of 5. I'm suitably impressed, and you have actually beat Kenny and Jax. So congratulations for that by half a point. So I'm expecting big things from you this weekend. Are you proud of that score?
Yeah, very. Yeah. We're gonna go rub it in their faces like 10 minutes from now.
Well, excellent stuff. Thank you once again, gentlemen, for taking the time to speak to me. And make sure you check out their games at the Red Bull Flick Invitational this weekend. Thank you so much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
G2 got schooled by the likes of Team Ukraine before the break, but now it's time to see how their teammates fare, as G2 Team 1 are going to be taking on Team Giants. As always, to break all the action down here with me are Anders and James. And it's been an incredible day of Counter-Strike so far. Anders, I'm interested to hear, have there been any particular highlights for you or any teams that have impressed you so far?
I mean, more than anything, I'm impressed with the few teams that we've seen that have just looked like they are like on a different level. You know, Team Ukraine just now, Team Germany looked really good. I think Team UK. Those are some of the highlights for me at the moment. So I'm impressed that you're able to tell the difference between the teams that you know, seem to know what they're doing and seem to be putting a lot of work into it, and you know, those that don't. I think it could have easily been that wouldn't have been the case so much, and it would have just been, you know, like anybody's game. But it doesn't really feel like that. So that's super interesting.
Yeah, what about you, James, as well? Obviously, we've seen a lot of Red Bull Flick action over the past few months with all the different tournaments. Coming into this, have you seen any of the pro teams that have impressed you so far, or has it been all about the countries?
It's been all about the country teams for sure. But I think what's been really cool for me, having done all of the Red Bull Flick, is just the difference in how all the maps are playing out is very enjoyable. Because it was almost too much of the instant respawn, but now it's just made it a completely different game with much more depth, and I think it's great to see. And I think with the instant respawn, you could still have people learn and adapt on the fly, but I think that takes it's a different thing entirely in this format because there's so much more to learn and it's so much more punishing as well. So it's very enjoyable to watch. I think it makes for a good spectacle.
Yeah, and I think what's been amazing as well is we've actually seen all 5 maps play out already. We're only on to match number 5. James, some of the tournaments that we did before was literally just Speedway, then Himalaya, Speedway, Himalaya, maybe a little bit of Garden thrown in. It's been really nice to see the likes of Matrix and Castle coming out here to play. Anders, from your perspective, has there been a particular favourite map for you yet?
I still think Speedway might take it just because of the madness of the surfing that's been going on there, but I like Castle as well. Those are probably near the top. I think Himalaya is a really well done map. Like I think in terms of like the overall finish of the map, I really enjoyed that. So those are probably like the initial thoughts for me. Like still think probably Speedway, then Castle, but then in terms of like the overall work that's been put in, I'd say probably Himalaya so far has been looking the most sort of finished. So it's hard to say really. But yeah, don't know why people aren't picking Castle. Hopefully they will more.
Yeah, true. I'm really hoping that some of the teams are going to be picking into that map more. And I can definitely agree with you that I feel like Himalaya is definitely one of my favorites coming into it as well, just because you see such diverse playstyles. But let's take a quick recap of how these groups are breaking down. Obviously, unfortunately, we can't show all the matches on stream, but we've picked out some of our favorite ones. So let's take a recap of what has been happening off stream whilst we have been focusing on our matches. Anuris Team 1 going for the 3-0 still again. Unfortunately though, Mimi has dropped down in that Group D. I'm heartbroken for her. I was really excited for her coming into it, but it does mean that Vitality are now 1-1. So there's a bit of, you know, contention in that group for sure.
I can't wait to see more of Honoris, to be honest. With the results there, like I knew about Smear and Thomas. Team Germany we knew about already from previous Red Bull Flicks, but Honoris, like they came here to play. And I think that is definitely, you can see that in their results so far. So I'm really looking forward to what else they have. G2 teams, you know, it's still early doors for them, so we don't know how strong they're going to be. But for me, like, it's all eyes on Honoris right now because they do appear to be a giant threat for everybody.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously the Anuris Team 2 as well. Not doing quite as well, but still doing incredibly well in the grand scheme of things with that 2-1 scoreline, which has meant that Team France has been dropped down as well. And Smear and Thomas, I love how they've pushed Team Ukraine out of the top spot as well. So I feel like we were kind of a little bit concerned coming into this, you know, are the qualified team just going to absolutely body some of the pro teams because they're not used to the maps. But as we were saying, James, I thought the format has definitely shifted things up in that respect. But I am excited to be getting on to our next matchup, which is going to be, of course, G2 Team 1, which we can see in Group A is currently 1-0, and then Giants are 1-1. And it's an interesting kind of dilemma to be in terms of your opening matchups. We just saw with G2 Team 2, kind of getting used to it and, you know, being fully broadcast for everybody to see, getting used to the kind of rhythm of Red Bull Flick. It seems like G2 Team 1 have obviously practiced a little bit more and came in a little bit more prepared with that first win. And of course, that is going to be Kenny, S, and Jax. Are you looking to them any differently to the second G2 team we saw?
For me, I want to see what Kenyas is, what he's picking up on the servers, how he's playing. It could be utterly different to what we've seen already. So I mean, who knows? It's a journey of discovery. But I'm curious to see what they're going to bring to the table here.
Yeah, it definitely is a discovery indeed. And I'm hoping what Kenny S will discover on one of these maps is the AWP, of course, the weapon synonymous with the Frenchman. But we haven't seen anybody pick it up yet. We have been talking about how viable it is as a weapon on some of these maps. I'm interested to hear your thoughts on this, Anders. We saw Sin pick it up. I feel like it was just a purely confidence play there because he was bodying the other team so much. Do you think Kenny has the balls to go for it?
Yeah, I mean, well, he's gonna have to that, but he's also gonna need to know where it is. Like, that's the first part, right? Does he even have like the map in his brain to figure out, where to actually go and find it? I don't know. Like, I feel like we won't be seeing it. I feel like he's gonna try and just play without it most of the time. I'm not sensing Kenny to be the sort who would try and go for it. I think if anyone would have, we talked about this earlier, it would have been someone like Smooya, and even he stayed away from it. So I think that's a potentially a poor outlook for all of us who maybe would have wanted that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see indeed. And it is very, very apt. Kenny is known to be quite an emotional player. So I feel like as soon as we go into the server, he'll be trying to get those kills from the offset. But the team they're going to be facing up against is, of course, Team Giants. It's going to be Nope, Jay, and OBJ. We saw these guys, I believe, in the EU Open qualifiers, I think, James. They didn't get particularly far. I think they fell out in the quarters, maybe in the semis, but they have had practice on this map. So this could give them a slight advantage coming into this.
Yeah, I asked Nope about that, Jay, and he says you don't pronounce it, so it's just Nope for him.
Oh, good.
Yeah, that's a nice flick from OBJ. New to the Giants roster. I think when I did the video open, he wasn't actually announced. It was secret, top secret stuff. But yeah, we'll see what they have to offer. I don't know if we saw any of their matches before. If we did, I don't remember them, so that's not a good sign. But we'll see what they're able to do. Again, this format changes everything. Some people survive, some people will sink. We'll see if they're able to keep their head above water.
Sink or swim indeed. And with that, we're going to be jumping into our pick and bans for the maps here. I'm excited to see what's going to be coming out. I love the eclectic mix of maps that we have had so far. I feel like maybe Himalaya we've seen a little bit more, but let's see what they're going to have picked into here. James, you mentioned that you actually did speak to Nope and OBJ. Did they have any kind of favorites with the maps?
I don't think there was I think the language barrier stopped too much chat about things, but I don't know if they had a favorite map, to be honest with you. So I couldn't really tell you too much about them in advance in terms of seeing their matches before and so on. So I don't know. We'll see.
It's going to be a bit of a surprise. I like that though, and it seems like they are favouring Matrix coming into this. Obviously, their pick, G2 picking into Himalaya. I don't think there's really any surprises there. And then Castle, Anders, you got your wish. Hopefully, if we get to a third map, we'll be seeing this. This is a nice selection.
I reckon it is. I'm wondering. I'm starting to suspect that maybe people have picked Matrix just because of the name. Like, it seems to be the most popular one. Is there something like that going on? Are people just picking it because it's like, it's Matrix, gotta pick it?
If I remember correctly, I think maybe one of the Giants players has a really low sensitivity, which may be why they avoided Speedway, but I'm not sure if it was... I'm not sure which player it was. I think I think one of them's got a super low sensitivity, so like the Speedway's just not happening for them.
Yeah.
But that's not a bad veto to get rid of, because the rest of them are pretty much fine, I think, in that respect.
Yeah, that's definitely not the map you want to be going with if you've got a low sense. Speedway is definitely out of the way for them. But we're going to be jumping into map number 1, and it's going to be Himalaya.
All right. Low sensitivity. How low is low sensitivity, James? If you're on like a 800 DPI or something, what's low sense?
Well, I used to be at my lowest. I went to 800 DPI 0.9 because I basically decided I'm going to lower my sensitivity until I don't overshoot when I'm trying to shoot somebody in the head. But my problem was I was also casually playing Overwatch, and at least like in CS, you can rest your arm when you're dead between rounds and so on. with Overwatch, you don't really get a chance to rest. So I had like constant muscle strain here because I was like, oh, and that's actually why I have RSI symptoms right now, which I was tweeting about the other day. Like I've got shooting pains in my arm from where if I play a certain amount of CS, it kind of aggravates those injuries I got when my sends were so low. My sends now is up to 1.5 at 800, which is great for just doing crazy things with an AWP. Anyway, we got flashbangs straight off the bat, and Kenyas with the 2K. All right, then. We saw these first from Smooya and Thomas, and now Kenny and Jax have come with a game plan.
They took no damage even doing that, so that's pretty great. The shotgun, though, not really working out, and Jax just trying to buy a little bit of time, actually sticking around to try and be annoying. This is great. Oh, what a play, what a double. That, instead of sacrificing his life, he actually said, okay, I'll back out, it's fine. Just wait for Kenny to get there. This is looking so good right now.
This looks serious. These guys have come to play. And we spoke about how important it is to get on the site, but indeed, he prioritized self-preservation and keeping the other team off the flag rather than anything else. Kenny putting mollies down to kind of limit the rotation of the second teammate as they try to isolate the player on the site, unable to get the kills on this occasion. But we have got some serious strats. This is like night and day from one G2 team to the other.
It is. It looked like Kenny actually threw the Molotov into their spawn, right? And then just ran back in. What a wild turn of events. This is actually really, really impressive at the moment. Got to keep this up, though.
Yeah, it's actually Giants, though, who are in the lead despite these efforts from G2. They've halved their timer down now towards the 25-second mark. So they've had a really nice run on the site. We can see Kenya's gone for that long range, and a Tech-9 for Jax will come out as well. So they'll have a crossfire on the site, one in the plant, and Jax by the box. Swinging out of the site again. Actually, they both will, which is very unorthodox, but it is working in their favor because they're resetting the angles that you would expect. Prioritizing keeping your flag up. There's a trade from Kenny. Oh my god, the pre-fire from OBJ. What on earth was that?
That is just amazing, isn't it? Down to still not more than 10 seconds apart, although it is running down quickly here. Giants are actually, again, in the lead. They got all the health. They got the shotgun picked up as well, although Kenny will take a bullet right to the face and still come out on top. And now flipping it back in favor of G2. See if they could... they were off to such a good start. It's almost shocking to me that Giants are the ones that are looking to maybe take this first round.
9 seconds on the clock now. And Giants are... they're threatening. Oh, we've got the flying Kenny, yes. That'll be enough, at least for him to get the one kill. But Nope on the site is just going to finish off the job. Jax, he could almost smell the control point, but just couldn't get there in time. You can see how close he is to those yellow lines.
Yeah, that's
This is very competitive.
It is. There's no slowing down. I guess that's one of the cool things about Himalaya, as far as we can tell right now, is it's just how fast it is, right? Like, the spawn is right there.
This is great stuff. And we'll see how it continues. We've got flashbangs again. This time it's Jax to swing. Both teams fighting from outside. These Tech-9s are so devastating. Nope, down to 6 HP. Quickly finished off by Kenny S. We saw a lot of 5-7 on the previous Himalaya, but it does seem like the Tech-9 is a priority. The moving accuracy is outrageous as it used to be. It is definitely back. And these teams are both abusing it.
Yeah, it's back, but not really been discovered, as you were pointing out earlier, too much. So maybe this will be a chance for some more people to realize, in case they forgot, or maybe they just weren't around back in the day when it was a real force to be reckoned with. Shotguns out, but they're really fighting back. They're getting their revenge. And look at Kenny. He's moving up towards their spawn, actually. He's not quite spawn camping them, but he's thinking about it.
Yeah, he's gone deep, but the cooldown between shots of the Nova will betray him, and Nope is on the site. Let's not forget, Giants are up at the moment, 1-0. So G2 really need to turn things around, and turn things around they will, but for how long can they hold on to the site?
It's going to get increasingly more and more tricky here as they're losing a little bit of health. Kenny's also down to 25 after that engagement. Oh, when he misses the chance. Would have been impossible, you would have thought, to actually miss the chance with a shotgun there. OBJ coming up with 2 big kills. And, I mean, there's only 7 seconds left for G2 to try and pick up a second round here.
There's a trade, and this could be a wrap, or maybe not. Not just yet, but there's so much time on this clock for Giants to claw back, and I don't think they're going to be able to do it. A ding-dong from Jax, and the second round will go the way of G2. Well, we're going down to the wire here on Himalaya, and there'll be small adaptations from both these teams as it continues. Now, will we see a third pop flash play at the beginning from G2?
So that Molotov that's right there, but no one's really picking it up. I would have thought that would have been great if you win the fight and then you have a Molotov to try and slow them down. It's not necessarily a bad idea. It's going to be the flashbangs again, as you were pointing out, alluding to, and it works out real well. And look at Kenny. This is so great. Now they have to worry about him. Do they just ignore him? They can't really do that. Oh, he's really locking this down.
Very nice work from Kenny. Very satisfying to get an overkill on multi, even more so. Heading towards the 40-second mark, Jax trying to stay alive on the site, unable to do so. That's the flag gone because Kenny is just on the way back in now, popping with the P250 before that flag can be raised, and OBJ will be traded on the side as well. So very back and forth there, as Himalaya often is.
All right. Kenny with one good kill there at the very least, but he's going to get overwhelmed. OBJ not even afraid at all. Still plenty of time left for both sides, so nothing's really going to get decided just yet, but it is 1-1, so whoever picks this one up is going to be walking away with the first map. Matrix, the second one. CT side, 33 seconds here. Nope. Said you don't pronounce the J, is that right?
Yes. Oh, there's a big fight here. It's reasonably close. 10 seconds with both teams above 30 is close for the time being, and Giants are making it closer as they head to that 33-second mark and almost beyond it, but Jax will just about stop them. The 2K going to be so important as well, allows Kenny to get into position, picks up the Nova, starts to swing, goes on the attack. Got to be careful about jiggling. You want to make sure your flag is still up, but up it is no longer as the stereo frags come in for Giants. They've got a bit of catching up to do now as we've got G2 on 23 seconds, and they are getting there pretty damn quickly. Nope on the site, taking Jax out, and Kenny's got a lot of work to do because they're really running that clock down. You can see it on the wall there. Heading towards the 10-second mark now. Kenny going fishing, finding something in the smoke. OBJ will contest at the very least. Can't make a fatal connection, though.
He almost looked like he was going to shoot one of his teammates there inside of the smoke, but not quite so. Good kill from Nope, but Kenny's there. He had only that one chance. He was so low on health, he would have been dead. Oh, man. 15 seconds, 17 seconds here. They're battling all the way through. There's the great flash setup, but it doesn't even matter. Jax is still going to be down. That's a critical kill. That might have been what turned it here.
Oh, man. Can they get to the site in time? I'm not sure. Oh, Jax might, but he really needs to stay alive because Kenny's too far behind him. He takes one out. That flag's got to raise again. At least contesting the flag and putting it down to the bottom really saves them because you can see that Giants are on 1.5. Kenny now swinging with the Nova. That second kill would be so important if he can keep him off the site. This could be at 14 seconds, though. Jax forced to come off the site and raise the flag again, going for the long range. But again, he's got to try and buy time for the rotation. Worst case scenario, he will deliver the kill to OBJ. Keep the flag up. 7 seconds versus that 1.5. They really can't afford it to go down to the bottom again. Baiting to allow Kenny to engage. And oh my God, they've taken the lead and then some. That final kill. What a run from G2 to take the first map.
That is so impressive, especially in the beginning of the last retake. You're absolutely right. I think Jax goes down and Kenny's he's so far behind that he just barely made it onto the site. They would have lost right then. If there'd been like another 2 seconds between them, they wouldn't have had a chance to even stop the counter. So that's heartbreaking. Giants, they actually had that going on.
Yeah, that was really, really wild, and it's cool to see. I mean, maybe it's map dependent, but I feel like with the two different G2 teams we've seen, I feel like this team's come in more prepared, and I think they really do want those bragging rights versus Hunter and Nexa, because that was a great performance. They had pop flashes at the beginning of every round, which is kind of hilarious. I think because I saw Smear and Thomas do it first, and they're quite characters. It's just great to see bringing that professional experience into the 2v2 format here. They're really utilizing the utility. And now I'm wondering what they have in store for the other two maps to come. We'll see some highlights here. There's a flash in the swing at the beginning. That was a great sign to start off with.
Yeah, it was exactly what you want to see out of someone who's at least mildly prepared. So yeah, close match overall. But it was a good comeback. I really like the move of Kenny pushing up to that bridge with the shotgun and holding that. That seemed to be really annoying to them.
Yeah, that was a very promising game from G2, and I look forward to seeing what they have in store. But for Vodafone Giants, they were so close as well. That was really unfortunate, I have to mention. That was really down to the wire. It was the final round of that map, and we can see there were definitely more kills on the G2 side overall, but that scoreline was so close. It's able to pit them to the post. But yeah, maybe there's one map in it, maybe there's two. We'll have to see. It's down to Giants to bring it back now, but they will feel it's down to 1.5 seconds, man. You gotta try and let go though.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, there's just something that changes that point in time. I mean, you really have to. I think when you're that last G2 player left in one of those volleys at the end, as much as you want to fight, you also realize that if you go down, like your teammate can't get there in time. So just choosing between fighting and staying hidden, especially when at the end, it's just a much different game. So I don't know. There's more depth to this than it seems, right? Like at the beginning, you just think, oh yeah, it's a capture the flag kind of thing, but you realize that there's much more thinking going on at the end of the rounds. It's kind of cool.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what these teams have in store for the next games. I would like to think that they are going to be as closely contested as that map was, because basically that map came down to 1.5 seconds for the entire thing. So maybe hard to kind of replicate that kind of closeness, but we can only hope. We'll be into. I don't recall what the second map of the series was.
Matrix, I think.
Matrix. Okay, marvelous. Well, here we go. Just as I say that, we are here. Red Bull Flick. We are on Matrix. Vodafone Giants narrowly missing out on winning Himalaya versus G2. So let's see now. Again, we can see these are studied peoples. Kenny looking for the teleport to the platform immediately. OBJ on the outside, who will trade the frag. He's got some Molotovs to deploy to that high ground, it seems, or to somewhere else maybe. Seems to have gone somewhere low. You can see Jax coming in wide, and he will move on to the points himself.
Yeah, not bad at all. They're quick on the point there. Giants able to pick up a couple of seconds, 12 of them overall. But now it's going back the other way. Molotov, ooh, that's not right in the right corner. That could have been great to push out Jax, but they still get the kill on him, and now it looks like Giants are ready to recap it. So yeah, we're off to again a close start, and they're still ignoring that AUG. That does surprise me. Maybe not when you see Nope use it. That was great with the AK.
Yeah, it was really interesting when it was instant respawn. The desperation you would sometimes have to pick up a rifle and hope it had some bullets in it. But now things are calmer. You have time to reload and so on, and it's just a more reasonable environment. OBJ waiting for the peak. A nice jiggle from Jax, but he's instantly traded by Nope, who delivers some nice ding-dongs to Kenny S. Moves towards the site as well. I don't think we've seen the smokes used to cover from the balcony in a similar fashion to how we saw them by different teams. Uh-oh, he's picked it up. Here we go. Kenny with the AWP playing from the site, and I'm not even sure if he fired a shot.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, he's been taken out immediately.
But you get like a little bit of a sense for the potential risk in doing that, not only picking it up, but having to dive down again. If they see that, then, they've got a good read of where he is and how to get him away from that. So interesting. Yeah, didn't really get to fire it, unfortunately. Down to 13 seconds for the CT side, so they had to win that fight in the middle right there. They could have been not even close. G2 would have to go on another huge run here for the first round of Matrix to even get close to winning this first one.
Yeah, and you can see Kenny actually went for some proper spawn camping tactics there, but he couldn't get the transfer with the silenced M4 spray. Not sure how many people know the other end of the spray with the silenced M4. Didn't work out on that occasion. 6 seconds now for Giants as Jax desperately tries to make his way towards the site. Kenny will at least contest and stop them from getting onto the point. Oh no, that's hit the pole in the middle actually stopped them from making it onto the site.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Well, they managed to turn it anyway. Now Jax is hitting headshots. If Kenny didn't get that kill right then and there, I think they just don't have a chance at all. So huge conversions coming in here. And suddenly within 25 seconds, James, they might be doing this again. They might be well on their way. This is getting really, really worrisome for the Giants team. They need to stop this from happening. They can't afford another loss like this.
That smoke may actually cover some angles for OBJ, but no one's speaking the high ground. Kenny needs to do it, takes an off angle, but he'll be traded by Nope. He'll be traded by Jax, who is back on the site. See what he chooses to do. Again, his position is wallbangable if you know he's there, but how could they? Kenny S trying to do what he can to stop Giants, at least from making it to the site, but OBJ is back in position. Keeping them alive, back heading towards the AWP once again. The problem is, I think with the AWP, he needs to be at the back lines covering rather than capping, but if it works, it works, and he's on the point at the moment.
That actually took like 0.1 second off or something like that. And yeah, he's got that AWP in play. He's just covering a line, and if they cross it, then yeah, no chance at all. There's no going down. 5 seconds. Oh, there they might have done it again. There's the spawn coming in, but they can't get there in time. This is so unreasonable, James. Oh no.
Wow, they've turned it around. Some AWP pay as well. He forces it into the game. And G2 find themselves at match point. G2 Team 1, I should say.
Yeah.
I can see the tweets already from teammate to teammate.
I can't believe they win the first map, leaving it, you know, no time at all left, and then they do the same thing on the second one. That's pretty mean, isn't it?
Yeah, they've got clutch, that's for sure. And Kenny's found AWP already. Moving around now. This really is, AWP is really like a new dynamic as well, because it really just wasn't seen in the previous games, but we're asking a lot of him to cover all these angles with a scope, scoping in, scoping out. And Nope will get the spray down, move towards the site to start capping. A nice start, though, for G2 Team 1. They're a good 15 seconds or so ahead.
Yeah, but as we've seen so far, it doesn't always matter, right? Like, sometimes you could have, especially if you're G2, apparently, you could be quite far behind and still find a way to run it back. Giants, they're on the back foot right now. If they lose this one, then that's it. 2-0 in favor of G2, which would just seem so unreasonable given how well they've been playing otherwise.
Yeah, so close. But again, the clutch of G2 is proving to be a big problem. Giant moving towards the site now. They've got a good lead on G2 for the time being. But again, that has only meant so much in these previous rounds. Kenny and Jax making their way towards the site. Kenny will be taken up. But will you expect Jax to be so close? Jax can't really do anything to stop OBJ, though. Still capping from the outside as Jax needs to get on the site. Does land a very clean haircut. And Kenny will start to go wide. The teleport is in, though. Can't do anything about that. And the other players above him. Very awkward angles as Kenny's really trying to get his spawn camp game on, which I respect. Didn't work out there on that occasion.
He looked so confused about that teleport. I slightly was as well. He's like, what? Where did he go? Oh, man. Just at least contesting it. Down to 21 seconds here. So Giants are doing a fine job. He's trying to wallbang that position you've been talking about there. It doesn't work out for him, but he had the right idea, or at least he knew about it.
Lots of catching up to do for the likes of G2, but they are familiar with this position as far as the vacuum of this game is concerned. OBJ delivering some nasty headshots now. Kenny has a nice walking angle. You can see a little bit of the wall banging there. Nope is familiar enough with it, trying to get into a good position with his knife out exposed and exploited by Jax. OBJ trying to stop the CTs from making it to the site, but now he's got his bell rung. To go aggressive and try to die quickly to get into a better position later on. Well, he's got a clutch now because Nope has been eliminated for the time being. Jax with a lovely tap. The score's still close, but bear in mind the overall clock is on 25 seconds now, so we might see a timeout victory by the end of this round.
Oh, you're right. Yeah, if that clock in the middle runs down, then it's just whoever is the lowest. So that could be really interesting. 17 seconds, though. How did they bring it back here, Giants? They're making it more and more possible. Nice fight being won there by Jackson. Now he's just in there trying to see if he could recap it in. On no wall bang just yet. And now they're actually under 20 seconds. I'm getting really nervous. How many losses could you take like this if you're on the Giants side?
12 seconds, 10 seconds for G2. OBJ is forced into a very labored fight in the meantime. That point is being capped by Jax, who's just having a great time looking into space through the floor. And here we go. G2 still another one, turning things around again and again. And that is a huge 2-0. That's a great performance from G2.
It is, and a really mean performance, you know. just leaving them a little bit of hope all the time that maybe, you know, we've got it, we're in the lead. Emotionally, that's actually something that's so interesting, right? Like you're that many seconds ahead, you think that it's done. I want to play this as well. I want to try and see how that feels when you're actually in the server.
Well, not long to wait. Freya, I think it's time to bring Freya back as
it is indeed, James.
This one's over. Welcome back.
That was, I was on the edge of my seat for that entire game. I love how close they're coming to be now. But it is a little bit of heartbreak, as you guys were saying, for Team Giants, because it wasn't exactly like they were playing that match badly. It just seemed like G2 had that clutch ability when they needed it the most.
Yeah, absolutely. They really turned things around and just had those late runs, which just seemed so unlikely. You were just waiting for them to get broken, but it just never quite came.
I'm so happy that Kenny also actually went and picked up the AWP. We were talking about it before. I didn't think it would happen. He actually did some work with it as well. It's really interesting to see what he can bring by picking up that weapon. And I feel like, as we were saying, it was a little bit of a confidence play coming into Matrix after that incredible win on Himalaya as well. Were you kind of impressed with what you saw from both Kenny S and Jax?
Contrasting the other G2 team, I think it was great to see a stronger performance for the brand. And again, I think I would hope at least that kind of spurs on the other side, the other team to have a better performance and try and come out with a W. Otherwise, they're going to get embarrassed. They'll never live it down.
Yep, as you said, I can already hear the tweets coming in. I love some of these high angles that Kenny was taking as well. Look at this, it's absolutely beautiful. But as we also saw, I loved how Jax was taking those close corners on site. It kind of reminded me of some of the stuff that we saw in the EU qualifiers, sort of taking positions on the site. They're in such tight little corners, and he was getting those crucial seconds down. So I think between Jax and Kenny S, they were a really good duo together.
Yeah, it was just impressive to see. Jax, I think, at some of the moments when it really counted, when they were about to maybe ultimately lose it, he just stepped it up and hit a bunch of multi-kills. So, yeah, I don't know. I was picking the other G2 team as my potential favorites, but that might have been a mistake here.
Yeah, these guys have really hit it out of the park with this initial matchup that we've seen of them. I'm very excited to see which G2 team will be prevailing in the end. I feel like it's going to be these guys. You just look at this game on Himalaya as well. I feel like we've completely glossed over that as well. That was so close. It's one of the most competitive maps that we've seen so far. What do you kind of think made it so close? Because obviously we were mentioning that Team Giants weren't exactly playing badly either. Why do you feel like it was such a close-fought battle, James?
Yeah, I think we did focus a lot on G2 because, I mean, of all the turnarounds they did, the pop flash plays as well. And I think just contrasting the other G2 team, they seem to be a lot more prepared and hungry for it, which paid off really well. But again, the exchanges, they had their own strats for sure, G2. Like, normally, from what we saw on Himalaya in previous days of Red Bull Flick, you'd have one player always stay on the side to keep the flag up, and the other player would like try and force the action, try and catch people off guard. But they were like spawn camping. They were trying to be as BM as possible, which is great. Exploit everything you can. I really respect that. But despite that, it was still an extremely close game. Again, it was 1.5 seconds between one team winning and another. And if it's won by the other side, and maybe we go to 3 maps in, and who knows what happens. It was just literally less than 2 seconds that determines that, which is really painful when you come out on the wrong side of that.
Yes, exactly, indeed. And it's been an incredibly impressive game to kick off that match number 5. But we'll be back after the break, and it is going to be a showdown for the ages. It's Team France taking on Vitality. That'll be up after this.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick organizer page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. I'm joined by the wonderful Jax and Kenny ahead of their Red Bull Flick Invitational matches. Very excited to get to know you guys a little bit more outside the server. So Jax, you know the drill. We're going to be asking 5 questions about Kenny to see how well you guys know each other. So let's start off with maybe a simple one, maybe not. What would Kenny say is his best quality as a teammate?
The best quality of Kenny as teammate is the best flasher in the game, I think. He likes to do that. He's an aggressive player when he is in the tense situations. He has always the flick to save the life of all the team, you know. And he plays with the earth, but he's a bit toxic. No,
Well, Kenny, would you agree with that?
Because he's passionate.
I think it's good enough to agree with it. Yeah.
Okay.
It's really good. Thank you, lady.
No worries.
We're starting off with some compliments, so some good stuff here. 1 point for you, Jax, on the leaderboard. Steering away from Counter-Strike, if Kenny could only eat one thing for the rest of his life, what would it be?
Pizza.
Solid choice.
It makes the job. It does the job.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you can have a lot of stuff on pizza, right? Like, I feel like you can have pretty much any sort of different meal, just put on a pizza. So that would be a solid thing. If Kenny wasn't a professional player, what would he be doing instead?
Footballer professional maybe, or maybe a big owner from a big company, or astronaut, something like big, you know.
Kenny the astronaut, I like that. Is he right?
Football player, yeah, definitely. I think it would have been around sport indeed. Either being a sportive journalist or trying to get into the world of sports, mostly in football.
Oh, excellent stuff. Well, 3 out of 3. Again, Jax, you know Kenny very well. A question about his favourite Red Bull Flick map. Which one is it out of the 5?
Speedway.
Oh, he got it. You know why? Because it's the surf map.
Exactly. We're going to see you doing some lovely surfing on Sunday, Kenny. Looking forward to that.
I'm actually just going to surf.
Have you more difficult question for me about Kenny, or
well,
it's a lot?
Hold up here, Jax. This is the most difficult one. I know, Kenny, you've had some spectacular knives in the game over the years, but which one has been Kenny's favourite knife?
I think Doppler Ruby he like a lot, and yes, he's the best of Kenny, Doppler Ruby.
The flip knife?
Yeah.
Ah, that's my boy.
Yeah.
5 out of 5. So far, you're the first team to do this. So, Kenny, the pressure's on you now to know Jax quite as well as he knows you. So some slightly different questions.
Attention.
Question number 1 for you, Kenny, is what's his favourite place that Jax has visited?
C'est more difficult, hein, déjà.
Wait. I know we like Los Angeles.
The first things.
Okay, Los Angeles, I think I will stick.
Yeah. When I go to LA for the first time, I don't know. I like the atmosphere. I like. I feel really good on this place. Good vibes and.
Yeah, nice to be by the beach.
Like, yeah.
It's a great place. Great choice. I'm so surprised you guys haven't dropped an answer yet. Question number 2 for you, Kenny. What is Jax's favourite Red Bull Flick map?
On Speedway. Because
Speedway too, of course.
It's because we both like surfing a lot.
Yeah.
You guys are going to be in sync. I'm looking forward to it. And maybe, this is a bit of an apt question for question number 3. If Jax could have any superpower, anything at all, what would he choose?
Teleportation.
Yeah, directly. Teleportation or fly.
It is the best one. Teleportation. I was literally speaking about this with, I think it was Taz and Neo. They had the same question. And I convinced them to turn to the teleportation side, because it's just like, if you want to go to LA, snap your fingers, you're there. Question number 4. This could be a tricky one. What's Jax's biggest fear?
He doesn't have any fear. That's
Ah.
the issue with him.
You must have one. Spiders?
I'm Thor.
What he doesn't
I'm
like
Thor.
is insects, especially wasp.
Okay.
Yep. Because he got attacked.
Yeah, I go one time in the knee. I don't know how to say the
Ooh.
Nest.
a nest of wasp, and they attack me from every front, and she pick me a lot, you know.
No, miss me with that. Absolutely not. Well, okay. Not any pressure for you, Kenny, going into this last question, but you could be the first team to get 10 out of 10, and I'd be very impressed. A little bit of a cliche one, maybe to end out on. If Jax was stranded on a desert island and he could only have one thing, what one thing would he bring?
It's a tricky question because
It can be an human, something, whatever.
Anything you can imagine.
Okay, it will be either me. or a speaker to listen to music.
Two very different answers.
But it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough because it's about either it takes something to survive or either it takes something to spend time. You know. So
I think sorry, bro, but I take my girlfriend to make a civilization.
Kenny, you were thinking too short term. Jax is here for like the long term goals on this island.
That's the thing. I know him perfectly, and he doesn't project himself. He doesn't know what he's gonna do in 1 week, even tomorrow.
Well,
so seeing him projecting himself is really like surprising, I would say.
Unfortunately, that does mean you only got 9. I mean, I say only. That's the best score we've seen so far. 9 out of 10. That's very solid. So I think you're pretty set up. You're set up in good stead for the Invitational this weekend. Are you happy with that score?
No.
You wanted the 10 out of 10?
Of course.
Well, you've done the best out of the team so far, and I'm very excited to see what you guys will bring to the Invitational this weekend. Thank you, gentlemen, once again.
Thank you,
for joining
Freya.
me. In one of the closest series yet, it was all eyes on G2 as they managed to take the win from Team Giants. Now, it's time to move over to another French side, and it's going to be double trouble as we have both Vitality and Team France taking to the stage. It's shaping up to be a huge game. But before we get into it, Anders, I'm interested to hear, how has the action been for you so far?
I think it's been I'm really pleasantly surprised. I don't know really what I was expecting coming into this. It's really hard when you just look at the maps, but you don't see how they play out. You know, you could try and think about it ahead of time. But again, like I think the division between the teams that obviously they're doing and the ones that are trying to make it up as they go along is massive. And I think again, that's probably a good sign for for these maps overall. I mean, the fact that you can become good at the map means that there's some quality that's built into it. I think that's really great. So yeah, it's been fantastic, I think, so far.
Yeah, I totally agree that it's awesome to see some teams implementing some strategy onto these maps, especially when we're talking about using utility as well. But it is now all down to the wire. This is the final match we will be seeing before we move on to the playoffs. So let's take a look at the bracket for this tournament and see exactly how the teams have been faring so far. We've been speaking about how well Anuris have been doing. They are still up there at the top of both their groups, respectively. Team Germany, obviously 2-0, and then Thomas and Smuya 3-0. They are yet to drop a map. That's nice. I wasn't expecting that coming in.
Yeah, these guys are hungry boys. I think they were tweeting about it as well, about their victories a few minutes ago. So check that out if you're on the intertubes, which I imagine everybody is. I can't wait to see them. It's getting exciting now because we can see what teams have put in work. We can see like Honoris, we can see Smuya. The teams who haven't put in work or going up against teams who have, you can see them just getting smashed basically. A lot of those would be at the bottom. So low effort, low reward, high effort, high reward is what is clear in this format so far. Let's get rid of the trash.
Exactly, James. We were kind of speculating about how the practice and preparation was going to help the teams with this. And yeah, it has definitely paid off for the teams that have taken the time to go in the maps and learn the dynamics of each of them. And this is going to be a decider in Group D. We've got Team France going up against Vitality. Vitality needs to win this if they want to make it out of the groups. And even for Team France, then if they lose, it's going to be 2-1. So I'm interested to see exactly what is going to be brought up in some of these games.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing these guys. We haven't seen Team France yet today, so we did see them in a normal qualifier under the name Mbappe Peak. So we'll see if they've got the Mbappe Peaks on deck for today.
Exactly, very on brand with their French heritage, of course, obviously. So let's start talking about those guys. Obviously, we saw them, as you mentioned, in the EU Closed Qualifier, and they really, really showed their stuff there. Unfortunately, they couldn't take the victory away from Germany in the grand finals, but it kind of didn't really matter anyway because they both were awarded a place here at the Invitational. Can you kind of remember anything about their play style, James? Was there anything that really impressed you about them when we saw them way back at the EU Qualifier?
I felt like they were gritty gamers. If you compare them to Team Germany, who I feel like probably brought the most strategy of the players in that tournament, I think that by contrast, they just kind of grinded out the frags and took position and just kind of just got their hands dirty, like mucky hard work as opposed to deeper thought out strategy. Not that there was anything wrong with that at all, but I would hope that they have done some more practice before here because, as we can see, this new format's more demanding and they'll need to raise their game a new level in order to continue winning, essentially. So, I think they were a slightly contrasting style from Team Germany. Team Germany kind of stood out on their own for the style that they brought to the table. But these chaps... Again, it was a bit grittier, and maybe they'll play in favor of their opponent if it's just down to straight fragging. Although, if you know a little how to hold position, then that can really reward you in this format as well. We saw some teams like on Castle, for example, struggle to get onto the point after getting kills. So we'll see if these chaps are able to do that.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point as well. Obviously, Team Germany were really, leaps and bounds ahead of their opposition in the EU qualifiers. And it kind of did a disservice to a lot of the other teams who were still really good, but, just didn't have that same kind of strategy that you were mentioning. And as I'm kind of interested to hear from you in terms of, James briefly mentioned about the positioning of the players, how important that is. What have we kind of learned so far from this tournament? Do you feel like rushing in together has been, one of the strengths, or has it been more about a calculated approach, having somebody a little bit further back and then one person that kind of focuses on the sides?
Yeah, I think it depends a little bit on which stage in the respawn cycle that you seem to be in, right? Like I think once you're on the side and the flag is flipped in your favor, it's great to have someone who's being aggressive and making it harder for the other team to set up and try and do those retakes. We saw Kenny do it on Himalaya with the shotgun, pushing forward and trying to. I think that's great, but I think but if you have to retake a site, then leaving it up to one person is just very risky in my opinion, because again, if that fails, then then you have to wait for them to respawn, you have to get back in. I prefer the style of jump into the actual flag site and just try and retake it that way. I think that's a good way to go. So yeah, I think people need to have different strategies depending on where in the game they actually are. Are they trying to retake it, or have they already got it, and are they then trying to you know, just play spoilers and keep the other people away from the site. And that in itself is interesting. Like, there's more to think about than just, you know, how do you get it? You're gonna think about what do you do afterwards. It's a fun mode.
Yeah, it really is. There's so much thought that is required going into it. You know, you think maybe just rushing in onto a site, that's the best option, right? Because, you know, it's all about the time. But actually, it really isn't in some cases, as you were saying. It totally depends on the point of the map you're in and, of course, on the map that you're on as well. We've seen so many different strategies coming out for each of these individual maps, and I'm really excited to see which maps they're going to be picking for this series. But obviously, on the other side of the server is going to be Zaru and Masuta. This is a big duo. I am so excited to see Zaru take on some of these maps. It's actually, I was speaking to a lot of the players beforehand and asking them the question, you know, if you wanted to team up with anybody else in the Counter-Strike scene, who would you want to team up with? And so many people said Zaru, and I think it's kind of the obvious choice. He's so smart when it comes to the game, but his aim is always on point. So I'm interested to hear from you, James. What are you kind of expecting? This is his final game coming into the Red Bull Flick Invitational. Are you expecting big things from him? Do you feel like he'll be warmed up?
Well, I don't know what experience he had or how much work he's put in before coming into today's games, but they've played enough games to understand what might be expected of them, at least on the maps they've played. So I would assume that they're probably having to adjust very quickly to the information they're getting from game to game. So in terms of what to expect, I think it partly depends on what their opponent has to offer them. Like if they're coming in there well studied with utility and so on, then as we have seen, that really causes problems for the pro teams who haven't necessarily done their homework. We can see the likes of Samir and Thomas have, Kenyes and Jax as well. But if you're not coming with the pop flashes and so on, then I feel like there is a gulf between the two teams. So the individual skill could potentially be overwhelmed with just better prepared strategy. I love the contrast that we saw in some of those games actually with more prepared styles. So that's the thing. It's the first match we're seeing of this team on the server. So we don't know what they're bringing to the table. If they're coming prepared, then it's going to be really interesting. If they're not, then as smart as Zaru is, he may not be able to overcome the problems that the opponent will cause him in the short term. So we need to see what kind of form they're in coming into this match.
Yeah, exactly, indeed. And we also need to see which maps they will be playing out on in this best of 3 series. This is going to be an exciting one. As you said, we've obviously seen Team France played before. They know these maps really, really well. And we are going to be starting off with Castle from Team France. This makes me very happy. Garden as map number, then Matrix, if we need it, as the deciding map. I really like the sort of approach to some of these maps. Anders, are you thinking this is going to be a good series?
I think it's got all the potential for it. Again, we had a similar setup between Big and Team Germany, right? Where you know you've got the chance for the star players to potentially be upset. And the fact that we start with Castle as well, you know, I really enjoyed that. So I'm happy we get to see that one more time. I think it was the 3rd map in some of the other series, and we didn't get to it. So we've only seen it the one time, and you know, want to get another crack at it here.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point, is that we haven't seen Castle be map number 1. And I feel like we haven't really seen it in some of the previous tournaments, James, like coming in this early. So Team France obviously feel confident about this. And I don't think we're going to keep you waiting a moment longer. It's time to go into Castle as map number 1, Team France versus Team Vitality.
I feel like for pro players, I think Castle is one of the best choices they can make because, again, it takes the gimmicks away of the movement options. And I think the main issue to figure out is how to approach the site. And it's more at closer range than further range, like trying to get onto the site and contest it seems to be an issue. But I would expect this to be the more comfortable end of things for the likes of Zaru and co. So we'll see.
I would tend to agree with that. Yeah, I mean, you just look at the sort of the open nature of it. Although I feel like we've been saying this a lot about, you know, the potential firepower, and it hasn't really been true. This should be one of the fewer times where maybe it would be. So I want to see if that's going to be what's on the menu here. So far, it's flipped in favor of Vitality. So they've got the early lead, and what we saw so far is once you go on a run here on Castle, it could last a while before someone goes back and turns it against you.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Zaru doesn't seem ready for those long-range duels, maybe coming into this a little cold, although actually, no, they've played a bunch of maps, so there's no excuse. They're just missing his shots, really. And Joker is going to outduel him again. Because Masuta had a really good position on the site, and I think Zawu spotted. Well, it looks like he may have spotted the opponent when he was going up on the mini tower before he was spotted, but it really didn't work out in their favor. That is a meaty grenade, but can they finish off the job? Matuta's been taken out, and Zawu's trying to find that spray. But we've seen these angles on the previous castles haven't really been the best to engage from. They've had mixed results, and there's another one as Exercise holds onto the site.
I'm shocked that it took so long from that grenade landing to actually getting the kill, but I guess better late than never and all that. Still, yeah, that's an interesting scenario here. Down to 30 seconds on the CT side, 48 seconds there on the T side, and currently just a bit of a standoff here. But yeah, a little bit closer than we saw the other castle game, at least early on.
Absolutely, but Vitality. I kind of expected them to be on the back foot. I can see the people in the chat saying that they don't think Zawu has put in too much research into this one. More fool you, I say. Again, we have seen that there will be a big cavity if you don't put the work in. Again, I think Castle might be the best of the 3 maps for Vitality. Masuta again just hiding behind the concrete, and you wonder if Zawu is going to do a good enough job of covering him, and he's failed again, let's be honest.
Yeah, he has a little bit. It's now interesting. There it goes. Flips in favor of Team France, and nice job. That was an important kill right there, shutting them down. I don't know. Does Zawu need to do a lot of research, or is he just an intuitive player? Will he always just figure it out in the space of like 5 minutes? And does he even have 5 minutes here?
Yeah, that's a good question. Well, actually, 7.7 seconds left for Team France, and the overall clock is pretty low as well. So, I mean, Masuta's been doing a really good job, and finally Zawu is here to cover. He found a place where he can have some success, spraying through the glass, resetting the position. If he can entertain these CTs and keep them off the site, then that will work as well. As that clock continues to tick down, Masuta's taken out though as he repositions, so Zawu better get upstairs, and maybe if he's able to cap the point, Masuta will do a better job, but Zawu's taking his sweet time to get up there, and I don't think he's going to make it in the red already, but Masuta will save him, and again, indeed, Zawu won't last very long. That grenade won't hit the mark. See Masuta looking for these CTs, and I can see the wide swing, and they're really running this clock down, so there's a chance of Vitality.
Look at that middle clock, though. They got to be careful about that too. Obviously, the Team France would win it if it goes down here. Now they've turned it in their favor, so now it's looking really rough. They're just running there. They're not even jumping up. I don't think they can actually make it. They're taking a long route, and they did not have the time for it. So Team France will come out with a victory. Still 17 seconds left at the end there. That's kind of interesting.
What's hilarious is that they would have won faster if he didn't cap the point, because the overall time would have run out quicker than raising the flag and so on. So. Again, I feel like you need a coach on the server to give that call, because with so much action on the server, it's hard to keep an eye on that. But yeah, there we go. No damage done.
All right. So just not getting in there in time, and let's see. This time the fight's happening way outside of the flag zone. Just trying to see if they can win the early battle. No one's flipped it yet. I think finally it's going to be Team France to pick that one up, and they win the fight against Zawu. So now they could go on a bit of a run here.
Absolutely. Masuta trying to defend, but he is very much expected from that common position in this new and improved format, and Vitality are getting deleted time after time. They can't get anywhere close to the site at the moment. 20-second run at counting, and look at this position from Exercise. A free kill for him, and that's Masuta back to the subs bench once again, along with Zawu now getting iced once more. Could they run? Could this be the run from start to finish?
It could be. I mean, that's one way to get revenge, isn't it? They've already taken pretty much 40 seconds without being interrupted. So yeah, why not? Nice shot. That's gonna take down Zawu finally, but I don't know. This is a bit of a different feel.
Yeah, back on the point, our Team France, 17 seconds on the clock, and I thought this might be the best map for Vitality, and now I sincerely hope that isn't true, because this is proving to be very problematic for them. Masuta trying to get onto the point. They haven't raised the flag in this round whatsoever, a full minute on the clock.
What's so interesting is they keep trying to do it, but And they keep getting a couple of kills, but they're never actually able to turn it around. Here we go, Team France. Down to 6 seconds now, and they just keep going. Oh, this is outrageous. They're not letting them anywhere near. What just happened, James? This is not what we're expecting.
That is a clean sheet of a round. Well, there we go. Vitality getting spanked. I don't know how else to say it. They got absolutely spanked on Castle. Now, on paper, for me, that was like their best hope, and they didn't even they didn't even raise the flag ever in that round. And that was the round where maybe they're supposed to like adjust to the round prior and be better, but they ended up being worse. So that's not a good indicator. That's not a good sign.
That is a definite problem. I wasn't expecting. I mean, what did they get down to? Like 17 seconds or something in the first round, and then second round they just did nothing at all. Yeah, that's not good enough. That's unacceptable. It's where you again, but it follows the same pattern as we saw earlier, right? It isn't necessarily the star names here that are doing all of the work, which many people would have guessed.
Yeah, again, you can be a big brain in an experienced environment, but if you haven't put the time in, then you're going to be embarrassed. And they were absolutely embarrassed in that game of Castle. They still have an opportunity to redeem themselves, but again, this is a must-win situation for them. Otherwise, they are off to the bakery to get a baguette. Simple as that.
Yeah, I mean that's not a bad consolation prize if you have to, but I bet they'd rather win though. Might get a baguette if they win as well, James. That might be what's on the menu.
Yeah, that would be pretty cool. No one dislikes a baguette unless you've got mad issues with bread. But yeah, we can see there's more kills, just more everything really for Team France. Exercise and Joko having a pretty good performance. I don't really feel like much of a fight was put up there by Vitality, but maybe they can do so on the next map to come. I mean, it is Last Chance Saloon, common phrase. We'll see. They didn't really show us much of anything there. We didn't really get to see anything exciting from Vitality, but hopefully they can do on the next map.
Well, that was I mean, Castle was one of the maps where you would have said, okay, well, at least they're going to have like the open range to really try and use some of the skills to potentially win with. This one might be even more tricky. I mean, there's lots of open space here, but again, if you don't know this map, I feel like you're going to be at a huge disadvantage. And already, Team France just rushing right into the middle within both fights, and now they're using smokes and everything. This has turned out pretty well so far.
Zaiwu with a kill. Give some confidence. Exercise with a nice frag with a silence them for, but Vitality will raise the flag early, and at least that is a good sign. Smoke will go. Limit the variance now. Joko trying to hide in plain sight. Couldn't quite find the spray. That's a nice one tap from Zaiwu. Get on the point though. Hide behind that plinth. Just focus on the lower area. It's got a Molotov to create some space. There's one for the back boxes. It might spread later on. So being real careful. Yeah, he's in trouble now. It's going to get executed by the likes of Team France.
Winning both those fights and low on health on at least one player, but they've managed to turn it, and they're going to get a bit of a chance here to run the clock down. That is a wild jump from Sai. We took a bit of damage falling in. Oh, the grenade though! He would have had a chance to flip it in their favor right then, but that was a well-timed grenade.
Denied. Masuta had no idea where Joko was coming from there. That was a really free headshot. Someone standing on a site to be unawares, that's not a good sign. And they just keep falling Vitality. Team France creating some space for themselves by fours. Joko and these AK headshots, he's doing a really good job of these. Yeah. Trying to look for Masuta, elevating his position. Flag still up, of course. That's a really nice play from him. Proactive, and that run will finally come to an end with 20 seconds left for Team France.
He seems completely unfazed at the moment, Joko, which is, that's not so easy to do when you look at the scoreboard and it's Zaiwu on the other side. That'll make you nervous almost any day, but doesn't show it anyway, which is kind of impressive. 16 seconds left for the CT side. Team France are doing an amazing job right now. Look at the sneak around here. Oh, that might have done it. Brilliant.
Yeah, let's see if they can hold on to this now. Both players fighting around the site. Got some high ground for Masuta. The instant trade from Joko, though. He's been the king of these taps. Didn't even necessarily need to peak. That was 6 seconds on the clock. Could have just hit and really shaved a few more seconds left. But I don't think they're too concerned with Vitality north of 40. Changing that now as they head into the 30s. But again, it's just so much work for them to do. Joko in a 1v2 at the moment, trying to use the statue for cover. Doesn't quite get there, though. And maybe there's time for a turnaround. But with 6 seconds on the clock for Team France, I feel like it may be inevitable.
So far, Masuta hitting some great shots, covering from the high ground. And another one right there. If he can keep doing it, he's going to get, I think that's 4 kills in a row for Masuta, just helping out his teammate. I mean, that's a great way to do it, but they know where he is. He's still doing it. That was actually Saibu with the headshot, but you see Masuta's already on it as well. Could he stay alive? It's going to be a double kill instead. And now, I don't know, they're going to have maybe 1 second left. They need to just run in here. They can't spend any time even thinking about it. And I don't know if it's even possible to really get there in a matter of seconds. It's not. They're going to end up losing the first round of the second map. But that looked like that strategy of having Masuta on the high ground and Saibu down on the side was working for at least, 2 respawn cycles or something like that.
Yeah, it was doing good for a while. But I think France has got too much of a lead early now. With that late comeback attempt, you would hope that that's a signal, perhaps, that something better can be done here from them. And there's Joko back on headshots once again. He's really been strong with the AK-47 on Garden. So we're trying to figure out where he could be peaked from. Using the hedge for some good cover as he waits for his teammate to make his way towards the site. Exercise from behind a log will land a nice headshot. Stereo frags for Team France as they raise the flag once again.
And put up a bit of a smoke. Oh, that is an angle that he's been practicing. You could tell. Just as he came flying in off the side, he got completely shut down. But yeah, the smoke on top as well to buy even more time. And there's Joko but yeah, both picking up a kill each. This is working out even better than on the first round here at Garden.
Yeah, they're almost halfway there, heading towards 30 seconds here on Garden. And the frags keep on coming, but finally Zai was able to turn things around and start the proceedings for Vitality. They've got so much work to do, so much catching up. Always on the back foot in this series. But there are some nice kills from Vitality, which will give them a good 10 seconds, I think, at least. Masuta looking for the reposition. You can see Exercise dancing behind what looks like a Christmas tree.
Yeah, but he's
not quite getting a connection, though.
No, spending a lot of bullets trying. I think he knew from the very get-go where he was. There's Joko again, setting himself up, just trying for a bit of a preemptive flashbang. But honestly, I don't know. That was another big chance, and they did run a lot of time off the clock there for the Vitality side. But still, 38 to the 19 now, 18 of Team France. They might be doing it right here, James. We might not get to steal third map.
Yeah, it's not looking good for Vitality. This feels like a fast-forward game. Zaiwu, I think he created, or maybe just fell to his doom, which is possible on Garden as well. The Molotov to create some space. 7 seconds on the clock. Really important frag for Joko. His teammate's still on the site. You can see him go wide as Joko takes control of the flag. Going forward, a bit of spawn camping to be done, and I think that's goodbye for Vitality. They were barely ever in the game.
This is wild. I mean, I think we have enough evidence now, enough confirmation that the key isn't so much having the star players. It's really being prepared. You see, I think Joko had a number of times where he was ready for the teleport when they sort of come flying out the side. Like he just shut them down as they tried to get onto the site really quickly. So a lot of little tricks there that were really cool to see. That's actually kind of awesome. So not Saiwu this time with the star power.
It was not indeed, but Team France must be very proud of that performance, especially against some of their hometown heroes, really. It must have been an amazing opportunity for them to play against them as well, but they definitely showed their star power coming into it. And I think that's a really good point, Anders. The actual just, practice and preparation coming into this definitely seems to make sure they bested the series. And I wonder from your perspective, James, obviously we saw these guys still making waves in the EU qualifiers. Do you feel like they adapted quite well to the new spawn timers? Because I know that's been a big point for all of us discussing it. How much this is different to some of the previous games that we've seen?
I don't know, because I feel like Team France need a stronger challenge for us to really measure how much they've adapted. It seems they just, experience trumped Vitality. They had better knowledge of the angles and so on, and Vitality did what they could. But as you can see, it doesn't seem like they've tried as hard as some of the other pros certainly have. in this format. So we need to see them playing matches later on in the tournament to find out really just how much they've adapted, because I don't think that was the strongest challenge they're going to have in this bracket.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you here, and I love some of those highlights coming out from Jocko. Such aggressive plays on Garden, and I think that's actually something that you guys were noting during the match, is the kill distribution between Exercise and Jocko was pretty even. That wasn't somebody who was really, really heavily fragging out. They seemed to, you know, synergize really, really well together as a duo. And I think that's something that's really key, as we saw on both of these maps. But it must be a little bit heartbreaking for Zaiwu and Masuta dropping down, meaning they don't qualify for the playoffs later. But I'm looking forward to seeing Team France taking on, well, potentially we could see a rematch between them and Team Germany, James. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, that would be really cool. Although I like the contrast we're seeing versus the professional players, where if they're trash, they get them out. Just remove them from the tournament in brutal fashion. It's great to see. I enjoy it.
Exactly that. I think something we were talking about as well, Anders, way back earlier in the day, was you know, the pressure on using utility and the importance of different types of utility. And we hadn't actually seen that much with HE grenades. You know, we were talking about, are they actually going to be viable? Will you be dead by the time you've thrown it because someone spotted you? But actually, we saw Team France using a few crucial HE grenades. I think even one of them managed to take out Zaiwu. So it was nice to see that perspective.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there are a couple of different ways, right? Like, one thing, throwing grenades could obviously give your position away, but if you know that the clock is running down, then you know that someone's on the site, and the sites aren't so huge that, yeah, you could probably guess it, and they did a pretty good job at doing that at least a couple of times. So, yeah, I think, you know, if it keeps on, if the people who aren't playing currently, if they get out of their own games early and they could go watch the stream, you know, maybe they could learn a little bit, and maybe they'll have an advantage in that sense, because I feel like that's going to be something that could easily swing the tide. You know, you do like 30-40 damage to someone on a site, you know, it's going to be so much easier to try and win that fight afterwards. So yeah, hope we do see more of it. It's definitely worked out well for Team France.
It did indeed. And with that match wrapped up, we can see exactly which teams are going to be moving through to the playoff stage. Unfortunately, we've had to bid farewell to 8 of our teams, but the top 8 will be progressing. And there's some names in there that we kind of expected coming into this. You know, we're talking about Team Germany, Team France, all the country teams really. But we've also got G2 Team 1. They really blew us out of the water earlier. Smooya and Thomas not dropping a single game. And of course, both Anuris teams. That'll be really, really cool if they match up against one another. I think it'd be awesome to see Nero and Taz going head-to-head. James, are there any maybe particular surprises for you coming through this? People that you maybe would have expected to see or not expected to see?
I was impressed with how strong a performance Team Anuris have put in, because obviously we didn't know anything about them coming into this tournament. But if we compare their performances with some of the other ones we've seen from professional players, they've clearly made a lot more effort, and they have been rewarded for that, as you often are. So that is great to see. Obviously, for all those teams and players, we came into this with not really knowing what to expect, but they showed us what is possible. Versus some of the other teams who just got wrecked in comparison.
Exactly. Anders, you must be a little bit heartbroken that there's no fully Danish team going through.
I know. I really wanted to see that. We only had the one in there. I feel like it's not really, you know, fully representative. But then again, you know, they didn't do nearly as well as you would have hoped. So maybe it is. Maybe you know, we got our one chance and we just couldn't do it. So bit of a shame. But I'm just gonna focus on the positive. I'm happy to see Smooya and Thomas up there. I still think that's a good story. You know, so now the thing is that they can't let me down. I feel like that would be too much.
Yes, exactly. But I'm expecting big things of them going through. Obviously, we didn't get to see their final 2 games of the group stage. But I imagine if they came into those games with any kind of preparation or practice like we saw in game number 1, James, they're a force to be contended with going into this playoff stage.
Yeah, they want to win the whole thing. I think that much is clear. So whoever's going to go up against them are going to have a big fight on their hands, because you can see they're prepared. They got pot flashes, they got molotovs, they got smokes, they got it all. So I love how much effort they've put into it, and I can't wait to see more of that in the to come.
It's going to be an incredible set of playoff matches, but I think we're skimming over perhaps the most important match coming up at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. It's actually going to be the show match, and both Anders and James are going to be taking to the stage. Before you do this, guys, I want to get some initial thoughts. James, I feel like you've had a bit of an advantage. You know, you've actually played some of the maps before. You've been watching a lot of the maps. Are you feeling confident going into it?
I don't know, but do you know what? Normally I'd say yes and talk mad trash, but honestly, it was horrible playing on Speedway. It was horrible. So I'll do my best. I'll be humble for once. I'll try, and we'll see what happens. But I don't know what's gonna happen.
Well, you'll be teaming up with RPK, I believe, and Anders, you're going to be teaming up with Shock. So I'm super excited to see what you guys are going to be bringing to the server. We'll be getting right into it after this short break. Make sure you join us then.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick.
So my favorite Red Bull Flick map is Speedway. I like the surfing part of it.
The one which is called Castle? Yeah, because I just like it because there's a lot of things you can do on this map, and I have my own spot which I go every time, and you will see this spot.
My favorite Red Bull Flick map is Castle because it's the most beautiful and I like the colors there.
Yeah, I think the Castle is the best out of those 5. It looks pretty complex and really nice.
I would have to go with, I believe it's called Himalaya. Reason being, it's only pistols and shotguns, which is going to be pretty interesting. Thomas is one of the best Nova players to ever grace the game. He only plays it in Faceit when he's trolling on my team, so I feel like I'm definitely better prepared than most of the teams in this.
My favorite map is Castle.
My favorite map is Garden because it's like a free map. You can shoot. It's like a long range distances, a short range distance. It's like the most balanced map for me. So I think everyone can beat everyone on this map.
My favorite map is, I think, Speedway, because it's like not like the pistol map on Himalaya. Because I'm a rifle player, I don't like pistols so much, even though I can play with them. And I think it's a very fast-paced map, and you can do pretty exciting stuff with the surf parts and go around the map very fast. And I think it's the best map, yeah.
For me, it's Speedway as well, I would say, because you can, with one surf, you can go on the side instantly. So it's very fast fights, and I'm really a fan of the map.
So I like my teammate, but if I had such an opportunity, I would pick someone from G2, probably Hunter maybe.
I would have to pick nobody. I would quit because Thomas is my ride or die, and I would rather not play in it than play without Thomas.
I have had the opportunity to play with someone else but my teammate. It will be some guy from BIG.
Obviously from like the new generation. I would probably like to team up with Zywo.
I would like to team up with Forrest from Dignitas.
I think the simple answer is like Zaibu, but I will pick Hunter.
For me, it's definitely Goppy, because I'm a German. He's a legend of the German Counter-Strike scene. I've looked up to him a lot of times back in the days, and yeah, really excited to meet him in the tournament.
Surely it's not going to be another steal at this point. They get him off the point, so it's all up to the sniper in Precise. He's on the high ground. He's trying to take him down from a distance. He wants it to be over. 2.9 seconds to 7.8. The CTs are getting close to it every time, though. Right now, ISL Power aren't able to advance to actually get close enough to run down the clock, unless Precise does this. The 2K is huge. They're back on the point. They're running the clock down, and they're still hitting all their shots. James, they've done it.
They're going to do it again. This is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, 0.6. They ring that stereo frag. There it is from Paradox. He'll get both, in fact. Putting a smoke up to create some variance now, but he can't buy himself some time now. Susan needs to hold and not get sprayed down while her teammate rotates. She's still there contesting, still in the smoke. Susan, why isn't he spraying? He doesn't know he's got 13 bullets. He's still looking around, but this is stopping them from capping. You've got to try something. Susan is still there. This is absolutely ridiculous. If they seal it this way, it would be so absurd. A flying Paradox gives time for rotation from both, but he's got to stay on the side. 1.4 to 0.6. Oh my god, he stepped off it.
He's straight back in, though. He's trying to work around it. Gets the first frag back on towards the site. Bardolph with a very lovely follow-up as well. Finding that headshot is hugely impactful. And he just keeps going. Assisted by Rio for the third. They've now been able to switch things back over. We Don't Care only got it down to 32 seconds as well. So if they keep holding the spawns like this, they can build themselves up a nice amount of time to play with. Of course, Psycho Wow on the re-entry. But Bardolph, he's continuously popping off here. What is this, like 6 frags now?
It, and not all will Stoxy be able to survive. So you can see, actually, maybe after all, PG School could run it back right here in this round. They obviously need to. Oh, cool. There you go, Connor. Some excellent headshots. He's fired up right now, and this is what they need. They needed somebody to come out huge here. What a run! This might be unstoppable at this point. Connor's got no HP, but it's just all there neck and neck at this point. Off the spawns, and that's just like very hard with how fast things move. You can see there's trade after trade after trade. Nice headshot from everything. Oh my god, Mixu. How's he able to, like... I think he's teleported.
Where's he gone? Oh no, he's dead! Oh, that's a disaster. That's so hilarious. And actually, trying to avoid things there, of course they couldn't spot them, but the CT's been taken away from the site itself. But the Enhancer got so much catching up to do, and maybe they have been outplayed here, because if this kill comes in, and surely it's over. We've got one coming in around the back, but I don't think it's going to come in fast enough, and there is another game in the bag. So it's going into enemy territory. Did you ever play enemy territory game?
Oh, of course, yeah. It's OG. It's really good on the Quake 3 engine, of course.
Yeah, that's an oldie, but a good. I was more of a Day of the Feet person, but I play some EP with some of my weird friends on the internet.
Are there any other friends on the internet? Any other type of friends?
There were a few categories. Weird was certainly one of them.
Yeah, ET was a absolutely fantastic game. One of the original esports as well, especially it's one of the original class-based esports, actually. I think in the past, oh no, that's a bit awkward. Doesn't get as much out of that as he wanted, but look at this. The Nova's in the action immediately, and that's what we want to see. Yes, the juicy Nova frags. Can it really get more satisfying? I don't think so.
That's quite the angle. Now we spoke about, you see this guy behind the box had a nice angle to take the Nova cap away, the Nova grab rather, but he got popped immediately. And this Nova's still doing damage. Nice pre-fire, beautiful. Sin really dominating now with this Nova. Just this is absolutely colossal. To stop the rots as well, especially when you see like where Patsy's position is. He's really just stopping the cross into the site. But as he's low health, perhaps Beautiful will get more aggressive and take more risks to try and hold on to it. Again, a solid 20 seconds now as they've taken a site, and they're still winning these duels, both now in the red, and they're working pretty well as a unit. Patsy's finally been taken up, but can he respawn in time? And that's one of the things, you don't have the movement options on this one. Still with 10 HP, if This could just be a run all the way to the end. Passy's had plenty of time to respawn now, and Elo Abuser is still alive, and Passy's just holding on. Maybe he needs to get onto site to trade with his teammates. Stay on the site itself. It's going to be a run from start to finish. Sit down. That's the first 45-0 I think we've seen. And just unstoppable from the start.
Wow, 3 kills total. Oh my god, who is going to take this one? Nate gets back onto the site. There's no one close to contest it. The flag goes up. That's 1 second left. Oh my god. They're still keeping it alive.
Oh my god. Oh, there goes the flag. 0.1. There's both 0.1. This is ridiculous. Who's going to get on there first? It takes so long for the flag to go off. Everybody's racing to the point now. Oh my god, the flag's going either way. Nate gets dinked, but he's still alive. They're both in the red on the site. Someone's going to get the other kill, and it will be Psyground. Oh my days. 0.1. That is it doesn't get closer than that.
Yeah, this is a really crazy round actually. Like the fact, like so much has happened in this one round in terms of how the tables are being turned repeatedly by either side. Soxian once again, he's so good at finding kills on the bomb site on the capture point. And he's doing it again here. He's repositioned. That's so smart to do that, and he might just get another double kill. Oh, he's so good at this. Oh man, you can't mess with that.
But you see how anarchy is used on this map. So different.
Both like these two teams are really playing at a different level. Look at Stoxian just absolutely decimate them by himself. That's so insane. It feels like this is a heavy mismatch. Again, look at this, just the spray down from Stoxian are brutal. There's no way back.
It's been an action-packed day so far here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational, and it's not going to be stopping there. James and Anders are going to be taking to the stage alongside Shox and RPK in our Flick show match. But with those guys in the server, I need somebody to join me here. And of course, it's going to be the wonderful Jackie. Thank you so much for joining us here at the Invitational. You excited to be seeing James and Anders getting in the server?
Freya, I can't wait, honestly. When I heard the call, when producer Reese hit me up and was like, do you want to come in? Do you want to see James Bardolph take on Anders in the Battle of the Century in the Red Bull Flick show match? I went, of course I do.
Good stuff. There's nobody else I'd rather be here with. And I think it's going to be pretty spicy because, as we've been mentioning to James, I love to remind him of it. He did lose the only Red Bull Flick map he's ever played. He played on Speedway in the Bardolph Open and he lost quite dramatically. Didn't even manage to get around on the board. So I'm wondering what you're thinking coming into this, Jackie. Do you think James might have an advantage, or do you think Anders might be a dark horse?
So I think it's quite interesting, right? Looking at it for what it is, Freya. I've had experience with James on LAN in Counter-Strike before, right? We teamed together. We went to an I series. We did all right. I think we came 13th, 16th. I know what James is like. The quality's there. You can see he'll turn up in clutch rounds. He has his moments of madness with the AWP. But what I feel like his tactical edge will be is he's a bit of a madman when it comes to Red Bull Flick, right? He's been getting the hours in. He's been doing his research. I think his prep game is what's going to help him out more. I reckon Anders will come through. It'll feel like he'll be able to coast, go toe-to-toe with some of the best. But when it comes to the strategy, that's James's edge.
100%. I think you're totally right in terms of the utility as well, because he's been the one posting on Twitter all these smokes and molotovs that he's found. He's handcrafted himself.
Yeah.
James's own utility executes, and nobody's used them, have they? Nobody's bothered to take them into the server. And I think it's going to be all on James Bardolph to show us exactly how they're meant to be used. I mean, we're focusing on the star players of these lineups, but of course they're going to be joined by Shox and RPK. James is going to be in there with RPK and Anders with Shox. That's going to be quite interesting in itself, splitting those two guys up, putting them with some casters. Do you think they'll be able to keep their cool in this frustrating situations that I'm sure will probably arise?
See, I wonder who's got it easier, right? It's like, in that situation, Fred, would you rather be RPK or would you prefer to be Shox when you've got the comms coming at you? Obviously, James just dropping his jokes throughout the match and you'd be there just like, what is going on? Where am I? What is this show match?
Exactly. I think, I'd probably err on the side of Anders. I feel like he's going in with a good attitude into this.
Yeah.
I mean, he's quite new to the Red Bull Flick concept, but I think he's got a few of his specially selected maps. He seems to be quite keen towards Speedway. So I'm interested to see exactly where the map fit is going to land us, because James has said time and time again he does not want to play on that map again. That was the map he lost on. He doesn't want to be going back. But of course we have 4 other maps to choose from. So I'm wondering your thoughts on these maps. Obviously you joined us for the EU qualifiers as well. Are there any, if you were playing in this right now, who do you think will be going for which maps? Do you feel like there's any sort of characteristics they'll be leaning towards?
I feel like James should probably gravitate to trying to get a Himalaya in the mix. I feel like that sorts him good and proper. You got to think about, his normal go-to, the type of weaponry that he's always liked to get involved with in CS. I think that suits him. Up close combat fights with shotties and pistols. You run in there with a Tech 9. James will have a field day. That's where the tap-in's going to come out. But I don't know if that'll suit Anders. I don't know how well-versed he is in the pistol prowess, Freya.
True. And also, a bit of a sore subject, the Tech 9, really. I've been speaking to him about it. He's not a massive fan. So I'm wondering...
Is he not a techer?
No, he's not. He's not a techer. And I was so disappointed when we were speaking about it. I was like, James, why? It's back almost to its pre-nerf state. I want to see him walking out with that. I want to see him walking out with some shotguns as well. That is where the James Bardolph I know and love will come in.
The big Papa Pump coming out from across the back. That's where his signature speciality comes in. I reckon that's what we need to see. Literally James Bardolph dual wielding a Nova and a Tech 9, just sprinting towards Anders, windmilling.
It's going to be fantastic. I have set Anders a bit of a challenge, though. We were talking a bit about it beforehand. James slightly bigging himself up. I feel like he's sort of started to peter off towards the end a little bit, realizing, oh my God, I'm probably going to get owned. But nevertheless, we were talking about the times, he's played on LAN, and he was saying, I go for these spectacular plays. I go for these big plays to impress people. People don't notice that. People notice when I get knifed. So I've set Anders a challenge of trying to knife James.
Okay, I like it. I feel like it could work. And you know what? There's a lot of truth to what you've just said there, Freya. I dubbed it the Bardolph burst when I was on the team with him because he'd rock up towards the A site on a retake. The smokes would be down. You'd be holding. You'd be thinking, right, we'll come in. We'll clean up on the site. Don't even worry about it. And James would be through there like a speeding bullet, charging in with an AWP, trying to take the world on. So there's going to be some opportunities for Anders to get behind him with a blade, I believe.
Yeah, I'm quite interested to hear from your side. You know, you've teamed up with James a few times before. What is he like as a teammate? Enter me into the world of the wonderful James Bardolph's mind.
He's effective. You know, he's got his ideas. He's definitely a bit of a theory crafter. I feel like that's what both of these players are going to bring to the server, Freya. We know what Anders is like, right? He's got that big brain. He always thinks about things outside of the box as if the box doesn't even exist. That's the way he approaches it. James is quite the same. He likes to come into those matchups with a lot of theory, a lot of ideas. And if it looks like things are starting to take a sour turn, he's not one to keep shy and not ship those ideas. He'll give them chance. He'll try and give you some input of where he thinks he can change things. And in a matchup like this, I feel like it can be beneficial, right? Because obviously with Flick, you need to adapt. It's not your standard game of CS. It is a lot more high octane, but it's also the added benefit of I think he's the one person we've seen pushing the idea that the comms are so important in Flick, Freya. There's so much to focus on. I think James is really going to have a good job of being able to try and keep a good focus on what's important at the right time.
Yeah, it is indeed. And I think it's going to heavily depend on what maps we're going to be playing out this series on. It is going to be a best of 3. So hopefully we'll be going the full mile and seeing James and Anders on these 3 maps. But let's take a look at which maps they are going to be on. Again, as I said, I'm not expecting Speedway to be in the mix. It is not. Team Bardolph going for Matrix. I mean, that is very on brand with the utility executes that James has been showing. He is obsessed with that tower point. He's obsessed with the Molotov on that tower point. So if he doesn't throw at least one of those, I will be sorely disappointed.
Freya, I think this is quite possibly the best veto I could have walked into for a show match between these two big boys. Matrix to start, then we get Himalaya with a close quarters carnage. I wanted it, I was speculating for it, and we've been given it, and then we get Garden to finish, which is literally just going to come down to the battle of the aim, and that's actually one I think more to just see RPK and Shox really shine.
Yeah, actually, that's a really good point. We have been focusing a lot of our attention onto the side of Anders and James.
But
yeah,
pros.
Exactly. But let's talk about, the teammates that are less well known. Let's talk about RPK and Shox. What do you think of them coming into this? Obviously, this is the first time for either of these players that they'll be taking to the stage in any kind of Flick concept. So, with that being said, I think it's going to be interesting because, Anders and James are going to be a bit more well-versed in this. We've seen a lot of games playing out today. Do you think it might take some time for RPK and Shox to, actually adapt and really understand the Flick concept?
I think it's hard, right? Because obviously they're going to come in, they're going to hit their shots, they're going to know how to take aim battles and play the classic core game of CS. But all the extra nuances that come into the mix here with Flick are what make it really hard for a player that's never seen it before or never got involved and never played in one of those qualifiers to then come in and try and get to grips. I think, we've even seen that happening throughout today. When I was looking back, we've seen some of the pros that come in and you think they should be winning, but they struggle, Freya, because of the core mechanics. So they're going to hit their shots. They're going to be able to do some damage. I think we're just going to have RPK and Shoxy basically just going off on 1v1s the entire time. But it does come down to who is going to be the better teacher out of James and Anders for me. They need to really have those comms on point and be able to translate what they need them to do when and where. However, if you think about it in the sense, right, if you kind of play that Overwatch role, you have RPK and Shoxy defending you whilst James and Anders are going for the flag, that could be a strategy.
I like that. I do like that indeed. We've been debating that throughout today. We've seen a lot of different teams having different approaches to these maps, some of them going in together, some of them, having that more of a scout approach, especially on maps like, Matrix and Garden. You can't really do it so much with Himalaya. But, Garden, we see people using that high ground to their advantage. Then we see other players, jumping straight into the site, which sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. So, yeah, I'm eagerly anticipating exactly what's going to be going down in this matchup. But also, as a side note, we have literally just seen the Vitality team that were competing in the Invitational. They literally just got knocked out by Team France. So I feel like, even though this isn't part of the Invitational format per se, it would be amazing to see one of these Vitality players really coming out, really showing their stuff and proving, actually, yeah, we are still good at this Flick concept. We want to be included in more.
Mate, if they're going to do it, they've got to show up, they've got to come out, really put the pedal to the metal and absolutely give it. And I'd say that might lie a little bit further in the favour of RPK. He's always been a shining star in my eye, Freya, all the way back from Source. He's a man that I can't help but just, have to sit there and be glued to my monitor whenever I witness him play. And it's a treat to be able to obviously commentate him in this interesting format coming out here. I reckon he's going to have a field day with it and really just bring the pain.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see what the tank is going to be bringing to the server. Indeed, some spectacular maps to be getting our game started off on. I'm eagerly awaiting being able to jump into this matchup. And I think it's, actually interesting that you brought up that you've been watching a little bit of Flick at the moment. And it's been cool to see, obviously, the games that we were commentating back at the EU qualifiers. All 4 of those teams have managed to go through. So I like the underdog potential of this, whole concept and the maps as well.
Oh, it's awesome. We've seen so much. Obviously, even with the India finals as well, right? When we had Venom on and we got to see the team that qualified through, where it was actually a mixed team of a man and a woman. That was really interesting because it was cool to actually see another style coming through as well there. We saw the utilization of that one player working Overwatch and one player obviously going for the flag that kind of actually carried them through the Indian qualifier because it just caught everyone off guard that was consistently going for firefights that were somewhat unnecessary. And that was where we were thinking maybe this could be something that could be used elsewhere in the other regions. And it does look like that started to now be shipped around a lot more.
Well, we're going to be jumping into this first map of the best of 3. It's going to be starting off over on the side of Anders with Shox. He is taking some fights here. This is what we were talking about having, somebody playing a bit further back. Anders is the one to be going into the side, though.
Down on ground level. Anders coming out with the spam, but it's not going to start off too well, of course. It is the main man himself, Freya. We say his name and he starts to slay, but unfortunately, there's going to be a bit of a team-on-team crime coming through as Shoxy will bite back onto the noggin of RPK and at least slow down the game for now.
I love that Bardolph has already gone out and are using those corners. We talk about them constantly when we're analysing the games, and it's nice to see him actually put it into practice in the server as well. He's managed to get the timer down quite significantly for their side.
It's a good spot to be in. RPK on the higher ground, though. Can he try and slow them down? No, he cannot. They can just get some uncontested timing off and just wait on the point here. Anders literally just has to try and duck down, keep his head and nose out of trouble, but it's not looking good. It really is feeling like this one is turning into a bit of a firefight when it comes down to the battles. A lot of scraps going on, Freya. Not too much actual pushing towards the objective.
There is indeed. I'm really respecting James's plays of just going in and trying to hide. But, it's been paying off, but I feel like Anders is starting to read exactly what is going on here. It's cool to actually see them both jumping into the server as well, especially Anders, because it's first Flick that he's joining us for. And it's cool to see him actually executing some of the strategies we've been talking about.
It's been working quite nicely for them. And the game itself is really close as well. We've only just seen the Bardolph boys overtaking by getting it down now towards the 20-second mark. And Shoxy, he's so cheeky, isn't he, Freya?
I absolutely love to see this. Look at James, though. He's using these corners to his advantage so much. Anders going to get taken down by RPK. They both seem to be using the back of the site as well, or the back of the map, rather. And it seems to be going quite well for them. It's weird that the Vitality guys are going to be doing that, though.
Oh, man. They literally couldn't get James out of position. And it is kind of what we were speculating about, right? You can see both of the Vitality players. They're the mad fraggers. They're the ones that are going for the picks. Whereas James, he knew to just go for duck and cover. He would get his head down. He was sprinting in, getting himself on the site, tucking in behind the corner, and literally not going for any unnecessary faces. It was a nice way of playing it, and it gets them the opening round.
Well, we're actually going to have a little bit of a treat, and we're going to try and listen in to some of James's comms at the moment with RPK. Let's see if we can hear them. Unfortunately, maybe they're just not saying anything.
Maybe they're just really quiet. They're really concentrating.
So focused as well. You know what, James? You're too focused for us. We can't even hear you. But Shox going back into the site, trying to get this cap on the hold point. And Anders having a little bit of a... I feel like he might have not realised the teleportation was there. Might not have wanted to go up to that high ground. But Shox, he still makes it work. He's still got captured point on the site.
And this is already going well for the Bardolph boys, Freya. They got themselves down close towards the 35-second mark. We're not seeing much of a response coming out from Team Anders. The Anders army needs to arrive. They've got to maraud their way forward, but they can't. They're just having their heads knocked off time and time again. We also see RPK playing that nice angle towards the back where you've got so much cover. You can literally just sit there and burn time off the clock.
I love watching these guys trying to use the teleportation in this map. Sometimes, you know, you run over it accidentally, you're taken up to the higher ground, and then you're dead. But saying that, Shox is going to be dead anyway. But Bardolph's going to be trying to contest the site against Anders. This is what I like to see through the box as well. Bardolph's got some decent hold time onto this site. He's taking that timer down for the T side. Obviously got that first round. He's making it a lot closer, though.
Oh, James in his primetime position. This is the angle he's been using for so long, but he can't handle two men at once. They'll come round from either side and overpower him as Shox will shut him down. And this is where RPK needs to reply. Oh, that was a disgusting flick. A Red Bull flick and a half, Freya. He has cracked him open like a can of Red Bull.
He is absolutely on brand, but alas, Shox is going to take him down. He's going to get the 2k for that as well, and he's going to secure the site. This is going down to the wire, but with the CTs getting that presence on the side, they're going to be taking it down. 15 seconds, 14. If Bardolph can't find some way into the site, this is over.
Oh, it's the angle as well. It favours Shoxy so much on the peak. He's able to just sit there, backhand everyone that's coming in. RPK is not going overly aggressive. They're going to go for the spam, but it won't work out. They stop him at 0.8 seconds, Freya.
Oh my god. I can't believe how close this is getting. We're managing to get back on the T side, but having said that, he's dead. He's gone. Who is going to be able to get it down, though?
I actually like this play from James as well. Picking up the AUG, using the scope from the high tower, so you can use that elevated ground to actually stop them from getting back on the site. And then you've got RPK playing on the close back angle where there's so much cover. It's really hard to force him out if James can at least provide solid overwatch. And it's working so far. They're getting it close, but they've got to hold it for another 15 seconds straight.
That is what you love to see as well. Shox is wasting so much time checking all these angles because he just doesn't know where RPK is. But saying that, Anders is going to take down. But oh my... RPK, he's doing work. Look at this.
RPK's winning it for the Bardolph Brigade. He's just peeking out and bludgeoning everyone that peeks him. James back on ground level as well. Comes through with the Kalashnikov. Can he clean up to clutch it? James on the 2K might have actually secured the deal here for the Bardolph boys. As long as he can stay on the point, Freya.
Oh my god. What an incredible showing from James right there at the end. I can't believe that.
That's sick. That was actually really nicely played from James. The timing coming out clutch. I mean, fair play to RPK though, right? There was a solid 15 seconds where it was the RPK show.
Exactly, indeed. But you know what? I feel like James is going to, he might take all the credit for that one. Maybe, you never know. But that was such a close matchup to start off the day with. That's awesome. I love it.
No, it was really good. We also actually saw the nice change coming out of James realizing, obviously, the position that Shoxy was playing, which was originally James's angle. He got up on the high ground, busted out the AUG, and just negated it time and time again. And it worked way better. We were talking about maybe RPK being the Overwatch, but I guess if RPK is on the site, he's just going to be able to hold it for a lot longer.
Exactly. You can't take the tank down when he's holding down that site like we saw him do. And actually, I think that is really interesting to see him using those corner positions as well. Because, we've actually been talking about this all day, the lack of people actually coming in and realizing that that's a spot that you can hold. I don't know whether you'd agree with this, but I feel like Shox maybe didn't even know that was there, so he was checking all these different angles. You could see him go back on himself like, where is he? How is he still contesting the site?
Just thought he had an invisibility cloak. But you are absolutely right. And also, that's classic James coming out, because I remember when we did the India finals, that was all he was telling me about on Matrix. He was consistently saying how that's the position they should be playing. That's the angle they should be holding. He's gone in there and just gone, get in that spot, stay there.
Excellent stuff from him indeed. But, okay, there's one caveat to this. The lack of utility that we saw. I'm a little bit disappointed with that from James. Maybe he could have got the round timer down a bit faster if he used it.
Potentially. I think the only time we really saw even a fumble towards the utility is when Anders got a little bit lost off the back of the teleport and he was just sort of staring at the Molotov like, where actually am I? Where have I gone? And other than that, we didn't really see much at all, did we?
No, a little bit disappointing, but I think Himalaya is going to be where it's at because we've seen, actually, I think it was Smooner and Thomas actually showed James some pop flashes going into the site. They kind of schooled him on a lesson in utility. So that's going to be quite exciting to see if he actually learned anything from the side of Smooner and Thomas, who, by the way, have been doing incredibly in the Invitational so far. They haven't actually dropped a match to any of the teams that have been competing here so far. I'm very excited to see if they'll be continuing that in the playoffs, but hopefully we can get into the side of Himalaya very, very shortly. This is actually a map that Anders mentioned was definitely in his top in comparison to some of the other maps. He was saying he quite like, the dynamic of it being a lot more close quarters, right? There's pistols and the shotguns. I think that's going to be a really interesting dynamic to see if they can adapt to, because obviously none of that is really present on Matrix.
Yeah, no, it is a complete 180, obviously, from what we had there on Matrix. It's interesting that actually Anders would be the one to prefer it, because I thought it, it did kind of lead into James's playstyle and his personality as the sort of man he is on the server inside of Counter-Strike. So that's quite interesting. I feel like maybe this will be a little bit closer then. And obviously, if it does go in favour of Anders, we will get that third map, which will be a banger to close it out.
I would love to see that. I think you're totally right, though. James, he loves a bit of BM, doesn't he? He loves getting those Novas out, getting the pistols out. But I think that's what's going to be really cool about this one, is just seeing what he can bring to that. And I feel like they're both warmed up now, for sure. After that Matrix game, that was so close.
Oh, it really was. And obviously, Anders, you've got to imagine they're a little bit frustrated over on the Anders army off the back of the 2K slay down that came out from James at the end, because that really was the clutch play of the entire game on that one. If he doesn't hit the shots, doesn't pick up the 2K, it's over. They wouldn't have been able to win it. It was 0.8 seconds. So obviously, all you've got to do is get one of you on the point and you've won.
Yeah, we were talking about this sort of mental aspect of Flick earlier. Some of the, actually, one of the games in particular that we saw literally went down to the wire on, I think it was all of the maps that we saw in that series. I was talking with Anders saying, this has got to be a mental strain on some of these teams coming out of this. It's so close, but it was just no cigar for them. But I think we're almost ready to be jumping into this one. It's going to be Himalaya. Out of all the maps, Jackie, which one would be your personal favourite?
I think I would be a bit of a Himalaya boy. I reckon that's where I'd lead. You know me, Freya. I'm a man that loves the Tech 9. I feel like the pistol potential of that bad boy is unrivaled. The one-tap headshots that can come out, the fact you can almost fully just sprint at people and just hold mouse one. That's what I'm about. That's a bit of me.
Yeah, I absolutely love that. I think I'd have to echo that with Himalaya. I don't know whether I'd be a big fan of playing it, but I love watching Castle. I think for me, I'm not the best CS player in the world. Let's just put it lightly like that. So I think I'd be struggling a little bit on Castle. But it is time to jump into match number 2, and it's going to be on Himalaya. This is going to be a spicy one.
Oh, this is going to be up there on the top of the Scoville sale. The Ghost Reaper Pepper coming out, and it's RPK to open it up with a P250. 2 clean shots, and 2 men drop down to the ground, Freya.
This aggression, I absolutely love it. And I love that we saw the flash assist coming in from James Bardolph as well. And I think we're going to have an opportunity to listen in to Anders and co. And maybe they're communicating a little bit more than Bardolph was.
One going close, buff.
Yeah. Oh, he's swinging.
I was too low.
Alright,
yeah. I'm trying to hide, but in the plant.
Oh, he's behind there. Good. Nice shot.
I got the sight.
Nice.
One picking.
Oh my god, he's so quick.
Okay, it's looking a little bit closer here for James Bardolph and co. It's going to be interesting to see if they can hold this site for as long as they've been holding it beforehand.
Oh, it has been fairly close, at least. We've seen the response coming out from Anders, but it just feels like they can't best. Oh no, Freya, no! The blade, the wicked skeng man of Bardolph. We spoke about Anders stabbing him, but he's been backstabbed by James.
I can't believe this. The audacity of James Bardolph to bring out a knife kill here after he knew the target was on his head from Anders. He's not going to shut up about that one, is he, Jackie?
Oh, you're going to be hearing about it all over Twitter. James will be living his movie now. The big man himself, he bags the Ramsey, slays Anders in the back, and is this misplay going to cost them, though? As they need to get back on the site. You know, Anders, they've actually a bit of a move and a bit of a dent to the timing, but no, straight back, Bardolph straight in there. And it looks like they want to try and close this one down, Freya.
Yeah, the T's are going to be getting control of the point. It's going to be on RPK to try and get in, but the Molotov as well, he doesn't care. He's going to go straight through it. Headshot Shocks through the wall. It's interesting to see the utility as well. We've been talking about Molotovs and how we can use these on the approaches to the site, but it's getting so close now.
Oh, there you go. Straight away. The Bardolph Brigade coming through. Oh, PK 14 kills with a pistol. I thought he started it off with a banger after the opening 2K, but it just didn't stop. All the limelight was on James for the blade, but 14 frags with a pistol for RPK.
He's an absolute madman. I love how he's pulling in all these kills. You know, he's being kind. He's letting James get the star plays, and he's quietly doing all the work behind the scenes to make sure that they can get it down on the site. He's going for another knife kill. And he got it. Oh no, Anders. 0-2 for knives. It doesn't even matter what the scoreline is at this point.
Oh, it's over. The disrespect's coming out. If they shut it down in 2, Andy gets 2 knife kills. Oh, this is not looking good. He's trying to wear Anders' skin because he's getting under his skin with the blade, Freya.
He is indeed. But that being said, the CTs have got control of the point, but not for long. RPK says no thank you with the P250. He's back on the site, and they've got the capture point once more.
Shots coming around. Talking of shots, shotgun in play for Bardolph, but no chance to be a nuisance maker with the Nova. Said it will be Shoxy showing off with a pistol as he drops 2 of them and puts us back into a close position. 46 seconds on the clock now for the CTs. They actually do start to overtake.
It's interesting you bring up the shotgun as well, because that's something we haven't actually seen coming out too much. And you know what? We don't even really need it until Anders manages to put it up in his hands. He wasn't the person I anticipated would be going for those Nova plays. But alas, he does go for it, and he manages to secure the site whilst he does it.
He's getting a bit ambitious though, isn't he, Anders? The wide swing straight down the long corridor, and unfortunately he's just going to be set up on a date with the coroner, and it will bring us back into this position, Freya. 22 seconds left for the CTs. Shoxy lurking on the close range angle. Anders goes a bit wild, doesn't he?
Oh, this could be nasty though. If he manages to line up, he doesn't. RPK manages to take him down, and with that they've got the site back. There is a big time difference here though.
It really is. 15 seconds for the Anders army, and of course they need to pick this one up to get back in and bring it close in terms of the actual standings, but James coming through with a shotty! Oh, 1 pump's all it requires. The best Anders, as he won't be on fire, he'll be on the floor.
Some nasty stuff coming in here. Nova v Nova action, and that is exactly what James Bardolph would have wanted in this series. But it doesn't even seem to matter for the likes of RPK. He's just been picking up this P250 and doing work with it. Managing to secure some more time on the site, making it ever closer, down to 20 seconds. And if they don't get back onto the site now, this could be over.
Ooh, Shoxy swings in. That Stone Cold Stunner play onto Bardolph could actually save the day from here around. They just need to hold for the next 5 seconds, and Shox is the one that steps up massively to do so. Unless James can force them off the site, it's going to be done and dusted, as they will hold it and take it back 1-1 and keep it close.
An impressive redemption for the side of Team Anders. I'm loving, by the way, how Anders is using the box boost as well. We haven't really seen that happening in some of the play so far today, but it's nice to see nevertheless. Oh, Shox is actually trying a little bit of an angle though, going underneath the bridge. This is something that's interesting about this map, is the spawns are so close together. So sometimes you can see people running from the other spawn onto the site, but you know what? Doesn't even matter. Shox getting 2 headshots over the bridge. He's got this position locked down.
What was interesting there as well is off the back of the spawn, I think we saw that pop flash you were talking about that Smooya must have taught to James, because he threw it to allow RPK to peek in early from the bridge. Only issue is he goes in whilst they're blind, but he's just bludgeoned by Shoxy. 4K on the board, hungry for more, isn't he? Shox never content. His eye's always much bigger than his belly, but there's a backstab coming around from Bardolph as he'll lurk. Piss 250, can he actually hit the shots? Will Anders be ready? No, first man goes down, but there's the trade.
I love how James is lining up for the Molotov as well, but alas, he doesn't even need to throw it. T-Side getting some time on the board now, but it's such a divide between these two sides for the time at the moment.
Oh, Anders. That is not the sort of choke we want to see coming out at a time like this, as RPK is single-handedly defending the site with the Nova, and James is just getting risque. Freya, he shot out.
I love how they've got 2 Novas on the site as well. We said it before, we haven't seen RPK using the Nova that much, but he can do work with whatever weapon he's given until Shox is going to push on, but James says no. He's getting so aggressive with these angles, James. Maybe just chill on the side for a little bit.
He's got no chill. The man just doesn't give a damn, does he? He just keeps running back in. He's like one of those wind-up cars. Once you set him off, he doesn't stop.
That is the perfect analogy for James. Oh, he's not going to hit any shots. But you know what? RBK comes over the bridge. It doesn't matter anyway. James is being a little bit of a decoy, it seems. But with that, Anders is going to get onto the side pick. No, can't manage to secure a kill. This is so back and forth.
This is crazy close. 12 seconds now. They're going to get themselves at least down low, but we've seen them be in a position similar to this previously, and we know what happened. Bardolph and the boys came back to close it out. Can they do it this time? They need to force them off the site soon, but the shotties are holding them back. They're going to get it. They're going to take us to a third map.
Impressive stuff there. I like the comeback that we're seeing from the side of Team Anders. I think it's important, as we were saying, you know, adapting and overcoming maybe some of the challenges that you've seen in this format. And you know what? Sometimes you can have a little bit of a slow start, as we saw on the first map. But I'm really excited to be going to map number 3. This is the first time today we've seen a third map in a series, and how apt it has to be in the show match with James and Anders.
It's brilliant as well because it gives us a final opportunity here for Anders to get revenge, to get out his blade, give it a nice wipe down with a wet wipe so, you know, it's nice and fresh, and get in there to teach James a lesson. He got 2 knife kills, Freya. That's not acceptable.
It's not okay, especially when I gave Anders that challenge. I'm disappointed. But you know what? I'm not too disappointed because I love that we've seen that on the side of Bardolph.
Oh, it's well worth it. It was just the timing of it all as well. He was like a silent assassin, just lurking in the shadows. He waited with the blade out for it must have been a good 20 seconds there before he just leapt forward and backstabbed him.
I love how he was calculating it as well. It's like, do I, don't I, do I just go for it? And then when he did, he got that confidence through. But saying that, they didn't win the map, which arguably, you know, we love a knife kill, but arguably is the most important thing in the show match, is securing the map. And with that, we're going to be going to round number 3, and that is going to be on Garden, I believe. That's going to be an interesting map for both sides, because I feel like, you know, has more of the tendencies towards Matrix.
I'd agree. It's a lot more of, obviously, you know, wide open angles, a lot more range firefights. Considering what we saw here, it does seem like the P250s were a good choice. We didn't see many Tech 9s, we didn't see much, but when the P250s came out, it ended with 60 frags in total for the Vitality lads.
Look at this slow-mo. Oh, God, I hope James is watching the stream and gets to see that played back. But that is a good point. We really, really didn't see many Tech 9s coming out. Another knife kill, again, from James. I'm really not sure how he was allowed to get that one in the bag.
Oh man, he's been playing too much KZ, isn't he? He's just confident running around with a knife, leaping in and just slicing people up. It is outrageous. Someone does need to go around there and check his mouse.
I love that though. You know what? We actually didn't even talk about this earlier, but he was complaining about having some RSI from playing too much CS, but I think that's gone out of the window now. He's got his game face on. The pain is gone, Jackie.
I feel like it was never really there. It's all been an elaborate ruse. He's been lampooning Anders from the get-go, right? He put the tweet out days ago, just hoping that maybe he'd catch it on a glance. He drops the seeds of doubt today, saying, oh yeah, my wrist, it's a little bit achy, Anders. I'm not sure if I'll hit my shots. Turns up and just stabs him instead.
This is like the 2 million IQ to come out of James. That would be absolutely insane. And you know what? Even if he does have a bit of RSI, I'm still very impressed with how he's been playing so far. I feel like, you know, maybe we should put some more attention into Shox and RPK though, because this is the first time you know they've entered the server in terms of Red Bull Flick, and I am pretty impressed with what I'm seeing so far.
Well, especially there on Himalaya as well, because I think that's the one map that it works quite nicely, even if you haven't had experience with Flick before. Definitely good for newcomers, because you can come in and basically play it like it is a deathmatch. Continuously spawn in, sprint towards that center point, and just try and slay people with a P250. Obviously, other maps, there's a lot more strategic elements that come in terms of the high ground, the low ground, and just the sheer distance. You know, Himalaya being one of the smaller maps, it's just a bit easier to get the grips with.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And speaking of a more strategical map, I think we could argue that Garden is one of the ones that is most strategy heavy. And we're going to be getting straight into the action here. RPK is on the site, contesting the point and getting his timer to run down.
I think Shoxy instantly created himself off the back of the spawn, Freya.
Oh, God.
I saw the little pop-up in the kill feed. I was looking for it, and I was like, he must have gone on a bounce pad and just hit the floor and died.
Yeah, that's the one thing. You really do need to prepare for this map, because if you don't know that the bounce pads are there, and you have to kind of maneuver yourself to see where you're going, then yeah, you're totally going to create it. You're going to smack straight into the side. I definitely did that the first time I entered this map, but it's looking pretty good for Bardolph and co. Already down to 25 seconds and counting. I don't know whether Anders is showing enough aggression on this.
I mean, yeah, you invoke his name, and it seems like he's going to get a bit aggressive now. He's turned up the heat there, taking down both of them back to back, and it's a prime time angle he's playing in as well. I love this little position. The geometry complements you so much. You've got a little bit of high ground as well, but don't sit in the fire, Anders.
Oh God, Anders, mistakes were made indeed, and for Shox as well. He's missing some of those key shots onto site. It can be quite tricky though, holding from that high ground, because you are so exposed. And as you said, Jackie, there's so many points that you can hide on in the site. But Shox, he doesn't care. He manages to get 2 kills, and with that, it's going to be going in the favor of the T's as they look to get that clock down. Because I'm just looking at the score right now. Already, only 11 seconds for the CT side.
There is, and this is where they need to make a big strike back. Both of them on the site, playing in the comfortable angles, holding a crossfire here. Bardolph and RPK, can they slay from far away? Shoxy going to make RPK hit the DECK as they charge in. Freya, they should get this off the back of this take. They could actually start to lock this one down a little bit more and keep it relatively competitive now.
Because it does take a bit of a while to get back to the site, as we've been seeing on the side of Team Anders, but you know what? They're going to hold it down pretty well and good. RPK knows Shox is on the site somewhere. He knows he's behind the box now, and he's not going to get it. Shox is going to manage to peek and secure a kill, and in turn, put a lot of time down on that board. Going down to 20 seconds, he has got the kill now, and that does mean the CT side only need to get 2 more seconds.
This is rough. They made the move back on. It's going to be hard to get them out. They can just hold it. They're tucked in. You might be able to kill one, but it's really awkward to get the angle onto the second because RPK obviously just blocked out by the statue. They make their move, Freya. They pick up the opening round, and they come out with a bit of a banger here to start off the third and final map on Garden.
There's only 1 round separating them now between victory. It's going to be interesting to see whether Shox is going to go back for those launch pads, because that's something that we, you know, after we saw him crater, it seems like they're going a little bit more round towards the side. He doesn't seem to be so aggressive onto the side, but it kind of doesn't matter when he's holding the high ground like this, managing to stop them getting onto the side.
And this angle's working perfectly for a player like Shoxy. He can just take tap shots, keep on moving the entire time with the Kalashnikov and show his confidence, but if he can do it, RPK certainly can. Unfortunately, stubs his toe on the leaps across.
I love how he's just like, nope, full force, straight into the site. He doesn't care. Brute force, that's what he's known for.
Oh man, keeping it close though. It's just the vitality. Oh, the battle of the vitality lads over and over again. But Shoxy, he's going to send RPK off to the Burns ward for now. Tells him to cool off Human Torch as he pushes his way up and keeps it back close, Freya. 46 to 48 here. This is a direly needed round though from Anders. The Anders army has to come out and really start hitting their shots.
It's crucial, isn't it, for them to make sure they get this if they want to even stay in this game at all. As we said, 1 round for Team Bardolph to secure the win, and it's looking like they're going to be starting to tick that timer down, as you were saying that, Jackie. Shox had a nice position on the side. He's just going to, he's going to peek him, and he's actually going to make it victorious. And again, on RPK, going up for that high ground. I feel like RPK is much more effective when he's just brute forcing straight onto the side.
Oh yeah, that's why he looks so good on Himalaya as well. If you can just throw him into a position where he can windmill over and over again, he's going to take heads off. In these awkward firefights, it seems to be favouring Shoxy, but RPK bests him now, and they have to make a really big gambit. Effectively, they can't be knocked off the site, because if they let Anders and co back on, it's only 9.7 seconds. They'll probably take it, and Shoxy might be the one to shut it down, Freya.
He's lifting up the flag, and I think you might be right, Jackie. It does take a little bit of time to be able to get back onto the site. Shox is going to be getting crucial kills. It's going to be RPK trying to contest it, and he won't do it. The CT side of Team Anders will be securing the second round, and this is a series that has gone all the way, Jackie. We're down to the final round possible out of this series, and I am very excited to see who's going to take it.
Oh my, oh my. 3 maps into the third and final round. And the opening frag's going to go the way of Shoxy as he comes in with the initial kill, bludgeoning Bardolph and saying, not today, James.
He's going to try and get that kill. He does manage to get that headshot on Anders over the box, which means there'll be a bit more room for the T's to get back onto the site. And I'm super impressed, as we were saying with the utility earlier. Bardolph's definitely shown up in some of the Molotovs, and now he's showing Shox the way, though, and it might come back to haunt him, showing them how to use these Molotovs onto the site, but he does find somewhere to hide, and Shox is going to have to push him.
Surprised James actually was able to double back and hightail it into another angle off the molly and gets the kill. RPK peeks out to keep him alive and kicking as well. This is a brilliant start, Freya. They're close towards the 30-second mark already. Shox, you got to do something. You got to do something soon. He forces Bardolph off the site, at least slowing down that clock for now.
I loved that strategy for them. Even though it didn't end up working out all the way, they managed to get some crucial time down. And I love how RPK is swinging past those bushes. He knows when there's going to be players on the site. James is obviously calling for him. And he's managed to get some crucial kills there. It's an interesting strategy. We normally see people doing it up on the high ground, onto the site. But I like the close approach from both of them.
Oh man, it is interesting to see the clash of the two styles here, and it does feel like right now they're trying to cultivate their way towards a victory because they're keeping it close. 25 seconds on the mark. It's a 1 versus 2 for Bardolph. He hit it previously on Matrix. Can he do it again? No. Bullet to the brain. Bardolph's dropped down before he'll even let that thought process, and RPK takes a bullet through where his thoughts get processed.
Very unlucky for them coming into that, and it gets ever closer as the time is creeping down for Team Anders. Shox has got a nice position. He's got a little bit of a peek onto RPK there, but he knows that somebody's dropped down. Oh, and James is crated.
Oh,
well,
no.
That's not what you wanted to see.
Oh, it's not, because it keeps it close as well. At least you got the main man himself, RPK, being able to bring the clock down. He survives on 1 HP, and Bardolph will save the day, hitting the shot onto Anders, but Shoxy comes straight back through like a wrecking ball, doing his best Miley Cyrus impression, Freya. He's on the site, and he's getting it close. 24 seconds versus the 12 seconds of the Bardolph boys.
Only 9 seconds separates them now. I'm so excited to see what they're going to be going into with this. I think Anders is looking for some utility. It doesn't even matter. He manages to get the kill onto Bardolph anyway, and then transferring onto RPK. I'm impressed with Anders. I'm very impressed with what we've seen.
Silence M4 has really been paying off for him. He's been hitting so many shots. He's been good on the spam, and he's good at hiding as well. Hide and seek world champion, I do believe. As he tucks into the corner, eventually he'll be spotted out, and RPK will knock his head off. Clutch time. Look at it, Freya. 1 second between. They start to burn it down. We're into the 8-second mark. It's ticking away.
This couldn't be closer. They're going to manage to get a kill onto the guys hiding on the site. I don't know whether that jump might have been... They need to run onto the site. I don't know whether they knew that if you could run onto the site, that's it. The timer stops. Oh, God. Heartbreak. Heartbreak for Team Anders, but massively impressed with the side of James Bardolph, and I'm sure he will be as happy with that performance.
It all comes down to a point that James has said many a time throughout all of these Flick tournaments, Freya, that you have to get onto the site to contest and stop that timer. They mess it up. They have a bit of a blunder, and Anders and co let it slip. The Anders army, they've been dethroned by the big Bardolph boys.
I'm gutted for them, but you know what? Out of all the scorelines we could have had, this was one of the closest, and I'm so glad as well, because both sides really showed up when it was needed. I think that's actually an interesting point to bring up about, you know, them not being able to get onto the site in time, and that's definitely a change that we've seen since the previous Red Bull Flick tournaments. It's the spawn timers as well. You've got to wait a little bit. Rather than instantly spawning in, you have to wait a little bit of time to get that spawn in, and as we know, Jackie, 2 seconds, that can be game-changing, as we just saw there.
Oh, it really is. It's also the fact that obviously you can kind of stagger the spawns a little bit. If you get that first kill and know that you can just hide on site and wait for the other player to then get close, you can really muddy the timings on the spawn. So effectively, you're always giving yourself 2 versus 1 fights, which makes your life so much easier.
I love watching Garden though. I think that's a map that I actually really want to play. I've tried my hand at Matrix. I've tried my hand a little bit at Speedway. Didn't go very well. I'm not very good at surfing. But Garden looks really, really cool. I'd love to try my hand at that as well. And I think it's a good map, as we were saying beforehand, in terms of that kind of strategy and preparation coming into it. Obviously, you know, these guys didn't really have too much time to prepare, but it's cool to see that James has prevailed, especially with 2 knife kills in his pocket.
Oh, man. he's going to leave holes in their pockets as he was just chopping them up, weren't he? It's crazy, the fact that he was able to get the first one off, then goes in for the second with the shenanigans to get 2 in one game, and it was on Himalaya with, 67 frags or something total across the board. It was just ridiculous. A massive bust-up, and a lot of lips are going to be left black and blue after that one.
It is absolutely nuts, isn't it? The amount of frags that both these sides are pulling in. I was worried, we weren't going to see that aggression because people, there's a lot on the line in show match. You'll know that very well, Jackie. Thought people, going to be hiding on the side. No, people are taking peeks left, right, and centre, and I absolutely love that. And I also love the utility usage that we saw. I'm actually really surprised that there was any time in any of these players' brains to go, oh yeah, you know what? I've picked up a Molotov. I've run through it, and I need to throw it.
Well, that was the brilliant part, especially back on Himalaya. Obviously, we only saw it once, but I'm thinking it must have been the flash that we had passed across from the UK Massive to James, right? The little spawn pop flash that he did for RPK to get on the site. It didn't work out, but the thought was there at least.
Exactly. You know what? I hope we get to check in with the winners, or maybe even the losers of this matchup, because I'd love to ask James, was that flashbang the one you learned from Smooya? And I think it probably was. But yeah, as we were saying, the utility, that was lethal for RPK. But a player that we haven't actually mentioned too much is Shox, and he has some really good holds on the site, switching out for a pistol when he's run out of bullets in his M4A1S. So I think we have got to give some props to him as well.
Oh yeah, dude. Shoxy was playing so well when it came to the actual headshots. That's a lovely little one to throw in as well on the replays there. Obviously, when we just had James cratering, just coming back in. We had only 2 craters, one for Shoxy at the start and one for James towards the end.
It wouldn't be a true match without James cratering, I can tell you that. And we've also got the scores on the doors here. It literally couldn't have been any closer. It was only Himalaya that managed to go 2-0 to the side of James Bardolph. And even then, it was quite a close scoreline indeed. But as you were saying, the kill spread relatively evenly across the Vitality side, but I think there's something that we could have expected.
Oh, absolutely. It also goes to show as well, it's not all about frags, right? Shoxy, 30 kills there on the end of Garden, but when it came down to it, it was just the fact that James and RPK were doing much better at getting themselves onto the site and not being forced out.
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good point, and something that we've kind of brought up as well, is actually this game mode isn't always about the kills, it's about the calculated kills, and holding the site really is so crucial. And I think, you know what, I learned a lot, surprisingly, from that show match, and I'm definitely excited to get to chat to James and Anders when we return with the playoffs. But for you, Jackie, have you got any highlights from that match? Do you think the knife kills just take that top spot?
Yeah, I think all of Himalaya in total. I came in, I asked for it on a whim. I was given it as a gift from, of course, our beautiful bearded man in Anders and our lovely lad in James. And we got to witness some incredible frags there. All the kills, all the P250 punishment, and the 2 wicked Skengman plays. Couldn't have asked for anything better.
Well, it's been an absolute pleasure to have you join us for this segment, Jackie. Thank you so much for taking the time. I hope you enjoyed yourself. I hope James and Anders really proved their stuff to you. It's been fantastic to have you on board.
Oh, it's been great. I've had so much fun. I wouldn't have asked for anything better, Freya. It's been the perfect way to spend a Sunday.
Oh, thank you very much, Jackie. And you know what? The action doesn't stop there. When we are back from this very short break, we'll be delving in straight into the playoffs to see who is in contention to lift the championship trophy here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick organizer page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick.
I'm joined here by Ariel and Sergey ahead of their matches at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. We're going to get to know them a little bit more outside of the game. So, Ariel, I'm going to start off with you. I'm going to ask you 5 questions about Sergey, and you have to tell me what you think his answer is. And then, Sergey, you can say whether he is right or wrong. So I think we'll start off something a little bit more CS related. What tilts him the most in Counter-Strike?
Tilts him the most? Maybe his teammates.
Is that correct, Sergey?
No, I don't think so. No, not my teammates. Maybe like losing to enemies, or like if I died stupidly, that tilts me the most.
Well, I hope it wouldn't be your teammates, considering you're going to be participating in the duo at the Flick Invitational. Not a great start, not got the first point on the board, but you've got some time to redeem yourself. So question 2, if Sergey could travel to any country in the world, where would he go to?
When there's ocean close or sea close and a very farm, let's say some southern country. Greece or something.
Oh, very
or
nice.
Bali or something like that.
No, yeah, definitely. Yeah. Why not?
Solid choice. Greece is a lovely place. I'd love to go back there one day. Question number 3, a bit more related to Red Bull Flick. What is Sergey's favourite map?
Sergey's favourite map is Castle.
Yeah, maybe in this tournament, or yeah.
2 out of 3. You're redeeming yourself there, Ariel. Question number 4. What's Sergey's biggest fear?
I have no idea, actually. What does he fear? I have no clue.
Anything like insects, heights, the ocean, anything like that? Or Sergey, you're a tough man?
I've never seen him scared of anything, so it's kind of hard.
Yeah, I don't even know myself. I think I hate insects, so maybe like those or
That's what I was thinking, but
no.
We'll give you half a point for that one, because I feel like insects, that's a very that's an acceptable fear out here. I'm not a fan of spiders myself. Question number 5, your final chance. You've got 2.5 points so far. What's Sergey's proudest moment? And this can be outside of Counter-Strike as well, if you think it might be that.
I think it's inside the game, and maybe Katowice. I think he can be pretty proud of that. So yeah. I answer that.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was an incredible achievement. That must have been awesome to play out there on the grand final stage.
Yeah.
But that also means you've got 3.5 points, which is pretty solid. Some of the other teams haven't done quite as good, so we've set you up pretty well. So Sergey, it's now your chance to answer questions rather about Ariel. So, question number 1: if he wasn't a professional Counter-Strike player, what job would he be doing?
I know what he was studying, but in English, I have no idea what's that.
You can say it in Finnish and I say it's correct or not.
Like lääketiede. So you will be some kind of doctor or something.
Ah.
Yeah, that's true actually.
So what were you studying?
Scientist. I was studying biomedicine in university before I started to play names.
Very cool.
I think that's a half a point, I think.
Yeah, half a point.
At least.
It was close enough. You know what? We'll give you that half a point. Solid start to that. So the question number 2 is potentially a tricky one. What is his favourite band or musician?
Maybe some drum and bass, like Faint or something.
Yeah, I don't actually have a clear favorite, but Faint is one of those that I listen the most. So I would get a point for Sergey for that.
Excellent. Yeah, I feel like it's quite hard to pin down just one. So yeah, we'll definitely give you the point for that. Now it's your turn to answer. What is Ariel's favourite Red Bull Flick map?
Probably Castle, like he said before.
You're giving it away. You can't give it. We haven't talked about this before. No way. We're not cheating. I'm presuming that's correct then, Ariel.
Yeah, it's the most beautiful of those.
Question number 4. We talked about, your most tilt-worthy quality, and we're actually going to talk about something positive for Ariel. What is his best quality as a teammate? Or what would he say is his best quality?
I think he can do like anything in the team. Like if someone tells him to do something, he will do it, and he will do it good.
Yeah, that's true. And also, like, just not complaining to my teammates and just always being nice. Those two things are my strengths.
Yeah, I feel like those two go hand in hand. We'll give you the point for that one. I'm hoping to see some of that in the Flick Invitational indeed. 3.5, you're doing very well. Your 5th and final question. What was Ariel's favourite subject in school?
Maybe like PE or that, exercising sports.
Yeah, sports,
or
yeah.
Can you count that?
Yeah, I think we can count that. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's one of those. Sports and biology are the two of my favorites.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. PE was always my favourite subject at school. Well, you've done incredibly well, gentlemen, so I'm very excited to see how that stacks up against the other duos we're going to see competing. Thank you very much for joining me, and best of luck at the Flick Invitational.
Interestingly, now they've added a warm-up. Not a warm-up, a cooldown when you die. Before it was instant respawn, so I think like people just go for the rifles because it's constant multi-fragging. But now there's actually a cooldown. There might actually be play for the AWP.
If there's a cooldown, you have to take the orb and just know where they're spawning, and you'll.
Yeah, so they can surf out, or they can come through the doors as well.
Okay, Thomas.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One thing to note, on the back of most bomb sites, there's a corner you can sit on to stop it from things from being stagnant. So you can hide on the back of the site rather than jump into the middle. The boat.
Well, does it stop here? Like right here?
You can cap from there. Yeah. You can stand on here and
really?
cap the point.
Capture from there.
I can capture from here. That's so bro.
Yeah, but if someone comes from the bridge, then they're going to be able to shoot you. So.
No, of course.
I'll be ready for him.
Oh, great.
I'm ready.
I'm thinking, Thomas, like wherever you're standing, for example, if you're here, we just sit behind each other, so we can just trade. Or like if you're there.
I don't think this is not a good angle.
No, I'm just saying.
This is
like,
an angle, mate. This angle
I was
right
also
here.
thinking, I grab it off and come here.
Whoa!
Oh, this is. Oh wait. Oh, there's a.
Whoa! So from the bridge, you can jump along here to catch people off guard as they're jumping onto the surf ramp as well. So you can just.
Oh really?
So you can take a position
you
like
can get on
this.
the surf ramp as well.
You can jump onto the door like this as well. You also need to know, like, if your teammate on the point dies, you need to know when it makes sense to go from the bridge to the point to keep up the capping. So, especially now there's a cooldown.
Yeah, watch this, ready?
Alright, where are you?
This is gonna be my route. I'm gonna come from spawn straight down the hole in the bridge. Ready?
Where are all the nades?
Whoa!
There's
straight down this hole here.
There are nades.
I got a flash, but where are the smokes at?
The ladder to up the stairs, there's a HE grenade spawn.
Oh, I have it. What the fuck?
Oh, we need to get rid of that one.
There are smokes somewhere.
I feel like nades aren't that important on this one. Maybe if you're on the site, a smoke would be nice, but...
Yeah, the smokes will be nice on site.
The smoke is weird because, like, if you trade positions and so on, then it kind of might end up working against you as well.
Over the centuries, Counter-Strike has seen many unbelievable duos. Each player unique, each unstoppable when combined with the right teammate.
A flying paradox gives time for rotation from both, but he's got to stay on the side 1.4 to 0.6. Oh my god, he stepped on it!
August 9th, a new duo will reign supreme by conquering competitive CSGO's toughest challenge yet, the inaugural Red Bull Flick Invitational. 16 world-class duos duking it out for their share of 20,000 euros in cold, hard cash. 5 custom-made Red Bull Flick maps designed to offer high-paced, high-pressure, non-stop action.
This could just be a run all the way to the end.
Oh, he's so good at this.
Oh man.
Who will become the inaugural Red Bull Flick Invitational Champions? It all begins August 9th, only on twitch.tv/Red Bull.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Red Bull Flick Invitational. We are back and ready to get the action back underway with the quarterfinals. And of course, Anders and James joining me to break down all the action. But before we do that, I want to talk about what preceded us in the break. Of course, the wonderful show match. And James, you managed to take the crown. Although it was close fought, you must be pretty proud of that victory.
I have to say, I really wanted to win something for once. Even though, like, I was really struggling because mine was wrecked. So I just tried to throw as many grenades as possible. And RPK doesn't speak much French, so. But we didn't need to communicate. I think, like, you know, we had the mindset. I think I said "I gosh" like twice, and that was about it. So, you know, he put in work though. He is a very, very dangerous human being. So I was able to just like play around him and cap as much as possible, and just kind of show myself a little bit. And you know, it was exciting. I got scared when these guys won the second map. I was like, oh god, have our best moments come and gone already?
It's the adrenaline worn off from the first map. But no, yeah. I like that we managed to get it to 3 maps, because it's actually the first series I think that we've seen on broadcast that has gone to 3 maps. So thank you guys for the content. And speaking of content, James, you managed to get not 1 but 2 knife kills onto Anders.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, that was cool. I found a nice angle. I did bait RPK a little bit, but he's very dependable. So I was really hoping it was Shox. I was talking mad trash to Shox. I was typing things such as "vous êtes ici" and "c'est quoi ça," and just like any French word I could think of, which was pretty fun. I haven't played a show match with Shox since the infamous Play It Cool event. Which those were good times. But so that was nice to play against him rather than with him. Last time it was with, but it's all in good fun. It is really hard to shoot him, man. With the pistols and so on, like he reacts very, very quickly. It shows me how bad I am at the game, unfortunately.
Yeah, he was popping heads over on your side, Anders. I mean, you know, we're giving James all the praise here, but it was very, very close. Did you enjoy delving into the maps?
I actually just had so much fun. I think that's like a good sign of like a good map, because I think normally, you know, you get knifed in a show match, especially twice. It's pretty embarrassing, but we're laughing so much, Shox and I, that, you know, we're just having such a good time. And, you know, the only thing that we were complaining about at the end was really that we didn't make it a best of 5. I actually really wanted to play like another couple of maps because we were just having so much fun. I don't know if the surf, like the speedway map, might have been really tough, especially on, you know, those of us who can't really surf that well. But I had an amazing amount of fun even getting knifed, so I think that's a good sign. You know.
Yeah, I was surprised that you didn't pick that speedway, that map into it, just to tilt James off the face of the earth. Because you've told us many times how much you hate speedway, James. But something you did bring out is that flash. I think, did you actually learn that flash from Smooya over into Himalaya?
Well, I saw the idea from the streams, the matches we saw earlier, but I was like, where do I throw it? The second one I threw just behind the ZTs. I was like, I kind of know I'm throwing this the wrong way, but I'm going to throw it anyway because that's the kind of person I am. But I tried. I said I'll flash. He's like, okay, and then you know, you'd swing in, but sometimes. Well, the idea was good anyway. We got halfway there.
He just went with the flow, and I love that. Speaking of which, oh, sorry, Anders.
I was just gonna say he's rolling his eyes, saying, "Okay, whatever, throw the flashbang, man."
Well, speaking of which, I think it's time to get down to some serious business. We have got the playoffs here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. So let's take a look at the bracket to see what games are going to be coming our way. We're going to be playing them all in order of what we see on screen. So we're not going to be missing out on any single bit of the action. We're going to be starting off with Team Germany versus Anora's Team 2, which obviously consists of Neo and Prism. Then it's going to be Smooya and Thomas versus Team Russia. I'm very excited for that one. Followed by Team Ukraine versus Anora's Team 1, which consists of Taz and Reiko. And then we've got G2 Team 1 and Team France at the end. That is a nice match to end off the quarterfinals, getting a little bit of a French derby again. Anders, what are you making of some of these matchups, just initially looking at them?
I think it's going to be really interesting. I mean, I think most of us are on the Smooya and Thomas train, but Team Germany definitely showed a lot of cool stuff. And Team France were looking on point as well. So I don't know. It's just very hard to say. So far, the country teams have outperformed the star player teams. I imagine that's just going to keep going at this point in time. But don't know if I feel confident in picking a grand finalist just yet. I want to see a little bit more.
Yeah, and we're going to be hopping in straight into Team Germany versus Honoris Team 2, which is going to be a really interesting one, James, because I don't think we've seen Neo and Prism play just yet, have we? I don't think we have. I think it was Taz and Reiko earlier. So
No, we haven't seen them.
Yeah, this is going to be a really interesting one because we actually don't know what Neo and Prism are bringing up, but it must be good because they actually managed to obviously top their group, making it here. So I'm expecting some big things coming into this.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really fun. I'm excited. I think from the games we saw of the teams and the teams that won, I'm really excited for all these matchups and just the cream rising to the top. I think this will be real interesting. We've got some legends in many of these teams, and of course Neo, arguably the biggest one in the tournament. And I think it's a great break from the norm as well. The hard grind of 5v5 Counter-Strike to have a nice 2v2 tournament with your teammates and bragging rights with some of them on other teams as well. So I expect big things from these guys.
Yeah, that's what's so exciting about having two duos rather, from the same team. I think it's going to be interesting to see who will be coming out on top, and we were kind of speaking about it earlier. Neo and Taz having all this wealth of experience and knowledge about the game, being able to bestow it onto some younger players, which we've seen come out so aggressively. We were talking about Reiko earlier, but of course it's going to be Prism teaming up with Neo. And as we can see on screen as well, their opponents in this matchup are going to be from Team Germany, Sin and Sky. They have impressed us every single time we've seen them step into the server. Anders, was there anything in particular that kind of piqued your interest about this team? Because I feel like, they've just been so adaptable throughout the entirety of Flick.
Well, I mean, I noticed that in one of those interviews, right? Sin was talking about how he kind of wished he could have played up against God B because that was, one of his heroes. So obviously a man of great taste. I myself am a fan of God B, so I can't really blame him for picking that. That's good. I mean, he's a young kid. He might not even have known who God B was, he probably wasn't even born in 1.6. So I appreciate that. But I think they just played really well together. I mean, I haven't really heard of these guys before, but they've already impressed us. They took down, what was it, Tabison and Santaros earlier. That's really quite something. Like, you do that, you can. That's just the start of your day as well. If they make it even further, it's gonna be a party over there in Germany.
Yeah, that's something I love about the Flick concept as well, is seeing some of these players rising through the ranks, coming through the open qualifiers and really proving their stuff and getting to play against some legends. You already mentioned it, James. We've got Neo gracing the stage for this quarterfinal matchup, and I think he could potentially bring the heat to this tournament, especially as we were saying, teaming up with Prism, a younger player from that Honoris squad. It's definitely going to be an interesting dynamic, and I'm wondering what your thoughts are on this duo kind of going forward.
I just think, from the perspective of the other team, actually, that if I was their age, I would be terrified going up against somebody like Neo, just because of just how much of a legend he is in the game. That's like going up against God, I don't know. I'm not sure if I'd be able to play. But I think we've seen promising things from their teammates, and I would like to think that they've been playing against each other. This is the other Honoris team, Reiko and Taz, and I would imagine they've probably been practicing against each other based on what we've seen from them. So, judging by what we saw from Reiko and Taz, I would hope to see similar from Neo and Prism.
Yeah, I actually think that's a really good point in terms of, we've kind of been nailing this home all day, is actually the practice and preparation coming into this. Just getting used to the flow of the maps is so crucial. So yeah, I think you're definitely correct there, James. I think there's definitely been some practicing going on, and hopefully we might get the chance to chat with some of them later. But before we do that, we got to get into the game. And to do that, we have got to know what maps we're going to be delving into. So let's take a look at what's going to gracing our screens for this best of 3. I'm very interested to see which maps are going to be coming out, especially on the Team Germany side. We've got Speedway to start it off. That's awesome. That's a really bold pick. I'm wondering whether Honoris maybe banned out Castle or maybe Garden just because they saw how good Germany was on it. But yeah, Anders, you seem very happy with the selection.
I thought for now still Speedway has given us some of the maddest, hardest to follow kind of action. But it's been really entertaining. I'm not even sure we saw everything that was to see on that map, but it was fun. I had a lot of fun watching that one, so I'm just excited about that. And Matrix still seems to be the most popular one, although it's third this time. But it seems to be picked almost every single series.
Well, we might make it to that deciding map 3, but let's delve straight into map number 1. It's going to be Speedway, Honoris versus Team Germany.
All right then, Mr. Neo, what do you have for us? I can't wait to see. I'm just happy to be able to talk over these kind of names playing the game once again. You know,
Yes.
I'm still very much miss the classic Virtus Pro squad. I've got Virtus Pro stickers all over my inventory. My desktop is actually a render of one of my Mag 7 with Virtus Pro stickers on it. So I'm happy to see these guys getting to work. Neo will get the opening frag, in fact, and will do more than that. He will cap to start things off, so it's a fantastic start for them.
Yes, it is. Getting a little bit of control in the middle. Ooh, the surfing. He landed right on the boat there. Sin did, but he still got shot down. But it did look cool up until that point, so gotta appreciate it. But at the moment, Honorous are actually doing a fantastic job. They've controlled the site for a while, and they're gonna win that fight. That's Neo coming out on top. Sky, he's trying his best, and he'll at least stop the clock from running down. So a little bit of a victory here, but still, that's a nice run from Honorous at the beginning.
Yeah, Neo very nicely gliding up to the bridge, and that's an instant headshot from him onto Sky, who just took Prism out. I think he was trying to avoid that much damage, Neo, but Sin will just about survive and keep the flag up for a second. But as you can see, imagine this with instant respawn. It's crazy enough already with the cooldown, and still you've got players constantly flying after each other, and the trade game will continue. And again, if you land on these boats, it's so difficult to move around, but Sin may be comfortable here for the time.
I mean, I'm glad we changed that rule before I joined the broadcast. That's crazy. The instant one. Again, I kind of partly want to see it, but I can see how also it just becomes, you know, hard to even follow what's going on at the moment. Oh no! He tried to get that superhero jump off the building, James, but didn't really work out so well.
Yeah, Neo on the high ground again, trying to hunt through the smoke. And that creates some more urgency when you can't see players who are capping on the site. We can see that both of Team Germany are here defending as best they can. And this is, it's the first time we're seeing Honorous Team 2, but this is a very nice test for them. One of the more storied teams in Red Bull Flick thus far. A nice 2K from Sky will buy him some time as the Team Germany counter goes below 20. Got a good lead over Honorous at the moment as Neo makes his way back to the bridge.
Ooh, Team Germany just 10 seconds away now. They're sort of spending a lot of time angling the kill, and look at Sin. He just got like another 2.5 seconds just crouching into the ground and waiting for it. Sky going to be showing up to take down Prism, and he nearly spins for the kill on Neo. That would have been real close, but yeah, they need a real big comeback at the moment, and it's a little bit far away, isn't it, at the moment? I don't know if they can just, you know, get this right here. It's going to be tough.
Sin did a great job of just squeezing out those extra seconds from the Lemon. 2.9 now to the 30. They've got 1/10 of the score. It's going to be a long way back for Honorous here on Speedway, and I think it may be too late once Sin's in position. As long as he gets some good cover. You can see Prism surfing straight in, though, and it's not over just yet.
That's the power of surfing, though, isn't it? He actually landed on the site to save it, at least for a minute. Now, could there be another surf coming in? No, there can't. Oh, wow. You see that? He actually just flew into the screen, and then they still lost. But that was less than a second away, I think, James.
Yeah, that was... even though I think Speedway is often an exciting one, even though, you know, Honorous are 29 seconds away, it still just feels neck and neck. I remember watching a bit off topic, Rafa versus Evil at QuakeCon, and score-wise, Rafa was like well ahead, but it didn't feel like that if you watched it. It's like Evil was so close to turning it around time and time again, and it feels like there's some potential to turn things around quickly with just all the fighting we're seeing, constant jockeying for position, moving from the bridge to the site and so on, and the constant flanks flying back in time and time again. So there may be time for Honorous to adjust, although Team Germany have got off to a roaring start, heading towards 30 seconds already.
Yeah, this is amazing. Team Germany. I mean, I think you and Freya both introed the day talking about how Team Germany had kind of impressed people, you know, leading into the playoffs here, and you start to see why. This is working out incredibly well. Down to under 30 seconds now. Prism trying to get onto the site, but Sin is going to shut him down, defending that boat.
Yeah, Team Germany, maybe the hardest working team in the game, although Smooya and Thomas may have something to say about that later on. Pretty good fraggers as well, although Prism gets the better of Sky on this occasion, but Sin is quickly back onto the side to at least contest, buy some time for his team to rotate in and trade the kill. Neo will not be able to raise the flag. It was on the way, but not quite there, and we can see some more space created with the smoke grenade. Again,
I was going to say,
make a name for themselves.
I was gonna say, that's already a fairly small bomb site. You start throwing smoke grenades down there on it, I can imagine that being really, really chaotic swiftly.
Yeah, absolutely. Fighting around that boat can be quite problematic as well. It does love to absorb bullets. So you really need to be sharp with your aim and good with your surfing.
5 seconds and 45 seconds. So the Team Germany side just need just a little bit here, and it'll be working on their favor. That might have been the kill right there. Leaping down and happy to take some damage. He's going to try and catch him midair. He ducked out of the way prism, gliding in through. He's still going to get shot at the kneecaps, and that is it. Sin crouching at the corner, and that will be that'll be the first map, at least for Team Germany, in a really cool fashion, honestly.
Yes, very, very convincing. And as I feel like it's been a common story from what we've seen so far, in that the more experienced players are, with more time on their hands to like really drill down the maps, and the strats are coming out on top, as they should be. It's not just enough to be a pro and have a high level of general skill, but you need to be able to apply and exploit it as much as possible in this format, and that's proving to be a problem for some of these teams. And I start to wonder if Team Germany might be a favorite for the entire tournament at this point.
It's shaping up that way, isn't it? Leaning in that direction. Them versus, well, that could be the potential later on the bracket, right? Then same side of the bracket as the UK boys. So we could be seeing a collision there if it all works out well. That would be fun. I would appreciate that.
Yeah, we shall see. That was a quick speedway. There were some nice fights there, but I think that the German team were very much in control overall. You could see that from the time, their use of utility and so on, creating space for themselves, just forcing the hunt, buying time for respawns and so on. It was nicely done.
Yeah, it definitely was. Oh, man. Matrix was the third map. Second map was Himalaya, I think?
I want to say you're right, but honestly, I can't remember. My memory is terrible on a good day. So
listen, it's fine. We'll figure it out. I mean, we'll learn one way or another. Yeah, it's really just. Do we know anything about the people who've made these maps? Are they planning on doing more? Is this like an ongoing thing?
I guess that would be up to Red Bull as far as the format is concerned. We did go feedback during since the first tournament arrived, which is partly why we have the respawn now, which is honestly, I was just so impressed with how things were straight off the bat. I think they did such a good job, and
yes.
the simple tweak of the respawn timing has just made the games even more exciting, which is amazing.
Yeah, I think they've done a really good job. This is not necessarily easy to make and actually have it work. I mean, I think it's one thing, sort of writing it all down on a piece of paper and saying maybe we could do this, but actually having it work is kind of cool. So good job to whoever those people are. I appreciate it.
Yeah, really, really good job. I'm looking up their names. I'll get there eventually. I've got too many subscriptions on my Steam Workshop. There we go.
Classic.
So, Epitak and Gelly are the names that I see here. I'm not sure if those are the permanent names, though. Oh, there's a link to an interview with Red Bull and people who made the maps, which you can find on the Red Bull website. I suppose if you search Red Bull Flick maps interview, then the article should come up. But actually, I'm going to open that and read it a bit later on. But indeed, it is Himalaya. You are correct, Anders. 10 out of 10.
Fantastic. Oh, well, nice big win there. The Tech-9 coming up, 2 big kills. Sky just cruising past the spawn and right on to cap it early on. Oh, no. He only got the 1 second, then he got shot in the face. That seems a bit rough.
Sin trying to do what he can from behind the plant. He will be lost, taken out by Neo, who has great cover behind that box. And I wonder if all the other competitors are watching, if they're not playing at present, and taking notes, maybe on the teams, maybe on strats to absorb themselves.
Wow. That was a heads-up play from Neo. Close range there with the 5.7 is going to be an instant headshot, but it wasn't necessarily easy to find. Sin will come in with the 1 kill and trying to play the angle. Prism, he just spun. That was, I don't know, 100 degrees or something that he had to turn to get that second kill. Is pretty important. And now we got some borderline spawn camping, actually blocking him in. He's running. Oh, no. He really wanted that, James. He was in.
Yeah, he did not want to be stopped Well, nice to see some utility. So indeed, Honoris are bringing some junk to the table, and they've got a good lead for now. Good 20 seconds ahead at present, but it's Team Germany with 2 kills from Sky to try and lower that deficit. You can see the T's moving in together now. Great awareness, high ground. They've got the Nova on Neo as well. Now, he needs to be careful about how much he extends rather. Definitely wants to keep the flag up, and oh, this is a tough spot for Prism because he's almost guaranteed to go down there. And now they're going to keep spawning out of position from each other, and you can see Neo just holding on for his teammate, but he's already really tagged. But there goes Sky. No one's close enough to trade the frag, and Sin holds position, and now the score's more or less tied and then some.
Yeah, it is, and he's buying some time for his teammate to show up. That Nova shotgun just has so much stopping power. Even at medium range, it's really quite cool. So, nice job on the grenade. That's Neo retaking the bomb site, and 7.7 seconds left here on the CT side. But they're getting closer now. This could be could still be a pretty open scenario.
Prism now. Oh, he rings the bell, but Sky will stay alive. And with 7 seconds on the clock, again, it's not too far to run to the site, but it may feel like a full-on pilgrimage. 1.8 seconds remaining versus 13, and it looks like, oh, you can almost taste the control point, but can't quite stop the cap. And they had such a good lead as well. They had a good 20-second lead, but it wasn't to be. Team Germany take the first round.
Yeah, that was anybody's round there. I think could have absolutely worked out either way, but. At least, at least like a good 15 seconds, something a sport. Just, I think, with the Nova shotgun at some way halfway through. Look at him trying to catch them in the middle. That's a big win. Neo trying to make sure if he could have got both, then that would have obviously given them a big, nice lead. But instead, it's Sin coming back into it, and Team Germany off to a bit of a lead again.
Absolutely. Do start to wonder if these guys can actually be stopped. The trades will continue for now. The score's still close. 7 seconds between the squads. Sky moves beyond the Molotov, got a pop flash from his teammate, and that's going to be really good at least to take out Prism. That was very nice, very meaty indeed. But it's Neo who defends the bomb site. Plain and simple. Tech9 is out, and Honoris are in the lead for this round.
Yeah, you were extolling the virtues of the Tech9 earlier, James, and I think just so far I think one of the most users of it we've seen. So he's not letting you down in that sense. Beautiful one tap from Sin, but still 33 seconds there on the side. So right now, Honoris, they're making their way back. They're actually doing this a little bit. Neo's fighting it. Oh, he almost had that single bullet away. That would have done it. So now it's up to Team Germany to try and bring it back here.
Sin with a meaty shot, but no kill just yet. Hiding in plain sight, trying to contest, and that will be successful. Really smart micro strats there from Germany, who again just take control. I think is it too early to call them veterans of Red Bull Flick? I feel like the way they play it might not be. Neo now taking things into his own hands. He bought some good time. His teammate Prism still here, but it raises. Oh, that's a nasty Tech9 shot. So with the high health going for aggression, trying to buy some more time. I don't know if you can call that pre-fire or what that was, but that was a free kill for Prism, which will definitely buy some extra time. Honoris down to 2.9 seconds. Maybe that's why things were so wild. But if you're on the site, you contest. Neo, there's some good damage there, and that might just be it. It will be for this round.
Yeah, that's it. I mean, he ran into the site shooting at the plant in the corner, the fern or whatever it is, and then there was someone by the box instead with an Nova shotgun, so out of control. But yeah, that ties it up 1-1. So third and final round here on the second map, and if it goes to Team Germany, then it's going to be a 2-0 for them. So veterans, I like that. I think we could call them veteran Red Bull.
Yeah, let's give them an armchair. Send them on for the gaming shirts. Neo looking to potentially follow up, inviting the swing. He'll take one out, and the trades will be successful for Honoris as Prism makes his way onto the side. Is there time for Honoris to adjust to this Team Germany, who again have just put in so much work to get to where they are? They're looking further into the future. That's such an important frag for Prism. Keeps the flag up. All of 8 HP. Needs Neo to get to the site, though. Tries to swing forward, but Sky's jump will certainly help. And it will be Germany's flag up again.
Okay, they're doing a fine job at the moment, down to 35 seconds here, and Sin will take both of them down. Now they each have a Nova shotgun. They've got some health to work with. Double Nova shotgun, that's going to be potentially tricky, although look at the flank. He's actually putting so much distance here between him and the shotguns. That could really work out, although no, they're out hunting. They're not even actually, still a great double kill, but I like the fact that they're trying to be preemptive in defending the site and not just waiting around inside of it.
Yeah, you got to catch people by surprise, not supplies. With this close quarters. Oh, the TVs have been destroyed. How are we going to watch anything now?
Well, that's a good question. I don't know. There were like 4 of them all at the same time. That's a lot of money going there right down the drain. No one likes that.
All right, then 16 seconds remaining for Team Germany. Again, this would be match point for them. Well, this is match point for them, rather.
Yeah.
But they can't quite get to the site. Prism is doing the best he can. You can see the pre-fire from Sin coming through. Prism trying to mix things up, but he can't hold on until his teammate gets there. But Nia will stop the T-flag from going up, and it will be Honoris who look to take a further lead. But this guy's here to contest, quickly sent away from the site as well. 15 seconds and counting now for Honoris as they look to take this to a third map, basically. Some meaty shots on Neo, but Sky needs to get on the site. 9, 8, 7, and Prism's doing a really good job of just stopping these players from contesting.
Yeah,
and I think that's it.
Yeah, it is. Look at even at the end, he just stuck down. He knew Neo was going to be there, so instead of fighting, he just stuck down and let Neo take the shot. That's really well done. All right then. I thought they were going to be out of it. I thought no one could defeat Team Germany, but yeah, third map, and that's Matrix coming up. So. Wow, is that the first time we've caught a game, at least on the mainstream, or one that was being broadcast here, that actually went into a third map?
For today, I think so.
Yeah.
This will offer some interesting challenges for Honoris, because I know that the grenade usage is going to have a part to play in this for Team Germany. If they get the right opportunities, I would expect Molotovs to be used, be it on the site or on the plateau. I think there'll be a lot going on for Honoris, but again, I don't really know what to expect from Honoris, from this Honoris team on this map just yet, because it's the first time we're seeing them, so they may be ready to meet the challenge.
Well, you've got to hope so, right? I feel like at this point, if you're anyone, right, if you take down Team Germany, that's probably a good, strong signal that you could do even better going later into the bracket. So I don't know. I think I don't know if it necessarily is going to be easier from there on out. Depends on the rest of the bracket, obviously. But we know so far they've been one of the really hard teams. So at least build some confidence on that side. You have to expect.
Yeah. Well then, this is a very big game. I do wonder if the likes of Team Germany will be feeling the pressure now up against such a big name in Neo and being taken to a third map by Force, a team who you can see have prepared. I think it might be hard for any team to prepare as much as Team Germany from what we've seen so far. However, here we are at that third map. We can see the scores on the doors. Pretty good average across both sides.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Nothing like the show match, James. I was noticing.
Yeah. I think our French-speaking compadres were doing the heavy lifting there on both sides for sure.
They were. Need to, I don't know, buy them something, like
what?
Just like a little thank you. What are they like in France? Wine, baguette, cheese. You like cheese, James. We have that in common.
RPK is a car man.
Yeah,
I remember at E-League he rented a Mustang, I think.
Really?
Yeah. He was really sick though, so he ended up in hospital for a few weeks. But I'm pretty sure he rented a massive muscle car. Yeah, I'm a cheese guy. Are you a honey guy? You like your honey?
No, not so big on honey yet. Although maybe I haven't tried a bit. But cheese, yeah, I routinely find new cheese that I like, and just it's like a real delight. People should have that in their life,
I know a very good beekeeper in France where I order copious amounts of honey from. I give them to people as presents because it's so good. It's pretty bonkers.
You're not gonna like this, but I think the only honey I've really tried is like the stuff you get from any random store. Just I don't even look at it. I just buy the honey. I didn't realize there were like degrees of it. So
well,
I feel left out.
Next, I'll add a jar for you next time. I used to bring them to E-League and give them to my friends down there, but the Americans will just go and put it straight in a tea rather than taste it properly. But There we go. That's enough about Honey. We are into the last map of the series. Team Germany versus Honoris Team 2, featuring the likes of Neo and Prism, Sky and Sin for Germany. We are on to Matrix. Now we'll see if... I mean, I feel like Germany are a favourite in most of these matches, purely because we know how much work they've put in, and it's far beyond pretty much anybody else that we've seen so far. Yeah. And they got the fragging power as well, it seems.
They do. They've been impressing us so far. Honoris, though, fighting a way to get this third map in here. So, so far, pretty much dead even in terms of the time. Germany starting to get a little bit ahead. Sky wanted to help his teammate out, and that's some good communication. Nicely done. Now they're hiding, and the fact that you could sit sort of on the outside of the center cube in the middle here is really interesting. Like, that's such a powerful position. They're making that work real well.
Yeah. Neo can at least stop the counter from going down. And I think being contested, maybe Sin's feeling the pressure trying to hop up as he's expecting players to push on his position. And us having played this map, I tried to hide in plain sight a lot.
Yeah.
On like your side of the map, if you as opposed to the obvious positions where, you'd see the Molotovs just like that one.
Yeah.
So one of you guys throw a HE towards our spawn as well. But I think I managed to escape before it absolutely destroyed me.
I managed to confuse myself a number of times by accidentally stepping on the teleporters and not knowing where I was. So
I didn't realize that there were teleporters in spawn that would take you to the wide positions. I didn't know that until I was on the server, and I was like, oh, because they're really tucked in.
Yeah,
so
they are really tucked in.
Yeah, you can just see one. You can see them just poking out a little bit there, but I had no idea until today that those were there.
It does, I think, if you're a smart person and quick thinking, it does actually allow for some cool mind games, doesn't it? Because you could show yourself in spawn and then walk onto the teleporter and just suddenly be, somewhere else. Obviously, that wasn't me, but theoretically, someone could do that.
On paper. Well, the score is still close between Team Germany and Honoris Team 2, although now Germany is starting to pull away in the first round of the final map. See Sin going to the high ground now. I was happy I managed to deliver at least one jump for a Molotov on this map.
All right, that's very good. I feel like I got Molotov a fair bit on all the maps. Just
I threw a lot of them.
Yeah, I was so focused as well on just trying to sort of be near the actual plant or the actual flag zone. So I just want to do that. Oh, look at Prism. He nearly Molotoved himself, but I think he wanted to. He knows that someone's out there, right? He can see that the flag isn't going up, so he knows that there's someone in that corner contesting it. And this is actually working out really well. Look at that, 3 seconds left. I don't even think they could make it there in time. They might just have to lose the first round here. That is Team Germany coming up with a win. And, part of that, I looked at the end, like one of their players was just, even if he wasn't necessarily bringing more time off the clock, he was just, occupying that for a long time. And that was really effective.
Yeah, another strong performance from Team Germany as they look to do yet more damage in the next round. So we'll see what they have in store for Honoris, and if Honoris can adjust to the data that they absorbed in that prior round. But it's a quick 2K from Sin, so Germany off on the right foot immediately. Both players in the same position, so we might see a bit of a bait spot, almost like a post-plant, but Prism's got a better angle, and then that's 2 players dead right there.
That was like the worst spot for them from their point of view, because they were sort of like, basically grouped up on each other. But the problem is, though, once you're up on that high ground and people know you're there, you could tell that they're reacting pretty quickly, and they're going to be able to bring him down. Neo and Prism coming back in with a good couple of kills. They're going to turn the flag, and now it's running. They're actually winning a little bit here on time. They're about 10 seconds ahead. Not at all bad.
Yeah, flag is up again. Germany on the comeback. Won't take too long to... Oh, no. Neo with the 2K clearing the site just as the comeback was on. That was so dirty. And you see he's got the smoke up as a bait, and he's going to catch... Well, would have caught Sin off guard, but I don't know how he's managed to come out on top of that. But there we are. Germany back on the point.
Yeah, that was interesting. Pretty well played on the wallbang, I believe. Sky going to get one more kill there, so now they're slightly in the lead on the Germany side. They just need another 30 seconds on the clock, and they can walk away with a victory on the third and final map. Neo getting the 1 kill, and Sin, they're everywhere. He was never going to live through that, was he?
Yeah, this is devastating at the moment. Honoris trying to bring that clock back down, almost 5 seconds away from their opponent now, who retake the site and look to extend that. But Sin won't last very long because Neo's back and he's angry, looking for the Kappa now as he makes his way forward around the outside. But Sky has a superior angle and will deliver the kill, leaving Team Germany on 16 seconds for now. But the clock has started again. Sin with a smoke to create some space. Molotov position. Making their way back again, Honoris, and it's just not going to work out for them, looks like.
No, I mean, look at Sky again. He's not doing anything spectacular, but just keeping it alive. Just knowing that someone's always in that corner, just making sure that no one can raise that flag. So, less than a second, 0.9 left on the clock here. Prism with a good shot, and now it's actually going to take it their favor. This could still turn, James. They're not out of it yet. They've got about 20 seconds, but they can actually win this.
Yeah, it can be done, and Neo is really getting into the clutch mode now with these headshots. 16 seconds, Neo continues to deliver. He's going to have to reload at some point. Well, no, he doesn't need to because Sin has finally traded the frag. Again, it says wallbangable. Oh, that's such an important angle for Prism. Keeps the flag up. There's the wallbangs, but he starts to spread it. And he would have actually got the kill otherwise, but he will do the job eventually. 0.9 in a smoke, and that's going to be enough for Honoris to take it. 2-1, 2-0 on Matrix. My God, there was some great action towards the end of that one.
I actually thought they would have made a comeback there on the Honoris side. It looked to me like they nearly had it, but fair play to Team Germany. They have been looking like the stronger team all throughout. So I guess they deserve it. But that was overall just well done. Not a bad performance at all.
That was a huge fight, and I think against a very experienced team, that was a very respectable match by Honoris. Freya, what were your thoughts?
That was a bit of a whitewash from the side of Team Germany to start things off, but then I feel like Honoris were really coming back into that one. I'm interested to hear your kind of thoughts on Himalaya in particular as well, because it did seem to start off again in favour of Team Germany, but Honoris, they really managed to claim their stake back into it. Anders, do you feel like it was potentially them being a little bit slow to adapt from the side of Team Germany?
Yeah, I mean, possibly. I think that map in particular just allows for so much madness. I think partly because of the fact that once you've taken the site, it feels like it's not particularly viable to try and stay on the site. Like, you're actually probably better off trying to see if you could sort of, escape and go for some sort of fight outside of it. I just feel like that's probably the better move, and that's it. We saw some cool stuff like that coming up from really both teams. I think overall we're seeing a lot of creativity. With Team Germany, though, they do still seem like they have a higher level of preparedness, and that might be what's making the ultimate difference at this point in time.
Yeah, I definitely think you're correct there in terms of the creativity and approach to this. You've really got to give props to Prism right at the end of that match. They're just hiding on the site. You can see him kicking up and down. That wallbang, my teeth were literally clenched when you could see that. Sky still goes around to take him down, but a hugely respectable attempt for Honoris, and I am super impressed with their stuff.
Yeah, that was very, very enjoyable. See Neo's all over the scoreboard, which is great to see as well. Hope to see more of him in the future and the rest of his team as well. But we still have Taz and Co, I do believe, unless something's gone terribly wrong. So there's more of Honoris to see at least, but I enjoyed that series.
Yeah, it was a valiant effort from them indeed. And I think it's really good that you bring up, obviously Neo is showing his stuff up on the scoreboard in terms of kills. Because, it can typically sometimes become like that. The younger and more star player of that can come out and grab all the frags, but it's really nice to see the kills evenly distributed. And I think it was after Himalaya as well, actually comparing both the teams, there was a very even distribution of kills throughout the entire map. And I think that's an interesting thing when you're looking at Team Germany, and it's something that we have talked about in pretty much every single broadcast, James, is that adaptability and actually not having these super set roles, because when somebody counters that, then, it's completely out the window. And I think that's something that Team Germany seem to do really, really well. I don't know what your thoughts are for these guys going forward. I know you were mentioning that they are definitely one of the clear favourites to win the entire tournament.
Yeah, they seem to have more structure than Indeed. They know when to be like Liquid and switch the roles when necessary. Teammate dies, understanding the urgency to keep the flag up, but also when to swing off the side to just give up the flag to take position and have more control long term. And that's like a change which relates to the the respawn timer, whereas when it was instant respawn, you do everything you could to stay on the site for as long as possible. So the adaptation's been great, and they continue to be very enjoyable to watch.
Yeah, indeed. So I kind of want to throw it back just briefly to Speedway, map 1 of this series that definitely delivered. Anders, what were your kind of thoughts on that? It's been a map that we haven't seen. It's been selected, but a lot of the times it's been that third map that we haven't actually gone to. What were your kind of thoughts of Speedway overall? Do you enjoy how it played out?
Yeah, still do. I mean, some of the moments you saw, I think the way that map ended, right, was with I think Sin holding the bomb site and some guy, trying to see if he could surf onto the site in the last millisecond. So the fact that that can even happen, that you can, you could go from spawn to site in 3 seconds if you're good at surfing. I think that's amazing. So I think probably still my favorite map so far. I would be terrible at playing it, but I enjoy watching it. So,
well, hopefully we'll be seeing some more of it in the games to come, and it's going to be a big one for our next quarterfinal match. It's Smooya and Thomas going up against Team Russia. Make sure you join us back here after the break.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick.
Right, so what do you guys like about Himalaya?
I like this because it's like fast, and you pick up the Tech 9 and just run and do headshots.
It's easy
pretty
to play this
simple.
map. Yeah.
So
you go there to the flag, and you can hide on the flowers there in the other corners.
Ah, yeah.
Secure the angle, like that angle, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
To the right side.
Oh, this
and
one.
then the CTs just comes, and I think it's pretty easy to play.
You
of
guys-
course, the other guy will cover that area. Yes. Yeah.
You guys ever pick up the Nova?
Sometimes, but I
don't
kinda
like-
suck off.
I noticed
Yeah,
that the Nova's not for everybody, but I've in the matches I've seen, there's been a lot of success with the 5.7 and the Tech 9.
Yeah.
For different people, so these are. I like that you spawn with a P250 as well. So if it's desperate, there's not much time left, you can quickly make your way
Yeah.
to the site. But yeah, the 5.7 and the Tech 9 seem pretty important on this map. Okay, so we don't expect too much Nova play from you guys then.
No.
Right, so things will
Second
be...
is better.
But there's so many bullets in the Tech 9 as well.
Yeah, that's why.
Yeah. You guys use the grenades much?
Sometimes.
I don't use too much.
When I played, I started to use the nades because I played against some random guys and they were using detonators all the time, and they were wrecking us. So after that, I used some. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, we've seen. There's one German team who they have grenades on every single map. But what I noticed is that like on Matrix, you can throw a Molotov. From where you pick up the Molotov, you can do a jump throw.
You can run
for the balcony, which I think is really important. So I don't know. Maybe it's interesting. The beginning of some rounds you see some fights through this, but then
Yeah.
like the rare flank, but yeah, I think it'll be pretty exciting. Well, best of luck, guys. See you on the service.
Thank you, man. See you on
Thank you.
Saturday. Thank you.
All right, so obviously the surfing is pretty important on this map. You have some other ways you can go as well, but the bridge is a really important place to hold and cover your teammate who's on the site. So sometimes you have to surf and shoot at the same time, but ideally you gotta be able to defend, but also take these kind of angles sometimes and surprise the opponent. I think you can jump up here and just be like,
Yeah.
outrageous. Outrageous of it. Do you guys like Speedway?
Yeah. I think it's the better one, the best map of Red Bull Flick.
Okay.
I think it is.
Do you ever go for the AWP, Fox?
No. It's pretty impossible to shoot, right?
Yeah, it's pretty. I think on this map especially, it's probably the worst. Oh, shit.
Yeah. Because of the surf thing.
Yeah. So, who's the guy? Do you have a guy who like one person always goes to the site and one person tries to be up here? Or...
Yeah, of course.
I will go with Fox. Yeah, I will go with Fox.
Fox is the one trying to fight around the boat.
Yeah.
Yes.
Always.
This is one's really hard. Okay. So, do you guys have a second favorite map?
My second favorite is the pistols map. I don't know the name exactly.
Himalaya, I think.
Yeah.
Himalaya. Okay.
I love that map because of the Tech 9s and 5.7.
Team Germany proved their form before the break as we bid farewell to Neo and Prism. But now it's turn of UK to take on Team Russia in our second quarterfinal matchup. Joining me, as always, the wonderful Anders and James. And guys, we have seen some really, really great form coming out of these teams already. Anders, how are you feeling for the second quarterfinal match?
I think it's going to be great fun. This is I hope that we're going to get into you know, a Smooya and Thomas versus Team Germany kind of matchup. I feel like there could be a significant amount of trash talking going on.
England versus Germany, nice.
There's that. There's history. I think it's going to be fun.
I'm super excited to see what Smooya and Thomas are going to be bringing. Of course, they made it here by beating Ents earlier in the day, and I believe they actually went 3-0 in their group. So they've definitely proved their form. It's going to be interesting to see whether they can keep replicating that as well. But James, you were kind of talking about it earlier. You feel like they put a decent amount of practice and prep into this, and they actually taught you a flashbang as well, didn't they, for Himalaya?
Yeah, they had some. You could see in the videos we showed earlier that they made some like proper grenades in seconds. Those guys are geeked, and I can't wait to see more of what they have in store because they were so excited to play the format and do as well as they can. I'm really curious to see what they have in store across different maps. So I think it's very stimulating to watch them. I mean, Smooya is always a character, right? So it's never a bad day when he's in the office.
Yeah, I love that character's definitely transitioned over into the server for this matchup. I'm hoping, fingers crossed. And of course, we did see them beat Ents earlier on in the day, which was a very, very swift 2-0. And as kind of coming off of that match, were there any particular things you kind of learned about Smooya and Thomas? Do you feel like they have any particular skills that kind of help them in this Flick environment?
I mean, they just seem to be. I think they're just having a great time. You can hear them in interviews as well. They're having a lot of fun, and I think that that helps out a fair bit. And they seem to have a pretty good division of labor, right? It's just between who's going to be out there, doing the fragging, leading the charge, and all the rest of it. I mean, Smooya was getting a bunch of kills in some of those early matches we saw, so I expect that to continue. And I mean, I think no one wants to lose to Smooya. There's always that in the back of your mind.
The show match king, as you've already touted him, that is the title you want to be lifting for sure. And I love that you bring up that fun element as well, because of course this is just a really fun format in general. And as you mentioned in the interviews earlier with them, they're just out here to have a good time and have a laugh. And I think it's kind of cool that they don't really come from the same team, because I don't feel like there's that same pressure on them as maybe some of the other teams are experiencing, like the guys from Ents that we saw earlier. People are looking at them as representing that Ents brand. People are coming for Smooya and Thomas, they're just representing UK, and I feel like it's coming home, isn't it?
Potentially, right? But you did sort of also hint at it, and whereas for Thomas, I'm sure it is fun, but for Smooya, it is his career in show matching that we're talking about. This it's not nothing. There's a lot on the line for him personally, I think.
Indeed. There is. And of course, on the other side of the server, there's going to be Team Russia. They actually beat Reiko and Taz earlier this morning in our group stage matches. And Reiko and Taz have actually made it to the playoffs, which, it's good things for both of them. So, James, for you, obviously they came through the Bardolph Open. They proved their stuff early this morning with a 2-0. What are you kind of making of them as a team?
They were one of the early teams in the story of the Red Bull Flick, which we enjoyed watching. Again, as we said before, they've got good teamwork. They had a few struggles earlier on today, but again, they've had plenty of time to play some other matches, absorb and adjust, and obviously watch what other successful teams have been doing on the stream as well. Good pair of guys, pretty good fraggers. Dima does the heavy lifting in that respect. I like the combo with the gloves and the AK as well. Maybe that'll do plus 10 damage on the servers. So we shall see. But no, they were one of the first notable teams we saw, and I do think they were unlucky when they came up short in that initial tournament, and I was glad they made it in the second time around. So they're definitely ones to look out for. They're hard workers.
Yeah, that's a good point. Obviously, we saw them in the EU Open qualifiers. They unfortunately didn't make it just because Team Germany and Team France were looking so good. And of course, they've proved their form. Both of these teams will be making it to the playoffs. We obviously saw Team Germany making it already to the semi-finals. And interestingly, you brought up this point earlier, Anders. The winner of this match is going to be going up to face against Team Germany. And I think it will be kind of interesting if it does end up being Smooya.
Yeah, I just hope that it will. I would really enjoy it. I think the pressure is on is on their opponents to try and bring this one home. So yeah, I mean, we're not placing bets or anything, but I think right now the UK boys are a little bit ahead.
I'd hope so. I'd hope so, indeed. Coming from the UK myself, I hope UKCS can see the light of day in the Flick Invitational. But I think we should start talking about the maps that are going to be at hand. We'll get them up on the screen very shortly. I'm excited to see which ones we're actually going to be playing out on. Of course, this is still a best of 3, best of 5s later to come in the semi-finals and grand finals. So I'm excited to see, you know, whether we're going to be seeing some more diverse maps. I mean, we're actually going to be starting off in Speedway, then to Matrix, then to Garden. I think this is a decent selection of maps going forward. What about you, James?
I love that Matrix is the new Speedway in a sense that it's more or less in every series.
Yeah.
But I also love the new life that has been breathed into Speedway with the new format. Again, it was a bit too much, I think, when it was instant respawn. It's a good set of maps. To be honest, like I love all the maps. They're so well done. It's always nice to see variation from series to series, of course. But starting with some Speedway is nice. I look forward to it more. Like in the previous times, it was just absolute carnage. But indeed, it is somewhat of a different map now, and I look forward to seeing more of it. This is like day one again for me with the cooldown, because honestly, it's just made such a difference to everything. I'm just enjoying every map, really.
Yeah, I want to kind of get your thoughts on it as well, Anders. You know, we were talking about it earlier. Obviously, you know, you're really big into your maps. You've been creating Counter-Strike maps before. And what are you kind of making of a lot of the designs of these maps? Because I feel like visually they're quite diverse in terms of sort of the abilities and movement you can have around the map. I'm interested to hear your kind of thoughts on them as actual map creations.
Well, I mean, I think it's easy to create maps where, you know, even a tiny little thing could, like, you know, even if you do a lot of maps, I mean, for one thing, it's very hard to get people to map test anything for you. So chances are it'll be yourself and maybe one of your good friends that'll do it, and everyone else won't care. And then, you know, when you finally put it out to public and sort of, you know, show people, chances are if there is anything to exploit that can, you know, be you know, map breaking, they'll never reuse the map again, and they'll just complain about how it's not good enough. So you get that one chance to make it good. I haven't seen anything, and I mean, from the match that we played, the show match, I didn't experience that like frustrating feeling of like, man, this is so overpowered, or this angle is so stupid. I don't understand why this is working out this way. So I'm honestly very impressed by the level that they've brought to the map making part. It's not as easy as it seems.
Yeah, they are actually really, really cool maps to play as well. I'm looking forward to maybe getting my hands on them after seeing you guys take up the challenge. I kind of want to do it myself, but we're not going to wait a moment longer. Let's head into course-up final number 2, and we're going to be kicking it off with Speedway.
I feel like, James, we need to learn how to surf so that we could, you know, get a crack at this somehow. Like, how much time have you put into surfing?
I tend to do KZ more, especially when I'm in North America, because there's a really awesome community of people who do KZ. So I always get stuck on their servers. But I do try to surf, but I feel like it's harder to help someone remotely with surfing than it is with KZ. Like, people come into my stream and give me advice and do this and do that. But with surfing, I'm just not the best.
Well, I'm in that same boat, unfortunately. Some good time off the clock for the CT side. Zumuya and Thomas against Team Russia is what we're dealing with here. The winners will face up against Team Germany, who seem to be, you know, currently the hot team. So, see if they can continue. Still battling to try and get that flag up. In fact, it's gone slightly now in favor of Team Russia, which you know, best of 3, of course. But the Speedway map seems to be one that I don't know, it could get out of control pretty quickly if you just end up surfing into your death one at a time here. Don't want to be seeing that. It's almost tied up, though. 46 seconds on either side.
Yes, there's plenty of play to come. You can see gliding towards the AWP, actually. That's roughly where it is, I think. Zumuya on the outside, just creeping, staying quiet, getting the 2K. That is very, very useful. Gives him time to reload. Is he trying to throw a Molotov on the surf ramp? That would be quite something. Thomas taking out in the meantime, but Zumuya is here. Look at the 180 immediately. Beautiful stuff. Sliding past the angle. He will choose when to engage. Teasing Finnegan, keeping him off the point and buying time for Thomas to make his way to the side. Going behind the basket. which Thomas was ahead of on this occasion, it does feel very vulnerable, especially to people who are on the bridge, because you don't really have much time to maneuver, and you'll be showing something. So if they're careful, they can tag you a little bit.
Is that even? Could you even throw Molotovs onto the surf ramp? But do they not just bounce off in that weird angle? Does that work?
I would imagine they would bounce off.
Yeah, I feel like there's some strange physics going on. Man, they've been fighting for a while now, but it's only 26 seconds now for the Team Russia side. In spite of the fact that, so it feels like for the minute here, everyone is just fighting around the thing. And again, there's that timer in the middle, of course. And if that runs down, it's whatever team has the least amount of time left. And currently, that would be Team Russia. In fact, they're surging ahead right now. They're about to be 20 seconds to the 40 of Smooya and Thomas.
And that clock will continue. So it's going to be shock and awe for Smooya and Thomas. They're going to have to adapt quickly because, of course, Team Russia are one of the teams with more experience in this format. So they know what's come and gone, and Smooya and Thomas are going to have to be like, okay, so this is how you can do this. But then they're going to be dead for 10 seconds or however long it is and have to figure things out. It looks like the first round will go the way of Team Russia, still fighting on a side. But Thomas with a 2K will keep his team in the game. But you can see how far away they are. 35 seconds on the clock for the CT teams, and they're still going for it.
Yeah, and now they just turned 2 seconds left. They need to fly right in here. That's not going to happen. Team Russia picking up the first round. And, with 33 seconds still to go, or 22 if you count the middle clock instead, that's a pretty good margin, I think, for Team Russia. Kind of surprising me, at least. Great job.
Yeah, most certainly a strong start. But we'll see if they can finish in such a fashion as well. But again, I mean, these guys, we saw them drop a map earlier or a match earlier, but they've been pretty strong. They've always been a really good contender. Smooya now on the low ground with a very fine spray onto Dima. The trades will go back and forth, and it'll be Finnegan who makes his way onto the site, but Thomas is out and about, but he doesn't have the angle. You will hear the sound cues of Dima and take him out immediately, but still, the point was being captured, but Finnegan has fallen off, maybe trying to create some space for himself, but he won't be able to do that on this occasion.
All right, time for some revenge here for the British side. Finnegan, that's actually pretty impressive with the USP. Straight headshot. Thomas sticking up behind on the ladder. Oh, and they turn around. That is some heads-up play. And Dima, I think he jumped down and then he came back up the ladder to take him down. It's a bit interesting here. And now the clock is ticking in favor of Team Russia here, slightly. At least they got a couple of seconds in on that one. But again, they're mostly fighting around it without really being on it. So now they have to go back in and raise the flag so that they can start to have that clock working in their favor.
Smooya trying to defend as best he can. Nice work from Smooya. Thomas on the point, though, with all of 9 HP. Now, if he is eliminated, Smooya may have to make his way over to keep that flag up, because that has been a problem for them. Look at Dima flying in there. You can't respond to that. If you're facing the wrong way, you're a gunner. It's as simple as that.
It's so unreasonable, isn't it? But it is delicious to see. So, yeah. Let's, still pretty close here. 39 to 49 seconds. I'm still kind of... It's interesting, unlike many of the other maps, right, where, once you're on it, you're just staying on the actual plant zone itself or the flag zone. But this time, it seems like they're way more into just trying to see if they can defend it early on, or at least, calm the situation down before they go to it. They're fighting around the actual flag way more than they are on it.
Yeah, that is something which is new. Today, haven't seen that so much previously with all the instant respawns. Dima with a 2K. Finnegan will look to join him on the site or try and hide in plain sight. But as Dima taken down, 15 seconds remain though, as the flag is still up, and indeed now Finnegan's been finished off. Smear's got to be careful about how he falls off. Looks like he'll go to land on the door, but he'll land on bullets of Dima instead. And this could be a very quick game of Speedway, with Dima making his way back onto the site once again as the smoke goes. The trade is there immediately to take Smooya out on the bridge. And I'm not sure if Thomas is going to be able to do much about this. He'll get his bell rung, but yeah, he's just about holding on.
This is really something. Again, last time, what was it, 30-second margin? This time it looks like they could be doing almost even better than that. 45 seconds for the CT or for the T side here to try and run down. That doesn't even seem like it's going to be close to possible here. Dima dropping down. Hasn't seen Thomas anywhere yet, but yeah, they're going to be able to flank him. And Finnegan with both the kills. That should be plenty enough here. I don't think they have time. Going to try and surf their way in. 2 seconds left, 1 second left, and there's no surf coming. 2-0 on Speedway in favor of Team Russia. What an upset.
That's a very strong performance from Finnegan and Dima. And indeed, with the confidence from Samir and Thomas, we were expecting a stronger game from, but now learning what the vets can do. Definitely got more hours in this format than Samir and Thomas, and certainly paying off for them on Speedway. But it is best of 3, and you wonder if Samir and Thomas were looking to win it in 3. So short Speedway has been lost and in convincing fashion, but that doesn't mean that the other maps will go the same way.
No, absolutely not. I don't know. They've been showing such strength, pretty much. In the other games, what were they 3-0 in the playoff bracket?
Yeah.
So this is the first time they've lost a map today, at least. It's a whole new experience for them.
Yeah, it's a whole new world. Maybe a nightmare as well. We shall see as we move to the second map of the series, which I believe is Matrix.
Yes.
Yeah, this one will be quite interesting actually. I've seen a fair amount of Dima and Finnegan, but I'm not really sure what I will expect from the next map between these two teams. I would like to think that it's going to be a lot more even than this lopsided affair that we saw here on Speedway.
Well, yeah, I definitely expect so. It might play out very differently altogether. It's just obviously a map that allows for less surfing, no surfing really, but a lot more straight up aim battles. So could be some cool teleporting going on. That was one of the maps I think we saw earlier where it looked like Team Smooya were looking well prepared when it came to grenades and everything else. So we'll see if preparedness is the way to take them down. But Finnegan and Dima looked like they were really ready for this, which is kind of impressive.
Yeah, that was a really good, really strong performance, like a statement performance from them. And I hope to see them try to do similar on Matrix as well, but it's down to Smir and Thomas to answer the call in that respect. And I certainly hope that happens. I want to see a competitive series. I'd love to see it go all the way. I think the UK Mandem and Galdem would like to see them put up more of a fight than that as well. So we won't have to wait too long to find out if they're able to do that. Man, it does look very, very taxing, flying around on Speedway. I don't know if I'll ever be able to do it properly, to be honest with you. I don't have any faith.
No, it's also like, it's an investment of your time, right? Like, if you want to, do you want to spend another 100 hours learning how to surf really well, or just, try and shoot more heads? I feel like headshots are where I'll get the most return, to be quite honest. But here we go. Matrix coming in, a quick trade early on. Remember, you got to get into the middle to turn that flag in your favor. Dima's up there with the Orc. We were mentioning this earlier in the day, how we didn't see many Orcs in play at all, but we were also not really sure why. It seems like a great weapon for this kind of map.
Yeah, and I think again with the better format, commit to wallbangs for a bit longer, but you can see Thomas does know the map already. Won't yield a kill, however. And we've got 45 seconds on the clock for Team Russia, which I feel like is, they're a third of the way there already, so this is looking promising again, but we do have a flurry of kills for Smir and Tom. Now it's their time to try and turn things around.
Yeah, it really is. Team Russia already down to 38 seconds, so need to find a way back in there. They're getting shut down really badly. A couple of kills early on in this respawn cycle, and they did teleport away. Nice shot from Smooya, trying for the wall bang. Finnegan, though, listening, and look at how proactive he's being. Playing around the smoke, standing on top of it, and able to take them both down. That is, look at the down to 20 seconds. They're so far ahead, James. I may have completely misjudged Team Russia here. I might have completely undersold them.
Yeah, well, in fairness, it is... they didn't show you as much as we've seen from them in the past earlier on today, but they can have some strong performances. And the problem is, if you're taken off guard, you have limited time to adjust and figure things out on the fly in a series like this. And that is a complete romp. All of 6 seconds off the clock for Samir and Thomas, getting smashed by Russia. And that is a lightning fast match point for Team Russia.
Who could have seen that coming? That's wild. That just came out of nowhere. Wow, this could be. I mean, if they win this next one, that's going to be the quickest match we've had today, surely.
Yeah, I would say so. And well, let's see if we can do that. I thought it'd be more competitive once we got to this stage, but again, it may be a shock. And really, once the first round has ended, you've got maybe 10, 15 seconds to try and quickly figure out, okay, what the hell just happened? And how do we stop it? You can see the angles from Dima. On previous matches of Matrix, again, we saw smokes up to cover the capping attempts. Not sure if we've seen too much of that. There's one, of course, it is from Finnegan and Dima, however. At least Finnegan is trying to benefit from it. And all Samir can do is watch the point be capped. He can't stop it. That clock is still ticking because Samir is not on the site. 40 seconds now for Team Russia as Finnegan's enjoyed a very long run. Thomas will make his way to the site. You can see there is some depth in the middle of the site, which certainly helps. The wall bangs will go in Thomas's favor, but how long can he last here? Finnegan running up to the high ground, and he can't get the kill on Smooya. 10 seconds behind, though. There's still more work to be done.
Much more work to be done. This is this is really a tricky situation for the Brits, surely, even though they are, they are ahead for once. So that could be their chance to turn it around here and at least get something on the way. Man, Smooya, good shots with the M4A1. Dima and Finnegan, they're getting shut down in spawn right now. Smooya's upset. He's fighting back. You could tell it's personal now.
Yeah, and maybe they are angry. Maybe that's what they needed as they take the lead. Finally, Smooya and Thomas trying to turn things around. Smooya may die for the cause. One way or another he will. Dima will be the man to do it. Thomas has really got to stay alive now. Got himself a nice angle there, 16 HP, and he's going to get the second kill as well. Trying to hide in plain sight for as long as he can. Precious seconds, shaves off the clock. Smooya offering some cover in multiple ways. The smoke onto the site, which will give Thomas some extended life, or maybe not. Taken out by Dima, and now no one's on the site just yet, but it is Team Russia making their way there. But it's a good lead for now for Smooya and Tom.
Yes, it actually is. Trying to see if they can make this one work. They're hiding outside of it, but they don't realize, I think, that Dima is stopping that flag from turning, just hiding in the corner. It's a bit of a giveaway. They still jump up at the same time. I think that was a bit of communication. I think Thomas was being brought in to try and stop Dima from actually defending that flag, and instead it blew up in their faces. So 23 seconds on Team Russia, 34 there on Smooya and Thomas, and I don't know. Oh, sorry, the other way around, I believe. But still, they need to find a way to close this out the next 20 seconds or the next 10 seconds. If they could just do that, I don't think we've seen that yet, where someone wins on the default clock in the middle, but that could be happening here.
Yeah, that's additional pressure for Team Russia now. It's not enough for them to simply frag. They need to hold on to the site as well. And just 3 seconds. You can see Smooya, I think he maybe understands what's going on. Just
smart.
Yeah, it would be longer for him to try and cap the point. So they got eyes on the middle, and that will allow them to win the round. Smooya and Thomas turning things around in the late stage. They need one more to bring it to that third map.
That was actually that was well done. Smooya had a lot of pressure on him at the end, but yeah, didn't step on to turn the flag and add more time to the clock in that one scenario. So love to see that. So could we get a third map here? Tied up 1-1 on the second one. Third map could be in order. That would be nice. I feel like they're getting warmed up now, Smooya and Thomas, but want to see them keep. Can't be the end already, surely.
Yeah, Dima 10 HP, trying to get something out of it, but no, he will be denied. Finnegan will trade, however. The warbangs continue, and Smooya flying forward, but Dima's respawned and will reclaim his respect with the trade frag. So that middle clock already heading towards the 1 minute mark, and we can see Team Russia have already shaved 20 seconds off the clock. Smooya and Thomas raising their flag, but for how long? Finnegan making his way over, but he won't be able to do it because Smooya's doing a good job of covering. He's had his bell rung, though, down to 20 HP. He'll have to try and reset the situation. He's almost heading towards the AWP, but I don't think he'll go for it. Up that ramp on the balcony is the AWP, but you're so exposed when you pick it up and all too close to the point.
Oh, he nearly got out of the way then. Let's see. 32 seconds. Nice shot from Dima. It's such a giveaway when you're on the site and you see the flag not turning. You just know someone is going to be hiding in that corner. So that's kind of interesting, isn't it? Nice shot from Dima yet again. That's gonna give them a chance now. They're actually in the lead by about 6 seconds, maybe all close to 10 seconds now. So this could still be it for Team Russia if they could win another couple of fights here. They'll walk away with it in 2 maps.
Oh boy, that is a really important kill. Thomas was taken out in isolation, which left me in a really difficult spot. So they just keep dying one by one. Now Dima's finally taken out on the side. You can see Thomas looking for the trade frag, and Smia will deliver the headshot. And with 10 seconds on the clock, that really couldn't have come any later for Smia and Thomas on comeback now with 3 times the time of their opponent. Trying to bring it down to 20. Smia creeping out. Thomas has got to get this trade flag closer to the point. It is not a great situation for him. And Finnegan lands the AK headshot. The blue flag is raised. And this may be the run here. Heading towards the 5-second mark. And Thomas is going to try and desperately get to the site. Delivers the kill as well. But he's got to stay alive. Smia's on the way. So this has to be a really successful run. Smia on the high ground trying to offer some cover. He's got the org and he's going to deliver the initial frags. Could have teased Finnegan a bit there rather than fighting to the death because he's stuck in spawn and got to buy time. But still the clock is running down. Oh, that's a really important kill for Thomas. And that might be enough to take them to a 3rd map.
Oh, what? It's at 0 seconds. What's going on?
Oh,
no!
It was over.
Finnegan,
you can't be
kills
serious.
this in the corner. He's capped it in reverse, James. I can't believe it. What just happened? It was 0 seconds all the way through, and Team Russia coming in with an unbelievable clutch. I've never seen that.
Insane. No, me neither. I cannot believe it has 0. I mean, maybe it was 0.01 or something. The UK lads are going to feel robbed, and maybe they were to some degree by their opponent. What a clutch. That's absolutely ridiculous. Freya, have you ever seen anything like that?
Smia and Thomas, I just can't believe what they must be going through right now, getting so close, trying to claw it back from that first map, kind of whitewashed by Team Russia. Man, they must be absolutely heartbroken. And I think maybe it's a similar case of what we were talking about earlier with Norris, who, almost managed to bring the game back in their favor. Unfortunately, they couldn't quite do it. But do you feel like, Anders, it's a case of them maybe just adapting too little too late on the side of Smia and Thomas?
I don't know what happened. I feel like they were individually getting good kills, but it actually seemed to me like Finnegan and Dima were way better prepared. Like they seemed to have way more structure in their play style. So, which is kind of what we were talking about for Smia and Thomas earlier. So I don't know how they got beat on that front, but that was amazing. Team Russia absolutely surprising me, certainly.
Yeah, definitely. We were sort of talking about Smia and Thomas being the favourites coming into this. And of course, they did have their flares of brilliance, as obviously you can see here with Thomas. I love how aggressive he gets towards the site. It gives me life. I absolutely love it. But unfortunately, it wasn't enough. And I think you're totally right, Anders. In a sense, we thought Smia and Thomas were coming into this the most prepared. But then again, when we saw them play, they were facing a team which was ENT, which hadn't played any Red Bull Flick maps before. So when they're sort of matched up against a team like this, who have competed in not only the EU qualifiers, but also the Bardolph Open, I feel like maybe that was the difference maker, James. I feel like that just preparation and adaptability that Team Russia had might have been the difference maker here.
Yeah. I think the experience was very important that Team Russia had coming into this matchup for sure. They've played these maps. They've definitely played these maps more than Smia and Thomas have, and they abused that advantage, and that certainly helped. But it's a shame the adjustments from Smia and Thomas came in just literally less than 0.1 seconds too late.
Oh, it's
less than 1 second too late, rather.
I can't believe that. We've literally never seen that happen, so it must have been so close and so down to the wire. But interestingly, we've been talking about Dima and Finnegan being a really great duo here, and of course they were. But Finnegan actually coming out with most of the frags here, as we can see by the scoreboard. He was really, really making an impact. I think it was that final highlight that we saw, where he throws a Molotov to kind of bait out Thomas a little bit, and then just pops him in the head. He pops over the wall. I think it was really cool to see Finnegan going for those, tighter angles on the side, the little cutouts at the side. I don't know about you, James, but I feel like we've seen those areas of the map be utilized a bit more throughout the day. Maybe some of the teams didn't really know they existed before.
Yeah, but I think with the instant respawn, there's more urgency as well, so you don't get the luxury of taking positions that you would otherwise. For example, When you had instant respawn on Castle, it was pretty hard to go wide on the map, whereas now there's a lot more space for people to move into and do what they want to do. So there's more play in that respect. So that's another thing which has come from the format change here.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen a lot of changes coming out of that, and I think they've been, pretty much all positive ones as well. It's been a lot of development over the maps. But with that win, that leaves us with our bracket, and we're going to take a look exactly what that is saying for the games coming up very, very soon. Of course, that's going to leave these two teams into the semi-final. Not necessarily the semi-final we were expecting, Anders, but I'm interested to see if these two teams become the qualifiers met up yet. I don't believe, because they came through separate qualification, separate qualifier events. So, James, are you kind of looking forward to seeing what these two are going to bring when they face each other?
That's going to be a pretty good fight, I think. I would say that Russia might be slightly stronger fraggers, but Germany would be slightly stronger on strategy. So I think it's going to be a very interesting matchup.
Yeah, it certainly is indeed. And then we're going to be moving down, obviously, to Team Ukraine versus Anurus Team 1, the last hope for the Anurus squad to take down any of the country teams. And then it's going to be G2 Team 1, which, did look very, very dominant back in the group stage, taking on Team France. What is really interesting about this bracket, we haven't actually touched on yet, is all the country teams have made it through, but they're all in separate ones. So actually, we could end up with a grand final with two country teams. I don't know how you guys would feel about that.
Well, I mean, for the minute, right? That looks like it's almost meant to be. They've just been so strong. I don't know if Wanderers or G2 could make it out from that bracket into the grand finals. I might have to bet against that, honestly. I was probably fooled early in the day by the star power. Like that's probably what I thought was going to be the thing that would carry the day, and I think that theory has been slowly proven wrong here, which is really interesting.
Yeah, it is really interesting. Speaking about, the experience that some of these guys have in terms of, linear Counter-Strike 5v5, trumps obviously pretty much all of the country qualifier teams. So I'm super excited to see what they're going to be bringing. And of course, we've got more quarterfinals action coming your way. After the break, it's going to be Team Ukraine taking on Anurus. Don't go anywhere.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. Joining me are the wonderful duo from Team Ukraine. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me here today. Now, Helkes, how did it feel to place second in the Bardolph Open and win a spot here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational?
At first, we were upset for taking only second place, but after we knew that we'd have the invasion to the main part of the tournament, we become happy. I'm very excited about taking place at such a big tournament.
I wanted to ask you about obviously that second place in the Bardolph Open. You placed second against a Russian team, Anime Squads. What was it like playing against them, and what do you think they did so well in that grand final?
It was very excited to play against them. We knew that they're very skilled players, especially Dima made a lot of troubles for us. He made too much impact for their win. They have a very good aim. They're teammates in 5v5 competitive, so they have a good team play. They have a good shooting, so it was really nice to play against them. And actually, we had a great battle against them, so it wasn't like that easy for them. So I guess we lost to them. It's pity, of course, but I want to take a revenge on the Invitational. Message to Dima.
I like this rivalry. Helcas, what do you think you kind of had as strength together as a duo in this competition? What kind of skills do you both have?
Our main skills in perfect shooting, and we are trying to be ice cold, and our movements and communication. We are playing together for over a year, so we have a good team play.
That's really interesting. How would you kind of describe the team's playstyle, Miko, from your perspective?
We have just a simple playstyle, like I think all the teams. On different map we have different game carry guys who just killing everyone, and the other guy is playing on timer, so he has to take a flag. So just one guy who is killing everybody, and one guy who is winning the game, taking the flag.
And can you kind of talk to me about, the differences between conventional Counter-Strike and the Red Bull Flick kind of format? Because we sort of alluded to it earlier. Are there any sort of main differences in the way that you play within the Red Bull Flick competition as opposed to normal 5v5 Counter-Strike?
Yeah, there is definitely a huge difference. On the competitive 5v5 you have to to know tactics and something all, and on this mode you have just to believe only on your aim, on your teammates. So if you just shoot on head and have a good team play, you can easily take this one. You can be aggressive, you can do everything you want, and because you'll respawn. So I think it's like a free mode, so you can do whatever you want.
Just before we depart, Helcas, I wanted to get your thoughts on the CSGO scene within Ukraine itself, because we've seen, legends like Simple come out of the region. Why do you think there are sort of a number of good players here?
There are a lot of good players in Ukraine, but just a few strong teams. I think it has to take time for people to show themselves on professional level.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time to speak to me, and best of luck in your games.
I like my teammate, but if I had such an opportunity, I would pick someone from G2, probably Hunter, maybe.
I would have to pick nobody. I would quit because Thomas is my ride or die, and I would rather not play in it than play without Thomas.
I have had the opportunity to play with someone else but my teammate. It will be some guy from BIG.
Obviously from the new generation, I would probably like to team up with Zywo.
I would like to team up with Forest from Dignitas.
I think the simple answer is Zywo, but I will pick Hunter.
For me it's definitely Goppy, because I'm a German, he's a legend of the German Counter-Strike scene. I've looked up to him a lot of times back in the days, and yeah, really excited to meet him in the tournament.
It's been all about the country qualified teams here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational so far, and now it's time to see if that trend is going to continue. Team Ukraine will be taking on Honduras in our next quarterfinal of the day, and of course, to break it down with me, as always, the wonderful James Bardolph and Anders. James, is this the kind of results that you were expecting coming into today? Because, we were talking the format changes, Flick, and maybe not seeing these country teams come out as strongly.
I think that, I thought that the teams who put more work in would come out on top, because the format is such that if you don't put work in, you'll be exploited. That, I would say, has been true. We've seen some very good names get absolutely annihilated. And I think it's just from hard work paying off for teams like Team Germany, who I think are just the easy example to go to. So in that respect, no. I haven't really seen any surprises. For the previous match we just saw, I was kind of like, it wouldn't surprise me if Dima and Finnegan won, but we can note that Smuya and Thomas have been putting in work. But you did see them adjusting. It just came 1 second too late, literally. So
Quite literally, that is literally the first time we've ever seen that of Flick, and I love it when games go down to the wire like that. And Anders, over on your part, it's obviously the first Flick that you've been a part of. Have there been any particular surprises in terms of you in terms of the professional teams? Because I know we were kind of hyping a lot of them up coming into it, and we still have some remaining. Are you kind of expecting them to go a bit further?
I did. I mean, I didn't really know what to sort of go off, but when you just look at the maps, for the first 10 seconds, you think, "Oh, this is sort of like a, fun aim type map." So surely the people with the better aim will be the ones that come out on top. I think it's great that that's not the case, because I mean it's never that much fun when it's super predictable. But sure, I mean you get Smooyer and Saiwu and stuff in there. You think, yeah, they're surely they're going to be making it quite far ahead, and it's not really been the case. I think, yeah, I would have if I would have been asked to predict, some of the brackets from early on, I would have been horribly wrong at this point in time, which is not that unusual for me, really, but still.
No, it's very interesting seeing some of these pro teams, struggle to actually adapt to this concept. But it is really cool as well, because there's so much you can learn from Red Bull Flick, as a whole. And I think coming into this matchup, we've obviously got Ukraine and Honduras going head to head. And Ukraine, they've already taken out, one of your favorites, you pitted, Anders. It was G2 earlier on, and it was a very, very convincing win over Nexa and Hunter. Do you feel like there was anything to learn from Team Ukraine? Were they doing anything particularly well in your eyes?
It's so hard to say, isn't it? Because I mean, they just played much better than I was expecting. They seemed to play a sort of no fear approach. I think that was one of those games we were talking about where, you're playing against Nexa and Hunter, who are these, international star players, and you're a team of two people that no one's ever heard about, and so that could be really intimidating. And somehow they managed to not play that way at all. Like, they didn't look like they were scared. I think that's an achievement all on its own. If they can keep that up, I mean, that is usually, even in sort of professional tournaments, that's usually one of the things. The deeper into the bracket you go, the more fear you're going to have, right? The more you're going to feel that pressure. So they could be victims to the same thing here.
Yeah, and I think it's a bit of a hard question as well to have an answer to, considering that we've seen literally 2 maps of action from these guys, because it was such a close group stage matchup earlier against G2. And obviously on your side, James, you saw coming through the Bardolph Open. Obviously, they put up a very, very decent fight. There were a lot of teams competing in that event. What are you kind of making of them going forward? Do you think they have the longevity to make it to the semifinals and maybe even make it all the way to the grand finals?
Maybe. I think there are some really strong teams to defeat on the way, and I think we saw other teams come through that Open or another team which was stronger. I feel like so. There's a potential, but I don't think it's going to be easy by any means. So we'll have to see if they've got it in them to deliver the goods in that respect. I really don't know.
Yeah, it's definitely a difficult. Oh, sorry, you go ahead, Anders.
I was just going to say, I do still love the fact that there's something called a Bardolph Open. It sounds like a concept that just needs to be expanded. Like, maybe could it end up being like a Bardolph University, like an online university? James, would you be up for that?
Sure, but I think all the qualifications would be somewhat unlicensed. But it's more fun, really. Are you having fun if you're not running from the police? That's the real question.
I was going to ask, what degrees would you offer at the University of Bardolph? Scuba diving, watchmaking?
Yeah,
that's a good question. We could do
drone flying.
Drone flying.
Flamethrower theory.
There's a lot. There's a lot to work on.
A diverse range of skills you need to qualify from the School of Bardolph. And of course, we've seen Reiko and Taz making it pretty far in this tournament. We were singing the praises of the other Norris team. Unfortunately, they couldn't do it. I think it was a very, very hard matchup to be going against Team Germany in that first quarterfinal. But for these guys, we've been very impressed with their form. We've been talking about having the skill and experience and, knowledge and history of somebody like Taz versus a sort of young up-and-comer like Reiko. I'm kind of interested to see, what they're going to bring to the server in terms of it now, but also in terms of just their general demeanor as players. I think it's a very interesting dynamic between the two of them.
Yeah, absolutely. The young and the not so young. I think that they have had a good performance for their team so far, and now they're the only ones left. They're flying the flag for Honors and maybe for Poland as well. So let's see how far they can take it.
Yeah, let's jump into our map vetoes to see which ones we're going to be playing out on. I'm kind of hoping that we see a little bit more of Castle. I know I spoke to Neo and Taz before the matches, and they were pretty keen on having Castle in there, but it seems to have been banned out by one of the sides. We're going to be starting off with Matrix, then Himalaya, and then Garden. It's been a kind of weird day, hasn't it? Because typically we've seen a lot of speedways, but actually, as you were saying earlier, James, Matrix and Himalaya have kind of been coming up as those two maps that a lot of teams rely on.
Yeah, Matrix is the new default map, which is kind of awesome because I think it offers some really fun and varied gameplay. It's a reasonably wide map as well, and I like the contrast between Matrix and Himalaya, or really anything versus Himalaya, considering how small Himalaya is in comparison. But yeah, Matrix is a great map, nice contrast, nice colors, and the teleports are fun.
Yeah, exactly. I did see you. I was going to question this. In the show match, I saw both of you sometimes accidentally stepping on the teleporters, maybe, because you seem to appear up on a tower, Anders. Yeah.
Confused. Just
Well,
absolutely confused.
We're not going to be confused going into this third quarterfinal matchup. We're going to see who is going to be taking it, and it's going to be starting off on Matrix. Let's get into it.
Well, I'm still convinced, James, that much of this has to do with the name itself. You know, just the brand power of Matrix. I think that's got to be one of the reasons. But it could also just be one of those maps where like no one wants to be, you know, caught out in some silly, you know, like falling to death like on Garden or something like that. So
yeah, you
know, Matrix is the map where you can just, you know, most people could pick that up and play it quickly. So maybe that's the reason.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a comfort pick. I vetoed it the first time around because when we played I played in the previous, well, in the Bardolph Open, because my teammate had vertigo and didn't want to, because on the control point you can see just into space and like, nope, this is being vetoed, can't be doing this. But it's a pretty cool map. I like it. It's quite pretty, the cosmos, the galaxy on the outside, and those frags from Miku are pretty as well. It looks like Team Ukraine will be the first to raise the flag. Remember, Hellchris had a notable performance in the previous times that we have seen him, and he will take out Taz to try and hold on to things here. But Reiko's got that high ground advantage, and Reiko, I mean, again, this is like the first time that I've seen him, or the second time since we saw him earlier. Yeah, he was wilding out earlier, and maybe he'll be doing the same today.
Well, you gotta hope so. I feel like it would be cool if these were the the one country team to the non-country team to try and make it. I might might put a little bit of weight behind that and see if we can't make that prediction happen. Because yeah, Reiko did play really well. Taz looked like he was on point. He's been playing the game forever and ever, but yeah, still hitting some good shots. So far, 28 seconds though for Team Ukraine is absolutely amazing. So they're off to a good start.
Taz trying to hold on to things, but Hellkiss will get the multi-frag. Moving into that wallbang position, hiding in plain sight, you might argue, as that clock heads towards 20. Reiko trying to find what he can, looking for the cover at the back while the point is still being capped. Stopped for now, however. Miku makes his way to the high ground to try and get some better advantage for his team. But as he switches to the AUG, running out of bullets to the M4, he'll be dealt with by the likes of Taz. A little jiggle from Hellkiss, and Taz runs straight into a bullet. That was devastating. Another multi-frag from Hellkiss while he's capping the point. He chooses to take a risk and reposition. Maybe feeling somewhat vulnerable on the outside there, especially to a teleport to the high ground. Again, all these frags on the cover is really killing this, killing the timer in favor of Team Ukraine.
They're gonna have to make an incredible comeback here on Orisa at the moment. This is so far gone already. 6.5 seconds left, and any mistake right here, and they're gonna be dropping the first round at the very least. So we'll see. They're on opposite sides, both of them just running down the clock for us, but not for each other here. Nice readjustment from Reiko. Really good shot there at range. That worked out real well.
3.6 seconds to 43. This is quite something. Q looks to finish off the job, but it will be a desperate dash towards the site, and they may take bullets on the way there, trying to be careful, but they'll never get there in time. That's a fast first round for Ukraine.
We've really been seeing a fair few of those, haven't we? Just, they're done right quick here. So happened again, and it was again the country team that just made it work.
Right then, off we go again, very quickly indeed. Miku looking for the movers and shakers. And that's a great start. Straight onto the site is Helkis staring at the floor. No vertigo for him. No fear of the open space. You got a fear of open water?
No, not really, but I do have a weird feeling of, you know, like if I was to jump in the water, like in the ocean, like the thought of how deep there is beneath me, even though I know the water will sort of like, I won't fall through the water down to the bottom of the ocean, but there's that feeling of like, well, yeah, but still, you know. But otherwise, no, I'm not exactly afraid of the water or anything like that.
Yeah, going off the side of a wall is in the ocean is, when you know it's like a 1,000-foot drop, is interesting. Even though you're floating, it's still just weird.
Yeah.
There's still this kind of that slight impending feeling.
Yeah,
but
something is not quite right.
Yeah, and something's not right here for Honoris, because Team Ukraine have been doing a really good job. They've brought their timer down by about half. Honoris were on the point for a time, but that time's been taken away, and Helkis looks to cause yet more problems. He's got some clues as to where these CTs are coming from, but he'll be taken up by Reiko, who's been a dependable pair of hands for Honoris, but again, they need to be on the site.
Well, finally, the clock is turning in their favor, so that's something that's working out. Only for, like, what, 5 seconds, and Helkis is going to be showing up. There's Miko as well to take down Taz, so now, I mean, they're going to be sub 20 seconds before anyone can even get close to the flag here, and guarding the whole position from the high ground. Even when they know that he's there, he's picked up the org instead. He's doing it all on his own right here, Miko. This is a great respawn cycle for him at the moment. He's done all the work right now, down to 6 seconds, and they're trying to bring back in here, but now they've just at least stopped the clock from it.
Oh my god!
Through the smoke, that's disgusting.
And that's a wrap.
Unbelievable.
What a way to finish things off. That is absolutely crazy.
Didn't see that coming.
No, just like that. That was very impressive, and that's a very fast 1-0 coming in with some strength. And again, it does feel like the more tenured teams just have an advantage on the players who may not have played for so long.
Yeah. Again, that's just, some of them will have surely been watching throughout the day. So, like, you know, it's not like they don't know the maps, they don't understand what's going on or anything. But they are just, it seems like they're getting beat on experience, which, you know, again, I just wonder, I still think that's a good sign, probably. Would be less fun if you could just, you know, field the hardest hitting aimers and win like that. I prefer this way.
Yeah, that was quite a defining performance, and a lot of warning shots, because it is best of 3 series and there is a chance for a comeback, but they'll have to be slightly better than the likes of Smia and co if they want to stay in this. That was
still
really
disappointed.
solid stuff. Yeah.
You know, still not over it. I see them making excuses on Twitter, but
the VAR system.
Oh man, yeah, but wow, quite a way to get started for the Ukraine team. Really making it work. And again, I don't know. Do you think we'll see some of these guys, Miko and Helkis, you know, play in, like, you know, as potential CIS, you know, prospects? I don't know. It might be too soon to say stars or anything like that, but
Yeah, I would hope so. At least you can get some inklings towards teamwork and so on. But 5v5 is, you know, there's so many more responsibilities you have. Working with your team, communicating with a larger group of people and so on. I mean, I hope so. I'd love to see it. It'd be so cool if we saw some up and comers in this format before we commentated them in the future. That would be pretty awesome. But we shall have to wait and see.
it would certainly be having like a unique story. Like, you know, so how did you get found out? Well, I played a 2-on-2 tournament that, you know, on maps that no one's ever heard of. So
the Bardolph Open.
The Bardolph Open, yes. A graduate Bardolph Open.
Yeah.
Why not?
It's really funny, actually. There is a tweet that Rops made many years ago where he played me on Faceit, and his team beat my team, and he took a screenshot of the victory and tweeted like, "Oh, cool, beat Bardolph," and that was like well before he was a pro or anything. So that's a really cool. That's a really funny thing.
whenever I get a chance, I do sometimes get people who sort of, in case they do recognize me on some server, they'll say, 2 years and and you'll be commentating a game for me. I always think that's funny. If it ever works out, if it ever ends up being true, that would be cool. If someone could find a way there.
I always tell those guys I'm about to take a dump on them, and it's not going to happen.
Crush their dreams.
No, I just like a little. It's not that bad, but I like a little bit of banter. I look forward to those things being true. Always good to see the up and comers, the risers.
Well, here we are on Himalaya, which I think is quite a map. I enjoy this map.
Surely there's a Molotov kill coming. No, I thought they would have been. Well, look at those that HP. They'll raise the flag though, and Taz has gone on an expedition, and they were not ready for that at all. That is a really big frag for the team. Bearing in mind how low both of them are, great decision, and he may be able to get back into the site soon enough before they can really get anything done. Considering how much damage they took, to shave off a quarter of the time is pretty good going.
Yeah, actually, here's another. Oh, he missed the shot. He shot right between them with that shotgun. We've seen how that could be the difference maker, though. And once you actually have the flag, that shotgun does so much work here. So we'll see. Team Honoris down to 37 seconds, and they are the ones that are a whole map behind. So they need to make this work. Decent Molotov to buy time, and actually, I mean, the Molotov is probably more time than we were expecting. You don't notice it maybe normally in a game, but you certainly will in this if you're starting to run the clock down.
30 seconds on the clock for Team Ukraine in the driving seat once again.
All right.
That's a very nice headshot from Reiko, and he will follow up with a kill onto Hellkiss. So Honoris's flag will be raised for a time. We'll see how the... Oh, never mind. He continues with this 5-7. Really landing these shots. A two-man swing. They kind of lined up a bit, but they're alive, and clock is heading towards the 20-second mark. Miku caught off guard by Taz's very aggressive plays, allowing Reiko to just hold on to the side and buy some time. They're going for the 2K. He's got the bullets, but doesn't have the second kill on this occasion, but he's really done good work. They both have.
Oh, nice job from Taz. That's a little bit of a long range. The P250 will come out on top. 16 seconds there, and they're going to try and turn the flag back in their favor here for Team Ukraine, but no, actually, Team Honor is down to 11 seconds. They're still holding on to it. Miko has to win this fight. His teammate's not going to spawn his fight. If he goes down now, it's all done. Yeah, now he's offset on the time on the respawn cycle here, so a lot of trouble. Oh, but a double kill with 1.5 seconds left. That was all on Hellkiss. They did not have time to help each other out. And now they can actually turn it 15 seconds here. Big win. They can actually bring this all the way back suddenly.
Oh my
Reiko, though, bringing it back. And that is surely it. That's a massive double kill. What an explosive start here to Himalaya.
Yeah, that was quite the exchange. I like this Reiko guy. His aim is really, really, really strong.
Yeah.
This is pretty epic.
Yeah, it's really cool to see, isn't it? Unexpected, I guess got no expectations really for what we've been seeing out of him, but he's been impressing us so far. All right, Honor is off to a good start. Now they're going to be playing on the opposite sides and contesting the flag here. Reiko looking for a shot, and he'll get it as well with a 5-7.
It's a nice start. 55 seconds, still very early. What did you think of Himalaya playing it?
I actually thought I normally don't particularly like playing with pistols, but I found it to be really fun. It's really action-packed, and just something about the Nova shotgun being sort of the only non-pistol thing is just really fun. So I do like shotguns.
Yeah, I like how many options you have as well to fly around, to flank, to hop over the bridge. It's pretty cool. Utilities well placed, the mollies and so on. A lot of shenanigans you can have. This Reiko guy has really been... I mean, he's 17 for 5 so far. That's pretty absurd.
He's out of control.
Yeah, and this could be a pretty quick one because they... I mean, when were they last off the site? When was it last considered? It was like it was a long head towards that 10-second mark, and Taz is just baiting. Reiko finally has been dealt with by Miku, but this is basically the beginning of the round for them.
I mean, they had like 2 seconds off at the beginning, Team Ukraine, and then they just got wiped out since then. So would be an amazing comeback, trying to see if you can spawn camp and get your just reward. Even though we've been asking for it, it's going to basically blow up in their faces. Now they've lost the site again. 5 seconds on the clock. You're going to have to step in there, Hellkiss, and try and stop this from happening, or it's not going to work out. And even with the flashback, it's not going to be enough. Wow, well done, Honorous, bringing us a third map here.
Yeah, that was lights out. That was lightning fast, even faster than the previous one. And that's a great way to respond to a strong play from their opponent on the first map, because I thought maybe this is going to be a convincing 2-0. Apparently not. Now it's wide open. I have no idea who is a favorite going into this third map, but we may find out. We may learn very quickly once it starts. It doesn't always take too long to see where the strength lies, but that was a very good response for, again, a team that simply have less experience in this format as well. That's really cool.
Absolutely was. Third map again. Yeah. So was that Garden? That was the third one?
I believe so.
It's getting harder and harder to remember, but yeah, I really quite like Garden. So I'd be excited if that was the case. Would love to see that in the mix. I think a map that actually that was one of the maps I thought in the show match that we played that would have been potentially more tricky and maybe more complex, so it would take away from some of the fun, but that wasn't my experience. I actually had great fun playing that one.
Did you from spawn, if you turn around, there's like you can go through the floor to bounce?
Yes, I tried that.
It's so much fun.
It is.
It's just satisfying. It's very, very well done, the whole thing.
The first time I did that, because it takes like an extra second from what you expect to be teleported, so I thought, wait, did I just kill myself? Like, I wasn't really sure the first time around. But yeah, it worked out, so guess that's good.
I fell off a ledge once on Garden. I mispositioned myself and fell to my doom. At least it's just the one time, though. I didn't crater.
And with no one watching, hopefully, that's ideal.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I'd imagine there was more eyes on Shox and RPK for the most part.
Almost certainly, yes. Man, yeah.
I was thinking, like, if you think about the players who have come out of retirement to play CSGO, is there anybody who's better than RPK?
No. And I really don't think so. And I think, even it's even more exciting if you just think about not just coming out of retirement, but like, having to sort of be talked out of it, right? Like having to sort of, because he was working in like, his dad's mechanic shop or something like that, right?
Yeah,
Fixing cars and all the rest of it. And I just think it's in so many ways, it's even more absurd if you just take a moment to imagine as well that, him and Shox probably were the best Source players, historically. So like between, so there's in some sense, obviously, that you could say, well, doesn't that make it more likely that he would, come out of retirement and try his hand at CSGO? But at the same time, like, there's a legacy there to destroy as well, Like, how sad would the whole story have been if you did it and then it was nothing and you were like, oh, you should have just stayed away from it, Now we just all remember him as being the guy that failed it, but I don't think that's what's happening to RPK. I still think he's a great player, so it's really awesome.
Watching him grow with power, month after month was really, really, really awesome as well. Hellkiss will open the proceedings on Garden, the last map of this best of 3 series. Ukraine and Honorous fighting to move a step forward in this bracket. Miku trying to hide in plain sight as he looks for the opponent to rotate towards the site. Nice shot from Reiko, as we've seen every map.
He really has been a bit of a revelation. They're gonna need him to try and have a chance at making this one work, or they end up falling to yet another country team, which again seems to be happening a fair bit here. They're hard to beat, those country teams.
Yeah. Reiko now realizing that he can't really do anything about Miku's position. If you crouch forward, I found that you can actually kind of jam yourself into the plinth a bit, which isn't good for your own movement. I don't know if it has any offers any extra cover or anything like that, but it was something I noticed while I was moving around. Every time I went upstairs to try and frag, it just didn't work. I got shot in the face by you or from Shox. But there we go. Molotov in the middle of the site.
It's almost like that going up top. It's like it's great. First, like 1 or 2 kills, but then obviously it's going to get called out, and and you know, then you just feels like you're very exposed up there. So I don't know. I had fun doing it as a surprise, but I didn't really know what to do afterwards. I was like, oh, I'm just up here now. How do I get out? 34 seconds now for the Honorous side. So see if this is going to be enough to bring us some kind of a cool revenge for them here.
That's a nice headshot from Taz, but he won't be able to raise the flag. Reiko's at a distance, and he will move onto the site very quickly indeed. Really smart stuff from him. Again, you need to know when to switch roles to try and start capping points. And Reiko is just so good at winning these duels as well. It is really ridiculous. I can't wait to see him on the servers in 5v5s as well to see what he can do in that format. But for this one, he is somewhat devastating. And that clock is really ticking down now for Honorous. 15 seconds on the clock, and he will eventually fall to the flames. He died for his country.
Oh man, I got burned so many times in the center of this map, just not knowing where to go. Like, even if I realized the Molotov was close, I was like, I don't know where to run so I don't just get shot. So I guess here we are. Yeah, 14 seconds versus the 33 now, slowly counting down. Team Ukraine running this one back, and that double kill for Hellkiss is going to be huge. So they are actually, yeah, they're running this back. They were quite far behind, but that could all be done in a second here.
Yeah, Honorous at 14 and the Ukraine on 17. So it's all to play for in this first round of the final map. Because try and take to kill the cover of Reiko, but that has proven to be very difficult. Mika coming in from spawn will finish off the job. A great burst as well, and this could be really important frags. I mean, they certainly are with 4.7 seconds on the clock for Honorous. So now we'll look to see if Ukraine can have a similar run.
Yeah, really, really getting a little bit too close now. 4 seconds with both teams. They're still on it, and they're so far away. I don't know how Taz and Reiko could get in here in time. They're not even going to be close to doing that. So what a close first round this was. That was I don't know. I really like Garden. I think it's a good map for this kind of format. Does it all?
Yeah, it's a really nice map. I love the extremities as well. The dome of Himalaya. We've got the squared box here and the Cosmos.
Yeah,
it's just so well designed. It's really. I just can't believe how good it is. Like immediately, it's just awesome.
Yeah, it's impressive. Absolutely agree. So yeah, I mean that couldn't really have been any closer. Could have gone either way, obviously, but again, it's Team Ukraine coming up with. Team Honorous coming up with a little bit there. We'll see if they can find a way to end it. They would be so far we have all country teams going to the semifinals, right?
I believe so, yeah.
So they would be the first ones to try and change that scenario.
Because a small delay, the players has got a sound issue to resolve. We get back into things. Maybe it has been fixed as I see the unpause coming through. Quick restart to put the so this will be done the potato way, just because the when you pause the middle clock continues, so they'll have to just go for an MP restart game. So just bear in mind it is 1-0 to Honorous.
Yes, indeed. Ooh, and Helka's coming in with some amazing shots early on. That'll certainly help them out a fair bit. On the Ukraine side, Reiko, no slouch himself, and Taz to help out. So they bring it right back, only allowing 10 seconds off the clock before they're back in charge of the middle of the map here.
It's a nice shot from Miku, but it's cost him a lot of HP. Has to go for the fadeaway Molotov. Lovely swing from Taz, but he forced changes position. And he can't do it in time. Hellkiss from up top looking for taps on his teammate as well. And he'll get there eventually. A lot of bullets, but the job has been done. Taz collecting the molly will have some good area control, but as we can see, the flag will be raised from the middle of the site. They'll take the fight as well, but Miku's got to be real careful. His cover has gone to pre-fires here from Taz. Had a trade frag if necessary, but it wasn't on this occasion. 0-2 to take out on the site. And that trade from frag takes the high ground away, which really helps bring that clock down for Honorous.
Shooting over that box, yeah. Shooting over that box is just really, really scary. I think when you're coming in from the outside, I feel like the people who are inside of the site could just, sort of stay ducked and suddenly stand up really quickly, and it's just hard to deal with. So nicely done there. 35 to 45 seconds. And now turning the flag back in favor of the T side. Ukraine doing pretty well at the moment.
Oh, it's 1-0 for Ukraine on this map.
Oh, really?
I'm told, rather than Honoris.
Fair
Yeah,
play.
it's a little confusing up top. There we go. So Taz is in the blue, but it says Ukraine rather than Honoris on that side. So hopefully we can get that fixed. We'll see now. Trying to even the score out.
Ooh.
It's a nice flurry of kills there for Hellkiss as the T's take the lead.
That's huge. Again, with already a round lead, that could be everything they needed. Down to 17 seconds, I think. So Taz recapping the center of the map, and that's a nice kill. That's so important. And here's the second one, but still he just flew in there. Miko, if he would have had that second kill, that could have almost been the map. Now it's perfectly tied up at 17 seconds here, and no one really capping the center of the map just yet. They're trying to fight around it for the minute here. And there's Miko coming in with a nice one. And now clock is ticking in favor of Team Ukraine, and they're almost doing it.
10 seconds remaining. Team Ukraine so close. Taz trying to hold on, but the trade is there from Hellkiss, who flies straight onto the site.
That
Now,
was
let's
badass,
see.
wasn't it?
Yeah, it really was. Oh, just moving around, smart stuff. And Taz looking for the kill. In the meantime, everything will be lost.
Wow.
And that's going to be that.
Really interesting. I love the fact that he heard him sort of drop down behind him, and instead of trying to take that fight, he just let his teammate from the high ground do it while he was focused on the other side. Some good use of audio in staying alive and having a teammate there. Team Ukraine being victorious. That's well done.
Yeah. Hello, Freya. Welcome back.
Thank you, James. Team Ukraine continuing the trend of the country teams. I'm a little bit heartbroken because I feel like Anuris were one of those teams that could have taken it. It was so close in those final two maps. I'm kind of wondering from your end, James, did you see anything that, Taz and Reiko maybe weren't doing quite enough on that garden? I know you were kind of mentioning the movement coming from Ukraine being really strong. Do you think that's something that they potentially found difficult to counter?
I'm not sure because Reiko was getting so many kills. Whenever we looked at his POV, he was absolutely smashing people. But I think it was just an experience factor that there was more depth from many of the national teams just because they've got more experience on the maps and they know what to do in various situations, and everyone else is playing catch up.
Yeah, it's interesting. You don't really normally associate Taz with a lack of experience when you're talking about Counter-Strike typically. But you know what? We can turn things on their head here at Red Bull Flick. And you were speaking about Reiko. We're going to be seeing a lot of highlights from him here. A little bit heartbreaking for him as well because, he was putting in so many frags, doing so many crucial plays. I mean, back on Himalaya as well, it was basically a story of him. He was running into that site, getting super aggressive, and he was getting so many crucial round-winning kills. Do you think he has been one of the players to have one of the, biggest impacts on the server in terms of frags?
Yeah, I mean, for my money, it certainly feels that way. Been a really, really impressive showing. As a name that we didn't really know much about coming into it. He seemed to be super, super aggressive in his style of play. So I wouldn't lay this defeat, against Team Ukraine at his feet necessarily. I think, not that it was Taz's fault or anything, but just to say that Reiko certainly did everything that he could to make this work.
No, I think it is definitely hard as well. You can't blame either player for it really, especially when coming up against one of these country teams that again have been playing these maps for so much longer than these pro teams. But it is a really, really cool storyline. It's going to be interesting to see if we can get the full house going into the semi-finals of being all these country teams, because I don't know about you, James, I wasn't necessarily expecting all four of them to go the full way here at Flick.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see in a way, but I think it's probably a statistical anomaly. But again, I mean, there's a reason why they got here in the first place, and they're showing it match by match.
Yeah, exactly. I kind of want to just briefly touch on Himalaya just again, because, it's been one of the maps we've seen played a little bit more than some of the other maps, and I feel like like the playstyle and the dynamics that we're seeing in that, it's much more close quarters fighting. There's no rifles. It's literally just shotguns and pistols. Do you feel like that kind of played into the strength of Anoris, just kind of looking at their game plan going into it, Anders?
It's really hard to say, isn't it? I don't know if it was necessarily the weapons that did it. I mean, I don't think I've seen enough out of Miko and Helkis to say exactly what it was that sort of that played out better for them. I think that game was honestly close enough that it could have just been a little bit of a coin flip. I don't see a reason why it couldn't have been, Honoris coming out on top instead. That was one of the closer matches we've seen so far.
Yeah, you're definitely right. And I also think utility is kind of important to talk about as well in these games. Because, we saw on Garden especially, those Molotovs come into play.
Yeah.
I bet that's something you're quite happy about, James, because you've been hammering home the use of utility on these maps can really change the game.
Yeah, we have seen many examples of that. I love how the smokes have got a lease of new life with the cooldown. It definitely changes the game in that respect. And using it as a bait, suggesting that you might be in there when you're on the opposite side of the site. I think Matrix is a good example of those uses, and the mollies are always useful as well. But we've even seen the flashes come into play. I feel like the previous days of Red Bull Flick, we didn't really see any relevant flashbang plays, but the pop flashes we saw straight off the bat on Himalaya were really great to see. So we can see as the days go on, there's more and more thought put into everything here.
Yeah, it's been very impressive so far. And we're not done with the action just yet. It's been 3 out of 3 country teams that have qualified for semi-finals. Now we're going to see if we can make it a fourth. It's G2 Team 1 versus Team France coming up next.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. I'm joined by the wonderful Jax and Kenny ahead of their Red Bull Flick Invitational matches. Very excited to get to know you guys a little bit more outside the server. So Jax, you know the drill. We're going to be asking 5 questions about Kenny to see how well you guys know each other. So let's start off with maybe a simple one, maybe not. What would Kenny say is his best quality as a teammate?
The best quality of Kenny as teammate is the best flasher in the game, I think. He likes to do that. He's an aggressive player when he is in the tense situations. He has always the flick to save the life of all the team, you know. And he plays with the earth, but he's a bit toxic. No,
Well, Kenny, would you agree with that?
Because he's passionate.
I think it's good enough to agree with it. Yeah.
Okay.
Sounds really good. Thank you, lady.
No worries.
We're starting off with some compliments, so some good stuff here. 1 point for you, Jax, on the leaderboard. Steering away from Counter-Strike, if Kenny could only eat one thing for the rest of his life, what would it be?
Pizza.
Solid choice.
It makes the job. It does the job.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you can have a lot of stuff on pizza, right? Like, I feel like you can have pretty much any sort of different meal, just put on a pizza. So that would be a solid thing. If Kenny wasn't a professional player, what would he be doing instead?
Footballer professional maybe, or maybe a big owner from a big company. or astronaut, something like big, you know.
Kenny the astronaut, I like that. Is he right?
Football player, yeah, definitely. I think it would have been around sport indeed. Either being a sportive journalist, or yeah, trying to get into the world of sports, mostly in football.
Oh, excellent stuff. Well, 3 out of 3. Again, Jax, you know Kenny very well. A question about his favourite Red Bull Flick map. Which one is it out of the 5?
Speedway.
Oh, he got it. You know why? Because it's the surf map.
Exactly. We're going to see you doing some lovely surfing on Sunday, Kenny. Looking forward to that.
I'm actually just gonna surf.
Have you more difficult question for me about Kenny, or
Well,
it's a lot?
Hold up here, Jax. This is the most difficult one. I know, Kenny, you've had some spectacular knives in the game over the years, but which one has been Kenny's favourite knife?
I think Doppler Ruby he like a lot, and yes, he's the best of Kenny, Doppler Ruby.
The flip knife?
Yeah.
Ah, that's my boy.
Yeah.
5 out of 5. So far, you're the first team to do this. So, Kenny, the pressure's on you now to know Jax quite as well as he knows you. So some slightly different questions.
Attention.
Question number 1 for you, Kenny, is what's his favourite place that Jax has visited?
C'est pas difficile, déjà.
Wait. I know we like Los Angeles.
The first things.
Okay, Los Angeles, I think I will stick.
Yeah. When I go to LA for the first time, I don't know. I like the atmosphere. I like. I feel really good on this place. Good vibes and.
Yeah, nice to be by the beach.
I like it.
It's a great place.
Yeah,
great choice. I'm so surprised you guys haven't dropped an answer yet. Question number 2 for you, Kenny. What is Jax's favourite Red Bull Flick map?
On Speedway. Because
Speedway too, of course.
It's because we both like surfing a lot.
Yeah.
You guys are going to be in sync. I'm looking forward to it. And maybe, this is a bit of an out question for question number 3. If Jax could have any superpower, anything at all, what would he choose?
Teleportation.
Yeah, directly. Teleportation or fly.
It is the best one. Teleportation. I was literally speaking about this with, I think it was Taz and Neo. They had the same question. And I convinced them to turn to the teleportation side, because it's just like, if you want to go to LA, snap your fingers, you're there. Question number 4. This could be a tricky one. What's Jax's biggest fear?
He doesn't have any fear. That's the issue with him.
You must have one. Spiders?
I'm Thor.
No, what he doesn't like is insect, especially wasp.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yep. Because he got
Yeah, I go one time in the knee. I don't know how to say the
nest.
A nest of wasp, and they attack me from every front, and she pick me a lot,
No, miss me with that. Absolutely not. Well, okay. Not any pressure for you, Kenny, going into this last question, but you could be the first team to get 10 out of 10, and I'd be very impressed. A little bit of a cliche one, maybe to end out on. If Jax was stranded on a desert island and he could only have one thing, what one thing would he bring?
It's a tricky question because...
It can be an human, something, whatever.
Anything you can imagine.
Okay, it will be either me, or a speaker to listen to music.
2 very different answers.
It's pretty tough. It's pretty tough because it's about either it takes something to survive, or either it takes something to spend time. So
I think sorry, bro, but I take my girlfriend to make a civilization.
Kenny, you were thinking too short term. Jax is here for the long term goals on this island.
That's the thing. I know him perfectly. And he doesn't project himself. He doesn't know what he's gonna do in 1 week, even tomorrow.
Well,
so seeing him projecting himself is really surprising, I would say.
Unfortunately, that does mean you only got 9. I mean, I say only. That's the best score we've seen so far. 9 out of 10. That's very solid. So I think you're pretty set up. You're set up in good stead for the Invitational this weekend. Are you happy with that score?
No.
You wanted the 10 out of 10.
Of course.
Well. You've done the best out of the team so far, and I'm very excited to see what you guys will bring to the Invitational this weekend. Thank you, gentlemen, once again.
Thank you,
for joining
Freya.
me.
Welcome back, people. We've lost Freya because she's lost her power. She's got no power in her house, so there's no more Freya for now. It's unfortunate. You'll have to deal with us ugly bastards instead. We are moving towards G2 versus Team France. The French side of G2 are out and about, the likes of Kenyes and Jax. And it was pretty enjoyable when we last saw them. I think they had a pretty good showing. It looked to me like they had studied the maps more than Nexa and Hunter for sure.
Yeah, I would tend to agree. Yeah, I was surprised again. I think I've picked most of the things wrong here so far today, but it's good to see. I mean, I wanna see more out of them now. And again, we haven't seen a single non-country team make it through. This is the last chance for someone to do that.
Yeah, and they are up against Team France, which is to be noted in that respect. So we'll see how that plays out. I do wonder how dedicated Kenny will be to getting the AWP where applicable, you know, depending on which map it is, because that will be pretty interesting to see. We saw him pick up the AWP earlier on, and we'll see if that continues here in this best of 3 series once the veto comes through. And I do wonder, if you're up against Kenny, do you veto maps you know have AWPs on, or do you just play to your own strengths?
Say play to your own strengths, surely. It's so hard to pick up the AWP on some of those maps. I mean, I think we saw it on Matrix, right? Kenny picked it up and died like a second later with the AWP. So maybe you just think, you know, whatever, like it's not going to be that threatening. Let's just, you know, let him have it if he wants to, but probably it's not going to be the thing that'll make a huge difference at the end. So I would probably do it like that. Just, you know, let him have it if he thinks it's going to be good enough, but I doubt it will be.
I really tried to pick up the AWP on Matrix, but I could see it, but I couldn't touch it. So yeah, it is not easy to get over to those AWPs, but indeed we have the likes of Joko on Team France. Yeah, he really was. We've got some nice highlights from 5v5 here as well. Just hunting a CT and CT spawn. And Exercised. So this is Team France, and again, they are the more story team. I like the contrast as well, the pros versus the players who came through the qualifiers and so on.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes for some nice matchups.
It does, and again, I mean, I just think your internal expectation of what's about to happen when you see, you know, Kenny versus some names we're just not used to seeing. You think, okay, I know how this plays out, and then it just doesn't. So I think that's been happening all day, and I'm still, you know, entertained by it. So yeah, I still think it would be fun to see just one of the star teams here make it through. But I'm starting to sort of believe it less and less that it actually will happen. I feel like it's trending the other direction, in fact.
Yeah, it's been pretty consistent with the experienced, hardworking teams. And again, not every pro team has put their best foot forward, but they were quickly dealt with. And the ones that have are the ones that are still here, like the likes of Kenny S and Jack. So I'm interested to see the veto and the landscapes we'll be playing on. And here we are. So Garden, AWP on the top. Himalaya, no AWP. Matrix, there is certainly one there as well. We'll see if it has a part to play. I really do think that Garden is maybe the most, like location-wise, the hottest one to get, being above the site. It's just like...
Have we seen it at all yet?
No, not really. No, we haven't. We've seen it on other maps, but this one, no, we haven't. And maybe this will be the map.
Yeah, I mean, I think that in itself is a little bit telling that it hasn't been picked up at all on that one. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's worth it. I mean, you're having enough trouble as it is just getting onto the site and not getting shut down, so probably nobody wants to experiment with anything like that, I guess. But yeah, I think it's a good map selection that we've got going on here. It's going to make for some really enjoyable Counter-Strike yet again.
Yeah, no Speedway, no surfing, so maybe it was vetoed by Team France. Based on the interview, we knew the favorite map was Speedway for G2. I think it's a favorite for many people because it's just a lot of fun. So we'll see what is going to happen. Oh, Freya. Is Freya alive? I think she might be. Kind of half.
She's certainly slightly back here, so with a bit of luck, she got the power returned. That's good news. I don't know. I've been making wrong predictions all day. I don't want to keep doing that. But yeah, I think out of the two of them on the Team France side, I think Joko was the one that impressed me the most. So he's probably the standout player for me out of the ones that we don't know.
Yeah, some heavy output from him in the matches prior, but will he be able to do it? And we've spoken recently about where like Team Germany, looked up to some of the German players, and I do wonder. I mean, does it go higher than the likes of Kenny S? Unless it's someone like Shox, I don't know, but they're probably on parity with each other. So maybe there is some intimidation there. Maybe there's some awe. And perhaps that'll be a distraction. But once you're in the servers, it's all just CSGO avatars after all. So perhaps Team France can put that in the back of their minds. But if the AWP does come out, then I think they'll quickly remember who they're playing against. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. We're just moments away now from the beginning of this match. So yeah, I don't know about this one. I'm sure Kenny knows where the AWP is on all of the maps that feature one.
Yeah. I mean, he didn't have much success picking it up last time, but doesn't mean he couldn't try it again. Maybe that has like a fear factor all on its own. If he picks it up, maybe that could be the thing that could sort of tip it over the edge. I don't know. I mean, if you get both kills right away, like if your teammate does, maybe you could use the time when they respawn to go and pick it up. Like that would be the only safe time to do it. You almost have to plan it like that.
It is interesting how awkward a situation it causes if you do go to pick up the AWP, because again, you're like at the closest theoretical range being in the middle of the sites most of the time, but then it needs to be in the middle of the sites for fairness. Otherwise, it can quickly become an AWP fest if you put two deeper into each enemy's territory. So it is what it is. But maybe it being a novelty is enough in itself. So we'll see if it comes into play. We're just waiting for the teams to ready up, and then we'll be off to the races.
Ooh. Yeah, there we go. Garden going to be coming up first. And G2 Team 1, the last non-country team left in the tournament. See if they can make this work. Good opening kills, and they've sent Kenny back into the middle of the map to pick that up while he's being guarded by his teammates Jax here. So that's the division of labor that they've been finding so far. And it's worked out real well. Look at that. They're going to get like the first 20 seconds almost just like this.
Failed. I don't know if that was a failed jump or a cheeky peek. Either way, the game will continue. 40 seconds on the G2 side of things, which is a really good start to Garden, and Team France already on a. Oh my days! That one tap is just so satisfying to listen to. Jax has gone as well. 26 HP for exercise as he makes his way towards the site to start the countdown for Team France.
Yeah, well, something is working out for them at the very least on the Team France side. It was looking like it was going to be a bit of a dicey start, but bringing it back now, down to 47 seconds. So at least just keeping up, right? I feel like that's important. Even if it's going to be, maybe hard to hold it all the way through. You don't want to be, 30, 40 seconds behind before you actually start to do something. So yeah, they've almost tied it up here. This is not bad at all.
Yeah, it's pretty close already. A nice flurry of kills from Joko. It really makes such a difference to get that second frag, especially when you're close to the site. Maybe he can even add 10 seconds. I do wonder, once we have like a significant amount of data, what the implications of that would be in terms of how much time you cap per map. That would be something that's pretty cool. Yeah. I really would love to see something like this in CS. I think a lot of people would enjoy playing this format.
Yeah, I completely agree. Might even be if you could make it open so that, a little bit of a tournament format. Because I think part of the appeal here is definitely, that feeling of like, you're sort of in a tournament and it really matters, what you do and all the rest of it. I think it's great.
25 seconds on the clock for G2. But it's Team France who are working on their own clock. Kenny not having the greatest of times at the moment. Joko keeps deleting him. But Jax will avenge here, Refren. But how are they going to deal with the issues? Oh, actually, the middle clock's on 20 seconds. And there's only 2 seconds between these two teams. So this could really end dramatically. We can see Team France looking to raise their own flag. Now they're slightly in the lead. And again, it's getting to the point where they don't even necessarily need to fight on the site. The trades will continue. Kenyes needs to really deliver this final kill. Just trying to buy a few seconds or to get his teammate into position. Oh, that middle clock now down to 7 seconds, and G2 are 3 seconds behind. Someone's got to be aware of this. Jax now's really got to raise that flag, but he's on the outside, and that's going to be that. Team France will steal the first round.
We haven't seen that before. I mean, we saw Smooya realizing it and using it. I guess we did see it with him. That was the first time we saw it. This second time now. So yeah, 22 to 25 seconds, but the middle clock obviously deciding it in favor of Team France. That's so interesting. Well read on their part as well, just realizing that and winning in that fashion. Not at all bad. All right, second round coming up here on the first map. So they're already capping it in their favor. Team France now, CT side, and running down the clock already in their favor. So again, it seems to be a popular kind of thing, having one guy cap it while the other one is trying to, defend from behind and having that high ground advantage. Seems to be working out real well.
Oh, man, Kenny on his high ground is not having the greatest of times here on Garden. That said, it was still pretty damn close. So we'll see how this progresses. Team France 1-0 up at present. Joko will be eliminated now. Jax is trying to do what he can on the site. A bit of spawn camping, but Joko's ready for it. That's absolutely wild.
And
trying to buy some time on the site now.
Fell to his death somewhere, didn't he?
That's not ideal.
Definitely not. Molotov again could be pretty important. There's Jax as well. What's going on here?
9 HP for Joko. Got himself some nerdy angles. Oh. How? Okay. That's quite a spray. Man, his bullets are turning corners. Oh my god, yeah, this has been lightning fast. Didn't even notice.
They have got
What's going on?
They haven't got a single cap in the middle here, G2. It's just Team France running it all the way home. That's a flawless victory on the second round here. That's going to be the map going their way. What a way to win.
That's as fast as you could ask for. That's absolutely wild. That is a shocking victory in such a devastating fashion on that first map. Crikey, we barely started talking about the second round and it was over.
Yeah, they just didn't let that one go. I mean, you especially love to see Joko when he's essentially camping that bounce in from the middle, like that teleport when you get shot in there. He was just camping that, which I think is amazing. That's really well done. Worked out so well for him.
Wow. Well, that was they've been put on notice, as the Americans would say. That was a really fast game of Garden.
Yeah.
I think that's got to be a record fast game of Garden. I can't believe that second round.
No, we haven't seen it quite to that level. So yeah, just incredibly well played. Again, it's the star names, the star power, kind of letting us down a little bit. They've got another chance of doing it, but they don't have many more chances. They're also running out of maps to be playing here. So it's do or die time if you're on the G2 side.
Yeah. Again, that was very, very difficult for them to stabilize, especially on the high ground. We're constantly punished. The Mbappe Peak boys with a very nice game of Garden, and now we move forward. And I just can't believe the pace of it. So quick indeed. And again, like the kills are they're not too far away from each other. They're in very similar places, but that second game was just lights out from Team France. So definitely making a statement there, and we'll see if they can do the same in the second map.
Well, they're certainly gonna be aiming for that. You have to expect again, Joko leading the board here, 17-12. So from memory, he was the one that was doing a lot of work when we saw him earlier in the day, and he's not really let off yet. So maybe if we're hoping for some of these guys to show up later in regular tournaments, and for this to be the start, Joko could be another one of those names you could add to the list and hope that he could make it. It's been pretty cool to watch so far.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I really hope to see something from Kenya and Jax in the next game. It's like one of those really fast maps in a best of 3 series in a 5v5 where it's like, okay, whatever, is what it is. Just move on to the next one. Just waiting for the players before we start the next map. Do you think there's a way for them to come back, Anders, based on the performance we just saw?
I don't know, man. That it does put a dent in your confidence, doesn't it, when they don't even get a second off the clock in that second round on the first one. That was hard to deal with. That looked like they were a little bit deflated. So it's possible, but I wouldn't say I'm super confident in the moment. That made me think maybe they're not quite feeling up for it here. The G2 team losing to Team France. I think that could definitely happen here. That looked like a bit of a deflated team, to be honest.
Yeah, some good bragging rights for some French players as well to defeat the likes of Kenyas and Jax in a 2v2 tournament. That's got to be such a cool scalp to have if you can make it. And I do wonder if that's in the back of their minds as we move to the second map, because that's what's on the cards here. That would be such a cool victory, just a feather in the cap. So we'll see if that causes a little too much adrenaline.
Well, yeah, that's a good point. That's hopefully something that they don't fall to. So far they've been playing like they don't even really care. Like they're not that impressed by playing against Jax and Kenny, which again many people probably would be. But yeah, that's it. It could be that this is where it gets a little bit away from them. You got to hope not, though. And the plan seemed pretty, I think, straightforward from both teams really on Garden, which I think has become sort of the favorite way of playing it. Right, is having the one guy capping it while the other guy is defending from further behind.
Yeah.
So I don't know if it's going to be the same on the series. Is it Matrix the second map? I can't remember now.
Don't ask me. My memory is I've got like Commodore 64 memory in my brain. So
all right, well. That's fair enough. We'll find out no matter what. We'll get into it hopefully soon when the players are all readied up. But yeah. There's still like that firepower that's behind them should give them something, right? Like we know that there's a reason why they've made it to this level, right? We know they're a strong couple of players, so it's time to show that now. I feel like they're letting us down along with everyone else. Obviously, the real letdown was earlier in the day with Smooya not making it through. Smooya and Thomas. I had all my expectations on that.
Yeah, that was unfortunate. The big characters of the tournament, so close. It's just less than 1 second. That's a maybe. Is that the best way to go out or the worst way to go out? I'm not sure. It depends on your emotions, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I'd be heartbroken. I'd be so upset. Like, your adrenaline is just pumping at that point in time, and then you just barely make it. I'd be really upset. I wish we could have listened in to Smooya at that point in time. That would have been worth supporting, surely.
And here we go. It is going to be Himalaya as the second map. So the Pistols, no AWP worries at all. Let's not forget the Nova, though, on that bridge. We've got smokes up immediately and the flashbangs, and it looks like this flash was maybe expected by Team France. It was a staple in some of the previous Himalayas, and they'll be punished for it. But, well, yeah, here we go. The frag is up already. 15 seconds gone for Team France very quickly.
Indeed. So, already a strong start here. Jack's trying to bring it back, but Joko's just stood back here, and he's got 5 health, so... just getting that kill on 5 health is huge, and now he's bought some time for his teammate to show up, so I gotta get the one there, but Exercise just now waiting for him. I actually thought maybe he'd get even closer before they managed to recap the side here. A little bit working out. Oh, the shotgun, though, is going to be going down, so now it's essentially a one-on-one here. Jax flashed, and he's still going to win it. That is a nice little double kill for Jax.
Joko looking for that close Tech 9. That's a very nice headshot from him, but he's still got Kenny to deal with. Oh, the timing of that flashbang is unreal. How has that happened? That's absolutely ridiculous and definitely terrifying for G2 going forward as we have Team France heading towards the sub 20-second count. Look at the smokes up, just forcing G2 into the worst possible situation. Team France came for the W, I think, for the whole bracket.
They really did, didn't they? Yeah, the flashbang there, he was definitely waiting for it. You could see him sort of falling back. He knew it was coming. Now they're even on top of those boxes in the corner, trying to offset the angle. Joko again at it, and he wants another one. He's not going to get it. Jax will take him down. But there's 1.5 seconds. If Jax had gone down, then they would have lost the first round here at the second map, and that would have been horrific. They still might, though. Jax has to stay alive. He's got it all to do on his own. And the flashbang again doing some work, and he's going to get shot down. If they cap the point now, it's surely done. But Kenny has to run right onto it. Oh, no! Oh, dear, James. He was right on top of it. It looked like he had a foot in the sight.
Oh, it did. I guess the timekeeper was slightly asleep there, but I have to say, Team France, I'm starting to wonder if they're looking like the strongest team in the tournament today, because the stratego we saw in that round was absolutely devastating. The smoke stuff flashes while they're fighting. It's ridiculous. It's like Astralis taking over pass.
They have really done an amazing job. So yeah, you could definitely be right here. This is interesting, isn't it? See if they can keep it up, though. Yeah, maybe Team France versus Team Germany. That could be a potential fun matchup for the grand finals if they're on the opposite side of the bracket. But yeah, first round here of the second map going in favor of Team France. They just need to do it one more time.
Exercise on the site now, raising the flag of France once more. The CT timer goes below 40 for Team France. Kenny looking to swing, but these guys came prepared. They got a briefcase full of information, and I don't know if G2 can really do anything about this. And I am starting to wonder about the wider implications of this performance, because they've really come with all guns in hits, and Kenny is just, oh god, they look absolutely helpless.
Yeah, they really do. I think they just jumped into that flashbang. So finally they get the point back in their favor, but there's 17 seconds left for Team France to actually knock them out. There's the flashbangs. Oh, he died before the flash even got there. That's a way to do it, I suppose. And I think they were going to try and smoke it off as well. Doesn't quite work out that way. So a chance here for G2. They're fighting back, although they are very low on health. Both of them. So headshots not even needed here. More grenades coming in, and yeah, they're going to retake it right then and there. So now clock back in their favor, and this could be it.
Yeah, 13 seconds on the clock, but Jax will force the action, taking Joko out of the site. So doesn't look very good for G2, but there is still an opportunity to potentially recover. Incendiary doesn't land where Team France were hoping for, but look at the headshot from Joko, trying to hunt Kenny S in the smoke, and there's only so many places he can hide. 11, 10, and less than that as Exercise is so up close with the Nova. This might be it. That might be a wrap, moving into a position of more harassment, and my god, lights on, lights out for G2 as they are deleted by Team France in an outstanding performance.
Absolutely. That was really a bit of a revelation. They looked so powerful. Again, they dropped no seconds on the second round of Garden, and on this one, I mean, they by the time G2 even got into some of these rounds, it was already like 30 seconds, off the clock in favor of their opponents. That's pretty late in the game to start to make your way back. So really well done. That's so impressive.
That is absolutely crazy. I can't believe that performance. Now, if we're lucky enough, maybe we'll have Freya back.
I am back indeed. Power went out briefly, but you know what? That's no match for us broadcasting from home. Just a little bit of a blip there, but definitely not a blip there from Team France. I actually can't believe what a masterclass they showed there against the French side of G2. And it was such an execution as well. I was so surprised, coming into this, we were talking about Kenny S and Jax potentially, being one of the favorite pro teams, as the country teams have just blown it out of the water for everybody. I'm interested to hear from you guys, though. Why do you think it was such a masterclass from the side of Team France? Because it just they look so cool, calm, and collected, kind of coming into these games.
They look like they were just maximum preparation. The use of utility just on Himalaya that we saw, just ridiculous. The flashbangs during fights and so on, they've been very well studied. And again, not being pro players at least on the level of their opponent, they probably have time to absolutely nerd out and try to outmaneuver to maybe even the odds in terms of when you compare individual skill and so on. Their advantage would be trying to draw the maps as much as possible, and I mean, I don't know if they were just holding this back. They had this in their back pocket, but the way they won those matches was devastating.
Yeah.
It really was. Like, I think you're totally hit the nail on the head there in terms of the practice and preparation coming into it as well. I think, you know, they're always going to have a bit of an advantage having played these before, but the way that they've adapted to the new format and the new spawn timers, I think, you know, it's a masterclass in itself. We've got to give them some respect there. It's not just been from grinding out those qualifiers that they came through. And again, as we saw with the scoreboard there, it's so nice to see a relatively even distribution of kills between Exercise and Joko. Like, it's nice to see that, you know, they can adapt on the fly. There's not just one person rushing in, getting all the frags, somebody scouting from up ahead. It's really, really cool to see the synergy. And I feel like, for me at least, I don't know about you, Anders, they're definitely one of the favorites in contention for lifting the trophy here.
That started to feel like that. I don't know. You know, not that long ago, I would have said probably Team Germany was looking like it, but Team France have really stepped it up now. So I'm honestly starting to doubt myself a little bit now. Yeah, I just thought that was cool to see. I especially on Himalaya, I like the fact that they are, you know, they're so ready to go aggressive on that bridge and try and fight outside of the site, and then sort of like dart back in and pick it up again. I think that made it really, really hard for G2 to you know, try and take this. Like, you know, they couldn't even really just win the fight on the site itself. They had to like try and win further in, and if they get staggered on respawns there, then it just gets worse and worse. So I just thought that was all really cool.
Yeah, I think that's actually a really good point you bring up about the staggering of respawns as well. We've kind of seen it to be to the detriment of some of the teams. You know, if one person's going in, then they're dying, and then 5 seconds later, your teammate's also dying. You've really got to take some time to sort of recuperate and actually just rekindle together and go, okay, we'll lose X amount of time that's being taken by the other team, but actually we just need to push in together. And I feel like maybe that's an G2 made too little, too late. But with that result for the quarterfinals, we're going to take a recap of our bracket to see what we're going to be heading into for our semi-final matches. It's going to be an absolutely huge run. I cannot believe it's been all the country teams to make it to the semi-finals. We were talking about it a little bit earlier, weren't we, James, before we came on air, in fact, saying, you know, yeah, they probably have the advantage in terms of the sort of practice on these maps, but, you know, these guys are pro players. Surely they're going to have some adaptability, but it's just been completely blown out of the water, hasn't it?
Yeah, these guys have been through the gauntlet before, and they've learned the lessons that the pros have had to learn the hard way, and they've all been thrown into the trash, and we just have the cream of the crop left for this format at present. I love the fact we have all the national teams here. There's going to be a lot of pride on the line now as they're all literally flying the flag.
Exactly, indeed. I'm so excited to be getting back into the games. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we are back, it's semi-final number 1.
.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on FACEIT, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on FACEIT. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. I'm joined here by Sky and Sin from Team Germany, competing here this weekend at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time to speak to me today. Sky, I firstly wanted to know, how excited are you to be here competing at the Red Bull Flick Invitational?
So I'm really excited because I'm playing against the pros for the first time in my life. I don't even have a HLTV profile, so I'm really excited. Yeah.
Well, you'll definitely have one after this matchup, I'm sure. Sin, for those of you who, for the viewers who don't know, obviously you qualified through the EU Closed Qualifiers. Can you kind of talk us a little bit through your journey and how you ended up winning that tournament?
Yeah, we started in Group A, and we had 5 opponents, and we won against all 5 of them pretty easily, I would say. We were really happy with our performance in the group stage, and then it went on into the playoffs. I think we got through the quarterfinal and the semi-final pretty easily too. We won there without losing a map even. And then we met up against France in the final. It was a close match. In the end we lost 1 map against them, but we won 2-0. 2-1 I think it was. And yeah, we had really good performance in the close qualifier. I think we lost only maximum 1 map.
Yeah, you guys were so dominant there. It was really, really impressive. Sky, do you think there were any particular skills you kind of brought to the tournament as a team?
Yeah, I think it's our work ethic that makes us so strong, because we did a really big preparing. We played on offline servers, as I said in the interview before, in the live interview. Yeah, we prepared pretty much, and I think we were pretty good at figuring out how to play a map and how to work with grenades and stuff. And I think our aiming is pretty good. So yeah, I think that's why we're here and have a chance to prove us. Yep.
Yeah, we were saying on the analyst test that you guys just were able to read the other team so well, it seemed. They kind of tried to outplay you in some senses, but you guys just read them so well. And Sin, you kind of mentioned about Team France, obviously, in the grand finals of the EU Closed Qualifiers. They'll also be competing this weekend here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational. What did you kind of make of them in the EU Closed Qualifiers, and what do you think they'll do coming into this tournament?
Man, also, I noticed that they really have really good aiming, and on map 1 we lost really close, if I recall correctly, but we had 5 seconds left and they had 0, so it was very close. But we managed to win against them because we were more prepared, I think, on the other maps. But I'm really interested to meet them in the main tournament, because let's see what they did in their free time, and they can definitely beat us, I think. But in the end, I think we'll go as the winner though.
Yeah, that's an interesting point, because obviously we've had a decent amount of time. You were talking about yourselves coming into this very practiced and prepared. Kind of, other than that element of your playstyle, how would you sort of describe yourselves as a duo?
I would say we're not like the team that just goes in and tries to kill everyone and tries to flick shot everyone from the server. So I think we're pretty tactical on a map. We know what to do if something happens. We know what to do if someone dies. If Zin dies, where do I move? What do I do? Do I wait maybe? Push with them together? And yeah, I think that's what's our play style. I think it's not like we're just rushing in and out aiming everyone. It's not our aim that makes us one of the better teams at the qualifier, but I think it's our tactical approach.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see how you guys fare coming into this weekend. And I also wanted to ask you just around the soft Sin. You've obviously mentioned about Team France. Are there any other teams that you particularly want to be playing in the Invitational?
I'm really interested to meet Neo and Taz, because obviously they're both legends of the game, and I really want to see if we can beat them on the Red Bull Flick maps.
Well, I'm so excited to see what you guys will be bringing to the tournament. Thank you once again for taking the time out to speak to me, and best of luck in your matches.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We started off the day with 16 teams and now just 4 remain. And with that, it's time to delve into our first semi-final matchup. And today, it really has been all about the qualified teams representing their country and hoping to plant their flag at the inaugural Red Bull Flick Invitational. Of course, Anders and James are joining me to break down all the action today. And this is shaping up to be an incredibly spicy matchup. I think it's fair to say, James, that these two teams have impressed us throughout the entire day.
Yeah, I think we've seen some really good performances. I mean, starting this day, again, it was a brave new world of Red Bull Flick with the changes, and they've taken to them like a duck to water. I think their previous experience has given them a good base to build upon, and we've seen some amazing plays from these teams.
Yeah, we really have. I feel like it is slightly heartbreaking that we're not seeing any of these pro teams. But Anders, in your mind, do you feel like, these spots are incredibly well deserved for these qualified teams? I feel like there has been some decent amount of competition, though.
There's been a great amount of competition, and it is. I guess it's heartbreaking in the sense that we do all love to see the well-known names played out, but I think it's heartwarming for the structure of this competition in the sense that. I think it would have been just less exciting, especially if we're going to do this again at some point in the future, which I kind of hope that we will. Because if it had been that predictable that it would have just been the best aimers would have been winning it, then that would maybe have been a sign that there was something slightly off with the way that the maps were made, or just the way that the whole thing was playing out. So yeah, I think ultimately it's a good thing. And I can't say that any one of these teams that have made it here have just have found themselves to be lucky in some fashion or anything like that. I think they've been really well.
They've all been incredibly hard-working teams, definitely coming in practiced and prepared. And I think you're totally right there. That's something that I love about this event as a whole, is these teams have literally come from open qualifiers. They have just grinded and been practicing these maps. And that practice and preparation has totally paid off. So yes, hoping to see more Red Bull Flick action in the future. But speaking of the now, we're going to be heading into semi-final number 1. And of course, we're going to be seeing Team Germany gracing the stage against Team Russia. We need to talk a little bit about Team Germany to start off with, though, because actually in their interview earlier, they mentioned they wanted to play Anuris, and they did, and they beat them. So I feel like with that confidence, they should be so confident in themselves coming into the semi-final matchup.
Before we got deeper into this tournament, once we had seen Team Germany, I thought maybe these guys are the favorites for this tournament. And I mean, we're down to the last 4, so you could argue that to some degree, all 4 have been to get to this point. But just like, I really wonder now. I mean, they've always been one of the most forward-thinking teams, but just some of the stuff we've seen in the other games today, like the Team France, for example, it's just kind of crazy. But now we're going to see some proper contrast, because before we were seeing the more storied teams versus the pros, and now we're going to see all the guys who have got a lot more experience under their belt, a lot more time to kind of focus and drill. I think the cream has risen to the top already, and now we're going to see, I think, a different type of game to some of the ones we've seen before. And I don't know what to expect anymore with the 4 we have remaining.
Yeah, you're totally right in terms of, these guys have their strat books at the ready. And I think you're totally correct. It's really going to change the dynamic of the game, because we've seen these teams, we have praised them so much already throughout the other tournaments for their, ability to adapt and overcome difficult points on the map, making sure that they're reading the other teams quite well. So it is really going to be interesting seeing those 2 types of teams come together. And obviously we've got Team Russia up on our screens. And I think it's fair to say that these guys weren't necessarily the favourites in that Team Smooya versus Team Smooya and Thomas matchup. However, simply because of the form that Smooya showed earlier, right, Anders? We were really hyped about them.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, because obviously back then, I mean, it was just built on the sort of the Smooya hype, but I think more than anything, what I didn't realize was that how much Team Russia had flown, at least under my radar. So yeah, that was a shocking game for me. I wasn't expecting it at all. Even after the first map in that one, I thought, okay, well, fine. That's maybe a little bit surprising, but they'll be back, and and here we go. It's going to work out, and it didn't. Team Russia ended up winning. So I don't know. I think they're. I'm kind of on the same page with James here. There's some of these teams where I'm just not sure, especially now that they're facing each other. I think this could be a really, really fun way to end the day, and just having these matchups that are hard to predict.
Yeah, exactly that. And with that, we're going to head into our map vetoes and see which maps we are going to be playing on. This is where it really, really does get exciting. We've been talking about these teams' strat books, and we're going to be starting off with your favorite, Anders. It's Speedway. You must be happy with this veto.
I'm really happy. Guardian as well. Probably my second favorite at this point in time. So yeah, it's everything that I would want here. Good to see that being brought into the mix real early on. What a delightful turn of events.
I think the real question is, though, coming into this series, sure, both teams have really, really impressed us, but will Russia have enough to kind of take down Germany? Because I feel like they've been the heavy favourites throughout the entire event, really. We've been kind of speaking about it, James. Do you think it will even get to a stage where they can take it to a third map?
I think it's possible, absolutely. For me, I think between these four, it's kind of wide open, especially at either end of these semi-finals. I feel like maybe Team France, from what we've seen, might be the one to watch on the other end of the bracket. But again, I think versus the pros, it's so weird to say, but I feel like versus the pros, it might look easier than it will versus the teams with more individual experience. I think stylistically, these two match up pretty well. I think they've got their own strengths, and I think Garden will be probably a standout map to see how those strengths contrast with each other. Again, the kind of utility usage, I feel like and strategy is stronger for blah 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 blah. What the hell are the team names again? For Team Germany, and I think Team Russia will be stronger fraggers, and we'll see which one comes out on top, because we've seen even with a good average of frags, you compare one team to we saw basically a 60-second wipeout in one of those French matches, even though the frags were similar. So
yeah,
the stats can be very strange in that respect.
Indeed, it's going to be a spicy one going into it, I'm sure. And we're going to be kicking it off with Speedway. So let's get into map number 1.
Yeah, let's get this on the way. I don't know. This is one of the maps where I think Germany really impressed me. Their ability to sort of fly under the sights, and we saw them against Team Smuya, right? They were. That was Team Russia that was playing this map against Team Smuya as well. But they were really good at fighting outside of the site and not really taking it and making sure that they kept that flag until they really had control of it, which was interesting.
Yeah, I said Team Russia might be stronger fraggers, but Team Germany may have something to say about that. It's pretty back and forth at present, though. Finnegan going wide, and again, you can't fully hide behind that basket from an angle down that channel like that. So I know that from experience. It's very, very difficult.
Yeah.
And these players know from experience as well.
Well, you could see Finnegan definitely knew about that angle that Sin was holding, where he's sort of looking under the boat. He definitely was well aware. Going to be picking up that one, and jumping right into the mix again is Sin without his teammate being there. So when he goes down, it's going to be the flag continuously capped here by Team Russia, down under 40 seconds. And Sky, he's got his knife out inside of the smoke. Sin is somehow able to get a kill. I can't believe Sky is still alive. He probably should have been dead. What is this madness?
Yeah, I think it took a second for Team Germany to realize that two players were there. They're trying to catch now with 47 seconds on their clock, 38 for Team Russia. Finnegan quietly moving around, but the trade frags will be consistent. Demon out, teasing, trying to get a spray through the box, but he'll have to go the long way. And while he does that, Sky's teammate Sin made it back to the site, but now they've both been eliminated. They won't be able to take advantage of that for too long.
Good little cap. They're going to get at least a couple of seconds, and maybe not more than that, though. Quick return into the site there, and we'll see. Closed on the clock. 25 seconds now for Team Russia, and just running it down. So, again, doing a very, very good job here at the moment. Down to 16 seconds. They're actually, even low on health, they're still making it work. Finally, they find a way to break through here, Team Germany, but they almost ran out of time just now.
Yeah, this could prove troublesome, and we've got 3 rounds of this to come. Dido, we'll see who is able to just bring this clock down. Still over a minute on the overall clock, so I don't think we're going to get there. Sin flying back in to continue business, and that clock is getting closer now. Such an important consecutive frag for Sin, and that's pretty much going to tie the score. Now they'll put the smoke up to try and cause some variance, but Finnegan takes them both out from the high ground. And now that both of Team Russia can take positions on the site, this could be the run to close out the first round.
That's a nice little surf in from Sky at the edge of the smoke to pick it up and turning it around now. I mean, Team Russia might have to hurry. They might just simply rush onto the site just to try and see if they can get anything done here, but that's also where you start to make some mistakes. And that could almost everything here. So, see, they win their first fight. 9 seconds left to the 6 of Team Germany, but they do go down. Finnegan picking up that one, and now it's just all over the place here. Clock in the middle is still far away, but I don't know who's going to end up winning this. Another good fight there for Dima. Sky is shooting him right through the boat, and he tried to get the headshot mid-air, but he's going to get dropped as well. No one's winning this right now.
Finnegan dancing around the box, and look at that clock. We're really down to the wire. Support is here. If they can trade frag, but no, Sky takes them both out, and surely that's going to be the map. Can they get back to the site on time? That timer is going to be absolutely brutal. Desperate surfing has to come through. 0.2 on the clock, and Finnegan's taking it, but down he goes, and I think it's going to go to Team Germany. Or is it? No one's on the site just yet. What's going on? It can't be this close. The trades continue, and Finnegan are just waiting to get these consecutive frags.
Oh, so
look
smart.
at the patience.
That's so smart for Sin. Instead of running onto the site, you know, he knows it's going to take like a second to cap it. He just waits, and they just come charging in, and he can take down one, and then the second one as well. That was actually really intelligent play from Team Germany. I'm so impressed, all the way up until the end there. Well done.
Yeah, that really is wild. Both these teams bringing a lot to the table. That was absolutely bananas.
It was. Didn't see it coming, but what a cool turn of events. So
yeah,
that was only the first round as well.
I know. It seems there may be something delaying the start of the second round, but I thought it would be a different kind of match at this point in the semi-finals with these teams one alive, and they did not disappoint us. That I've not seen a round one like that before in all the flick that I've done so far. So that was absolutely outstanding, and I think it's fair to say that the right teams made it to the semi-finals.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, because I mean, you know, you're under so much pressure when there's, you know, less than a second left, and you know, surely in the back of your mind, if you're sitting in that corner, you're just thinking like, oh, all I need to do is just step on the site, and you know, we've almost got it. So the fact that he took like an extra second to just think it through and then went for it, that's pretty impressive. That's not easy, I think, to try and do in the middle of it. Really, really cool. All right, I think the countdown is there. So let's see if we could get some more surfing into action. Team Germany picking up that first one, and now the battle continues.
Yes, it does. High ground advantage has been achieved, as well as consecutive frags. Start as you mean to go on, and Germany will certainly try to do that, and more kills going their way. They've shaved off 10 seconds, heading toward 15 already, and there's a problem when you try to make your way to the site alone versus two players, that you're just going to keep dying individually, and this is really going to hurt the time. You can see Dima realizing, maybe waiting, but maybe not. I think the urgency is still hurting them, and we can see now that Team Germany have, I mean, I don't think either of them have died just yet. That's the first kill. We had 7 kills this round, all going the way of Germany, and that's good for 35 seconds.
That is really, really impressive. What a run to begin this the second round with here. Finnegan for the high ground. Excellent head. So impressed as well by the fact that they, you know, they come off that surf ramp around and they land and just instantly get the shots. They're so quick. Look at Sky just into the middle bridge. Take down Finnegan. If they could take Dima as well, then, you know, they're going to be sub 20 seconds here by the time that Russia starts to show up again.
Bells being rung. My God, this is going to be lightning fast. This could be a shocker for Russia if they can't recover from this.
Look at how he's doing that.
I know, it's nuts, isn't it? It's absolutely crazy. Can only imagine doing something similar. And Dima finally desperately getting onto the site, but can they take position? We can see them fighting for it, and perhaps they can. We got some wild surfing from Sin. How does he strafe left and right like that in such a small area of space? Like, what is his sensitivity, 12?
It's so cool to see, isn't it? What a great little show that we've got going on. Sky is going to be taken down one, but Finnegan with the double in turn, and 14 to 32 seconds. If we've learned anything for now, it's surely that's enough time for either team to get a lot done here. So Dima on the site alone. Sin trying to see if he can rush him down before his teammate shows up, which could be quick. Again, that's the problem with the surfing, or I guess the benefit of the surfing is, you know, if any of those fights in the middle take more than like 3 or 4 seconds to take down an enemy, his teammate could be there even if you just killed him.
Oh boy, Germany making a statement in round number 2. Crikey.
Absolutely. Well done. This is, I mean, this is just that was probably the more high level game that we've seen in terms of someone actually knowing what's going on, like, you know, playing to the map. That was so cool.
Yeah, that was really, really awesome. And these guys are just showing their depth, because I feel like these are the better tests. And again, strategy-wise, I think I said that was to their advantage, and we could see the way they finished that first round was absolutely beautiful. Let's just get the consecutive rounds and abuse the cooldown and then cap afterwards. Very, very well done. Just preying on the urgency of their opponent, and again, that's like some DNA from the instant respawn times, where you just got to go hell for leather and try and get onto the site. And I imagine that many players many teams would have gone to cap the points immediately, but maybe we can say that Team Germany are experts of this format. Again, the more work you put in, the more you can be rewarded, and that's pretty clear from these snap decisions we saw from Team Germany.
Really, really well done. That's I mean, they're not through yet, but they've gone this big step in the right direction, and I don't know, maybe some of the confidence will have been taken away. This is why I think this map so far has been the most fun to see. The fly-ins and to the middle bridge as well. That's something we didn't see earlier when we were watching this map. We didn't see so many sort of straight battles like this, but they really brought it here.
Yeah. There's oh man, this is a great way to start the series. We'll see if Team Russia have it in them to turn things around now and respond to this, because it's absolutely crazy what we just saw. And here are the scores on the doors. Sky with standout performance, 27 kills and 18 deaths along you, mate. Really nice work.
Yeah, that's I mean, impressive all on its own, isn't it? So yeah, it's gonna have to be more of the same, I think, coming out of the Russian side. It's not like they're really, really far behind here, but you know, losing that first one, it's gonna hurt a little bit. So yeah, time to find a way back. And you know, second map coming up, it's gonna be Garden. It's another one of those maps where, you know, I think it seems like preparation and just knowing what you're doing is going to be paying off more than anything else. And we're off to a great start. Russia blazing right in with a couple of kills.
Yeah, and they need to send a statement and take their respect by force. So far, well, it was so good, and then Finnegan was made history. That's a great track from Sky as well. So Team Germany looking for top 1 in this Red Bull Flick day. Not there just yet, still semi-final status, but they're doing a pretty damn good job at the moment. Sin making his way over towards the site. There's a smoke to create some space. Looks like a giant afro on the site, but it won't be there for too long. Finnegan moving up the ramp, and is he going to get traded? He is, from Sky moving over the bridge. And look how Sin and Sky exchange positions when necessary. As one is dead, one will take position on the site, try to buy time from his team. That headshot from Dima flying in midair, causing Dima to crater as well. I haven't even seen. He got an assist with like a blank. I don't know what that was. I haven't seen it before.
Absolutely amazing, isn't it? 33 seconds though on the Germany side, having already won the first map. If they can win the first round, second map, it's going to put all of the pressure on Russia. Look at the kills over here. Sky just running onto the site and picking up both kills. So they had it for like 3 seconds, Team Russia, and then they immediately it gets taken away from them. That's quite something.
Boy, Sin and Sky look like they've been warming up for this for 2 days on deathmatch servers. These ding-dongs.
It's so quick, isn't it?
I know, it's just ridiculous. It's just constant as well. Team Russia struggling for map control, struggling to get onto the site or stay on the site, but they'll try to raise their flag now. Meanwhile, Team Germany, 15 seconds. The comeback's going to be a long one for Team Russia. It's a nice burst from Dima, but he's got so much more to do.
I mean, I don't know how they can keep up at this point in time. They are they're doing such a lot of work there on the Germany side. 43 seconds for Team Russia, trying to hold it. Dima just wanting to stay alive instead. Oh, what? He just came flying in from the side of the map to kill him.
Absolutely ridiculous. Sin now running low on bullets, looking for the taps. Got the clocks on the site covered in crimson. You can see the man knows his lineups. Really nice work. Good area control. The molly landing on top as well makes it cover both areas. So that's pretty strong. And again, Germany reaping the rewards of the study they have done, down to 3 seconds as Finnegan desperately tries to get onto the side, but he can't move around the plinth in time. Forced to fight Sin, who's just laughing as Germany take the first round again.
Damn. I mean, you mentioned it, right? The Molotov lineups, knowing all of the angles, they just seem like they are so well prepared here, Team Germany. And obviously picking up the first round here of the second map is that's Team Russia needing to win the next 2 rounds here and bring us onto a third map. Finnegan off to a good start, at least with a headshot. Sky though, he's gonna take both of them down. That was a job well done. Out of control.
Continues to tick. Yeah, they really are just performing at a very high level at present. Going ahead on the right foot. And Team Russia, it's just crazy how strong a performance this is. It's kind of equal to what we saw from Team France versus Kenny and Jackson. I do wonder if that may end up being our final, but there's more to say about that later. For now, Team Germany on 40 seconds as they continue to count that clock down. Sin's being taken out. Sky trying to buy as much time as possible, forcing them forward. How's he still alive? I can't believe it's 7 HP. Surely his teammates respawned as well. He should fall to these flames, but Sin is in a position to potentially trade or at least contest a point. Finnegan is showing some elbow and too many.
Wow. I mean, this is so cool. You see, even after they just get the 1 kill in there, but he jumps from the high ground down into the center of the map and just finds him almost immediately. So, you know, even if Team Russia here are getting some kills, and they definitely are, they're not getting many seconds out of those kills. It's just, you know, they retake the site so quickly, or at least they contest it. So it's been real tricky. Finally down to 50 seconds here for Team Russia, but I'm not sure if that's going to be quite enough here, and they may need a lot more.
So much action. Things have really heated up in this first semi-final, and I think we're really seeing what Red Bull Flick can be with the level that these players are at, and Sin with his anti-air strikes. Unreal. Dima taken out. Sin trying to hide in plain sight now as that clock continues to go down. We got some drive-bys, it seems. No, it was Finnegan on the high ground, but it was still fun to watch Dima flying past and spraying at the same time. Sometimes it is necessary. Finnegan looking for the CTs emerging around those hedges, and there's time for Russia to try to pull things back, but they're still so far behind.
Yeah, they really are. Nice tabs coming out of Sin. That leaves Dima alone on the site. So, yeah, staying alive for your teammate to show up is probably the name of the game there. Yeah, it would have been great if you could have a smoke or something to buy some time. That wasn't going to be possible. So, instead, going back in favor of Team Germany. 15 seconds left. They really, really badly need to find a way to recap this. And they will. 27 seconds and counting it down quickly now. So not out of it just yet here, Team Russia. They can still make it work, although the kills happen so quickly again. There's no runtime for them. They just immediately get this working.
Germany on the site again, and it looks like it could be curtains. Finnegan's got to get on the side, but the tagging, he won't even touch the pad. And
wow.
There we go. That is a stonking performance from Team Germany. Absolutely stonking. Crikey. Freya, what did you think of that?
Germany have been showing us time and time again. When they attend, every map they pick, they've really been showing their stuff and really showing us how Flick is meant to be played. You kind of touched on it there, James. It's really cool to get two teams like this inside of the server together, because then we see those key adaptations coming out. Not to put any discredit onto some of the other teams that we've seen, but it's really, really cool to see people changing up their game plans so frequently. And I feel like Team Germany are the kings of doing that, really. And I kind of want to touch on Speedway to start off with, because I think you mentioned there, Anders, we saw a little bit more strategy coming into that map when, you know, previously it's been quite chaotic, haven't it? Do you think Team Germany kind of brought some strategy to that game?
It seemed like there was definitely rhythm that they had going on, you know, like the sort of the timing between when are we going to go fight for retaining the side, and when are we just going to take a quick time out and wait until we're either both up, or like they just had a really good intuition for that. And obviously, I mean, the choice that they made towards the end there, when they, instead of retaking the site, just let the Russian guys show up and try and recap it, and then took them both down and then won. That I think was like that was a big revelation. That showed you they definitely knew what they were doing. So yeah, they look so well prepared at the moment and making some really smart choices. Which again, it's not even clear to me going into this when we started the day. I couldn't have told you that was even going to be possible with these maps. You know, I didn't know that, but here we are.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how they
It
kind of
is.
develop as well. And like, especially from the Team Russia side, it is a little bit heartbreaking because, you know, we've seen them really prove that. And I feel like Team Germany are just that one step above all the other teams. I'm very interested to see. Obviously, they'll be making it straight to the grand finals. Our next semi-final will determine who will be facing them. But I think it will be really, really cool to see France make it to that. But again, that would be a rematch of our EU qualifiers. But I just think there was so much beauty in this game. And I think you actually touched on it there, Anders, that Russia were getting the kills, but they just couldn't really translate that into time on the board. And I think that is just a testament to how well Team Germany were doing here.
Truly, yes.
It's very interesting to see indeed. And Sin with so many highlights coming out here. I love that one, James. You put it perfectly. Air striking down his opponents. He just looked like he was, you know, so hyper aware. I think that's something that's really struck me about Team Germany, just being aware of what's going on. And I think that could potentially be very dangerous going into this grand final, as it will be a best of 5, won't it, James?
It will be. All the maps will be played, and I feel like the strat book for Team Germany has got many more pages than anybody else who is turning up today. But maybe the guys in the other semi-final will have something to say about that. I mean, Team France had a pretty crazy performance versus Kenyes and Jax, which kind of came out of nowhere. So I do wonder what else they've got left in the tank in that respect.
Yeah, exactly. I'm hoping that they'll have built off the momentum from that win. And I'm sure they will still be very, very proud of that achievement. I also just briefly wanted to touch on Team Russia and what we saw of them throughout the other qualifying stages, James. I thought it was kind of interesting that we had a little bit of a critique of their garden play. Simo, you know, wasn't that quick enough to adapt. He was still taking that high ground and trying to take some of the kills from there, and it wasn't really working out in the later stages of the tournament. Do you feel like it was kind of echoed in there? Because, you know, even from the highlights, we saw a lot of high ground play going on, but as we were saying, they just needed that time on the site, and that didn't really seem to be coming their way.
Yeah, I think you can't allow your opponent to condition your behavior on the server is one thing that needs to be considered. But also, I think the level of Team Germany is just so high that I think it was, looking at it, you know, after the fact, I think it was always going to be a very difficult day at the office for Team Russia and maybe anybody who goes against Team Germany the way they're playing at the moment. It's quite clear to me that they only came here for first place. So I wouldn't put too much fault at the door of Team Russia. I think they just came up against a much better opponent on the day.
Well, there's only one more match standing between us and that best of 5 grand final. It's going to be Team Ukraine taking on Team France after this.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. Joining me are the wonderful duo from Team Ukraine. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining me here today. Now, Helkes, how did it feel to place second in the Bardolph Open and win a spot here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational?
At first, we were upset for taking only second place, but after we knew that we'd have invasion to the main part of the tournament, we become happy. I'm very excited about taking place at such a big tournament.
I wanted to ask you about obviously that second place in the Bardolph Open. You placed second against a Russian team, Anime Squads. What was it like playing against them, and what do you think they did so well in that grand final?
It was very excited to play against them. We knew that they're very skilled players, especially Dima made a lot of troubles for us. He made too much impact for their win. They have a very good aim. They're teammates in 5v5 competitive, so they have a good team play, they have a good shooting, so it was really nice to play against them. And actually we had a great battle against them, so it wasn't like that easy for them. So I guess we lost to them. It's pity, of course, but I want to take a revenge on the Invitational. Message to Dima.
I like this rivalry. Helgas, what do you think you kind of had as strength together as a duo in this competition? What kind of skills do you both have?
Our main skills in perfect shooting, and with that we are trying to be ice cold, and our movements and communication. We are playing together for over a year, so we have a good team play.
That's really interesting. How would you kind of describe the team's play style, Miko, from your perspective?
We have just a simple playstyle, like I think all the teams. On different map we have different game carry guys who just killing everyone, and the other guy is playing on timer, so he has to take a flag. So just one guy who is killing everybody and one guy who is winning the game, taking the flag.
And can you kind of talk to me about, the differences between conventional Counter-Strike and the Red Bull Flick kind of format? Because we sort of alluded to it earlier. Are there any sort of main differences in the way that you play within the Red Bull Flick competition as opposed to normal 5v5 Counter-Strike?
Yeah, there is definitely a huge difference. On the competitive 5v5 you have to to know tactics and something all, and on this mode you have just to believe only on your aim, on your teammates. So if you just shoot on head and have a good team play, you can easily take this one. You can be aggressive, you can do everything you want, and because you'll respawn. So I think it's like a free mode, so you can do whatever you want.
Just before we depart, Helgas, I wanted to get your thoughts on the CSGO scene within Ukraine itself, because we've seen, legends like Simple come out of the region. Why do you think there are sort of a number of good players here?
There are a lot of good players in Ukraine, but just a few strong teams. I think it has to take time for people to show themselves on a professional level.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for taking the time to speak to me, and best of luck in your games. Team Germany showed us how it was done before the break, and with that are the first team to cement their place in the grand finals. Now it is time to find out who will be joining them, and to do that we need our own wonderful duo of James and Anders. James, I think we have seen some absolutely huge games here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational, and for me a highlight has to be that last game of Germany versus Russia, but I'm interested to hear what your highlights have been so far today.
Well, that was definitely the top one because I didn't know what to expect. I thought there'd be more play with regard to the changes coming into today, but the sheer level of play we saw in that match was higher than anything we've seen in Red Bull Flick so far, which is great because there's more of that to come. So I think just the it's like they're professional Flick players with how they're behaving, and it's such a short space of time as well. It's really cool. It's really cool. I think that, again, looking at, when Red Bull Flick first came out, I would compare it to, like, what else is there that's 2v2, like Wingman in the game? And I feel like this is such a... I mean, I don't play too much Wingman myself, but this is way more engaging, I would imagine, as a player. And the fact that we're seeing such deep strategy now that we have the format kind of improved today, it's so rewarding to watch. It's really, really cool.
Yeah, it definitely takes it to the next level and, allows it to become its own game mode really in itself. And I love how you put this earlier, Anders. You said we're going to get the Flick veterans back in the server. Have you had any other particular highlights in terms of the teams that have been showing up? Has it really been all about the country teams for you?
No, yeah, I really think it has. I think that's been the story. I mean, I don't know if the sort of the professional teams or the star power teams, if they just thought that they could rely on that and that was going to bring them all the glory or what was going on. But I think the level of preparation that we've seen out of the country teams it's been so much higher and they've been rewarded for it. So yeah, that's got to be the story, I think, for now at least. And I think that's really encouraging. That's it's been real fun to watch. I think Team Germany red hot right now. We talked about Team France earlier as the teams who maybe upset them. So I kind of would like to see that for France versus Germany. That'd be a lot of fun, wouldn't it?
Yeah, 100%. And that would be a rematch of what we saw in the EU qualifiers where both of these teams actually earned their spots. It's going to be super interesting to see exactly what is going to be going down. Of course, we've got to get into our second semi-final to see who is going to be heading into the grand final. So I think it's time that we shift our attention to Team France. Obviously, we were talking about them a little bit earlier. And of course, they did manage to take down the side of G2 as well, which was a huge feat in itself, I think we're right in saying.
Yeah, it was pretty good. Pretty good to see. Man, I don't know what to expect in this matchup. I hope we see more of the same, just like a heightened level. It's like in the last semi-final, we saw Team Germany rise to their opponent for sure. We saw them have to do other things that they didn't necessarily have a requirement to do in other matches, and I would like to see this from both teams now. I mean, yeah, we've seen them beat some pro teams and have some upsets in terms of name value and so on, but now we're down into the meat and potatoes. I would like to see a continuance of the kind of raised level of game across the board from both squads.
I think it's going to be a delicious dinner indeed. Anders, over on your camp, is there anything that's particularly impressed you about this Team France lineup? Was there anything that really stood out to you, especially, against the likes of Kenny S and Jax, that they were doing particularly well?
I just honestly, individually, someone like Jocko he looked so amazing. So that was there, and I mean, exercise. I think I'd overlooked him a slight bit, but he showed up as well. So I think just between them, they have a lot more firepower than I was expecting. And they seem to be, again, playing well of each other. They had a good, something like we saw the Team Germany as well, where they were not just, again, standing on the flag side themselves, but actually trying to sort of fight around them when they could hear the enemy coming in, trying to be, proactive in those scenarios. I think that goes a long way. So I just want to see more out of that. But I mean, for me, Jocko is going to be the man to watch here.
Yeah, they definitely are hungry indeed. But to get to the grand finals, they have got to take down Team Ukraine. And speaking of hungry teams, these guys, in the interview that we did before the match,
it's super interesting to hear from them. You know, they actually said that they were really gutted that they got second place at the Bardolph Open, and they really wanted to claim revenge for that. Obviously, we've seen Team Russia already be eliminated from the competition, so I think for Ukraine, they are super, super hungry to make their mark. And of course, being a CIS team representing here, we have a little bit of a chat about that. It would be really cool to see them plant the Ukrainian flag at the inaugural Red Bull Flick Invitational, but I don't think you can fault, you know, the hunger and ambition from some of these guys, James. We've seen them competing at so many Flick events, and now they have made it to the semi-finals. They've got to be proud of that achievement.
Yeah, and I feel like with all the action we're seeing from some of the other more storied teams, these guys are kind of going under the radar a bit and maybe not getting the attention and respect that they necessarily deserve. But it's their time to get that. They put their flag in the grand final, and I think they will have done that. So this is the time where they can really earn their respect. They've taken out the pro teams along with the other national squads, and now it's time to take out the real pros of the Red Bull Flick in the other national opponents. So here's the time to get that money, really.
Exactly. If it's any time like the present, they have got to do it now. And speaking of which, I think we can start discussing some of the maps that are going to be appearing in this series. I want to get your thoughts kind of going into this, gentlemen. We've been saying actually quite a mix of maps compared to some of the other tournaments that we've been in, James. We've seen a lot more of Garden coming out, a lot more of Matrix coming out. Are you expecting these maps to be appearing in this series?
I wonder if we'll see a Himalaya. That would be cool. I do feel like we've seen a dramatic change in some of the maps, as you just mentioned. Obviously, we're seeing like Matrix as a default instead of Speedway. They kind of switched roles in that respect. I feel like Himalaya was a novelty in the earlier stages of Red Bull Flick on other days, and that's been more common here as well. We've seen some strategy on there with the flashes and the smokes and so on at different levels. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Team France go for it.
Well, we won't have to wait any longer to find out. We can take a look at the map Vetoes right now to see what we're going to be playing on. And it's actually going to be Castle to start this one off. Okay. That's a surprise.
I think we've got some pocket rocket picks here from some of these guys. Castle is the first pick straight out of the gate. I wonder if that's going to throw people off. Is that a pick from Team Ukraine?
It's a pick from Team France.
Okay.
Interesting.
So I feel like they've got some nonsense going on then, and I look forward to seeing what kind of nonsense that is.
It's going to be awesome to see these maps played out. And then obviously Matrix to follow and Garden as well. I think it kind of makes sense if we're looking at, you know, the sort of play styles of these maps and the weaponry that's kind of available on them. Himalaya is obviously that odd one out with the shotguns and pistols and it being a lot more close quarters. But I feel like there's a lot of time to kind of develop on these maps. Typically we see some of these being played a little bit slower. But then having said that, James, it's one of the first clean sweeps we saw on Castle. So it's going to be exciting to delve into these ones, and we're not going to wait a moment longer to get into this Castle action. We're going to be starting off with map number 1. I am super excited to get into this.
Let's go, James. If it is like a pocket pick coming out here from Team France, and they do get to the grand finals, it's the best of 5 grand finals. So, you know, if they're really good on it, that could change our opinion on what we think of that potential matchup versus Team Germany. It could be really interesting.
Yeah, it really could. And after Team France's prior performance, I'm glad we get to see more before they potentially head to a final. And again, saying that, I may be giving not enough respect to the likes of Helkis and Miku Team Ukraine. And I hope they can give me a reason to feel that way. Well, how about that for a start from Team France? HE sailing into a perfect position in the follow-up from Joko. He starts as he means to go on.
And again, what we saw on this one is people who are really, really good at jumping into the middle of the map, like, you know, parkouring in there, instead of going the regular route, sort of the structure, they just get there so much quicker, and that seems to make a big difference at the end. Already, almost 20 seconds off the clock in favor of Team France, and yeah, they need to win those fights really, really quick. And I'm not seeing them jumping up, I'm seeing them sort of running around the center or the map here, and that's taken them like 30 seconds so far.
Some trades around the sites as we see the CT flag rise again. You can see Team France are ready with these HE grenades to soften up players. Look at all the utility, just forcing them forward, and before he can even turn, shot in the side of the face. And so again, this is really, it really is looking like a pocket pick from France. We haven't seen much of this just yet, but the way all these pinpointed grenades are being used is worrisome for the first map here, as far as Team Ukraine are concerned.
And look at Exercise. I mean, he probably should have had that kill right there on Hellkiss. He was pushed up, I mean, almost into their spawn. So this is just so impressive. Not only are they winning the fights in the middle, but once they win them, they then say, okay, we're going to push up. Oh, the grenade is going to land on him. Oh, it almost does. That took 10 health off him, and then the follow-up shot. Yeah, they seem so well prepared. This is done, James. They just won the first round here. I don't think any way they can get back into this.
Yeah, I don't think Ukraine have anything like the grenades we've seen from France, and Joker can simply entertain that exchange because his teammates just standing behind a concrete wall on the site. No Molotovs in sight for Ukraine, and that is a quick first round for France. I think I want to say in a new format, that's maybe one of the faster rounds we've seen. That's pretty solid stuff.
You're not wrong. That looked so well prepared. Especially, I love the part they don't just win the middle fight, but then actually go and sort of position themselves outside of the enemy spawn. That's just going to make things really tricky. So there's Jocko again, off to a good start, although good refrag as well coming in. So that's going to at least slow down Team France a bit. I say that, but he's still at it with the headshots, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is. No fear from Joko. Starting well, saw a failed jump there on the way. Hellkiss trying to do what he can, but right now that's not a whole lot. My God. I think what's great about what we're seeing so far on Castle as well, especially based on the other maps we've seen from France, is depth, where we are seeing that they're going to have something to show to Team Germany if they are to make it to that final. And I'm sure Germany are laser focused on what they're seeing. These grenades on site are unreal. They're getting so much value from this. Really crazy.
They really are. That was a good read coming out there from Miko. He actually saw him earlier on and decided to sort of post up there. So they're getting time back on the clock here. This is really interesting. Tying it up now at 41 seconds, or 41, 42. But then they both goes down almost immediately. And that means, yeah, smoke up there, trying to see if you could find a safe spot to hide in and just let that clock run down. Nice shot, but an immediate return coming from Hellkiss. That's important.
You can see dancing around the site from Team France to try to cut off players, but Hellkiss will stop the cap from happening. Again, failed jumps once more, and Joko is going to get the double dink from Hellkiss to silence them 4. Moving around to try and keep going wide on these players, but Exercise finds 2. Down to 4 HP, however. So we'll see if both CTs look to make their way on site so they can keep that flag up, because surely Exercise's days are numbered.
Well, you say that, but he just got another headshot. He's still going, and it's going to be Joko this time to refrag it. It's weird, because there's been, at least maybe 15, 20 seconds now when no one's even been in middle, even if one or the other team has been winning all of the fights. They're not actually taking the point. But that middle clock, though, James, is running down. We're at 20 seconds, so theoretically for Team France, they just have to wait that out. They don't even have to try and take it now. Just leave it alone.
Yeah, use a utility to force Ukraine from their positions should they get to the site, but they can't even do that at the moment, and they can be quite happy just going for these kills. 7 seconds on the clock, and you wonder if Hellkiss is focused because he's raised the flag with 40 seconds. Oh, sorry, what am I talking about? That's Team Ukraine. They've got to go for this and hold that flag up for as long as possible. So,
but now it's changing. If it goes to 31, suddenly they need to get off it. Just uncap it, run away if you're on the Ukraine side.
Yeah. Get off that side, and I think he's done that actually. The call must have come in because they're going to win now. That is a robbery.
That's huge. They basically used the fact that Team France had let run the clock down so low, and they just go and recap it and use it against them. That's so cool.
It's a really cool mechanic. I love it.
Yeah. Didn't see that coming.
Imagine if they do it again. Imagine.
That's super next level. The fact that you could do that, you could be in trouble, but then, I mean, that shows a risk as well, doesn't it? If you're the winning team, it's actually risky relying on that middle clock, because if you lose control of it, it can backfire on you immediately.
Yeah, this format is very well designed. Seeing some really great things from it. Clock now brought down to 40 by Team France. Angry looking to stamp their mark on this game of Castle. Heading towards the 30-second mark. Exercise finally taken care of. But they've done so much damage already, and Joko will make it as hard as possible for them to get to the site. The bells being rung as grenades are being deployed, but the Ukraine were never close to the site to begin with in this situation. Joko with the multi-frags now. Looks like he's strafing and fragging at the same time, but it's spawn camping. Nothing wrong with that as the clock goes sub 30.
Wow, he actually, I mean, the fact that he got both those kills at 30 health is just outrageous. Nice shot from Hellkiss. He's done that before. He's really good at that angle. But it's 22 seconds to the full minute of Team Ukraine as they finally do raise the flag for all of a second. And then Joko shows up to just ruin their day.
22 seconds. Sub 1 minute on the overall clock. Joko just trying to ruin the day of Team Ukraine, and he's doing a very good job of that. They're on the site once again. The smoke is up to create some more space, make it even harder to defend from, and that molly on the side will actually make it hard for him to see. So he's just denying all the angles with all the tools he has, and that really tells me that these guys are quite studied. So if it is to be Team France versus Team Germany, that's going to be very explosive, but not over just yet. And again, this is the first map of 3 potentially. The HE is flying through once again. Joko thought he'd finish off the job, but he'll go back and do it. Hellkiss hiding in plain sight. So much time, 45 seconds to the 7.1. Down he goes.
So quick, isn't it? I mean, he actually came off that kill early just because he was so sure he got it, and then returned and finished him off. 40 seconds for Team France. Sorry, for Team Ukraine. They need to keep this going. They need to win a whole series of fights here. And so far, that's proven really, really difficult indeed. Exercise back here. He's snuck in. He's going to get the 1 kill. I don't think they even know where they were getting shot from here. Now they definitely know. But you could see the confusion there with the M4A1. They're not even sure where that battle is coming in. And Miko's going to be going down. Oh, my God.
What a ridiculous position for a fight.
Yeah, truly.
For 2 of them standing together, and I can't see Hellkiss making it. So no. We've even got the flashbangs coming out to add insult to injury, and Joko will still deliver headshots. That was an outrageous game of Castle, and indeed we have seen the level rise. I did ask before this started, and they did not disappoint. Absolutely ridiculous scenes on Castle. The grenade usage, the HEs, the Molotovs, it was all popping off.
Wow, I mean, if that's a pocket pick, then, you know, it's kind of showing. It does tip their hand. Team Germany have been put on notice. If it, you know, it's going to come up in the grand finals if France get there as well. It's a best of 5. So they need to be well prepared too. What a great game that was. So, I don't know, Team Ukraine, I'm whole map down all of a sudden.
Yeah. In such a fashion as well. But, well, if there was a pocket pick with 5 maps, then that definitely was it. But now we have to see if they can do the same on the second map, or if Team Ukraine will be like, okay, whatever. They've, you know, just from the grenades, the Molotovs and so on, you know, okay, cool, that was their map. They were always going to win that map, almost. I mean, we did see that steal. That was really, really solid, but very hard to replicate. But it is what it is. That was their map. They did the work and they were rewarded for it. Now we move on maybe to more even grounds, and perhaps we can see something from the likes of Hellkiss and Miku.
Yeah, it's going to have to be, you know, just one hell of a comeback here for the Ukraine side. I think Hellkiss and Miko really showed a lot of cool stuff in terms of the overall killing ability, but I just think the way both Joko and Exercise are playing right now, they are so confident. Like, it's just absurd to see them. I mean, not even just taking, they're jumping into battle and winning both fights, you know, both of them. It's really impressive. So yeah, look at this here, 28-21 kills between like each. That's outrageous.
Yeah, from the other matches we've seen, I think that's enough to say that it's dominance, and the fashion in which we're seeing some of these games won is just really, really awesome. This format goes from strength to strength, and that was the best game of Castle I've ever seen, for sure. That was really, really good stuff. And now we move on to yet more carnage. Just imagine what the final is going to be like. This is really delivering.
It is. I completely agree. I mean, between the other game that we saw on Speedway and then this Castle game, it's just, you know, the level is increasing all the time now. I agree more and more with you that if this is put in as like a game mode inside of Counter-Strike, it actually would be fairly popular. I think people would love it.
Yeah,
like it's so different from what we used to, but it's still, you can actually become good at it. Like, it's not just, you know, a roll of the dice, is it?
Yeah, there's quite clear depth and strategy. It's really great to watch. And here we go on to Matrix, perhaps the most popular map of the day and maybe of this new era of Red Bull Flick thus far. Now let's see if Team Ukraine can do something about these pesky French players, because they have really been devastating in this game so far and the previous one. And it is Team France to raise the flag and get cracking immediately. Maybe Ukraine are a little dazzled after the performance on the previous map from Team France.
Yeah, and you're not going to have time to like play your way into these games. I mean, it's right off the bat. It's just immediately explosive. Good fight to be won there for Hilkis. That's going to mean he can raise the flag in return, and Miko helping him out. So that's so important. Now they're getting a chance to stabilize things a little bit here and not just immediately get wiped out, because that was looking scary for a minute here. Oh, that's a great Molotov. What a grenade to throw.
Yeah, that's really strong. And the Team France rampage continues. 39 seconds on the clock. Miku getting his bell rung in spawn. Wallbangs being attempted and finished off. They'll finally get there and get exercise off the point. There goes Joker as well. Opportunity for things to turn around for Ukraine. But let's see if Miku can take position and help his teammate out. He's already on 10 HP and now he's gone.
That win again. It's so huge when they can win it like that. Even if exercise is a bit low on health, he's still got a chance. He's playing a little bit further back and he's going to get found. That leaves Jocko very... Oh! He pre-fired that. He saw that coming. That's brilliant, James.
It is quite the transfer. It really is. These guys are so hungry for the victory. They're really putting in nice work. 15 seconds now for Team France, but that clock is stopped. Helkis hopes to find a space to start to cap, just in case there'll be the smoke up. And that'll probably help him if Miku can deliver the second kill, but he can't exercise on the way now. He can at least contest the point, looking to potentially drop some grenades of his own as well. Helkis hiding in plain sight, but it's still Team France with half the score of their opponent in a positive fashion. Helkis clearing the site once again, but only for 1 or 2 brief seconds. And God, this is so back and forth. Imagine what this was like with instant respawn, considering how crazy it is right now.
Yeah, there would have been no way to keep up, really. You see Jocko, he ducked down to avoid getting shot in the face a second time and dying. That was actually really heads-up play. Just again shows how much he actually understands the map. 8.5 seconds left here. They're in the middle once again, trying to raise that flag. It's going to be raised, and another couple of seconds will go off the clock before Helkis can just show up at the edge of the map and try to see if he can get it done. If he dies here, he won't. He's going to win the fight. I think that might have been the first round done here if he had. So Helkis saving his teammate right here.
Yeah, and Joko's trying to creep forward. The taps will take out Miku, so Helkis has got no support. The wide swing from Joko is enough, and I don't know if they're going to make it to the site. All he needs to do is duck and allow his teammate to pepper and tag as CTs try to make their way over. And there we go. It's match point, grand final point for Team France.
Yeah,
I don't know if they can be stopped.
I'm not so sure either. It's a desperate feeling in this map when you know you can't actually make it to the middle, and your only hope is that one of the guys that's on the flag stands up so you can shoot them and then stop the clock from going down, but you can't actually do anything else. And if they don't give it to you, then there's just nothing left. Yeah, what a great turn of events here. Miko going to be down early on. Jocko looking for a double opening. He's going to be creeping onto the site, and again it'll be Team France opening up with a couple of seconds in their favor.
Few teleports as Ukraine try to take position, but Miku will take position at the back. The last ticket, because exercise will send them there, and Helkis as well. And it will continue. Molotov will be collected. It's interesting how they're mostly being used on the site rather than the high ground, and they'll use smokes to obscure vision from the high ground instead. And again, when you're trying to either cap or stop your opponent from capping from outside the site and those Molotovs come through, then that really does cause a more significant problem. And Team France, they've got almost 20 seconds left.
Yeah, and you see, look at this little detail. This is just incredibly cool. See if he can win this one. He can indeed. So down to 15 seconds, but Exercise is actually taking the teleporter up to the high ground. He's firing the gun and then taking it back again. So they hear it up at the high ground, then he's back on the low ground again. It's really tricking them at the moment. See if he can do it one more time. So he's going to disappear back to pick up a grenade and then back down here. He's playing the teleporter game to a level I've just never seen before out of all of the games we've seen here today. They've got no seconds off the clock, James. There's 3 left here for Team France, and I think they're going to be able to do... Oh, .2!
Is this the run? Is it the run?
Surely not. There can't be. I don't think Team France can be stopped right now. They're just playing at such a high level. Exercise finally going to get called on being up at the high ground, and now 5 seconds off the clock in favor of Team Ukraine, but they have got a marathon ahead of them. It might not even be possible here. Jocko taking both of them down, and that is going to be it. What a powerful team.
My God, a freight train just ran through the semi-final. We did wonder. I don't know. They just turned the heat up to an incinerator in the previous match, and it continues here as they make their way storming to the grand final. That was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, it was. I don't even know what to say. I mean, between between France and Germany, they're just looking like such hot teams at the moment. I don't think it could have worked out any better. Just from what we've seen here at in the final stages of the playoff, these were the perfect teams for it.
Freya, what did you think of all that carnage?
I think that was an absolutely incredible way to round off that semi-final. An almost clean sweep from Team France, and they looked so dominant doing it. I think it was interesting as well because Jocko was somebody that you highlighted before the game, Anders, and I feel like he just really showed his stuff here today. It was awesome to see him kind of come out of his shell, really, really working around those maps. Was he somebody that particularly impressed you in this series?
Really, a lot, yeah. I mean, I think there were so many openings where it was just him, you know, opening up with 2 kills, just like that, boom, giving them the flag control almost immediately. But the other thing, though, I've got to say on this final one, on Matrix, looking at the exercise and how he's teleporting back and forth all the time, just incredible.
Yeah, I actually really want to touch on that because that's something that we haven't really spoken about too much throughout the Red Bull Flick Invitational, is actually using those teleporters to your advantage. Like, it isn't just, you know, a gimmick of the map. It's something that's really designed to make it dynamic and allow you to move around the map. Are you kind of impressed with how we saw those utilized here, James? Because it really took it to the next level for me.
Yeah, I think the way this bracket has laid out, it's just given us like it's like we're just nibbling on the starters, and we've got just the juiciest dinner waiting for us in the grand final. I think on either side we've seen amazing things from the leading teams, from Team Germany, from Team France. It was still with their own styles, but it's such brutal fashion. France, it's like they're breaking eggs with hammers when they get the way they're going through these teams, and just such an annihilation of a team who have, I mean, let's not take anything away from Team Ukraine. They have done great work to get this far, to make it into this tournament in the first place, but Team France have gone into the lab. They've been in the hyperbaric time chamber. They've been under the waterfall, everything. They seem very ready for this grand final.
Yeah, they had definitely practiced and prepared coming into this. And I also like that you touched on Team Ukraine there, because no disservice to them at all, particularly on that first map of Castle, where we actually saw them using the clock to their advantage, right? Actually moving off the site because they knew that Team France wouldn't be able to solidify the round. For you, Anders, was that kind of a really big brain moment coming out from Ukraine?
It was, but it was also like, you know, something that I even thought about being possible. I knew how that dynamic worked. I just didn't think about the fact that you could flip it, you know, and if someone was trying to use it against you, you could retake the site, then, you know, get slightly below them and then run off the site, and suddenly, you know, it completely blows up in their face. That makes that such a double-edged sword, trying to use the middle clock, which is really cool.
Yeah, it was awesome to see them kind of taking that to their advantage, as you said. And with that, though, that does mean that Team France is going to be making it to the grand finals in that best-of-5 series. We're going to be getting a rematch from the EU qualifiers. And let's quickly take a recap of the bracket and see exactly where that leaves us standing. Of course, all the country teams making it to the semi-finals against all the odds. And then it's going to be Team France versus Team Germany in that best-of-5 final. Again, James, this isn't the first time that we've seen this happen. This is exactly how these two teams managed to get here today at the Invitational. So I think it is going to be so cool to see a rematch of this, because obviously Germany came out on top last time.
Yeah, and I'm really glad that they were on either end of the bracket, so we didn't get them meeting in a quarterfinal or a semi-final or something. This is the best possible final. This is like the major final, but for Red Bull Flick gone right. Don't have Na'Vi and Astralis meeting somewhere earlier on. This is going to be a big final. I cannot wait to see how these two teams duel with each other. It's going to be nuts.
I feel like from just speaking to the teams, though, they have been so practiced and prepared for each other as well. Like, they are so hungry to take one another down if they were to make it. And, you know, it was a big if coming into today, but as you said, Jack, it has allowed us to make sure this grand final happens, and I cannot wait to get into it. We're going to take a quick break, but when we are back, it is down to this best-of-5 grand final to see who will be taking the crown at the inaugural Red Bull Flick Invitational.
Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on FACEIT, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on FACEIT. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick. The Red Bull Flick Invitational lands on August 9th, and alongside some of Counter-Strike's most legendary duos, 4 amateur teams are also rising to the challenge, and hoping they have what it takes to hang with the world's best. If you missed any of the action in the qualifiers, here's a quick recap of what went down. In the EU qualifiers, 8 teams were to face off in the playoffs. Team Germany would start off their run against the Greek duo of Bad Guy and Desire, which they'd seal with a swift 2-0 victory on Himalaya and Speedway. The Brits couldn't live up to the almighty Team France in the quarterfinals, but in the semis, the Frenchmen would face a tougher opponent in Team Portugal, a duo who had proven a deadly force in the quarters as they silenced the Finnish squad. However, Team France would prove too dominant for Nope and the King PR to handle, as Exercise and Jocko pulled off a flawless performance to move on to the grand finals and cement their spot here at the Invitational. In Sin and Sky's semi-final match, they'd be taking on Team Switzerland. And once again, it was a stellar showing from the German side. Another 2-0 run saw them knock the Swiss duo out of the competition and lock in their place here at the Invitational. Although both teams had already made it to the Invitational, there was still one more challenge: to face each other. Both teams had already shown star-studded form throughout the playoffs, and although Team France would begin with a strong run on Castle, the German duo would ultimately sweep up the remaining maps in a dominant showing. Alongside Team Germany and Team France, 2 more duos from Russia and Ukraine will also be taking to the stage at the Invitational, after placing top at the Bardolph Open. The question is, do they have what it takes to silence the pro duos and plant their country's flag as the champions of Red Bull Flick?
Possibly the most feared map in the pool. Losing position on Castle can have devastating consequences as it's hard to take back position. Have your second player go wide to control the approach while your capper holds the most awkward angles possible on site. Molotovs find some of their most useful spots on Garden, where teams have giant plinths on site giving them plenty of cover while they cap the point. Denial of area has never been more important in Red Bull Flick. Set their favourite place on fire and force them into the open. Himalaya is the battleground of pistol kings and queens. If you have 2 players on the site, have one swing onto the incoming enemy with a Tech 9 so the other can keep the flag up while he leaves the site. The Tech 9 and the 5-7 are firm favourites of the map, with the Nova being a bonus for the brave. Molotovs are currently underutilised on Matrix. Considering the high ground is the main place to get an angle on a rear cap, learning to Molotov this position in a consistent fashion can really cripple a side trying to stay in the fight. Learn it. Be the unicorn. Live your best life. Alongside surfing skills and sense of urgency, on Speedway, being one step ahead of your opponent is key. From controlling the bridge, you can jump down and catch your opponent going to the doors from spawn, or if you jump along the wall next to their surf spot to the bridge, you can get some cheap frags and buy more time capping the point. If you guess correctly, it might just win you the match.
It's been a nail-biting day of action, and now it is time to find out who will be taking the title. Only 2 teams remain in the form of Team Germany and Team France, but only one will be crowned the champion of the inaugural Red Bull Flick Invitational and take the lion's share of €20,000 prize money. Joining me to find out who that will be are, of course, our wonderful duo of James and Anders. Gentlemen, it has been an action-packed day, but I feel like we've ended up with possibly the best grand final that we could have asked for.
It's all been worth it. I don't care about the pro players. I care about the best possible action, and we have seen that. These semi-finals have been nuts. This is like unprecedented levels of skill we're seeing in the Red Bull Flick, and I love every second of it.
It's been absolutely awesome. I know over on your side, and this is the first time that you've been at a Flick event. What has it been like for you? Has it kind of lived up to the hype with these maps?
Yeah, way more than that actually. I feel like I've been here just I bought him at the perfect time to see the skill level in this rise up. We started the day talking about the sort of the big disparity between some of the starboard teams and some of the teams, but now that we're seeing the best of the country teams, is like there's a clear difference even in between those. And France and Germany are it right now. It's been great. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it at this level at all, because usually when you start to mess with like the formula of Counter-Strike, it gets a bit weird. Like it's very hard to sort of find something that actually works well. I think this really does. So that's a job well done.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the cream of the crop going head-to-head in this best of 5, no less, grand final. And for us, James, it's been a little bit of deja vu, hasn't it? This isn't the first time that we've seen Team Germany and Team France go head-to-head, but then it was Team Germany to take the win, although it did go to 4 maps. So I'm interested to see what you're expecting coming into this. Do you feel like there's going to be any differences?
Oh, this is like they've leveled up, It's like Series 1 of Power Rangers versus Series 5, if there was a Series 5, or, It's like when Tommy comes with a flute thing, man, and they all have the bigger Megazord. Like, they're both bringing the... we got the Mumra and Godzilla going on. Mechagodzilla, rather. So we got the upgrades. We got the upgrades, man. They got the exoskeletons on.
Those are some references, James.
There's quite a few coming out there. But yeah, I feel like these guys have leveled up so much. The level we're seeing, it was so early. I think everybody was on a journey of discovery in the previous Red Bull Flick events, but now it feels like we're beyond that. They know what's what. We've got the default, and they've built so much, both of these teams. And I don't know who to favor, because I've always been saying, like, Team Germany, they've got strat. They've got really strat, they do, but also been as well. But Team France is so violent in the way they get those frags. It's like, I don't know, man.
It's going to be a tough one to call, 100%. And I think you're totally right in the sense of Germany really leveling up their game. In terms of their fragging ability and their aggression, as we kind of heard in an interview with them earlier, they didn't actually think that was their main strength. But I feel like they've definitely, led the way in terms of that. So, Anders, maybe moving over to you, is there anybody that you're particularly favouring, or is it too tough to call at the moment?
Oh, man. I think I'm going to have to throw down with my guy Jocko at the moment. I can't really see a way around it right now. I think Germany's shown some great stuff, but in the best of 5 as well. Yeah, I'm going to go with Team France. Feels weird to say it, but why not?
Yeah, why not indeed? Jocko has definitely shown some stellar form today. And just actually looking back at the last grand final they went in together, just some quick stats from that. It was actually Team France that managed to take Castle, the first map, 3-0 against Germany. I believe, James, that might have been the first time that we saw a clean sweep happening. But then Germany managed to come back on Himalaya 3-2. They won Matrix 3-1, and then they won Speedway 3-0. So it's interesting to kind of look at those stats again, obviously prefacing what you were saying, James. They have changed a lot since then, but it's actually interesting to see that Germany's game got better as the series progressed. So I don't think it's going to be a case of them tilting off the face of the earth like some other teams we might see. Actually, they seem to live and thrive under that pressure, and I feel like we've seen that throughout the day.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I really think this is just a great clash of the Titans. I'm really excited for this final. The level of skill is far exceeded my expectations. It's just crazy that the depth at which I think the turning point, like one of the big turning points for me, was that point on Speedway where Both players could have stood on the site to cap, but they waited for the desperate respawn surfs to come in. They gave themselves space to cap freely after killing that second player, and then hopped on. At that point, I was like, okay, these guys know exactly what they're doing. They've got like complete awareness of the map and are completely playing to their advantages. And I knew we were in for a crazy end to this day.
Yeah, it's been an absolute treat indeed to see how some of these teams are really, really understanding these maps in way more depth. And it's going to be really interesting going into this map veto as well. And I'm really wondering from Germany's side, because, you know, France had such a dominant win on Castle beforehand. It was 3-0. They didn't even manage to get around. I'm wondering where they're going to let that slide within the veto, because this is a best of 5. So I believe we can take a look and see what maps we're going to be playing on. I'm interested to see if, you know, it might come out in entirely the same order again. I don't know what you guys are thinking.
Well, I guess it's map pick rather than veto. It's just pick.
Yeah.
And then the last one's left over.
The order of them is going to be maybe the thing that's going to be really relevant here. So
I suppose it's top left to bottom right then.
Yes. Interesting to see Speedway come out as that number 1. I would presume that's Germany's pick if Castle has been put as number 2, because France just seems so dominant on that. Again, Matrix, then Garden, and then finally Himalaya as a decider. That's kind of interesting. I guess that was one of the closer maps that they competed on. So what are you guys kind of making of the order of those coming out?
I mean, for one thing, right? You're going to be playing with pistols at the end, so you're going to be sort of warmed up with every other gun, and then you have to take like a step in a different direction. That's kind of fun.
I think that Castle is an interesting second pick because I don't feel like there was necessarily time to see the grenades that France were throwing and be able to really figure out a response to that. But we did see them drop a round on that map as well, so by no means is it guaranteed. I think there may be upset potential, considering I think we clearly have the 2 strongest teams in this final. The fact that France were able to drop a round of Castle means that they could be more vulnerable on that map than they think.
Yeah, 100%. And I think also looking on the side of Team France as well, Exercise, the last time he played Matrix against Team Germany, he got 71 kills. So I'm going to have my keen eyes on him going into this series. But we're going to be starting off with Speedway, and let's see who is going to be taking map number 1 as we jump into this grand final.
Yeah, let's go, James. I really wasn't. It was only like a couple of days ago that you wrote me and asked if I wanted to be part of this, and I didn't really know much about what it was. But I'm really impressed by what we've been seeing here. This has been just a kind of a real revelation. So I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, happy to have you. A little too early for DDKR in California. Oh man, this has been a journey for me as well. Even though I've done Red Bull Flick before, again, this new format has just changed the game completely, and I feel like it's just gone ahead 5 levels. And now we're at highest levels of the current game with Team Germany versus Team France, and it will be some stereo frags for the French to raise their flag to begin with. So they'll be quickly off to a good start. Sky once again with a multi-frag, and we know that Team France are pretty comfortable on Speedway, and they're showing us this early.
Daring to surf into the middle while 2 people are waiting and still getting the kill on 1 is not bad at all. And nice little, time in between those 2 pushes. They sort of squeezed them in there. Now they're going to be able to turn it around, but still, that's a lot of time in favor of Team France early on here. 38 seconds to Team France early on. That's not bad.
Not bad at all. Well, the trades will continue. I feel like one thing that's notable about Team Germany is that if one of them goes down, they often avenge the frag pretty damn quickly in many cases, and I'm sure that certainly helps them have their success to make it to this final. If you are just joining us for the final, a reminder, it's a best of 5. All the maps will be played, presumably in the order that they were picked, starting with Speedway. We can see Exercise trying to... Oh my god, he's so quick. That is a robot peak right there. 15 seconds, though, for Team France as they look to take the first round of the first map. They'll be stopped for now by Sky, but it's a long way back for Team Germany.
Yeah, I think surely the teams are in reverse, aren't they? They've got to be. Or I'm confused.
Oh, of course. Yeah. The names at the top of the wrong way around.
Oh, wow. He was on the ladder getting that kill. That's disgusting. Jocko coming in. And he's at least going to be able to stop him. But I mean, yeah, now it's suddenly right back into contention. Nice tab coming through. 36 seconds to 13. Sin, though, cruising right in, almost with the double kill. But still, going to be time off the clock. Sky next in line, and Exercise will take them both down. That's a massive double kill for him.
13 seconds to 22. There is a comeback being seen here. Sin now. We'll see if he can make his way to a site in time. I don't know if it's going to feel like a long run. In fact, he's just going to try and secure position while Sky is on the site. Up goes the flag, but here we go again. 10 seconds now for the Germans.
Here we go. Surfing in, one is shut down, put in the water, and so is the second one. And that's going to be the first round, absolutely going in favor of Team Germany. They controlled that really well. I mean, it was 17 seconds at the end there for Team France, but there was a whole stretch in the middle and in the beginning where they weren't able to really shut them down. So really well done. Good kills from well, everyone. No one's really falling behind, but a lot more control for Germany early on.
Yeah, and if this is to be a strong map for them, I do wonder if they can go tit for tat in that fashion, and Team France will have a strong response once they castle. But there's plenty more play to be had. Flag going up, and it is the T side of the French boys who are trying to bring things back now.
Yeah, that's impressive. Sin, you see the speed behind it, but Jocko's still going to take him down. They're still running the clock in their favor here. Exercise just listening for the steps, and he's going to be able to get it. He immediately turns to look for the potential surf, and his teammate, though, is going to be showing up, and they already have close to 20 seconds off the clock. There's Jocko finding one headshot and a second one, and man, they were off to a hot start on the first round here, Germany, but now it's France's turn to step this one up, and there comes the oh wow!
Oh my God! What is going on with these kills? France are back on the spot once again, looking to pull this back in very fast fashion. Trades will continue, and Sky, I mean, this is the first seconds capped by Germany in the second round, so perhaps France have adapted, but these multi-kills coming in now from Germany will certainly help. 10 seconds off the board, and there's plenty more to go before they can even the score. Joko taking Sky out, but Sin is still on the site, just continuing to get as many points as he can before going down, falling off, and he'll try to contest before Joko can do anything. That's really nice movement from Sin, and he keeps the site clear.
Can't believe he got the first headshot, basically backing off and still sort of backpedaling and still getting the headshot. It's pretty cool. But now he's very exposed, yeah, from both sides. It's one bridge, the other coming in. That is a big problem now. Jocko trying to look straight down. He could have easily got killed there. And nice headshot. My God, he's so accurate with this AK-47. It's amazing. Now, clock in his favor, instantly taking down Sky. He sees them coming through. Oh God, this might be down to sub 10 seconds before Team Germany can get back in here.
Yeah, that's a big headshot with Joko. That's a very good question. Really delivering kill after kill, sub 10 seconds now. And I don't know, you can see if Germany are going to be able to get back onto this point again. It's just coming in waves of one person at a time versus two. And it is a complete annihilation. We go around a piece just when you thought it was safe to close out the first map. Not the case.
Wow. We spoke earlier of having this, like, it would have been the first time that we've seen someone basically in a show match format, it's sort of making it into have more of a name. But I think Jocko's my candidate for it right now. That his aim with this AK is so crisp. I realize it's not a 5-on-5 form and all the rest of it, but it still is cool to see, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. The movement across their placement has been devastating with some of these peaks and frags dancing around the boat now as Sin is eliminated and France are back on the point. Sky trying to do what he can, but it's failing there again with the fast peak alone just gives a bunch of extra seconds, and in this kind of format with these kind of teams in the final, it's really going to count. But Sky just cleanly takes out both players. He took them out so fast, I don't think he even registered that he killed two people. We're still looking for like almost a third person.
Yeah, but right in between the boxes there, Sin trying to immediately control that spray and setting up for it. But here we see Jocko. Can we get some more headshots? He was really great at spinning around inside and just taking them down from whatever angle. He's going to call it in. And yeah, he's going to get both of them. With Exercise up there on top, it's so hard for them to surf in because they're going to get spotted as they come in. Yeah. And that's just working out incredibly well. Look how fast they are.
Oh my God. What is this game? How are you supposed to play Counter-Strike versus people like this? This is absurd. That's absolutely ridiculous. I just don't understand how we get so much velocity.
Yeah, it's not like you never in a game like a normal Counter-Strike would you see someone move that fast, right? Like you would be calling them speed hackers immediately if you saw that,
Yeah.
and here we are. Nice use of smoke there. That was well done.
Joker getting his bell rung, down to 17 HP, trying to find a second kill in the smoke, making his way lower, only to get picked off by Sky with another multi-frag. About 30 seconds per team at present, and this round is for the map. Let's not forget, you definitely don't want to be losing your first pick straight off the bat, so this will be an important one for Germany with Castle. Oh, Joker with the one-tap, what is going on? Trying to find the feet of Sky, and well, no, Sky's going to hold on for a second, but he'll be traded eventually, and back and forth we go.
Again, just flying in is Sin. Look at Jocko trying to make his way up, but Sky was there waiting for him, or he came in from the other side. It's hard to say, and they're going to shut it down. This is actually a really, really big win for them. Could get another 5-6 seconds off the clock right here, and with that headshot, it might be even more than that. Now it's up to Exercise, I think, to try and see if he can do a lot. He's jumping, he's on that tiny little speedboat, and he's going to get shut down. Top 2 seconds now for Team Germany, looking to take the first map here, and with that kill, they just might. Exercise would have to cruise in his run. He can't stop. He's not going to be close enough, and that will be the map going their way. Team Germany picking it up 2-1.
That was a really aggressive flurry towards the end. I like this play with the smoke as well. Only one player showing it outside the smoke, which, again, as you're approaching the site, you've just got to be careful. You could be peeked at any time. You've got to take that fight. You don't know if you're going to get trade fragged. You may have to try and use some cover to isolate a 1v1 fight. Meanwhile, the other guy's just standing in the smoke just to keep that clock ticking. Simple as that. Really interesting dynamics here in the Red Bull Flick Grand Final. And indeed, it was a little shaky there for Team Germany losing the second round, but they do take their first pick of Speedway.
Yeah, they do. I don't know. I thought that was exciting. That was I mean, it sort of lived up to the expectation, didn't it? We had it all. Great individual play, but also some. I think for both teams, at one point or another, they did get into that rhythm at the end where they were so stressed at running out of time that they're just throwing people onto the site, and that's a bit rough, you know.
Yes, and now we will move on to Castle, which is the pick of Team France. We just saw them in the semi-final doing absolutely outrageous things. They seem to have more depth on this map than we've seen from any other team thus far, with the angles thrown basically near spawn with the Molotovs and so on. This could be a real problem. But again, on their pick in that semi-final, they did drop a map due to a strategic timeout victory win by their opponent. So that is something to be considered for Team Germany as they move into this second map. So again, Speedway wasn't necessarily guaranteed, although they did pull away and find some more comfort in that third round. But we'll have to see if Castle will be a comfort pick after all for Team France.
Yeah, I look forward to that. I think that's going to be something that they could probably bring it back with. We weren't really sure what to expect, but they looked so powerful on it. Just at the semi-finals, so I kind of got my hopes pinned on that. But so far, Germany had a whole map, so that's interesting. This is just great.
Yeah, we saw. I mean, the multi-frags, the snaps, the one-taps, just the first map of the grand final. We saw absolutely crazy action there. You can see Joko poking out just a little bit there with 32 kills. Ahead of his teammate, but not too far ahead of Sky with 26. And of course, it is Germany who went 2-1 in that series. So it is about a team effort. It is about caps on points. And if you have the choice, trying to peak strategically. And again, having a guy in the hole essentially is what they had towards the end there with one of the players in the smoke. Now moving towards Castle. Oh, I'm really excited for this final. I'm so happy that we have like the best possible teams, and they're so like head and shoulders above anybody else we've seen in this tournament so far. So I mean, this has really turned out for the best.
Yeah, I think that's. I don't think it could have been any better than this. It doesn't always work out this way. Sometimes you do get a team sneaking through that maybe think should have had a chance here, but not so at the moment. So trying to see if they can make it into the middle. They're both teams right now fighting a little bit around it, although it will be Team Germany to flip the flag first in their favor, and they're going to defend it right afterwards. So huge win early on here. Grenade won't kill anyone, Might do a little bit of
Ooh.
damage, but they're doing a fantastic job at the moment.
That basically landed like an apple in his mouth. Sky really got limited places to hide at the moment, but he's still alive. As I
30
say, that he will
seconds off
be
the clock,
expired.
nearly.
Yeah, that is pretty damn strong for the Germans. So Team France came into this with ideas, and they've had some nice grenades, but that's been it so far. Their count only starts now as Joko's got the wide angles, nice taps, and Sky gets eliminated. Honestly, Joko's aim has been something special in this tournament. Some nice spray, and Sin will take one in the face as well.
It is really just beautiful to watch. Like, that tapping is not so easy at that range, especially with that running. And they're running like, you know, is essentially parallel to your aim, so it's gonna make it really tricky. Yeah, well, they got some seconds back there. At least the Team France need to continue to win, though. Down to 20 seconds for the German side, and double kill there, or one for Exercise, one for Jocko. That's going to be enough so they can at least start to bring it back. And we'll see how quick Germany could shut them down. Jocko at it again with those taps.
Exercise trying to stay alive on the side. Does he have any help from Jocko? Not anymore, because Sky has just wrecked him. The score getting closer now. Exercise trying to hide in plain sight, but Sky will find him eventually. Now Sky can hide behind and try to get some time on the clock. He's got Sin for support as well. I'm not sure if they've identified that both T's are on the sites at the moment, but now they've spotted it, and this could be a really solid run for Germany. 15 seconds and counting. Sky trying to hide as best he can, but Joko will find him eventually. But they need to get a player on the side. They will take position with Joko, but they've got to start capping as well. He's being looked for. A nice swing from Exercise, and there'll be a frag left and right for the likes of Team France, who are still looking to bring things back.
Yeah, that was huge. I mean, as soon as Exercise got the first kill, you could see they just started looking away from Jocko, and he picked up the second one. So that was well done. Exercise hiding inside of the smoke yet again. We're down to 14 seconds here, so running out of time quickly right now. Our team, Germany, 8 seconds left. Exercise picking up one more kill, down to 5 seconds, and they are staggered in their respawn. Sky is the only one doing anything. He's getting shot at the knees. That's going to be the first round. Going for Team France. They tried to see if they could do that, but yeah, last minute save, and good job on the French side.
I thought that Team France may have been losing that one. I mean, they were for a while, quite literally, but I thought it was maybe going to slip away from them. However, here they are. First round is in the bag. Only one more required to secure the map. It is best of 5 finals, excuse me. So all the maps could be played. Looking for the first team to make it to 3 to win the whole thing, the whole shebang. Exercise up top now, holding some angles as the clock starts for the French.
Well, Skinson getting up early on. That should give them a chance here to start to move in the right direction. Jocko and Exercise both going down, and now actually they've laid the foundation to pick up more than just a couple of seconds. Grenade, not gonna kill Sin. It did land close to him, but he's gonna stay alive.
Exercise wide, looking for some targets. Minute 10 on the middle clock, so there's plenty of play to be had in that respect. Exercise up top, flag is up, flag is down. Sky will raise his own flag. Joko is quickly on the hunt. Nice 180 from him. We'll try to hide in plain sight, but he's got Molotovs coming his way. And that will do enough to give Sin an option. Exercise looking to raise the flag once more, but the trade is there immediately from Sky, who will try to take position on site as fast as he can, but Angle's already being held by Joko. Such a dangerous player.
Yeah, he really is. And no one currently getting any time in their favor. And now that middle clock is starting to come into play, James. It's getting close to the to all of the other clocks. So
God.
You want to really think about that. That's nice from both Sin and Sky picking up a kill each. But we're sub 40 seconds on that mid timer, and now is where we could see some really funky stuff coming out.
Yeah, Joko's just about spotted player on the site, but from no man's land. How does he get both those kills? I just don't understand. He's too good at this game. We got the spawn HEs as well, and Sin's down to 63 before he has seen anyone.
Does he see it? He knows it. Definitely. Exercise going to take care of it. But now look at Jocko. He's actually moving in basically all the way on their side of the map. They'll never check for him here, surely. Oh, he's going to miss the chance, though, and that'll give it away. That's a big kill coming through. Otherwise, they would have had a lot of time worried about it. Yeah, all of these guys right now are just playing at such a high level. And Exercise trying to buy some time, or at least look there for Sky. Not going to be able to. Grenade on top again. Not going to kill him, but soften him up a little bit.
Well, the Germans are fighting back. And again, let's pay attention to that middle clock now. That's becoming a massive, massive issue. There are 13 seconds on that clock, and still Team France need to bring their own clock down if they want to try and abuse that. But at this point, 15 seconds away in both respects.
If you want to risk it, now is when you step it off. It can backfire, as we see, but, you know, as soon as they get below the CT side, at least they could try and do that.
Yeah, the problem, indeed, now they lose position in trying to stop the other side from being on the site. And this is where the Molotovs will come into play to try and force them out into the open. But that clock is still ticking. And once again now, the CTs have the lowest score with 12 seconds in that middle clock. And this is going further and further. We've got the swing from Exercise, but he needs to get on that as soon as possible. So, Sin, again, that was another way to win. But now we've got both of Team France alive. And we can see the difference. This is really going to go down to the wire. 8.4 seconds. Sky over HE of his own, but they're still alive on the site. And now they're in the lead once again, but the clock is so close in... they can just hold on to the site and hope they make it there. 5 seconds. The spray's not going to reach the mark. It's desperate now for Sky. Just about finding an angle, but he falls up before he can find the kill. And that would have made all the difference. But that is Castle going the way of Team France. This format is crazy.
Yeah, it is. That could have gone either way. That was anybody's round there at the end, but incredibly cool. I can't believe that it worked out that way. It looked like none of them really wanted to risk trying to let the center clock play its role there. They sort of wanted to keep it in their control, but it almost. I mean, you could have been in a position at the end there, I think, where you know you get the kill on the guy who's holding down the flag, and it doesn't help you because all that happens is the center clock starts rolling and then you're done. So really, really interesting stuff. That was a very, very cool map once again.
Yeah, that was absolutely wild, and the margins are really small between these two teams, and I think they'll only get closer and closer as we go deeper into this map pool. That's 1 for 1. We're moving towards map 3 now, which will be a huge one to pick up. There'll be a lot of psychological warfare there, but some of these taps we've seen from Joko, man, he's so entertaining to watch. But the aim from the Germans has been really nasty as well.
Yeah. I mean, it's unlikely, isn't it? You could have easily found a scenario here where you would have had, out of the 4 players in the server, one of them being significantly worse, so that it was sort of a detriment in terms of fragging. I'm not really seeing that. I mean, Joko does seem to be the more flashy one, but you're right. Everyone else here is still good enough to be able to battle him, and it's been real fun. I don't know how this is going to turn out, but yeah, 1 for 1 in maps early on is a great start for a best of 5 finals.
Scores on the doors, and again the kills are pretty similar, but I think the fight was pretty close as well. Sometimes the case, but on this occasion it really was nervous territory for both squads, and that it was kind of unclear as to who was really going to come out on top, but both teams have won their initial picks, which is fantastic. And I do think now we may see more variance in that respect as we go deeper into the map pool, but we know these guys have got shenanigans maybe for all these maps.
I mean, that's the other thing, though, isn't it? They do all seem to be really well prepared for it. I can't wait for Matrix to come around because I want to see if Exercise is going to be able to abuse those spawn points again, or those teleporters again. That was very, very cool. Out of this so much, yeah, here we go. It is going to be the map. So that's the number one thing for me to look for right now. Exercise and those teleporters. That was fun to see.
Yeah, I feel like surely Matrix is a relatively even ground for them to fight on. Exercise will be the first one to fall, and of course the Germans with the multi-frags at the beginning. They'll both be playing from the site, one in the sprayable wall, but those positions will have to be discovered, and Sky will get wallbanged immediately.
Oh, okay.
And look at the return from Joko, hopping up, taking 2 of his own, and it's their turn to raise their flag.
That's really good. That's, only really letting go of 9 seconds in that fight is so important to get back in there early on. Although Sky doing some great work of his own and picking up both those kills. But yeah, it seems like, if you want to have a fighting chance here, you can't just let them go on 20-second runs. It's great if you could bring it back right away and make sure it doesn't get out of hand too early here. All right, flashbangs and jumping shots. What?
He just never let go of Malson before he even knew as well, and still gets the frag. Absolutely bananas. And Joko will try to do what he can now, making his way back towards the site. Another disgusting burst from him. The score still reasonably close as France and Germany fight for position. High ground will be held by Exercise, but can he help his teammate? No, because they've got cover from the inside hole. I didn't think about that. If you're trying to move into an angle to take out a capping player inside the side, that certainly helps avoid the guys on the high ground.
Yeah, it does. That was some amazing work with the orb coming through from Exercise, but now he's out of the open and he's going to get caught. Another double kill for Sky. And again, the clock relatively even here. About 37 seconds for both teams are about to be. Jocko going to swing. Oh, he still goes down. They need to see if they can win this fight right away. But the longer it takes, the more time there is for Sky's teammate to show up. And you see exactly how that works out. If he could have got that kill immediately, he would have been inside of the site and just safe. But didn't work out that way.
Smoke up to suggest certain something. Sky from the side will get traded by Exercise, and you can see the flag is now contested. Exercise with a high flashbang easily avoided by Sin. Now he knows where his opponent is, but here comes the cavalry, or maybe not, because Sin will take care of the first, but the trades will continue. But there's a continuation frag from Exercise. But how long is he alive for? He's got 2 HP. He's in the wallbang spot, 1 bullet, and he's going to be done. But the attention is taken by Jocko up top, who's got 2 of his own.
This is where Jocko does his great work, isn't it? I mean, if he can win even one more fight and just stay alive up here, it's going to be hard to deal with. Nice shot from Sin, taking him out. And Exercise so low on health inside, he should be going down, and he will be 17 to 13. To see how long they can keep this running for here on the Germany side, because they need to really make this work. They just lost the second map, and they might lose the first round of this one too with that little double kill.
Yeah, 15 seconds, and it's going even lower for the French. In a very strong position. Another pair of kills, and that might be it. I don't know if they can get to the site in time, Team Germany. Almost certainly can't now. 1 second on the clock, and Sky's just going for a spray, trying to eliminate. Can't get there, and that's the first round for the French.
That is... That's well handled. I mean, it was close enough at 24 seconds that I think Germany definitely stood a chance of making that work. But yeah, I think again we're sort of seeing to an extent a little bit of a dynamic where even when France lose the actual point, they don't really allow Germany to get much done. There's Jocko again at it with the headshots. Absolutely brutal, isn't it?
Jocko now trying to stay alive, saw the back of CT, but that's not enough. But he'll enjoy these caps instead. Popping out to destroy Sin and Sky. He's shown enough. This is a problem now for Germany. Have they run out of steam already? Is there any gas left in the tank? Has Team France take control of the site? Heading towards the 30-second mark already.
Yeah, they've just been sat here the whole whole beginning of this round. That was Jocko starting it off with basically a quad kill. Oh, I think they realized he was going to be teleporting up there. Certainly were pre-aiming it, but they still both go down. And now the flag to go back in the favor of Team France, I think. They're a little bit further away than I was expecting, actually. They didn't run straight for it, I guess, but good fight to be winning there.
Labour spray from Sin. Still a few bullets left to easily deal with Jocko, and they are coming straight back and forth we go. Exercise up on the high ground, but not for long, as Sky will deliver another important frag. The overall clock is ticking, but Sky will move on to the site to raise his flag once again. Exercise trying to move into a good position now. Very quick frag. I don't know if there was 1 second cap there. Maybe just the one. Jocko taken out now. The next kill will be really important. Exercise. What? That's absolutely outrageous. Moving into a forward position now. I can't believe this.
They're so accurate. Now Jocko's up there instead, and you know, any moment he could just take a step back and he's going to be teleporting away from that position. So they know that he's there. They're calling it out. And I mean, this is where Exercise did so much great work. He sort of kept faking them out.
Oh man, the teleport.
Sky coming back in. Not bad at all. But yeah, 14 seconds left here for Team France to try and pick up this one.
Even presses a quick QQ and still has time to deliver the kill onto Sky. There's a jumping Molotov misses the mark, though. You've really got to aim lower than you think for it to land up there. Almost at the bottom of that square. And up goes the flag. There's so much coming back that Sin and Sky have got to do. Team Germany here on almost 35 seconds versus the 14 of France. And again, now this is going to be a really hard... I think even with about 10 seconds on the clock as Germany spawn, they're really going to be feeling the pressure here, and they may make it easier for France to find some kills. And it's taking more time, but 3.4 seconds left. I think they'll take that.
Yeah, they definitely will. And you're absolutely right. The problem is when you've got this little time left, you can't really coordinate. You can't really sort of set up any kind of a take on it. You just have to run and keep being close to the center here, or you're going to lose it almost immediately. 0.4 seconds, James. That is, again, really close. One single mistake here, and it'll cost Team Germany the map. And we'll see if that's going to be working out or not. Nice shot from Sky, trying to bring it back. 27 seconds. They need to run this down.
Yeah, Sky hiding in plain sight, doing what he can, but Joko's aim is just so sharp. The wallbangs are coming through, and that's going to be it. The first round.
Wow.
Sorry, the second round. And that's it. That's a wrap. We're 2-1. This is so... It's just so awesome. And I feel like they're so even though that was a 2-0, there's just so much skill on the server. The frags, there's like the strategy and the capping and so on, but just the frags are so outrageous that it's just like I can barely get past it. It's just so awesome.
I really think it's cool to see just how that's playing out. I don't know. I can't even really put my finger on what it is right now for France that's working out slightly better. I think like this is so close that it's down to like really thin margins, but obviously it was working out better for them in the last two maps here. It's not done yet though.
No, it is not. But that 2-1 again, that is well, the important thing is that you don't take your foot off the pedal with a 2-1 lead. Again, one more map and you are going to be reaching for that goal. While you have a map to make mistakes, you don't want to go out there and make them. So we'll see some replays here as the next map is set up. I think the last one was Himalaya, so we should be heading towards Garden.
Yeah.
Which, again, I'm very mentally stimulated to see these two teams on such a map.
Definitely, yeah. Again, we got the teleporter tricks, we got the bounce pads going into it. This is another thing. I mean, I think I have maps that I like more than others, but there aren't any of the maps that I don't like, which is again crazy. Like we've got 5 maps we're playing. You know, statistically, you'd imagine at least some of them would be of a caliber where you'd say, I kind of wish we could skip that one. That's not actually how I feel. So, yeah, this is great. It really is. Jocko and Exercise there, but look at how close they are in terms of kills. What a duo.
Yeah, very much a team effort, and Team France, just the output of violence, putting them in the lead here, 2-1 over Team Germany. Almost feels like it's a European football tournament with these teams and the team names. But let's see, are there 2 more maps to come? Are we going to make it to Himalaya? Germany will have to try to decide that. Maybe their choice will be taken away by the likes of the French. We won't have to wait too long to find out, as Garden is on the way. I want to see some creators. I want to see some people launch and get tagged in the air and crash to their doom. Always fun to see. Sure, the GLHFs are being called in the chat, and off they go.
Trade trying to get in there. Nice spot from Sky. He definitely got that called out by a teammate. So well done. Seeing it. And now, clock is ticking in favor of Team Germany. Would love another map and push us on to a 5th and final one. And so would I. I think we deserve it at this point. Now he's just blocking it. He's just being obstinate in the middle. Not actually trying to, not taking it just yet. And now buying even more time. Let's see. This is a weird standoff.
It really is. Still looking to fight on the site, and the standing accuracy will be better than the landing accuracy. And Joker will be eliminated by Sky for the time being. Exercise fishing in the smoke. And he'll find something. The trades will continue, though, and that shows the importance of communication to some degree, especially when the silenced M4s are out. You can see both of the players on Team Germany favoring the silenced M4s. And when you're hiding behind the trees on the high ground, as you can see, there are different options. It is really useful to use those silenced M4s. So there may be a preference in that regard, as each time they spawn, they go for the silenced M4s. Jocko doing nasty things once again as Sky tries to make his way over towards the site. Gets there eventually, but can he touch the ground and raise the flag? It looks like he might be able to.
Yeah, they know where he is. Oh, he still goes down. That is really well done from Sky. Impressive, and Sin will follow it up, taking down Exercise. He definitely knew where Sky was then, Jocko, and he still wasn't able to land the kill, so that's going to buy them like an extra, 10 seconds almost. And they're way ahead right now, Germany. They're doing a fine job early on Garden here, and they may even win the first round. These kills coming through are just giving them so much time.
Sky's been alive with 3 HP for a very long time. Way more time than is reasonable. And he's got 5 kills, partly with this 3 HP. And this might just be the run. Sin's got a very beautiful position. And it's only 4 seconds left hand Sky out, who's just there, and this is going to be a very fast cap. And I think that's a good confidence boost for Team Germany as they come back from this one-game deficit.
Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, they looked so rock solid there, and it's, I mean, it was sort of up in the air for a while, but as soon as they won that string of like double kills towards the end here, you could just tell that France couldn't even get really onto it. So maybe they need a better start here, France. They're quick in the middle, but Sin is already taking down Jocko, so scratch all of that. They're off to a good start here again. Germany, if they can win this one, then we could be seeing a 5th map right away.
Off we go. Another roaring start. Seems to be some confusion in spawn, or deciding how they want to approach and try and take position. And that's one way to do it. Joko starts off well, then Exercise will finish up on the site itself. Now, how long can they defend for? They don't have any high ground advantage now, but with Joko being taken out, if Exercise can survive, maybe they can create that. A nice burst onto Sin, elevates himself to try and fight this guy before he goes up the ramp, as often when you're hiding behind the plinth, you're in a very awkward position by the statue as players approach from the lower area. Sky will deliver the kill on this occasion, and it seems that Germany are not done with this point just yet.
No, they're not. Man, this is interesting. 30 seconds on the clock, and again, they've got one guy on the site, one gun hiding, just, you know, sniping away from the distance with that M4A1, as you were mentioning. And they're back on it here. 28 seconds, the 58 of Team France. We'll see. This is looking really, really good for them right now.
It is indeed. Plenty of smokes on the site we've seen so far. Now it's time for the Molotovs as they continue to fight. Just 27 seconds for Germany to take it to Himalaya, and that would be a very fitting end to this best-of-5 series. Joko's on the site though, but he doesn't have much help. We'll see if he can do what we saw from Sky earlier with 5 kills. Almost all of them are on that 3 HP, but no, Sky will take Sky and Sin. Sorry, Sin will take them both out. Excuse me. 25 seconds, and it's just getting lower for Team Germany, looking to storm back. And I don't even know what to make of things if we do get to Himalaya. I don't have any expectations for the final map of this series, potentially at least, but Exercise will have something to say about that. Sky's made a terrible mistake, and that will give France some breathing room.
Yeah, is that a fatal mistake or just like a little bit of a hiccup? I think we're about to find out. Nice shot from... Oh my god, no! It's so ridiculous. He's just a robot, isn't he? That is, he's just pre-tapping that. He's gonna go down though, but you look at this. I mean, that little mistake and then the double kill, and now we're down to 25 seconds here. Suddenly, there's a chance at least for the French side. Bringing back now sub 10 seconds here for the CT side. Germany, if they pick up this one, then and they will, no doubt. Those 2 kills, I think they just did it. There's no way to get close enough here. They're gonna be out of time, I think, and yeah, we're gonna see that 5th map, James. We're gonna get to Himalaya as the deciding.
Oh my god, that was so fast for the grand final. That was so quick. I can't believe that's one of the fastest maps I feel like we've seen, or at least rounds. It was just lightning quick. Yeah. We barely connected to the server in the place. We're done. Off here. Do you have a pick?
Ooh, pistols, shotguns as well. I mean, I picked Team France earlier, and I feel like I have to stick with them, but I think their confidence probably taken a little bit of a hit here as well. Some of the runs that they went on here, Team Germany, were looking great, but I'm going to stick with the French. I think still think they are looking strong. I'm still so impressed by Jocko and the way that he plays.
Yeah, that is. I don't know who to choose. I have no idea. For Himalaya, I don't know where to think about where this is going. But what a comeback from Team Germany to just force the issue all the way to Himalaya, all the way to the final map, and very fitting for this final as well, because these teams seem to be each other's equal in many facets, and I mean that must be obvious by the fact that we're going to that 5th and final map, but there can only be one now. Oh god, this taps we're seeing from Joko, like what on earth is this? He stopped dead as well. It's not like an AWP flick where you swing past the angle, he just stopped on his face.
It really is wild, isn't it? Like what a play to be making. And he's done that a number of times, but it's obviously not the only thing that matters. I mean, you see how they actually were fairly far behind in kills on this particular map. So Sin and Sky really dominating them, I would say, as far as that goes. Yeah, well done for the Germans.
Well then, the 5th and final map, Himalaya, up close and personal, Tech 9's moving accuracy. armor penetration, shotgun, smokes, plant pots, TV screens, electric boxes, bridges, water. It's going to be
spawn camping.
Quite something. Yes, spawn camping. Give me the spawn camping. I'm here for it. I'm here for the spawn camping.
That's like the one thing we haven't seen a tremendous amount of, isn't like we've seen attempts. I think Neo tried it a little bit at one point, but
Maybe Kenny did as well.
Kenny did, yeah. But we need someone to commit to it, like a real spawn camping commitment. That'd be great.
One more map. It's been a long day, and it's just been great to witness the development of this tournament, to have the strongest teams, and it feels like strongest players almost, make it to the final. I mean, the absolute units have made it to the grand final, and we are here for the deciding map of Himalaya, and here we go. Once again, you spawn with the P250s, but we'll see a switch out for 5.7s and Tech 9s, although Jocko will hold on to his P250, which means 2 taps rather than the 1, unless he does some damage elsewhere or his teammate does. Exercise will be the first one to fall. The flag is raised for the Germans.
Yeah, and they win the second fight, and now they're looking a little bit staggered here on the French side. Oh, that Tech 9. Sky coming up with a triple kill here. I mean, they're low on health, and the grenade could do a lot. It's going to bounce into the corner. It doesn't take anyone down, but the Tech 9 will. So that's still pretty good. That's 20 seconds right away in favor of Team Germany. That's impressive. Oh, but look at the spawn camping. There we go.
Oh, nice.
Beautiful, isn't it?
That's beautiful. A little play with the butterfly as you just enjoy the liberties you are taking. And time for the CT flag to start to bring that timer down and type the score. Joko could get a lot out of this indeed. The Nova cannot be drawn in time, so that flag remains high.
Yeah, that's 30 seconds now straight here for Team France as they bring a bit of a comeback, flashing their way through the smoke, and oh, they knew where he was. Heads up play. He could tell that that flag is not being raised, so he knows that there has to be someone on the site. And there's not many ways to hide on this side at all. Yeah, that's one of the interesting things. You could just guess that there's another flashbang to set it up. And again, can we get some spawn camping? Exercise certainly trying for it. He's tapping away with that Tech 9, shooting him in the legs. It's going to take a while, but he does get the job done. And nearly the follow-up. Man, if they win this one, that might be almost going to be the first round here.
Yeah, this one is developing very quickly indeed. Heading towards 10 seconds now for the French. Jocko again with these nasty angles, and he's just letting his teammate bait, letting his teammate be a nuisance. He's keeping the flag up and shooting them in the back. Indeed, I think it just might be. They ain't going to get anywhere close to this. Exercise, again, he's just out there like a scout, devastating people. And we've got some serious strats here on Himalaya.
I mean, you're absolutely right. What you just said. Exercise is the one who's sort of drawing their attention away, and then Jocko, in that close angle that he has, it doesn't look like you should be able to stand there, but he keeps being in that little corner and they can't spot him. So that is really well done.
Really well done indeed. Jocko tries to make his way onto the site, but looks like Germany want to try and pull things back now. We've got some fishing in the site itself. We're on to the late stages of this. Oh man, it's just so crazy. This action's absolutely wild. Smoke Disrupt variants being invited. Jocko going to get taken out once again. A 5-7 for Sky. He'll distract while Sin will follow up. 45 seconds, 15 seconds taken out now.
They're very staggered here on the French side. I think they need to find a way to group up here and really make this work, not just run in one at a time. Smoke, Molotov, everything else. The Tech 9, just endless bullets, and Jocko will take them both down. With a little bit of help from a flashbang, so there we go. A little bit more teamwork and some potential spawn, at least, yeah, a little bit of a fight coming out towards spawn. Now he's got the Nova shotgun. Let's see what he can do.
There's a meat shot from the Nova, switching to the pistol if necessary, and then, oh, nice crouch peek there. The headshot onto Sin, and the countdown will continue, trying to tie the score now. There's so much pressure. There's absolutely no time to rest in this format. Some tagging through the smoke, and Sin will finish off the job. Got his teammate in tow, though, but they keep challenging. It's just back and forth constantly. Jocko's got no idea where it's from. Now we've got the chase from Exercise, and the trades will continue. The flags down, the flags up. It's really labored for both squads at the moment.
Yes, it is. They're just trading back and forth. There's Sin running in. They're so quick. No one's being allowed to get more than a couple of seconds right now before the other team will take it right over again. Good defensive Molotov. And that one actually gets cancelled out inside of the smoke, and they win the fight. This is huge for Team Germany, looking to see if they could take a round here and not just get knocked out. Because remember, again, France are up a whole round. If they win this one, it's done for. 15 seconds left for Germany to try and see if they can get that second round, and then we'll go the full distance. It feels like we should.
9 seconds and counting. Germany had some really nice trade frags around those boxes as well, where the initial player was just popped up after his teammate died. It was really, really cool. But we'll see if it pays off in the end, as we have a comeback being attempted here in this particular round. And Joko has really held on to things, and this could have a quite significant impact. It allows his teammate to respawn, and now is he going to try and help him on the side? You can see Joko trying to go as deep as possible while his teammate comes through. The flashbang won't be enough, and the trades will be here for Germany. 6.6 seconds on the clock, and it's 8.6, and it's going down below 6 now, and things will get even more and more desperate. Got to run onto the side as best you can. We've got Molotovs flying through. Sky falls, dies on his sword, and Joko will take it to that final round. 1 round to decide who wins this, who takes the Red Bull flick.
Oh, it's just so close, isn't it? All the time. I mean, any little second there and it works out in their favor. If they win that last battle, I think they probably just win it, because they did not have a lot of time left themselves either. A little bit of a failed Molotov, not that it really matters necessarily. Smoke is up and coming right perfect time. Joko knocking out both of them, and now he's looking over the smoke. Look at that, the spawn camping. They're doing it, James.
I love it. You absolutely love to see. You do spawn with a P250, but you don't know where the angles are coming from. You have minimal spawn protection. There's a little bit, but there is absolutely camping to be done at the same time. Joko now moving around that smoke, and he's in plain sight, going to get traded by the likes of Sin. Again, this is the last round of the whole tournament. It's been a long time coming. France and Germany, still plenty of work to be done.
Yeah, here's the flash, a little bit of a setup. They're coming around the corner, but that smoke again is making it a little bit tricky for them to actually make their way through. This is a great crossfire being set up, and Exercise just still somehow making his way through. Nova Shotgun is going to be the one to take him down. If he could have won that fight, that would have been back, but now it's pretty much tied up here. About 20 seconds for both teams off the clock, and now the jump around, shooting him in the back. This is so good. The movement is looking really amazing, but more spawn camping coming through, running into the fire, and that'll at least slow the clock down, but they won't recap it yet.
There's so much more action to come in this 1 round. They're about 35 to 40 seconds for these squads, and I've never seen so many headshots. Sin and Sky now taking control, and they are extending their lead. Plenty of time on the middle clock, so I think this one really is going to go down to the wire, but
yeah,
these are a lot of seconds being won by Germany. Some of these angles as well, you can see there's a deep shadow advantage depending on which entry you're coming from. Joko trying to get that fire, but the smoke is so awkward, and look at the trades.
Oh, that might have been it. Look at the time that's left. 10 seconds. They just now respawned. If they fail this next attack, they're not going to get a chance. So this is all on this one. There's Exercise. Good, strong, hiding in the corner. He's going to get found. Exercise with the double. They would have just lost the grand finals if they would have gone down then. Now they can't let it go. They can't give this one up. They're going to have to stay alive. There's the P250 coming in. Flashbang is perfect, but Joko's going to be going down in the Sin. 2 big kills. I think he might have done it, James.
Yeah, he may have. The cavalry is here for his team already. More grenades to create space, and that's going to be that. Look how close Joko was. Oh, he's so close. So he can almost touch the line. Absolutely crazy. A great way to finish the final, and congratulations to Team Germany. They've always been a really strong team in all the tournaments we've seen, and what a mad final. Freya, what on earth do you make of that?
Grand final that we were all hoping for, wasn't it, James? And I'm so glad that it ended up going all the way to the full 5 maps. It's awesome to see Germany coming out on top. But having said that, you know, to start off with, it was such a close game, even down to those final few rounds. I think we've got to give some credit to Team France there. They definitely upped their game coming into this grand final.
Yeah. Absolutely amazing, wasn't it? I mean, it could have gone either way. That was a perfect illustration at the end there. Just such a close game all throughout, all 5 maps and all the rounds as well at the end here. That was really, really enjoyable. What a cool idea. It's my first Red Bull flick, but I really enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's been awesome to see some of these teams really stepping up as well. And it's been the first time we've obviously had some of the pros stepping into the arena, but it didn't matter for the likes of Team Germany. They will be victorious here at the Red Bull Flick Invitational, and what a way to go about it. I just want to kind of throw it back a little bit to Garden, which was obviously map number 4, because coming into that, you know, if France had won that, they would have won the entire tournament. So I'm interested to hear from your guys' perspective. Do you feel like that win from Germany on Garden gave them such a confidence boost coming into that 5th and final match? Did you kind of see it change their gameplay at all?
I don't know, man. I mean, like it went down to the last round of the last map. It was back and forth. I think there were constant adjustments where possible. We saw so much utility. You look at this replay. It's completely absurd. We saw smokes in the choke points. We saw pop flashes while teammates were swinging in. We saw, I have to say, one of my favorite things I saw here was that box on the left. We saw Sin on the left side of that from our POV and Sky on the right side, and Sin was crouching, hiding. So Sky was initially engaged and Sin popped up to trade frag immediately. Little things like that were absolutely awesome. You could see how much strategy, how deep things were in this final. I think overall, across these two semifinals and final, we've absolutely seen a new peak in skill level in the Red Bull Flick. But I mean, yeah, it could have ended on Garden, but it didn't. They forced it all the way back. And I don't know, it was just wild. I think there wasn't much between these two teams, but Germany were able to adjust just a little bit more than France.
Yeah, that's something that I really wanted to pick up on as well. Coming into these maps, they made it so close for one another on each other's map picks, really. Obviously, going back to Speedway as the first map, Team France really showed their stuff there. It was only really close. The Team Germany managed to close it out, and then obviously moving on to Castle, again, that went in the favor of Team France, and you can see just frags on either side of the board. It really was such an even game. We've been talking about this, you know, you can get the frags down, but that doesn't necessarily mean you're getting time on the site. And I think that was actually something that we saw was quite interesting coming from Team France on Matrix specifically. You know, they were allowing Team Germany to get a few kills here and there, but they just weren't allowing them to translate it to time on the site. And I feel like, you know, Exercise, he was a person that we were really looking at on that particular map with his control of the high angles and his kind of movement around with the teleportations. Do you feel like Exercise was a pretty instrumental part of that victory there?
Yeah, I mean, I just think between the two of them, Jocko's probably the more flashy one, but yeah, Exercise I think clearly showed a pretty high understanding of a bunch of the maps, and so far that, I mean, yeah, hitting headshots has been you know, key, and it's been cool and all, but I think what we learned is, you know, the level of preparation is probably what drives it home. So yeah, especially I loved his style on Matrix. I wish I could have seen a little bit more out of that when they were playing in the grand finals. Didn't see nearly enough teleporter play from him, but it was still cool.
Yeah, big props to them. They definitely know how to move around that map and really capitalize on the teleportation element of it. I wanted to know from you, James, obviously this isn't the first time we've seen this grand final play out. It is the same result that we saw in the EU Closed Qualifiers. Did you notice any sort of remarkable differences between the two teams coming into this versus what we saw in that other final? Because obviously that only went to 4 maps and only one of those went the way of Team France.
Yeah, you're asking too much of me to call that final with action we've seen today. But I think you can see a stylistic difference. They're two very strong teams, but you can see a slight stylistic difference. And again, as Anders alluded to, I think part of that is the flashiness of Jocko. Just the way he delivers frags are absolutely outrageous. Like any one of those would be like a career best play for me. And it's like the norm for him in this scenario, which is just absolutely bonkers. So they made it so entertaining, not only being so close, but again, the fashion in which they were winning was just I don't know what else to say but bonkers. It was crazy. It really
was absolutely bonkers. And I love that we're bringing up, you know, players from both sides of the equation here, because it really was such a close grand final. But speaking of which, we've actually got one of the players from the side of Team Germany. I believe we've got Sin on the line ready to chat with us and talk to us about his win there. First of all, Sin, congratulations. Huge props to you guys. That was such an incredible grand final to go off. Can you talk to me about how you're feeling coming off of that and what it was like in that final map for you guys?
First of all, thank you. Well, it was a very intense final. We had a very close, I think, first 4 maps. And in the end, it was very close as well, going to the last round possible. I'm out of breath right now a bit because it's still very hot in Germany. But it was a great game.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about, you know, your form coming into Garden. You guys looked really dominant there. And obviously coming off a loss on Matrix, did you kind of talk to each other and say anything in particular coming into that 4th map that sort of allowed you to turn your fate around?
I think we lost to lose Matrix. So we were like with the back against the wall. But I said to Sky and myself, we are not here because we got lucky or something, but because we're very good at this map. So we could win it. We could still win it. We believed in that, and that's what we did in the end.
I love that. There's so much truth in that as well. Both of you guys, and Team France as well. You know, you've shown such resilience coming here, beating some of the pro teams as well. And I wanted to talk to you about that. What has it been like to play up against some of these pro players in this Flick concept? Was it a kind of weird going into a server against them?
I don't know what to say. If you meet these persons on the server, it's an awesome experience because you only see them in the streams and with hundreds of thousands of viewers, and to meet them on the server and actually beat them was a great experience for me and Sky.
Yeah, it was awesome to see you guys do that. Just touching on Team France again, obviously we've been talking about it. It's been a key storyline coming into this event. You guys already faced each other in the EU Closed Qualifiers, which allowed you to qualify for this tournament. Going back and looking at that final, obviously you beat Team France again. Were there any kind of differences between that team you faced back in the closed qualifiers and them coming into today? And do you feel like facing them already helps you kind of practice and prepare for this match?
We beat them in the closed qualifier. I think we only lost Castle as the first map and then won the other ones pretty convincingly. But going into this game today, we knew that we can beat them, and that's what we did in the end, fortunately. But we saw that from their mistakes in the close qualifier final, and that's why it was so close in the end. I think they rewatched the games and see what they did wrong, maybe copied some of our stuff, but in the end, I think it could have gone either way today.
Yeah, it was an incredibly close game. I feel like James is going to be interested to the answer to this question. But obviously, we've seen a few changes, mainly in terms of the spawn timers coming out into this iteration of Red Bull Flick. How did that kind of change the game up for you, having to wait that little bit more time to actually respawn back into the game?
Yeah, back when we didn't have a 5-second timer to respawn, it was like it was a bit of tactic as well, but it was a lot of running around and killing them. But now with the 5-second timer, the tactic got very more important. So in the end, it matters actually when you go peek, when you go with your teammate. If you wait for him, these aspects became a lot more significant with the new update.
Oh, that's very interesting to hear. Just to close this interview out, is there anything you'd like to say to anybody watching you in the stream, any kind of fans you've got? Is there anything you'd like to say to them?
First of all, thank you for the tournament, for hosting this tournament, and for all the guys in chat cheering for us, maybe. And yeah, just believe in yourself, guys. No joke. We came here as the underdogs, I would say, playing against the big pros, and we won the thing. I can't be more happy, guys.
Some inspirational words to end out the day. Thank you so much, Sin, for joining us. It's been an absolute pleasure having you at this tournament, and congratulations once again. Awesome words coming from Sin there. You can really see how much that win means to them. Of course, they'll be taking him the line €20,000 prize money. James, just to round this tournament out, I want to hear from you last. What are you making of this tournament? Are you proud of how Team Germany performed?
Both Team Germany and Team France. For me, apart from statistics and things on paper and prize money, there was no loser in that final. It was so close, and it was thoroughly enjoyable. I think it was very rewarding for everybody who was watching. I came into this with no expectations because of the format changes, but I thought it would be there'd be some interesting differences, but boy, did we learn so much, and these teams have come so far in such a short space of time. It was really an amazing day of Counter-Strike. And as Anders mentioned before, it really, it's hard to create something new for Counter-Strike and have it successful, but this is a completely viable format for 2v2 Counter-Strike, and it's great.
Yeah, it's been fantastic. From your perspective, Anders, as well, what has it been like for you?
Yeah, I mean, just to follow up on that, it is a completely viable format. If asked to do this again, next week or next month, I would. I thought this was really cool. And I mean, I'd be interested to see some of the same players come back and play, but obviously, there must be many more people out there who would want to participate, especially maybe seeing it now. So yeah, I think this has been a real revelation. I've really enjoyed myself. It's been a long day, but when did we start? I guess we started around 12 hours ago or something like that. It hasn't felt like that to me. And that's usually a sign that, things have been working out really well. So awesome.
Yeah, it has absolutely flown by. I didn't even realize we started 12 hours ago. It's been awesome to see all these teams competing as well. And let's just take one last recap at our prize pool just to see exactly what chunk of change these teams are going to be taking home with them. Of course, it's not just a prize for first place. It's going to be 8,000 euros going to Team Germany. But of course, Team France will be taking home 4,000 euros as well. So, James, I think that is a pretty good chunk of change that they'll be getting in their pockets.
Yeah, you could definitely buy some nice watches with that, and it's a crazy price difference for if you consider it. The difference between second and first is about 30 seconds, which is pretty wild. But I'm sure like Smir and Thomas have other complaints about 0.1. But there we go. Such is life. It was a great tournament, very deserved. I think either team would have been very deserving winners. I think the style that both these teams brought in was really great to watch, and just congratulations to both of them.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic, hasn't it, James? And just taking a quick recap of that bracket to see exactly how Team Germany made it to the grand finals and ended up winning. As you said, James, both of these teams totally deserved it. And it was an absolutely fabulous grand final to end off the day. And I think all there is to be said is thank you so much to the teams who have been competing here today. Thank you, everybody who's been watching on stream. And of course, thank you to my wonderful casting duo, James and Anders. It's been fabulous to have you guys up on the desk with me. And of course, one last thank you to our wonderful production team working behind the scenes. It's been an awesome day of games, and I hope you guys have thoroughly enjoyed the inaugural Red Bull Flick Invitational. Congratulations once again to Team Germany, and hopefully we'll see you very soon. Begin your Red Bull Flick journey on Faceit. Head over to faceit.com and click Create Account to get started. Once you've entered your personal details, you can then select the games you want to link your account with. In this case, Counter-Strike. Once you've linked your games, you'll then arrive on the CSGO dashboard. This is where you can find all things Counter-Strike on Faceit, from upcoming tournaments to featured streamers and everything in between. Navigate to Red Bull Flick by using the search bar at the top of your page. Search via Organisers to discover the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, the central page for everything Flick on Faceit. Here you can discover tournaments, from national qualifiers to pan-national competitions. To sign up, simply click on a tournament and press Join Tournament on the right of your page. If you're not already in a team with your wingman, you'll then be prompted to create one in a few simple steps. Once you've joined the tournament, you may be required to check in at a later date. This is displayed clearly on the tournament page alongside the rulebook. If you want to check out the other teams in the competition, rule sets, or clips and streams, you can explore these via the tabs at the top of the tournament page. You can also view the results of any previous tournaments on the Red Bull Flick Organiser page, including the tournament bracket and specific match results. Sign up now with your wingman and join the action at Red Bull Flick.